Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning as thick as giant pythons danced wildly among them. Deep within the dense forest, a giant wolf was racing, carrying a blood-soaked man on its back. Despite his body being covered in wounds and his clothes drenched in blood, the man kept his back straight and held tightly onto the bundle in his arms. The bundle, soaked with blood, revealed the rosy face of a sleeping baby. The man gently kissed the baby's forehead, guilt filling his eyes. "My son, I have failed your mother and you." Suddenly, a cliff blocked their path. Below the 100-meter-high cliff lay the raging Rakshasa Sea, one of the 4 forbidden lands of the spirit realm. The giant wolf, Frost Moon, halted and spoke in a deep voice. "Spirit Master, there's no way forward." With lightning drawing ever closer, determination flashed in the man's eyes. He dismounted the wolf, embraced Frost Moon, and used his spirit power to bind the bundle to the wolf's chest. Then, he tore open his shirt, revealing a majestic and powerful wolf tattoo on his chest. A complex, silver magic circle unfolded beneath his feet. The man placed his hand on Frost Moon's head and roared, "Release the bond." The magic circle trembled violently, shattering into countless silver lights. The man spat blood, and the tattoo on his chest transformed into deep wounds. Tears welled in Frost Moon's eyes, but the man had already taken out a spear to support himself, urging it to leave with the baby. The giant wolf gave the man one last deep look before leaping off the cliff onto icy steps, heading towards the depths of the Rakshasa Sea. In the sky, lightning surged, and the roars of lions and cries of eagles filled the air. A battalion of thunder eagles, all led by spirit masters of the 5th rank or higher, swooped down. The man stood with his spear, serpent tattoos moving across his back, as a 1,000-meter-wide golden magic circle unfolded in the air, forcing back the lightning. A 100-meter-long thunder-scaled python emerged from the circle, instantly devouring dozens of thunder eagles. His life-bound spirit beast had broken through to the 9th rank. 18 years later, in a dense forest, a hunt was underway. A young man deftly dodged, leading a 400,500-pound wild boar toward a clearing. The boar, robust and with tusks like arms, crashed through countless trees in pursuit. Upon reaching the clearing, the young man suddenly turned. The boar hesitated for a moment before charging in rage. Unfazed, the young man sidestepped at the last moment, precisely stabbing the boar's carotid artery with his short knife. The boar, wounded and frantic, forced the young man to meet its tusks with his short knife. Metal clashed, and the young man slid back several meters. Yet his knife, named 1,000 Stars, a relic of his parents, remained unscathed, shimmering with a star-like silver glow. As the young man prepared to drag the boar away, a 3-meter silver-white giant wolf emerged from the forest. Its snowy fur, silver mane, and the silver moon mark on its forehead identified it as Frost Moon. The young man joyfully rushed forward, nestling his cheek against the wolf's fur. This scene reminded Frost Moon of the young man's father. Unable to resist any longer, the young man asked about his origins. "Frost Moon, in 3 days, I'll go to the town for the ceremony to summon my life-bound spirit beast. When I return, will you finally tell me about my past?" Frost Moon remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I will, young master." The warm golden sunset bathed the treetops as dusk fell. A giant wolf, carrying a wild boar, escorted a young boy out of the forest. This forest wasn't very large, and the spirit beasts residing there were generally weak. The giant wolf, though only at the 5th tier in strength, was enough to reign supreme here, with no other beasts or spirit creatures daring to disturb them along the way. Reaching the edge of the forest, the giant wolf stopped and set the wild boar down. Ahead was a village, and being seen by the villagers could cause unnecessary trouble. The boy grabbed the boar's front legs and easily swung it over his shoulder, as if the 400 or 500-pound boar weighed only 40 or 50 pounds. With the boar secured, he waved goodbye to the wolf with one free hand. "Xuanyue, I'm heading back. I'll come find you again in 3 days." The giant wolf sat back on its haunches, watching as the boy's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Such farewells had happened hundreds, if not thousands, of times over the past few years, and the wolf should be used to it by now. Yet every time it watched the boy's retreating figure, a tinge of reluctance arose in its heart. As the sky darkened further and the sun fully set, the boy's silhouette vanished completely, and the leaves swayed by his passage stilled. Only then did the giant wolf turn and head back into the depths of the forest. Its eyes were filled with deep sorrow, as memories surged like a tide. How could it tell the young master about his true origins? It would be too cruel for him. Chu Shaoye carried the boar home, encountering several villagers along the way. "Shaoye, you caught such a big wild boar. It's huge enough to last a year," they remarked. Chu Shaoye replied to each one, "Uncles, aunties, come to my house for a feast sometime." As he moved on, the villagers continued to discuss behind him. The village chief is really fortunate to have such a capable adopted son. Even if he doesn't become a spirit master, he'll make a great hunter. I think this lad Shaoye is destined for great things. If he becomes a third-tier spirit master, our Chu village will surely benefit. Although the villagers' voices were not loud, Chu Shaoye's keen senses allowed him to catch bits and pieces of their conversation. He had long known that the village chief and his wife were not his biological parents, so he had little reaction to the villagers' comments about him being adopted. The Chu village chief lived in the center of the village. Chu Shaoye carried the boar into a neatly kept farmhouse courtyard and called out towards the house. "Mother, I'm back." His adoptive mother, Lanfang, emerged from the main room. Seeing the large wild boar on his shoulder, she exclaimed, "Why did you go after a wild boar again? You child, aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" Though she scolded him, she hurried over to help unload the boar. The 400 or 500 pound boar landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud, causing a slight tremor. Lanfang patted Chu Shaoye, concerned. "How on earth did you bring back such a big boar? Are you hurt?" Chu Shaoye casually wiped the sweat from his face, revealing a gentle smile, letting Lanfang turn him around as she checked him over. "Mother, it's just a wild boar. How could I get hurt? You underestimate your son." Lanfang glared at Chu Shaoye and said sharply, "What do you mean just a wild boar? How did Wang San from our village end up with a limp?" "It was from being gored by a wild boar. You're only 12, catching rabbits or pheasants is enough. Why go after wild boars?" Chu Shaoye had no retort, so he quietly listened to her scolding. Lanfang continued to nag, even though Chu Shaoye was unharmed. "Look at you, covered in boar hair. Why didn't you get your father to help carry such a big boar? What if it stunted your growth?" She brushed the boar hair off him, pushing him inside to change clothes. Chu Shaoye went into his room, relieved to escape Lanfang's nagging. His room was simple but very tidy. He opened the wardrobe, which was filled with black and gray clothes, chosen for their ability to hide dirt. He grabbed a black shirt, changed into it, and tossed his dirty clothes into the laundry basket. By the time he stepped out, Chu Wangshan and Chu Qingyao had returned. Chu Wangshan, the village chief of Chujiao village and Chu Shaoye's adoptive father, was a kind and honest man. Chu Qingyao, the biological daughter of the village chief and his wife, was 3 months younger than Chu Shaoye. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up, and she bounced over to grab his arm. "Brother, you're amazing. Next time, I want to go hunting with you." Chu Shaoye playfully tapped her forehead with his finger. "I've always been this amazing, you just realized?" The siblings playfully bantered while Chu Wangshan tied the boar's hind legs with a rope and hoisted it onto the slaughter rack. He patted the boar's hefty back, estimating it weighed about 450 pounds, enough to host a 3-day feast. In Chujia village, there's a tradition that if a child is tested for spiritual aptitude at the age of 12, a grand feast is held to celebrate with the entire village. Chu Shaoye caught the boar to help reduce the burden on Chu Wangshan and his wife for the upcoming celebration. Generally, if parents have spiritual abilities, their children have a high chance as well. Although Lanfang was an ordinary person, Chu Wangshan was a first-tier spirit master, giving Chu Qingyao a chance to become one too. Chu Shaoye's origins were more mysterious. Xuanyue once mentioned his biological parents were both spirit masters, making his potential almost certain. So, Chu Shaoye caught the boar in advance for the feast. Chu Qingyao sat on a small stool, watching Chu Wangshan butcher the boar. A girl from the countryside, she wasn't fazed by the bloody scene. She nudged Chu Shaoye with her elbow. "Brother, what kind of spirit beast do you want to contract as your life companion?" Chu Shaoye replied. "A life companion spirit beast is predetermined at birth, like twins with their spirit master. You can't just contract any beast you want." Chu Qingyao nodded. "I know that. I was just imagining. I want a pretty companion, even if it's not very strong." Chu Shaoye flicked her forehead with a finger. "The world outside isn't as peaceful as our village. Without strength, how will you protect yourself?" Chu Qingyao held her head, glared at Chu Shaoye, and muttered, "Brother, you're so boring. I just want a beautiful spirit beast, and then I'll contract a powerful one to protect me, won't I?" At this moment, Lanfang came out of the kitchen and couldn't help but mock her daughter mercilessly. "Oh, you don't even know if you have the qualifications to be a spirit master, yet you're boasting here. Only a second-level spirit master can contract a second spirit beast. If you can become a first-level spirit master, I'd be burning incense in thanks." Chu Qingyao stomped her foot angrily and retorted, "Humph, mother, how can you look down on your daughter? I have a feeling that I can definitely become a spirit master, and an even more powerful one than father." Lanfang laughed. "Oh, my daughter is really something." She was about to mock her a bit more when Chu Wangshan pulled her back. Chu Wangshan chuckled. "I think Yao Yao has the potential to be a spirit master. But even if she doesn't become one, it's okay. It's nice to get married, have children, and live a simple and happy life in our village." Chu Qingyao pouted. "I don't want to get married. The boys in our village can't even compare to a finger of my brother's. I won't marry them." Lanfang rolled her eyes. "You're just a country girl too, and you still look down on others?" Chu Wangshan jokingly mediated. "Then our Yao Yao should strive to become a powerful spirit master and go to the city to find a prince charming who meets your standards." Chu Qingyao thought for a moment and shook her head. No, no one can compare to father and brother. I don't want to marry anyone. Chu Wangshan was amused by his little girl's words, his lips curling up in a smile. Seeing his pleased expression, Lan Fong couldn't help but laugh and scold. Stop grinning, and cut a piece of meat. I'm waiting to cook. Chu Qingyao walked over and leaned against Lan Fong's back, acting spoiled. Mother, I want spicy stir-fried pig heart. Lan Fong tapped her forehead and laughed. You little foodie, always thinking about eating. Hearing his precious daughter's request, Chu Wangshan quickly cut the pig heart and tossed it into Lan Fong's basin, then turned to ask Chu Shaoye, Son, which part do you want to eat? Chu Shaoye thought for a moment. How about some stir-fried pig liver too? Chu Wangshan replied, Sure. He skillfully sliced a piece of pig liver, considering that a whole liver would be too much to finish. Lan Fong carried the basin back to the kitchen to busy herself, while Chu Qingyao bounced along behind her. Mother, let me help you cook. Meanwhile, Chu Shaoye moved the dining table and chairs from inside the house to the courtyard and set the table. It was late spring, early summer. The days were a bit hot, but the evenings cooled down, making it more comfortable to eat outside than indoors. Lan Fong was quick and soon brought out the prepared dishes. Chu Wangshan had also finished dividing the pork into several basins. Chu Shaoye helped carry the meat to the kitchen for storage, and the family washed their hands before starting the meal. A few stars dotted the sky, and the small farmhouse courtyard was filled with laughter and the aroma of food. Chu Shaoye smiled, understanding that even though he wasn't related by blood to the Chu family, family bonds aren't just about blood. Being able to enjoy a simple meal with family, he thought, was perhaps the happiest thing in the world. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day when the 12-year-olds in the village would go to town to have their talents assessed and summon their life-bound spirit beasts. Early in the morning, Lan Fong woke up her 2 children, holding a set of new clothes in her hands. She had been sewing these clothes for 3 months in preparation for this big day, wanting to make sure they looked presentable and not looked down upon by the townspeople. Chu Qingyao wore a blue dress, with ribbons tied at the cuffs, neckline, and waist, inspired by the popular styles in town, making her look both elegant and beautiful. Chu Shaoye, on the other hand, donned a black outfit, with silver thread embroidered cloud patterns on the cuffs and hem, adding a touch of understated luxury. Once dressed, the siblings stood side by side, and Chu Qingyao twirled around, lifting her skirt, and excitedly asked, Mother, do I look good? Lan Fong, looking at her children who were growing up so beautifully, couldn't stop smiling. You both look wonderful. Truly, you are my children, so radiant and graceful. Who would believe such noble-looking kids come from a small mountain village? Outside the courtyard gate, Chu Wangshan was getting the cart ready and called out, Are you ready? It's time to leave. The siblings responded, stepped out of the courtyard, and climbed onto the cart. The cart was large, with benches nailed on both sides to accommodate about 10 people. It was pulled by Chu Wangshan's life-bound spirit PETA one-eyed ox. The one-eyed ox resembled a yellow ox, but had a single eye in the center of its forehead. Despite being a first-tier spirit beast with less combat power than a regular ox, it was much more intelligent and gentle. Chu Wangshan's position as village chief was due not only to his honest and just nature, but also because of his spirit pet, which made him a spirit master of sorts. Riding on the one-eyed ox, Chu Wangshan softly instructed, Da Huang, let's head to Chang'an's house first. The one-eyed ox mooed in response and began walking toward Chang'an's house. This year, there were 8 children in the village who had reached the age of 12, including 4 boys and 2 girls besides Chu Shaoye and Chu Qingyao. One of the girls, named Chu Qingyu, was particularly close to Chu Qingyao, who called out upon seeing her, Qingyu, come sit with us. Chu Qingyu climbed onto the cart and sat next to Chu Qingyao, admiring her new dress. Yao Yao, your new dress is so pretty. My mom just made it for me. Chu Qingyao replied happily. Your hair ribbon looks great too. Did Aunt Qian embroider it for you? Chu Qingyu touched the ribbon on her head, feeling a mix of emotions. Her father had passed away when she was 5, leaving her and her mother to fend for themselves. Life was hard, and they couldn't afford new clothes, only managing to make a new hair ribbon. The ribbon was a delicate shade of green, embroidered with 2 lively little white fish, adding a touch of refined elegance that complemented Chu Qingyu's gentle beauty. Feeling a bit shy, Chu Qingyu said, I've been selling my embroidery work lately. If you like, I can make one for you when we get back. Chu Qingyao linked arms with her affectionately, saying, Qingyu, you're amazing, being able to earn money on your own. Then I won't be shy about it. I want one with blue wisteria flowers. Chu Qingyu smiled and nodded, feeling relieved. She stole a glance at Chu Shaoye, who sat on the other side of Chu Qingyao, noticing that he had his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Chu Qingyu couldn't tell if she felt disappointed or relieved. Despite growing up in the same village, she always felt that Chu Shaoye was different not just because he was handsome or a skilled young hunter, but because of a certain aura. He seemed like a lofty bird soaring in the sky, while she remained grounded, separated by an unreachable distance. The village of the Chu family is about an hour's journey from the town, and by the time they arrived, the sun was already high in the sky. At the entrance of the town stood a tall archway with a plaque that read, Qingwu Town, in bold, powerful characters. Chu Wangshan sternly addressed the children. Kids, I've told you before, but I must emphasize again, the adults who will be assessing your talents are sent by the Spirit Masters Association. Each one is a third-tier Spirit Master, just as powerful as our town's mayor. You must be mindful of your behavior during the evaluation and make sure not to offend the Spirit Masters, understood? The children responded in unison. Understood, village chief. Meanwhile, Chu Shaoye was recalling what Xuanyue had said about the Spirit Masters Association, a vast organization spread across the continent of Wanling. Although newly established, it had grown rapidly. Any Spirit Master could register with the association to enjoy numerous benefits. The assessment center set up by the association was located in the town square. After parking the carriage, Chu Wangshan led the children to join the queue. The square had 10 assessment stations, and long lines had already formed. Chu Wangshan found the station for the Chu family village and led the children over. In the neighboring queue, a particularly conspicuous young man sat in a pearwood recliner, surrounded by 4 or 5 servants, some holding an umbrella for him, others offering water, feeding him fruit, or massaging his legs. Clearly, he was a pampered young master from a wealthy family. Wang Zikai, initially bored while waiting, perked up when he noticed 2 pretty girls in the adjacent line. One girl was bright and lively, while the other was gentle and graceful, each beautiful in her own way. Wang Zikai approached them, asking, "Where are you 2 young ladies from?" Chu Qingyu, timid by nature, felt uneasy at his leering demeanor and clung tighter to Chu Qingyao's hand. Chu Qingyao patted her hand for reassurance. Although she didn't like the boy's sleazy smile either, she politely replied, "We're from the Chu family village." "Oh," Wang Zikai said, thinking to himself that he had never heard of such a small village, yet it managed to produce 2 such lovely girls. It was like phoenixes flying out of a chicken coop. Seeing that Chu Qingyao wasn't from a wealthy family, Wang Zikai felt emboldened and puffed up his chest, boasting, "I'm Wang Zikai, the young master of the Wang family in town. Surely you've heard of us. We run the carriage business here in Qingwu town." Chu Qingyao simply replied with an "oh," wondering who had asked him. Wang Zikai, seeing their lack of response, assumed they were country girls unfamiliar with the renowned Wang family of Qingwu town. He continued to brag, "My father is one of the only 3 third-tier spirit masters in our town." Chu Qingyao again responded with a polite, "oh," adding, "Your father is truly impressive." Wang Zikai took her courtesy as genuine admiration and proudly thumped his chest, saying, "I will definitely inherit my father's talents and become a third-tier spirit master myself." Already somewhat anxious, Chu Qingyao found Wang Zikai's chatter increasingly irritating. She was in no mood to entertain this foolish son of a landlord and wished he would just be quiet, replying curtly, "That's quite an ambition, young Master Wang." Upon hearing Chu Qingyao's compliment, Wang Zikai's spirits soared like a rooster's tail, his face gleaming with pride, as if he had already won Chu Qingyao's favor. Chu Qingyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, thinking that this young Master Wang was adorably clueless, unable to discern genuine praise from mere pleasantries. Just as Wang Zikai was about to continue the conversation, a stern voice interrupted. "Why are you all blocking the way? Get in line quickly." The speaker was a third-tier spiritual master sent by the Spirit Master Association. The Wang family servants dared not defy him and hurriedly gathered the lounge chairs, fruits, and other items to clear the path. Although Wang Zikai wanted to chat more with Chu Qingyao, he had no choice but to return to his place in line, feeling somewhat deflated in the presence of such an important figure as the examiner. Seeing the examiner arrive, Chu Wangshan also decided it was best not to linger in the line. He gave his children a few words of advice before stepping out of the square to wait outside. 10 spiritual masters approached the testing area without any unnecessary words. They immediately took out their beast essence bags and released the spirit beasts used to test spiritual master aptitude. These spirit beasts, blessed by the heavens, cannot form contracts with humans. Anyone who attempts to force a contract or harm them would face divine retribution. Although they cannot be contracted, these spirit beasts are willing to assist humans in aptitude testing. Chu Shaoye watched the examiner release the spirit beasts with curiosity. Xuanyue had told him about various spirit and mythical beasts, including these, but it was his first time seeing them in person. The spirit beasts were round and floated in midair like transparent balloons. Upon closer inspection, one could see their remaining eyes, ears, and tails. Mythical beasts are rare and seldom seen in one's lifetime, yet these spirit beasts are an exception. They can appear anywhere with a rich concentration of spiritual energy. Even in a remote town like Qingwu, the townspeople are not surprised by their presence. Despite their numbers, spirit beasts have only one skill: testing spiritual master aptitude. Their attack and defense capabilities are nearly zero, and a light poke would disperse them into spiritual energy. Xuanyue once said that all mythical beasts possess unique talents or formidable strength, but spirit beasts are the only useless ones among them. The person at the front of the line began the test, a simple process requiring only a touch of the spirit beast for 3 seconds. If the spirit beast turned white and its transparency decreased, it indicated the person had the potential to become a spiritual master. The lower the transparency, the higher the aptitude. The testing proceeded quickly, and soon, 20 to 30 people had been evaluated. Finally, in a line 2 places away from Chu Shaoye's, a young man was identified as having spiritual master potential. The examiner paused his work to bring the young man to the center of the square for the summoning ceremony of his life-bound spirit beast. These spirit beasts naturally form a bond with their human counterparts, and the relationship is innate, requiring no additional contract. The summoning ceremony itself was not complicated. First, one must prick their finger to draw a summoning array in the air, then recite an incantation to call forth the life-bound spirit beast. The young man swallowed nervously, a mix of excitement and tension in his heart as he was about to become a spiritual master. Following the examiner's guidance, he pricked his finger, letting a faint trail of blood linger in the air to form a summoning array. With a clear yet trembling voice filled with excitement, he recited the incantation. With this array as the foundation, with blood as the bond, in my name, I summon thee. As the incantation concluded, the faint red formation in the air gradually dissipated, replaced by a white pattern that appeared at the boy's feet. The examiner sighed inwardly, as the white pattern indicated the summoning of a first-tier spirit beast. In the world of spirits, spirit beasts are classified into 9 tiers, each represented by a different color, ranging from white for the first tier to gold for the ninth. Indeed, the spirit beast that emerged from the white summoning circle was a first-tier monocular ox. Though it resembled Chu Wangshan's life-bound spirit beast, it was much smaller, as if it had just been born. The boy was not disappointed. Instead, he happily hugged the calf's neck, thinking to himself that even with a first-tier beast, he might one day become the village chief. As the assessment continued, most people in line were quickly found to lack the aptitude for being a spirit master, and Chu Qingyao's turn was approaching. She grew increasingly anxious, having boasted to her parents, and failing to show potential would be embarrassing. Noticing her tension, Chu Shaoye gently patted her shoulder and reassured her. Just let things take their course. Chu Qingyao bit her lip and whispered, "Brother, if I don't have the aptitude, you can't laugh at me." Chu Shaoye smiled gently and said, "There are many paths in life. It's okay if you don't become a spirit master. There are plenty of other roads to take. Don't be afraid." His voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, which calmed Chu Qingyao and helped her relax. She thought to herself that her parents would never abandon her for not becoming a spirit master. Chu Qingyao smiled. "You're right, brother. Most people don't become spirit masters and still live well." At this moment, Chu Qingyu discreetly released her crumpled clothes. Although she didn't show it on her face, she was deeply anxious inside. With neither of her parents being spirit masters, the likelihood of her having the aptitude was slim, but she longed to become one. If she could become a spirit master, she and her mother could escape their hardships and lead a better life, perhaps even have enough to eat every day. However, after hearing Chu Shaoye's words, Chu Qingyu's heart opened up. It didn't matter if she couldn't become a spirit master. She had already learned embroidery and could earn money to help support her family, and their lives would keep improving. For the first time, Chu Qingyu looked at Chu Shaoye without shyness and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Chu. I don't feel nervous anymore." Chu Shaoye smiled, understanding that Chu Qingyu, due to her family's circumstances, was sensitive and often kept things to herself, and it was good that she could find peace of mind. The two people before her had no spirit master aptitude, which made Chu Qingyao breathe a sigh of relief. Trying to remain calm, she stepped forward and gently placed her delicate hand on the back of the spirit beast. The spirit beast emitted a chirping sound like a chick breaking out of its shell, and its body color rapidly changed. The previously transparent body began to turn white. Unlike the pale white seen in those with aptitude, this time, the spirit beast's body became a dense, semi-transparent white. The examiner's face showed a look of surprise as he fixed his gaze on Chu Qingyao, exclaiming, "Such clarity! Young lady, your talent is remarkable. Your spirit beast must be at least 3rd tier." He eagerly pulled Chu Qingyao to the center of the square to verify his judgment. Chu Qingyao herself was quite taken aback, feeling a bit bewildered as she was led away by the examiner. Not only did she possess the qualifications of a spirit master, but her talent was exceptionally high. She was both incredulous and secretly delighted. She glanced back at Chu Shaoye, who gave her a reassuring nod, which calmed her nerves considerably. Under the examiner's guidance, she began the summoning ritual. As the blood-formed summoning runes slowly dissipated, a massive array emerged from beneath the ground at the center of the square, covering nearly a quarter of the area. Green light flickered, and the aura of a 3rd-tier spirit beast wafted over. Examiners from other teams on the square also cast surprised glances, not expecting such a talent to emerge from this remote town. Being born at the third tier, her growth potential was undoubtedly high. For most spirit beasts, the higher the growth potential, the higher the rank at birth. Although this rank was currently nominal, with some training, her strength could quickly improve. Chu Qingyao's spirit pet was third tier upon summoning, and she could soon become a third tier spirit master. In the center of the array, which was much larger and more complex than a first tier summoning array, a small egg-sized ball appeared, emitting soft chirping sounds. Chu Qingyao knelt down and picked up the ball, realizing it resembled a chick, yet it had vibrant plumage, a yellow head, white chest, green neck, and blue wings, a veritable rainbow of colors. Despite its gaudy appearance, it was adorably endearing, and Chu Qingyao couldn't resist nuzzling it with her cheek, thinking, how cute. The examiner consulted the Spirit Beast Compendium and identified the little flower chick with excitement. This is a Nickhen bird, a single light attribute spirit beast. It starts at third tier at birth and can potentially reach sixth tier in adulthood. Congratulations. His tone was full of envy, as he was only a third tier spirit master himself and had reached his limit, never to touch the threshold of sixth tier. Perhaps he could still defeat Chu Qingyao with experience now, but in the near future, her strength would surely surpass his. Chu Qingyao, still not fully understanding her talent, thanked the examiner and joyfully held the little flower chick as she approached Chu Wangshan, lifting her hand to show him. Although Chu Wangshan didn't quite understand these matters, he knew his daughter's spirit pet was impressive and praised her repeatedly. To be honest, his own abilities were average, and he never expected his daughter to have such extraordinary talent. The mayor of Qingwu Town had been watching the examination idly, but as it drew to a close, he was surprised to see such a prodigy emerge. He quickly approached to make small talk, inviting Chu Wangshan and Chu Qingyao to rest at his spot. Chu Wangshan declined politely, expressing gratitude for the mayor's kindness but preferring to wait for the village children to finish their tests. The mayor then had chairs and a sunshade brought over for the father and daughter to sit. Reluctantly, Chu Wangshan accepted and sat down with Chu Qingyao. After a brief moment of shock, everyone resumed the examination. Chu Qingyao waved to Chu Shaoye and mouthed, "Go, brother." Chu Shaoye smiled slightly. The mayor, observing their interaction, turned to Chu Wangshan and asked, "Chu, is that handsome young man your son?" Chu Wangshan smiled warmly. "Yes, that's my son." The mayor praised, "You are truly blessed, Chu. Both your children are exceptional. I'm sure your son's spirit beast is of high rank too." Chu Wangshan, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied with a humble smile, "I don't expect them to become powerful spirit masters, just to be safe and happy." The mayor nodded, continuing to flatter, "Chu, you truly have a father's heart." At this moment, Chu Qingyu was undergoing the test. She gently placed her hand on the spirit beast, and its body immediately emitted a soft white glow, slightly lighter in color than Chu Qingyao's. The examiner was once again surprised. Although this girl's aptitude was not as outstanding as the previous one, it was still quite impressive. Chu Qingyu felt a surge of joy in her heart, biting her lip in disbelief that she could actually become a spirit master. Under the examiner's guidance, she successfully completed the summoning. A yellow magic circle slowly emerged beneath her feet, causing another stir among the crowd. It turned out to be a second-tier spirit beast cub, which, although not as rare as Chu Qingyao's third-tier rainbow lawn bird, was still quite uncommon in Qingwu Town. A small green snake crawled out from the summoning circle. Although Chu Qingyu was initially somewhat afraid of snakes, she felt a deep connection with her life-bound spirit pet at this moment, finding the little snake particularly endearing. She squatted down and extended her hand to the little green snake, which instinctively slithered onto her hand, coiling around her fair wrist like a jade bracelet. The examiner identified the little green snake as a jade bamboo viper, a second-tier creature at birth that could reach the fifth tier upon maturity, rather impressive mid-tier spirit beast. The crowd murmured, occasionally gasping in awe, and the town mayor immediately invited Chu Qingyu over. At this point, only Chu Shaoye from the Chu family village had yet to be tested. The examiner led Chu Shaoye to the testing platform, hoping for another miracle, wondering if the small Chu family village could produce yet another intermediate spirit master. Chu Shaoye's expression remained calm. Although Qing Yao and Qing Yu's talents were unexpected, they did not shake his resolve. Regardless of the outcome, he was ready to accept it. Before his palm could touch the spirit beast, it affectionately nuzzled against him, its transparent body turning white upon contact, becoming a vibrant white that far exceeded that of Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu. The examiner's eyes widened in shock, finding it hard to believe that the spirit beast had turned pure white. Could it be that the innate spirit beast was a high-tier creature at birth? Hurry, begin the summoning. The examiner's voice was urgent, and all the other examiners gathered around. Even the mayor sitting outside the square stood up. Was Qingwu Town about to produce a high-tier spirit master? Chu Shaoye had watched Qing Yao and Qing Yu's summoning closely and had memorized the summoning circle. Without waiting for the examiner's instructions, he pricked his finger and used his blood to draw the circle. The grand and intricate pattern slowly emerged, enveloping the entire square, and the light emitted from the pattern was a shimmering white, indicative of a first-tier spirit beast. The examiners present were incredulous. How could such a grand and intricate pattern represent only a first-tier spirit beast? It should be at least a sixth-tier creature. Chu Shaoye's face revealed no emotions as he focused on the center of the circle, feeling a mysterious sense of closeness. A fluffy little creature appeared in the middle of the pattern, its body curled into a ball, ears pressed tightly against its head, and its bushy tail wrapped snugly around itself, forming a round, fluffy sphere. Chu Shaoye stepped forward and picked up the fluffy creature. It stretched its body, yawned with its tail covering its lips, and arched its back in a lazy stretch. It turned out to be a little fox, completely white with long, pure fur, and even its eyelashes were white. Only its eyes were a striking silvered. The examiner, initially disappointed, suddenly exclaimed, "This little fox seems to be a wugo fox." He had never heard of a wugo fox becoming someone's contracted spirit beast. Could it be that the summoning array for a wugo fox is that unique? The wugo fox is unprecedented as someone's life spirit pet, and wild wugo foxes are extremely rare. The examiner checked the spirit beast compendium and finally confirmed it. He sighed regretfully and looked at Chu Shaoye. Your life spirit beast is a wugo fox, which is at the first tier when born. If properly nurtured, it can reach the third tier upon maturity. Strictly speaking, the wugo fox is not an independent type of spirit beast. Any fox-type spirit beast has a 1 in 10,000 chance of producing a wugo fox. Some believe that the wugo fox's unique birth should classify it as a mythical beast, but since wugo foxes can be contracted by humans, they are ultimately classified as ordinary spirit beasts. Despite their low tier, reaching only up to the third tier upon maturity, their beautiful appearance and rarity make them highly sought after by spirit masters. Some powerful spirit masters even keep wugo foxes as pets to showcase their prowess. The examiner relayed this information about the wugo fox to Chu Shaoye, feeling a sense of regret. He had hoped for a more powerful talent, but it turned out to be a wugo fox, which was more for show than utility. Nevertheless, although this boy's talent couldn't compare to the two girls before him, he was still quite remarkable in Qingwu town, where even the mayor was only at the third tier. The examiner patted Chu Shaoye on the shoulder. A wugo fox is quite nice too. Take good care of it. Chu Shaoye, holding the little fox, bowed to the examiner. Thank you, spirit master. The examiner nodded, thinking to himself that this boy stood out among the many youths being tested, both in appearance and demeanor, without arrogance or restlessness. What a pity, if only his life spirit beast were not a wugo fox, his future achievements could be limitless. Chu Shaoye walked towards Chu Wangshan and the others with the wugo fox in his arms. Chu Wangshan patted his shoulder, beaming with pride. That's my son, a third-tier spirit beast. Even the mayor is only at the third tier, and his son is already quite impressive. After Chu Shaoye's test, there weren't many left to be evaluated. Once all were tested, 2 or 3 more children were found to have potential. Among them was Wang Zikai, the young master of the Wang family, who also showed potential, with a life spirit beast like his father's, a wind-chasing dog. The wind-chasing dog, like the wugo fox, starts at the first tier at birth and can grow to the third tier upon maturity, making it a decent low-tier spirit beast. However, with the brilliance of Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu preceding him, Wang Zikai blushed at the thought of how he had boasted to the 2 girls before the test. They were the true prodigies, and now he had lost face. After the test, Wang Zikai quickly left with his servants, feeling embarrassed. After examining everyone, the examiner approached Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, handing them 2 jade tokens. The front of the tokens bore the inscription, Zhuyu Academy, while the back was engraved with their names and places of origin. These tokens represented their admission to Zhuyu Academy, allowing them to enroll for free, provided they reported to the academy within 7 days, or they would forfeit their admission. Chu Qingyao accepted the token with a slight frown, puzzled. Where is my brother's token? His immaculate fox can grow to the 3rd rank, so he should qualify for admission as well. In previous years, it was indeed rare for a small town like Qingwu town to produce even one candidate capable of reaching the 3rd rank. Astonishingly, this year, 4 children met the criteria, with 2 of them having the potential to become mid-level spirit masters. Unfortunately, Zhuyu Academy only allotted 2 admission spots to Qingwu town, resulting in the elimination of Chu Shaoye and Wang Zikai, who had relatively lower qualifications. Chu Shaoye's immaculate fox was of a lower grade and lacked the combat strength to compete with Chu Qingyao's neon phoenix bird and Chu Qingyu's emerald bamboo viper. The examiner explained the situation, and upon hearing it, Chu Qingyao unhesitatingly returned the token to him, saying, "If my brother can't go to school, then I won't go either." Seeing her resolve, Chu Qingyu hesitated briefly before also returning her token, saying, "Then, I won't go either." Since Chu Qingyu's father's passing, the village chief's family had been a great help to her, and her mother. Chu Wangshan often took Lu Qian's embroidery to sell in town, and Chu Shaoye frequently shared his hunted game with them, helping them make ends meet. Chu Qingyu pressed her lips together, making up her mind, and firmly told the examiner, I won't go. Give the spot to Brother Chu, so Yao Yao and Brother Chu can go to school together. The examiner shook his head helplessly, as this was the first time he had encountered someone willingly giving up an admission opportunity. It was especially regrettable since both Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu had promising qualifications. Chu Shaoye, surprised by the girl's actions, immediately stepped forward, first scolding Chu Qingyao, nonsense. Then he respectfully addressed the examiner. My sister is being unreasonable. Please forgive her, Spirit Master. Yao Yao and Qingyu will report to school on time. Chu Qingyao wanted to protest, but was silenced by Chu Shaoye's stern look. Her usually gentle brother's rare display of anger was more intimidating than even Chu Wangshan's. Reluctantly, she swallowed her words. The examiner, satisfied that the issue was resolved, felt even more admiration for the young man. He returned the jade tokens to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, noting Chu Shaoye's approving nod. Despite losing the opportunity to attend Zhuyu Academy, his calm and rational demeanor, free from jealousy, marked him as a promising individual. The examiner said, although I can't make an exception to get you into Zhuyu Academy, I do have some connections with the Qishao sect. I can write you a letter of introduction so you can become a menial disciple there. Would you be willing to go? The Qishao sect is adjacent to Zhuyu City and is equally powerful, so becoming a menial disciple is no easy task. Chu Shaoye didn't expect such a turn of events, and after a moment's pause, he immediately agreed. Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, although unfamiliar with the Qishao sect, knew it was a good opportunity since it was recommended by the examiner. Their disappointment vanished, replaced by happiness for Chu Shaoye. Now Brother Chu Dage has a place to go. The mayor had someone bring paper and pen, and the examiner quickly wrote the recommendation letter, stamped it with his personal seal, and handed it to Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye received it with both hands and carefully tucked it into his chest. Chu Wangshan was overjoyed, and although he wasn't good with formalities, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the examiner. The examiner waved it off, having his own reasons. Besides appreciating Chu Shaoye, he also saw potential in Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, believing they would achieve great things if they didn't falter along the way. It was also a way to build goodwill in advance. The mayor wanted to invite the examiner and the people from Chujiakan to dinner, but the examiner was eager to return to the Lingzhu Association to report, so he politely declined. Before leaving, the examiner said, this year's children from Qingwu Town have shown good potential, especially those from Chujiakan. When I return, I'll inform Zhuyu Academy and see if we can secure more spots for Qingwu Town. The mayor was delighted to hear this unexpected good news and thanked him profusely. After seeing off the examiner, Chu Wangshan also declined the mayor's invitation. I still need to take the children back to the village. Their parents are waiting. I don't want them to worry if we're late. Though honest, Chu Wangshan, as the village head for many years, wasn't naive and understood the mayor's enthusiasm. Don't worry, Mayor, my children in Qingyu are good kids and won't forget their roots. This assurance put the mayor at ease, and he personally escorted the people from Chujiakan out of town. After bidding farewell to the mayor, Chu Wangshan and the children boarded the ox cart. In the village, only Chu Shaoye and the other two had Lingzhu potential, leaving the other children feeling a bit down. Chu Wangshan chuckled and comforted them. There are millions of people in the world. Can everyone become a Lingzhu? Look at me, the village head. Although I have Dahuang, it just helps me plow fields and pull carts. My life isn't much different from everyone else's in the village. Everyone has their own fate. Your parents are waiting at home, and as parents, we don't expect you to achieve great things. We just want you to be healthy and happy. Chu Wangshan took out an oil paper package from his pocket and handed it to Chu Qingyao. Yao Yao, share this with everyone. 1 piece each. It was Baiyun cake he bought from a snack stall earlier. Kids are easy to please with good food. Chu Qingyao opened the package, revealing 8 pieces, and gave 1 to each child, including herself and Chu Shaoye. Baiyun cake is made primarily from white kidney beans, steamed, filtered through a cloth to remove the skins, and mixed with honey to form a paste. It's then pressed into molds and garnished with white sesame seeds. The cake is soft, sweet, and melts in your mouth. The village children rarely get to eat such delicate pastries, so they held it carefully, eating it in tiny bites to savor every piece. Children's moods shift quickly. After finishing the cakes, they felt much better and smiled, congratulating the 3. With 3 Lingzhu coming from Chujiakan, the village felt a sense of pride, and they knew other villages would envy them in the future. The ox cart took another hour to return to the village, where parents were already waiting at the entrance for their children. As soon as the children saw their parents, they leapt eagerly from the cart, like birds returning to their nests, and rushed into their parents' arms. In front of everyone, Chu Wangshan announced the results of the test. The villagers congratulated the village chief, as they had expected Chu Shaoye and Chu Qingyao to have potential, but were surprised that Chu Qingyu could also become a Ling master, with an even more exceptional talent. Qingyu's mother excitedly congratulated her, saying, "Qingyu, you have done so well. You've finally made it." Lu Qian hugged Chu Qingyu tightly, her eyes moist with tears. "Good child, now you won't have to suffer with me anymore." Chu Qingyu took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said softly, "Being with you isn't suffering, and from now on, our days will be sweeter." At this moment, Lan Fong, with a child under each arm, was grinning from ear to ear. "No wonder my children turned out so well. I must be quite the caregiver." Chu Qingyao turned her head to avoid her mother's hand, saying, "Mom, you're messing up my hair." Lan Fong tousled their hair affectionately before letting them go. "You must be hungry. Let's go home and eat. I've prepared a feast for you." Chu Qingyao playfully hugged her mother's arm and asked, "Mom, would you have made something delicious even if my brother and I didn't show any potential?" Lan Fong tapped her on the nose. "I've already cooked it. Even if you didn't show potential, would I just throw the food away?" Chu Wangshan caught up to Lan Fong and exchanged a few words with her. Lan Fong nodded in agreement and walked over to Qingyu and her mother. "Qian, why don't you come over to our house for dinner tonight? Let's celebrate the three children together." Lu Qian quickly declined. "Sister-in-law, you already help us so much. There's no need for us to impose. I've already prepared a meal for Qingyu at home." Seeing Lu Qian's reluctance, Lan Fong took her hand and insisted, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. Wangshan told me that Shaoye's opportunity to join the Qishao sect was thanks to Qingyu speaking up for him. I need to thank Qingyu." Qingyu blushed. "It's nothing, brother Chu is already outstanding." Chu Qingyao linked arms with her. "Qingyu, come to our house for dinner. My mom's cooking is delicious." Unable to refuse, Qingyu and her mother agreed. At the Chu family's courtyard, a large round table was already set up, covered with 8 dishes kept warm under bamboo covers. Chu Wangshan invited everyone to sit, while Lan Fong brought out a pot of simmering chicken soup from the kitchen. 2 large chicken legs were served to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu. Holding the bowl, Chu Qingyu hesitated. "The drumstick should go to brother Chu. I can't eat this." Lan Fong laughed. "Why not? There are still chicken wings, and brother Chu loves chicken wings." So, Lan Fong gave both chicken wings to Chu Shaoye, who quietly accepted them, as he indeed preferred wings. Qingyu and her mother, being shy, were slow to start eating, so Lan Fong kept serving them food. It was the first time in years that the mother and daughter had eaten their fill of meat. After the meal, Chu Wangshan suggested, "Qian, since our 2 families are the only ones in the village with children who showed potential this year, I was thinking we could throw the celebration together. It would be more lively that way." Lu Qian understood Chu Wangshan's good intentions, but she spoke as she did to save face. Her family consisted of just her and her mother, and they already struggled to make ends meet, let alone host a meal for the entire village. Tears welled up in Lu Qian's eyes as she pulled Chu Qingyu down to kneel, but Lan Fong quickly stopped her, asking, "Qian, what are you doing?" Lu Qian choked up as she said, "Sister-in-law, you and the village chief have helped Qingyu and me so much. Without you, we wouldn't have survived, let alone have you worry about Qingyu now. I have no way to repay you." Lan Fong gently helped her back to her seat and wiped her tears, gently scolding, "Why say that? We're from the same village. We should help each other. Besides, Wangshan is the village chief, so it's his duty to help you." Chu Wangshan nodded in agreement beside her. Lan Fong made the decision. "We'll prepare the dishes tomorrow and hold the banquet the day after, a 3-day feast. What do you think, Qian?" Lu Qian naturally had no objections and repeatedly expressed her gratitude before taking Chu Qingyu home. On the way back, Lu Qian kept looking at the jade token from Zhiyu Academy, sighing, "Qingyu, we owe our fortune to the village chief's family. In the academy, you must support Yao Yao and treat her like a sister, understand?" Chu Qingyu nodded earnestly. "Mother, don't worry. I will study hard at the academy and become a powerful spiritual master soon, so you can live a good life and we can repay the village chief's family." Lu Qian embraced her, feeling gratified. "Good child, I'm so glad to have you. It's a pity your late father didn't live to see this." Meanwhile, at the Chu household, night had fallen. Chu Qingyao, exhausted from the day, had gone to bed. In the main room, Chu Wangshan lit an oil lamp and called for Chu Shaoye. He scratched his head, unsure of how to start the conversation. Though he was a loving father, he seldom had heart-to-heart talks with his children. After a moment of silence, it was Chu Shaoye who spoke first. "Dad, it's okay. I'm already grateful to be going to Qishao sect." Chu Wangshan slapped his thigh in relief. "I knew my son was a sensible person." This child had always been different, mature beyond his years, more composed and methodical than adults, with a distinguished demeanor, unlike the other village boys, more like a nobleman from the city. Reflecting on these memories, Chu Wangshan recalled the past. When Lan Fong was pregnant with Chu Qingyao, she craved a type of wild fruit that only grew in the forest. Chu Wangshan, concerned for his wife, ventured into the woods to pick the fruit. It was past the season, and the fruits on the outskirts had been picked clean, leaving only the possibility of some remaining deeper in the forest. Determined to satisfy his wife's craving, he ventured further. He finally found a tree laden with fruit, but beneath it lay a giant wolf. Even lying down, the wolf's massive size was evident, its body mostly stained with blood, heavily injured, its condition uncertain. The sight of the giant wolf nearly scared Chu Wangshan out of his wits. He instinctively held his breath and began to back away cautiously, but accidentally stepped on a dry branch. He thought he might not make it out of the forest alive and worried about how Lan Fong and their unborn child would survive without him. The wolf heard the noise and opened its eyes, its icy blue pupils fixing on the trembling Chu Wangshan. His mind screamed for him to run, but under the wolf's gaze, his body was paralyzed with fear. The wolf slowly rose, blood dripping from its unhealed wounds. The metallic scent thick in the air, making it hard for Chu Wangshan to breathe. Despite the danger, he couldn't help but think that this wolf was more formidable than any spirit beast he had ever seen, and he wondered what could have wounded it so severely. Chu Wangshan initially thought the giant wolf would pounce on him the next second after standing up. However, the wolf didn't move. It observed Chu Wangshan for a moment, then turned its head to the side. Following its gaze, Chu Wangshan was shocked to discover a small bundle beneath the wolf, with a baby sleeping soundly inside. Startled and confused, Chu Wangshan heard the wolf speak. "Adopt this child, and burn the swaddling cloth. I will be watching you, don't get any ideas." It was said that only spirit beasts of level 8 and above could speak, which meant this wolf was at least an 8th level spirit beast. In Qingwu town, even 3rd level spirit beasts were rare, and this wolf was at level 8. None of Chu Wangshan's ancestors had ever encountered such a high-level spirit beast. Seeing Chu Wangshan's lack of response, the wolf continued, "If you don't want to adopt the young master, I will have to kill you." Hearing this, Chu Wangshan swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and stepped forward to pick up the child. The swaddling cloth was mostly stained with blood, yet the baby was unharmed, with a face as delicate as carved jade, clearly a child from a wealthy family. The wolf lowered its head to nuzzle the bundle gently with its nose and advised, "Take good care of him. His name is Shaoye, and he will take your surname. Don't tell anyone about my existence." Holding the child, Chu Wangshan stumbled out of the woods. When he saw the sunlight again, he couldn't help but feel as if he had just woken from a dream, if not for the child in his arms. Instead of bringing back wild fruits, Chu Wangshan returned with a baby, much to the surprise of his wife, Lan Fong. "Where did this child come from?" she asked. Chu Wangshan hesitated, but since the wolf had forbidden him from telling others, he decided his wife didn't count as others. He recounted everything that had happened. Lan Fong's emotions were mixed upon hearing this. Adopting the child could bring disaster, yet abandoning him was heartless. As a Suntobe mother, her maternal instincts prevailed, and she decided to adopt the child. She took out a small blanket prepared for their unborn child and replaced the blood-stained swaddling cloth. The baby awoke due to her actions, saw Lan Fong, and smiled, grasping one of her fingers. Her heart melted like honey, and she kissed the baby's forehead, softly saying, "Little one, from now on, I am your mother." Chu Wangshan's memories ended there. Over the years, he watched as Chu Shaoye grew from a babbling baby into a handsome young man. Considering him as his own son, he patted Chu Shaoye's shoulder and said earnestly, "Son, I know you have great ambitions and don't want to waste your life in this small village, but you must act within your means. If things don't go well in Qishao sect, come back. Your mother and I will always be here for you." Despite his maturity, Chu Shaoye was still just a 12-year-old boy. With reddened eyes, he embraced Chu Wangshan tightly. "I know, Dad." Chu Wangshan patted his back and discreetly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "All right, get some sleep. You have to go hunting tomorrow." Chu Shaoye nodded, bid his father good night, and returned to his room. Chu Wangshan calmed himself and returned to the bedroom. Lan Fong was still awake, waiting for him. Chu Wangshan let out a soft hum, his voice carrying a hint of emotion. Lan Fong playfully poked his forehead and teased, "Look at you, so sentimental. Why the tears?" Chu Wangshan replied in a muffled voice, "No matter what, he's just a 12-year-old child. Qing Yao is fine, she has Qing Yu as a companion. But how can I be at ease with him going to Qishao sect alone?" Lan Fong also felt concerned, but she tried to comfort him, saying, "Shaoye has been mature since he was little, he'll be fine. We can't stand in the way of the children's better future, can we?" Chu Wangshan sighed, understanding the logic. Lan Fong patted him and urged, "Get some sleep. We have to prepare for the banquet tomorrow, there's a lot to do." Early the next morning, Chu Shaoye got up, tidied himself, and prepared to go into the forest to find the giant wolf. Lan Fong was making breakfast and handed him a bun as he was about to leave, reminding him, "Come back early. There's no need to catch more prey, the wild boar is enough." Chu Shaoye nodded, took the bun, and left. Lan Fong watched his back, knowing even without him saying that he was going to find the giant wolf. Entering the forest, Chu Shaoye summoned his life-bound spirit pet, the immaculate fox. After forming a contract with a spirit beast, it resides within the spirit master in the form of a beast tattoo. After contracting with the immaculate fox, a fox tattoo appeared on the left side of Chu Shaoye's neck. A white summoning array unfolded before him, much smaller than the one he first summoned at the plaza. The little fox leaped out of the array and directly into Chu Shaoye's arms, stretching lazily and yawning as if it had just woken up. Chu Shaoye smiled, finding the immaculate fox adorable. Even if it wasn't strong in battle, it was still a delightful pet. He tore off a piece of the bun and offered it to the fox, asking, "Want some?" The little fox sniffed, seemingly pleased with the smell, and ate the bun from his hand. After finishing, it licked Chu Shaoye's fingers, looking at him hopefully for more. As they walked and ate, they soon finished the bun. Chu Shaoye picked up the fox, rubbed its round belly, and realized it was quite the eater. Unintentionally, he discovered the fox's gender and exclaimed, "It's a male." The little fox immediately curled up, avoiding his touch. Chu Shaoye, resigned, settled for rubbing its large ears, and laughed. "Since you're a male, I'll call you Xiaobai, after my surname." "Chu Xiaobai, how do you like the name?" The little fox clearly didn't like it, letting out a disgruntled, "Ow," and nibbling on Chu Shaoye's finger, as if teething. Chu Shaoye let it nibble as he reached a rock wall covered in lush, dark green vines. He pushed the vines aside to reveal a hidden cave over 5 meters high. The little fox stopped chewing, staring at the cave in awe, sensing the powerful aura within. Chu Shaoye entered the cave, the vines closing behind him, concealing the entrance once more. Though there was no sunlight, the cave wasn't dark. The walls and floor were covered in thick moss, emitting a soft blue glow. After walking about 10 meters, a pool appeared ahead, with a smooth, flat boulder in the center, on which lay a giant wolf. Wugo the fox curiously observed the giant wolf on the stone platform, feeling its powerful aura. This made her a bit frightened, and her ears drooped. Chu Shaoye gently rubbed her ears and said to the giant wolf, "Xuanyue, I'm back." The little fox looked up at him, puzzled as to why the wolf had such a nice name while she was simply called Xiaobai. The giant wolf opened its eyes and jumped down from the platform. It first nuzzled affectionately against Chu Shaoye, then turned its gaze to the little fox in his arms. Its ice blue eyes were almost the same size as the curled-up little fox. The little fox was so intimidated by its stare that even the tip of her tail stiffened. The giant wolf inquired, "Is this your life-bound spirit pet?" Chu Shaoye nodded and lifted the little fox with both hands to show the giant wolf. The detector said Xiaobai is a Wugo fox. Wugo fox. The giant wolf mused, its gaze wandering over the little fox. Her snow-white fur and silvered eyes were indeed characteristics of a Wugo fox. However, given the master's aptitude, the young master's life-bound spirit beast shouldn't be just a low-level Wugo fox. The giant wolf pondered for a moment, hesitant to dampen Chu Shaoye's confidence, and slowly said, "It is indeed a Wugo fox, but what?" Chu Shaoye asked curiously. The giant wolf's expression turned serious. "The name Xiaobai is too plain. You should change it." The little fox immediately nodded, thinking that the giant wolf was quite considerate, living up to its reputation. Since both Xuanyue and the little fox didn't like the name, Chu Shaoye didn't insist and decided to call her Shuwu, the Wugo fox with fur as white as snow. Although the name was a bit unusual, it was certainly better than Xiaobai. The little fox let out a howl in agreement, secretly relieved and hoping Chu Shaoye wouldn't come up with an even worse name. The giant wolf nodded. Wugo foxes are very rare spirit beasts. Although most spirit masters keep them as pets, their potential is far greater. They are named for their extremely pure spiritual energy, like a blank canvas. How a spirit master nurtures them determines their growth, with infinite possibilities. Legend has it that a 9th-rank Holy Spirit Master once cultivated a Wugo fox into a supreme divine beast, the Tianhuan fox, and eventually it became a deity. Perhaps this little fox will have such a destiny. Chu Shaoye watched the little fox hop around on the moss carpet, pouncing at the glowing moss flowers, feeling a bit doubtful. This silly and cute creature didn't seem like it could become a divine beast. However, since Wugo foxes can only grow to the 3rd rank, how could he help it break through? The giant wolf shook its head. "I'm not sure either, but as a fellow spirit beast, I think understanding the Wugo fox is crucial for its advancement." Chu Shaoye pondered, then looked up at the giant wolf. "Now that I've summoned my life-bound spirit beast and received the recommendation letter from the Qishao sect, Xuanyue, it's time you told me about my origins." Seeing Chu Shaoye's determination, the giant wolf sighed and slowly recounted the heavy past. 12 years ago, shortly after the young master was born, the master went to overseas islands to seek exotic treasures to celebrate the young master's first month. The search went smoothly, but on the return journey, he was poisoned by a rare toxin that could linger inside the body. On the day of the full moon banquet, the master's poison suddenly erupted. The intense pain drove him to madness, leading him to slaughter nearly all the guests who had come to attend. At that moment, the master's brother stepped forward, under the guise of righteousness, to hunt down his own sibling. Xuanyue's eyes were filled with crimson bloodshot lines, reminiscent of that tragic scene. Everything had been part of a meticulously crafted conspiracy by the master's brother, who soon took control of the city lord's mansion. When the master regained his senses, he forcibly entered the mansion, attempting to take the mistress and the young master with him. However, the master's brother had already laid numerous traps. The mistress, disregarding her own safety, resolutely insisted that the master take the young master and escape first. We could only flee with the young master, encountering countless assassins along the way. Most of the master's contracted spirit beasts perished during the escape. The giant wolf's voice choked with emotion as it recounted the tale, mourning the loss of its companions and family. To protect the young master, the master voluntarily broke their contract, allowing the wolf to escape with the young master while he diverted the pursuers. 2 tears fell from the wolf's ice-blue eyes as it continued. I brought the young master to Chu village, where I implored the couple, Chu Wangshan and his wife, to adopt you. 12 years have passed since then. Though the giant wolf's account was concise, each word was filled with grief. Chu Shaoye seemed to see the scene of his parents' separation at the city lord's mansion, his father's escape, and Xuanyue's injured flight with him. With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Shaoye anxiously asked, "What about my parents? Are they still alive?" The giant wolf shook its head, its tone heavy. "I don't know. After breaking the contract with the master, I could no longer sense him. As for the mistress, she should still be alive, imprisoned in the city lord's mansion by the master's brother." Chu Shaoye clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as a glimmer of hope ignited within him. They must still be alive. I will find my father and rescue my mother. The cave was filled with an atmosphere of sorrow. The little fox, Chu Shaoye's spirit beast, stopped playing, sensing its master's emotions. It crawled into Chu Shaoye's arms, gently licking the tears from his cheeks, emitting soft whimpers as if to comfort him. Chu Shaoye held the little fox, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Xuanyue, tell me, who is the person connected to me by blood, yet responsible for my family's ruin?" The giant wolf shook its head, its tone firm. "I'm sorry, young master, I cannot tell you who he is right now. The only thing I can say is that until you become stronger, do not go to the western continent." Chu Shaoye was momentarily stunned. The spirit world was divided into 5 continents, with Zuiyuqing located in the southwestern corner of the southern continent, a vast distance from the western continent. Did Xuanyue take him so far, across the vast sea between the western and southern continents, to escape their enemies? Chu Shaoye clenched his fists, understanding that Xuanyue was right. He was still too weak, and appearing before that person now would be a death sentence. The giant wolf looked at the anguished young man, once considering keeping the truth from him, allowing him to live peacefully under the identity of Chu Shaoye. However, the young master had made up his mind, possessing the same resolute spirit as his father, destined for an extraordinary future. The blood debt owed to them would one day be repaid. The giant wolf stuck out its tongue, revealing a black ring that was neither gold nor jade. The giant wolf handed a ring to Chu Shaoye. This black jade ring was a birthday gift prepared by his parents for him. Besides Qianxing, the black jade ring is a 7th-tier storage spiritual artifact, with a space much larger than ordinary storage artifacts, even capable of storing living things. Chu Shaoye accepted the ring. Although the black jade ring is a high-level spiritual artifact, its appearance was simple and unadorned, with no trace of spiritual energy, as if it were just a common piece of jewelry. The giant wolf said, "Young master, like Qianxing, the black jade ring is a high-tier spiritual artifact. You should quickly bind it with your blood so it won't be easily taken from you." Chu Shaoye nodded, drew Qianxing, and cut his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the black jade ring. The ring absorbed the blood, momentarily emitting a glow before returning to its simple appearance. The giant wolf looked at the ring with a hint of nostalgia. It used to hold many precious items prepared for the young master, but they were used up during their escape. Chu Shaoye placed the black jade ring on his pinky finger and used his mind to inspect it, finding some baby clothes and supplies inside, likely carefully prepared by his parents. His eyes felt a bit teary, but he fought back the tears, closing his eyes to suppress the urge to cry. The giant wolf gently nuzzled the boy's forehead and said softly, "Young master, I have something else to give you." It led Chu Shaoye to a corner of the cave, where hundreds of multicolored spiritual pills were piled up. Spiritual pills are the core of a spiritual beast's energy cycle, and only highly gifted spiritual beasts can produce them. Not every spiritual beast can. Among 20 or 30 spiritual beasts, perhaps only one can form a spiritual pill. The giant wolf said, "These spiritual pills are what I've accumulated over the years. Though they aren't high grade, they should be quite useful to you. Near Chu village, even first-tier spiritual beasts are rare, so it's unclear how far Xuanyue traveled and how much time it took to gather so many." Chu Shaoye buried his face in the wolf's furry mane and murmured, "Thank you, Xuanyue." The giant wolf gently patted his back with its paw. "Young master, it's what I should do." Chu Shaoye shook his head, knowing well that it wasn't something Xuanyue was obligated to do. It had long since dissolved its contract with his father and entrusted him to the care of the Chu family, while silently watching over him for 12 years. How could it be said that this was something it should do? Chu Shaoye placed the heap of spiritual pills into the ring, counting them as he went. There were 112 first-tier pills, 24 second-tier pills, 9 third-tier pills, and even a fire-attributed fourth-tier pill among them. This was a considerable fortune. In the Wanling continent, the currency is copper, silver, and gold coins, with a conversion rate of 100 to 1. A first-tier spiritual pill could be sold for 2 silver coins, enough to support a family in Chu village for a year. Seeing that he had stored the pills, the giant wolf said slowly, "Once you leave, I will also depart from here." Chu Shaoye nodded, understanding that the wolf had stayed in this barren land for his sake. The injuries it sustained years ago had never fully healed, and there were no medicinal herbs here to treat them. Chu Shaoye threw himself onto the wolf, whispering, "Xuanyue, I will miss you." The giant wolf's eyes showed a hint of a smile. No matter how mature the young master appeared, he was still just a 12-year-old child. "Young master, throughout our lives, we will experience many farewells, just like the one between me and the master before, and now between you and me. As long as we hold each other in our hearts, we will meet again someday." Chu Shaoye nodded. The giant wolf escorted him to the cave entrance and said softly, "Go back, young master. There are many people waiting for you." Chu Shaoye, holding the little fox, took a few steps and couldn't help but turn back. The giant wolf still sat at the cave entrance, watching him leave as it always did. Who knows when the next meeting with the young master will be? By the time Chu Shaoye returned home, it was already evening. In the courtyard, a dozen women were busy preparing for a feast at the Chu family. They greeted him warmly when they saw him. "Sha, you're back. This little fellow in your arms must be your spirit beast. It's really handsome." Chu Shaoye smiled, wanting to help, but Lan Feng ushered him back inside. "No need for you to work. This feast is prepared for you. Just wait and enjoy it." Chu Shaoye had no choice but to return to his room. The sounds of laughter and chatter outside drifted through the window, filling his heart with a deep sense of reluctance. This was the place where he had lived for 12 years, full of familiar people and things. Chu Shaoye placed the little fox on the table and gently tapped its damp nose. "Shu, from now on, only you will always be with me." The little fox let out a small howl, seemingly responding to him. Chu Shaoye chuckled softly and stroked its soft neck fur. "I'll work hard to train you to the 8th level, and then you'll be able to speak like Xuanyue." The next morning, the women returned, setting up many earthen stoves in the courtyard with iron pots, cooking various dishes. At noon, the feast officially began. Chu Shaoye and 2 others sat at the main table. Chu Wangshan raised his cup and gave a brief toast, and everyone began to eat. The banquet lasted 3 days, and since the villagers didn't often have the chance to eat meat, not a trace of the wild boar Chu Shaoye caught was left. Of course, the villagers didn't eat for free. Each family gave a small gift of money. After the feast, Chu Wangshan divided the collected money into 3 parts, giving them to Chu Shaoye, Chu Qingyao, and Chu Qingyu, with each receiving about 300 copper coins. Lu Qian declined. "Village chief, we don't need the money. We didn't contribute anything to this feast, so you should keep it." Chu Wangshan shook his head. "This is from the villagers for Qingyu. Although the academy doesn't charge them tuition, they still need to cover living expenses. How can they manage without money?" He handed the money to Chu Qingyu. "Take it. Don't listen to your mother. Study hard at the academy and look after Yao Yao for me. She's always playing." Chu Qingyu, with red eyes, agreed. "I will. Thank you, village chief uncle." After Chu Qingyu and her mother left, Chu Shaoye returned his share of the money to Chu Wangshan. "Dad, keep this money for yourself and mom. You're getting older now, work less." Chu Wangshan's eyes widened. "What nonsense, your mother and I aren't even 40 yet. What do you mean getting old? Besides, even though you won't lack food or drink at the Qishao sect, you'll still need to manage things. How can you do that without money?" Chu Shaoye knew mere words wouldn't sway Chu Wangshan, so he took out a first-level spirit pill from his black jade ring. This spirit pill was for fire attribute spirit beasts, glowing with a warm red hue. "Xuanyue gave me many spirit pills yesterday. When I reach Juyu City, I'll exchange some for money. I won't be short of funds." Chu Wangshan knew Xuanyue was the giant wolf. Over the years, aside from their initial meeting, he hadn't seen the giant wolf again. He still remembered the wolf's grievous injuries and couldn't help but ask, did it recover from those serious injuries back then? Chu Shaoye pressed his lips. "Xuanyue's injuries never fully healed. Once I go to the Qishao sect, Xuanyue will leave here as well to find medicine elsewhere for its wounds." Farewells are always a heavy topic. After a moment of silence between father and son, Chu Wangshan put away the money and patted his shoulder. "Since that's the case, I'll keep this money for you. If you find yourself short on funds at the Qishao sect, write to me, and I'll send you some." Chu Shaoye nodded and quietly agreed. After the feast concluded, Chu Shaoye and his companions set off for Juyu City. The journey from Chu village to Zhiyu city takes 2 days, but Chu Qingyao and her friends hope to arrive a day early to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Early in the morning, Chu Wangshan drove the ox cart to take the 3 children to Qingwu town, where they could rent spirit beasts at a local station, which are much faster than ox carts. Lan Feng and Lu Qian bid farewell at the village entrance, with Lu Qian's eyes swollen from crying, constantly dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, while the usually cheerful Lan Feng also had tears in her eyes. She hugged the 2 children tightly and said, "Come back and visit when you can. I'll make you something delicious." Chu Qingyao, usually carefree, now clung to Lan Feng, crying so much that her nose was running. On the other hand, the usually shy and timid Chu Qingyu was comforting Lu Qian. Chu Wangshan said helplessly, "All right, stop crying. The children will come back." Lan Feng glared at him and retorted, "Can you say something nice for once?" The 3 got onto the ox cart, and as the single-eyed ox moved farther away, the outline of Chu village gradually blurred. Just as they were about to lose sight of it, a distant wolf howl echoed from the dense forest. Chu Shaoye suddenly turned back, understanding in his heart that it was Shuangyu bidding him farewell. Unaware, Chu Qingyao asked in surprise, "Do we have wolves here? Are they spirit beasts or wild animals? Could they be dangerous?" Chu Shaoye tapped her forehead and laughed. "You asked too many questions. It's not dangerous, and it's leaving today too." Chu Qingyao blinked her swollen eyes, full of curiosity. "Brother, how do you know? Do you know that wolf?" Chu Shaoye ignored her, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Chu Qingyao, feeling bored, turned to chat with Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu took out a hairband from her bag and handed it to Chu Qingyao. "Yao Yao, here's the hairband I promised to embroider for you. Do you like it?" The hairband was light blue with large clusters of blue-purple jacaranda flowers embroidered on it, clearly crafted with care. Chu Qingyao exclaimed, "Wow, Qingyu, your embroidery is amazing. If you hadn't told me, I'd have thought Aunt Qian made it. It's beautiful, please help me tie it." Seeing her delight, Chu Qingyu was also pleased and tied the hairband into her braid with a neat bow. She glanced secretly at Chu Shaoye, pursing her lips, thinking that she had also embroidered a belt for him, but didn't know how to give it to him. Soon, they arrived at Qingwu town. Chu Wangshan drove the ox cart directly to the station and rented a shalongzi for the children. Despite the name containing dragon, the shalongzi is unrelated to dragons and is actually a lizard-like spirit beast. The one they rented was medium-sized, about 3 meters long and half a meter high, covered in gray-white scales, and resembled a large elongated stone when lying down. Shalongzi are second-tier spirit beasts, gentle in nature and easy to tame. The beast tamers who train such spirit pets differ from spirit masters. They are ordinary people without spiritual power. The shalongzi had 5 seats on its back, with the front seat reserved for the tamer and the remaining 4 seats arranged in 2 rows. Upon learning that Chu Qingyao and her friends were students heading to Zhiyu Academy, the tamer was very respectful and even offered them a discount. Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu sat in the front row, while Chu Shaoye was in the back with the luggage. The speed of the stone dragon far exceeded that of the single-eyed ox, and soon, Chu Wangshan's figure became a small black in the distance. Chu Qingyao kept looking back, her eyes slightly red, and softly said to Chu Shaoye, "Brother, I feel like crying again." Chu Shaoye didn't respond, but he too felt a twinge of emotion. After 2 days of safe travel, Chu Shaoye paid the beast tamer for the ride and led the 2 young girls into Zhiyu city. The city gate was a grand stone archway made of massive blue stones, far more impressive than the wooden archway of Qingwu town. It was the first time the 2 girls had been to a city. Despite Chu Qingyao's bold nature, she couldn't help but feel a bit timid. The wide streets, exquisite shops, and bustling crowds were both unfamiliar and intriguing. At a snack stall, Chu Shaoye bought 2 portions of snacks and asked the vendor for directions to Zhiyu Academy. Upon learning they were students of Zhiyu Academy, the vendor's eyes showed a hint of envy, and his attitude became more enthusiastic. After thanking him, Chu Shaoye handed the snacks to the 2 girls. The vendor's sign read, "One bite delight." The snacks were made by mixing glutinous rice flour with water, forming small balls the size of a thumb, boiling them, and then rolling them in peanut sugar powder. Chu Qingyao skewered a glutinous rice ball covered in powder with a bamboo stick and popped it into her mouth, her eyes squinting with happiness. This is so delicious. The rice ball is chewy, the sweetness is just right, and the peanut aroma fills your mouth. No wonder it's called One Bite Delight. Chu Shaoye chuckled, "You're such a foodie." Chu Qingyao picked up another and offered it to him. "Brother, try it." Chu Shaoye took a bite and agreed it was good. "I don't usually like sweets, but you go ahead and enjoy." Having tasted the snacks, the girls felt less nervous and began to openly admire their surroundings. Zhiyu Academy was not hard to find, located in the northwest corner of Zhiyu City, sprawling over a large area. It was the start of the new student intake, and several long tables for registration were set up at the entrance. Chu Shaoye led them over, and Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu presented their identification jade cards. The cards recorded the type and level of their life-bound spirit beasts. After summoning their spirit beasts for verification, the staff's attitude became friendlier. Chu Shaoye said, "I'm their brother. Can I help them carry their luggage inside?" The staff replied, "Of course, I'll issue you a temporary pass, but outsiders aren't allowed to stay overnight in the academy. This pass will expire by evening." Chu Shaoye nodded, took the pass, and entered the academy. The staff also gave them a booklet containing the academy's rules and a map. The three of them followed the map to find the dormitory area. At Zhiyu Academy, dormitories were assigned based on students' talents. The more talented the student, the better the dormitory. Unsurprisingly, Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu were placed in the best dormitories, and their rooms were right next to each other. Chu Qingyao entered her room and exclaimed, "Wow, this room is amazing. I can't believe it's just a dormitory." The best dormitories at Zhiyu Academy were suites, complete with a bedroom, living room, and study, all impressively decorated. Chu Qingyu's room was similar to hers. After helping them settle their luggage, Chu Shaoye said he was going out to buy some things and suggested they explore the academy to get familiar with the environment. Leaving Zhiyu Academy, Chu Shaoye first visited a shop that specialized in purchasing spirit beast materials. He said to the clerk, "My young master just returned from hunting and has some spirit pills to sell. What's the current price?" The clerk, noticing his young age but calm demeanor and the aura of a prestigious family, didn't underestimate him and honestly quoted the prices. "Sir, our shop currently buys first-tier spirit pills for 2 silver coins each, second-tier spirit pills for 1 gold coin each, and third-tier spirit pills for 3 gold coins each." Chu Shaoye nodded, thinking to himself that the price was slightly higher than what Xuangyue had told him. He took out 10 first-tier spirit pills and 2 second-tier spirit pills from his black jade ring. As soon as the fire attribute pills appeared, the whole shop seemed to warm up instantly. The clerk was startled to see him use a storage ring, knowing that it wasn't something ordinary people could afford. The dozen or so spirit pills represented a significant transaction, so he quickly called for the shopkeeper. After inspecting the pills, the shopkeeper smiled and said to Chu Shaoye, "Sir, the quality of your spirit pills is excellent. We're willing to offer a bit more. Originally, 10 first-tier and 2 second-tier spirit pills would be 20 silver coins and 2 gold coins, but I'm willing to pay 50 silver coins and 2 gold coins. What do you think?" Chu Shaoye nodded, seemingly prepared for this, and calmly replied, "Exchange the extra silver coins for copper coins." The shopkeeper understood and became even more convinced that Chu Shaoye was an aide to some prominent figure. The clerk counted the money, and with a wave of his hand adorned with the black jade ring, Chu Shaoye stored the money away. The shopkeeper's pupils contracted, confirming it was indeed a storage ring. He escorted Chu Shaoye to the door with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Sir, please come again to support our shop. I'll still offer a high price for your goods." Chu Shaoye replied nonchalantly, "It depends on where my young master wants to travel next." Once he was far enough away, ensuring the shopkeeper couldn't see him, Chu Shaoye finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time telling so many lies. Under Xuanyue's guidance, Chu Shaoye understood the importance of not flaunting wealth and concocted the image of a powerful young master to deter any ill intentions. Judging by the reactions of the shopkeeper and clerk, his performance was a success. Chu Shaoye took part of the money from the ring and placed it in a regular money pouch, then turned and entered another shop. This shop specialized in selling storage artifacts, with various types displayed in glass cases. Most spirit masters used the most basic storage bags, typically ranging from the first to third tier, which were inexpensive, had small storage space, and couldn't store living things. Once lost, they were nearly impossible to recover. The black jade ring Chu Shaoye had, though plain in appearance, was actually a 7th-tier storage artifact, which would fetch an astronomical price at auction. He carefully examined the shop and found that the highest-tier storage artifact available was only 5th tier. Despite their exquisite designs, their functionality couldn't compare to the black jade ring. This time, Chu Shaoye just wanted to buy a basic storage pouch for everyday use. Every time he took something out of the black jade ring, he risked attracting unwanted attention. He casually picked a silver-gray first-tier storage pouch, and also chose a blue one and a green one, buying 3 in total for 30 silver coins. The shopkeeper, delighted with such a big sale, gifted Chu Shaoye a jade bell as a bonus. Chu Shaoye picked up the jade bell, found the craftsmanship decent, and thought it would make a nice necklace for the little fox. After leaving the shop, Chu Shaoye went to a secluded corner, took some money and a few spirit pills from the black jade ring, and distributed them among the 3 storage pouches. In addition to his own, he placed 10 first-tier spirit pills and 10 silver coins in the blue pouch, and 2 first-tier spirit pills and 10 silver coins in the green pouch. These were for Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, respectively. Although Chu Wangshan had previously given them gift money, 300 copper coins were far from sufficient in Zuyicheng. Chu Wangshan, having lived half his life, had only traveled as far as Qingwu town and was unaware of the high expenses in the city. After all, 300 copper coins were a substantial amount for a household in Chu family village for an entire year. Chu Shaoye didn't tell Chu Wangshan that the money wasn't enough to avoid adding to his burden. The blue pouch was for Chu Qingyao, and the green one for Chu Qinjianot because he was unwilling to give Chu Qingyu more spirit pills, but because she definitely wouldn't accept more. After buying the items, Chu Shaoye used his temporary pass to enter the academy and happened to meet Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu on the way. Chu Qingyao, seeing Chu Shaoye, excitedly ran up to him and took his arm, smiling. Brother, Qingyu and I have been exploring for half the day and have only seen a little. The academy is so big and beautiful, even more so than the mayor's house. At that moment, a girl in academy uniform, obviously a longtime student, passed by. Upon hearing Chu Qingyao's words, she rolled her eyes disdainfully and remarked loudly, "Country bumpkins." Chu Qingyao's eyebrows shot up, ready to confront her, but Chu Qingyu held her back, advising, "Yao Yao, we're new here, let's not bother with her." Chu Shaoye also held her hand gently, saying calmly, "Arguing is pointless. Let's head back to the dormitory. I have something for you." When they reached the dormitory, Chu Qingyao was still fuming. Chu Shaoye gently tapped her head, smiling. "Is it worth getting so upset?" Chu Qingyao glared at him. "Brother, you're laughing, but she called us country bumpkins." Chu Shaoye calmly replied. Although she was rude, she wasn't wrong. "We are from the countryside." Before Chu Qingyao could get angrier, he added, "Yao Yao, if you don't want to be looked down upon, you need to become strong. Once you reach the top, you'll see that these petty words will drift away like smoke, and they will only treat you with respect." Chu Qingyao lowered her head, clenching her fingers, and said softly, "I understand, brother." Chu Qingyu appeared enlightened. Since her father's passing, she and her mother had lived a hard life, relying on each other. Although the villagers didn't bully them, they often gossiped. Every time she heard such words, Chu Qingyu felt anxious and blamed herself for being a girl and a burden to her mother, but she never dared to speak up, fearing to make her mother sadder. Now, her eyes were determined, and she silently vowed, things are different now. She had come to Zhiyu Academy to study, and she would become a powerful spiritual master, showing those who looked down on her that she would live better than any of them. Chu Shaoye looked at the determined expressions on the two girls' faces and smiled slightly. In the Wanling continent, where the law of the jungle prevails, Zhiyu City is vastly different from their small village. Without ambition, one would quickly be left behind. The three of them returned to the dormitory, and Chu Shaoye took out a prepared storage pouch from his pocket. He spoke seriously, "These are for you too. Storage pouches cannot be claimed by an owner, so be sure to keep them safe and don't lose them." Chu Qingyao recognized the blue storage pouch as hers at a glance and asked in surprise, "Brother, where did you get so much money?" Chu Qingyu raised her hand to refuse. "Brother Chu, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Chu Shaoye firmly placed the pouch in her hand, insisting, "The expenses in Zhuyu City are far more than you can imagine. You can pay me back when you start earning." Chu Qingyu pressed her lips together and carefully put away the storage pouch, understanding that now was not the time to be stubborn. Chu Qingyao tugged at Chu Shaoye's sleeve and asked, "Brother, you still haven't told us where the money came from." Chu Shaoye smiled and replied lightly, "Do you think I stole it? Just use it without worry. I still have some left, and if you run out, write to me instead of asking our parents." Chu Qingyao frowned slightly, her face showing concern. Though she was carefree by nature, she wasn't foolish. Living together all these years, she had sensed that Chu Shaoye's identity was not simple. Chu Shaoye gently patted her head and said softly, "Since you're both settled, I'm leaving now." The two were surprised to hear he was leaving. Chu Qingyao quickly said, "It's already evening, brother. Won't you rest for a night before leaving?" Chu Shaoye shook his head. "It takes 3 days to get to the Qishao sect, so it's better to start early." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Chu Qingyao reluctantly agreed and went to see him off at the academy. Just then, Chu Qingyu suddenly called out, "Brother Chu, wait for me." She ran back to the dormitory and retrieved a neatly folded belt from her bag. The belt was made of black fabric with silver thread embroidered with cranes and flowing clouds, a unique design that clearly took a lot of effort. Chu Qingyu handed the belt to Chu Shaoye, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Brother Chu, I made this belt for you." Chu Shaoye accepted the belt, gently touched the top of Chu Qingyu's head, and smiled. "Thank you, Qingyu. I really like it." At the academy gate, Chu Shaoye indicated that the two girls need not see him off any further, then strode away. The setting sun cast a long shadow of his figure, and Chu Qingyao felt a pang in her chest as tears welled up. Parting with her last family member, she truly felt that she would have to rely on herself from now on. Chu Qingyu put an arm around her shoulders and comforted, "Yao Yao, don't cry. We're adults now." Chu Qingyao sniffled and nodded vigorously. Even though Chu Shaoye was worried about Chu Qingyao, he did not look back as he left. Everyone has their own path to follow, and he couldn't shield Chu Qingyao forever. Doing so would only stifle her growth. After leaving Zhiyu Academy, Chu Shaoye went to the station to rent a horned horse, choosing the lowest grade, a first-level horned horse. The horse had a sleek, jet black coat, indistinguishable from any ordinary horse except for the singular horn protruding from the center of its forehead. Chu Shaoye handed 2 silver coins as a deposit to the inn, which in return gave him a wooden token engraved with information about the horned horse and the inn's emblem. Once he reached the Qishao sect, he would return the horse to the inn, hand back the token, pay the rental fee, and his deposit would be refunded. Chu Shaoye mounted the horse, lightly squeezed its sides with his legs, and the horned horse took off, galloping swiftly out of the city. The fox tattoo on his shoulder tingled slightly, prompting Chu Shaoye to realize that the little fox wanted to come out. He summoned it, and the small fox settled comfortably in his arms. The wind ruffled its fluffy fur, which pressed against Chu Shaoye's chest. He opened his coat to wrap the fox snugly, leaving only its sparkling silvered eyes visible. The little fox let out a couple of excited whimpers, clearly enjoying the sensation of galloping. Seeing this, Chu Shaoye urged the horse to speed up again, the shadows of trees whizzing by as the horse's hooves kicked up dust. Chu Shaoye laughed heartily, feeling a newfound sense of freedom and exhilaration. Shui Wu, from now on, every corner of this Wanling continent will bear the footprints of us both. The little fox responded with a couple of enthusiastic howls, seemingly in agreement with his declaration. As the moon hung over the willow tops, Chu Shaoye found a cave to spend the night. He tied the horned horse to a tree beside the cave and started a fire at the entrance. With the little fox in his arms, he set out to hunt some game nearby. Moving with light steps, he soon spotted a sleeping long-tailed pheasant in the bushes. The long-tailed pheasant was a common first-tier spirit beast, smaller than a domestic chicken, but with impressively long tail feathers, especially the males, whose tails could exceed a meter in length. Despite being asleep, these pheasants were highly alert and could wake at the slightest sound. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Chu Shaoye chose not to approach any closer to avoid startling his prey. He bent down slowly to pick up a stone from the ground, intending to use it to kill the pheasant. The little fox in his arms shifted, and Chu Shaoye glanced down to see its silvered eyes filled with eager anticipation. Understanding its intent, he set the enthusiastic little fox on the ground. As soon as it was released, the fox entered hunting mode, eyes fixed on the prey, body low to the ground, tail swaying. The sleeping pheasant seemed to sense the danger, its eyelids twitching slightly. Sensing the pheasant's awareness, the little fox pounced immediately, closing the distance with 2 swift leaps to pin the pheasant down. Despite being just a first-tier spirit beast, the long-tailed pheasant had some abilities. It swiftly turned its head to peck at the little fox, its sharp beak glinting with a metallic silver sheen, a skill known as the iron beak, common among bird-type spirit beasts, capable of inflicting deep wounds. Chu Shaoye quickly warned, "Shui Wu, dodge." The little fox obeyed, dodging to the side, but not far. The pheasant, timid and valuing its life, did not counterattack once free from the fox's hold, but attempted to escape by flapping its wings. However, the little fox was ready for this move. As the pheasant rose half a meter, the fox leaped and swiped with its claws. 3 streaks of white light flashed, feathers scattered, and the pheasant let out a brief cluck before falling lifelessly to the ground. Chu Shaoye was surprised, not expecting the little fox to be so formidable, managing to kill the long-tailed pheasant. Both the long-tailed pheasant and the little fox are first-tier spirit beasts. Although the little fox has some racial advantages, it is still in its juvenile stage, while the long-tailed pheasant is fully grown and should not have been killed so easily. At this moment, the little fox came over with its trophy, head held high and tail raised proudly, looking very pleased with itself. The long tail of the pheasant dragged on the ground, awkwardly tucked between its legs, making it look quite comical. Chu Shaoye stifled a laugh, took the pheasant, gently patted the little fox's head, and praised, "Shui Wuzhen, you're amazing. Our dinner is sorted for tonight." Chu Shaoye carried the pheasant in one hand and the little fox in the other as he returned to the cave. He took out his knife to handle the pheasant. The little fox had caught it by the neck with its paw, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting it. If he wasn't mistaken, the little fox hadn't just grabbed randomly, but had actually used a skill claw strike, commonly used by many beasts. It had only been 6 days since he summoned the little fox, and it had already managed to learn a skill on its own without training, which was quite extraordinary. Chu Shaoye felt increasingly pleased, considering that the little fox might truly advance to a higher-level spirit beast. He skewered the cleaned pheasant on a branch, applied some seasoning, and let it marinate briefly before roasting it over the fire. The aroma wafted through the air, and the little fox sat by the fire, staring intently at the roasting chicken, drooling with anticipation. Chu Shaoye chuckled, tapping its nose. "It'll be ready soon, just a little longer." The long-tailed pheasant was roasted to a perfect golden crisp. Chu Shaoye took it off the fire, tore off a drumstick, placed it on a clean leaf, and handed it to the little fox. "It's still hot, so eat slowly." Unable to resist the temptation, the little fox licked the chicken, yelping as it burned its tongue. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but laugh and tore the drumstick into strips, blowing on them until they cooled down before giving them back to the eager fox. The little fox, impatiently stomping its feet, immediately devoured the food, pressing its face against the leaf and even turning in circles as it ate. Watching its gluttonous antics, Chu Shaoye laughed. I think you should be called a little greedy cat instead of a fox. Soon, the little fox finished the drumstick, and Chu Shaoye tore off another one for it. This time, the drumstick had cooled enough to eat directly. The little fox hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist, nudging Chu Shaoye's wrist with its paw as if to ask, "Are you really giving this to me?" Chu Shaoye nodded with satisfaction and encouraged, "Go ahead, eat it. The more you eat, the faster you grow. When you grow stronger, you'll catch bigger prey, and we'll have all the drumsticks we want." Hearing his words, the little fox's eyes lit up. The spirit master was right. It needed to become stronger, catch more prey, and have the spirit master roast it for them to enjoy together. While the little fox feasted on the drumstick, Chu Shaoye enjoyed the wings and breast meat. As a spirit beast, the pheasant's breast meat was not as tough as domestic chicken and tasted quite good. Neither Chu Shaoye nor the little fox noticed the two tiny glimmers in the grass a few meters away, quietly watching them. Those were clearly the eyes of a beast, filled with hunger. The man and the fox devoured the entire long-tailed pheasant, leaving nothing behind. Chu Shaoye dug a shallow pit at the cave entrance to bury the food scraps. Once everything was tidied up, he took out a bedding set from his black jade ring, laid it on the ground, and snuggled up with the little fox to sleep. The cave was not far from the main road, and wild animals rarely appeared, let alone high-grade spirit beasts, so Chu Shaoye wasn't worried about the safety of camping outdoors. As the moon reached its zenith, Chu Shaoye was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt something pushing him. He opened his eyes, about to ask the little fox what was wrong, but the fox covered his mouth with its paw pad. Its big ears twitched slightly, signaling Chu Shaoye to look towards the cave entrance. The fox had a mischievous, crafty look, with an adorable expression on its delicate face. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but smile, but he didn't dismiss the fox's warning. He looked towards the cave entrance. The fire had gone out, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the dim light made it hard to see anything. Fortunately, the night was silent, and when Chu Shaoye listened carefully, he heard rustling sounds. Judging by the noise, it seemed to be a small, harmless wild animal or spirit beast, but the fox's alertness made him suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Chu Shaoye decided to investigate. He carefully put the bedding back into the black jade ring and quietly moved with the fox to the cave entrance. At this moment, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating the entrance with its bright light. Chu Shaoye immediately saw a round, fluffy creature happily gnawing on a chicken bone, having dug up the shallow pit where the bones were buried. The creature was snow white, about the size of a fist, with short limbs tightly clutching the chicken bone, resembling a regular wild hamster. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but yawn, ready to return to sleep. The hamster, startled by his yawn, quickly clutched the bone and tried to flee. The fox, prepared for this, swatted it back and pinned the soft-bellied hamster down. Realizing it couldn't escape, the hamster released its grip, abandoning the bone, and played dead like a flattened mouse pancake. The fox barked twice at Chu Shaoye, picked up the hamster, and tossed it into the extinguished fire pit. The snow-white creature rolled around in the ashes, turning into a sesame ball, yet it remained steadfast in playing dead. Chu Shaoye understood. The fox wanted him to roast the hamster for a meal. He approached, patted the fox's still round belly, and suggested, "Eating too much at night isn't good. The hamster doesn't have much meat. Let's release it, and tomorrow I'll catch something bigger for you." The fox licked its lips, clearly reluctant to waste it. Even though the hamster was small, it was still meat, and it smelled delicious, even more so than the roasted pheasant from earlier. Seizing the moment while the man and fox were distracted, the hamster slyly peeked open an eye, saw that neither was paying attention, and dashed towards the cave entrance at lightning speed. The fox quickly pursued. Despite its small size, the hamster was incredibly fast, rolling like a little ball. Chu Shaoye then noticed that the hamster's back was covered in a layer of silver-gray fur, glinting under the moonlight. Seeing it was losing ground, the fox swatted out with a paw. Sensing the impending strike, the hamster curled into a ball and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow that left 3 finger-deep gouges in the ground. Though it escaped a deadly hit, the hamster lost its chance to flee, cornered by the fox, shivering in fear. Chu Shaoye was amazed to discover that this hamster was quite formidable. The pheasant from earlier, a level 1 spirit beast, hadn't escaped the fox's grasp. Yet this seemingly ordinary hamster managed to do so. Chu Shaoye pinched the hamster by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. The hamster trembled in his hand, its round eyes, as small as mung beans, filled with tears. It regretted its greed, never expecting to be caught by this cunning fox. If it managed to escape this time, it vowed to curb its gluttonous habits in the future. Chu Shaoye placed the hamster in his palm and gently prodded it, detecting a faint trace of spiritual energy. As he suspected, this little hamster was no ordinary creature but a spirit beast. It had concealed its aura so well that Chu Shaoye would have mistaken it for a regular hamster, if not for the fear-induced leak of spiritual energy. He recalled the spirit beasts resembling hamsters, noting that their main differences lay in their fur color. This particular spirit hamster seemed like a first-tier spirit beast, the short-tailed hamster, yet also resembled a second-tier spirit beast, the silver fox hamster. However, there was another extremely rare possibility. Xuanyue had once mentioned a creature that looked like a common hamster, excelled at hiding its spiritual energy, was covered in white fur, and had a golden stripe along its back. Could it be? Chu Shaoye quickly parted the fur on the hamster's back and indeed found a golden line running from its head to its tail on the pinkish-white skin. This line was finer than a hair and hidden beneath the fur, nearly invisible without close inspection. The golden line treasure-seeking rat, it really was one. Chu Shaoye grew more excited as he spoke, his voice rising until he couldn't help but slap his thigh. The golden line treasure-seeking rat trembled even more violently in his palm, as if fearing this human might squash it any second. The little fox, worried about Chu Shaoye's mental state, nudged him with its paw, letting out a soft whimper. Feeling the fox's concern, Chu Shaoye patted its head, reassuringly saying, "I'm fine, just too excited. Xiaowu, do you know? You've caught a real treasure." The little fox tilted its head, curiously eyeing the golden line treasure-seeking rat, knowing only that it smelled delicious and probably tasted good. Chu Shaoye gently nudged the playing dead golden line treasure-seeking rat and retrieved a first-tier spirit pill from his storage ring. The rat's innate skill was treasure-seeking, and spirit pills were considered treasures to them. Being only first-tier, the spirit pill was a huge temptation for this rat. Its eyes remained shut, but its nose twitched uncontrollably. Chu Shaoye dangled the pill in front of it, and eventually, the rat couldn't resist its instincts. It sat up abruptly and snatched the pill, clutching it tightly. Chu Shaoye lightly tapped its forehead, tempting, "Little one, if you follow me, there will be plenty more spirit pills." To strengthen his offer, he took out over a dozen first-tier pills, several second-tier pills, and even a few third-tier pills from his storage ring. The colorful, variously sized pills scattered on the ground, making the dull cave appear dazzling. The rat's eyes widened at the sight, and it quickly gobbled the pill in its arms, eager to dive into the pile of pills. Chu Shaoye swiftly retrieved the pills, and the golden line treasure-seeking rat tumbled to the ground, rolling over several times. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse was seeing stars after its fall, and when it looked up, it was met with the sharp teeth of a little fox, which made it shiver again. Chu Shaoye picked it up and took out a third-tier spirit pill, tempting it. "Little one, follow me, and I'll give you a first-tier spirit pill every 7 days. How about that?" The mouse swallowed hard, feeling a bit tempted. Their kind didn't have a limit on their rank. They advanced by devouring rare treasures. With enough resources, continuous advancement, and even evolving into a divine beast was possible. However, the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse had almost no combat ability and was very likely to die young as it grew. The one Chu Shaoye caught was only at the first tier, and any spirit beast or strong wild animal could easily take its life. The mouse rolled its little eyes, considering the offer. Chu Shaoye's terms were indeed appealing. With this long-term meal ticket, it could escape the days of hunger. Moreover, it glanced at the fox still baring its teeth, understanding that if it didn't agree, the fox would surely eat it. The mouse was only at the first tier and hadn't tasted any good things. It didn't want to die. After some thought, the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse extended its little paw, gently pressing it against Chu Shaoye's finger to show its agreement. Chu Shaoye smiled sincerely, thinking to himself, if he wasn't barely a first-tier spirit master, unable to contract a second spirit pet, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths to entice the golden thread mouse. He could have just contracted it. One person and one fox, playing good cop and bad cop, finally persuaded the simple golden thread treasure-seeking mouse to stay. Chu Shaoye wiped the dust off the mouse with a damp cloth. The soft white ball had turned black as coal after being tossed around. As he cleaned it, he said, "From now on, we're family. Let me introduce you." He pointed to the little fox, saying, "This is your big brother, Xiaowu. You felt its presence earlier, right? It'll have your back from now on." The mouse nodded shakily. The sharp teeth of the fox that had held it still gave it chills. "Your big brother is called Xiaowu, and since you're also white, why not take his surname and be called Xiaobao?" The mouse nodded, quite pleased with the name, especially as it loved treasures, and having Bao treasure in its name was perfect. After cleaning Xiaobao, Chu Shaoye placed it on top of the little fox's head. Since there was no contract, he worried the little creature might change its mind, so Xiaowu could keep an eye on it. Having spent half the night, the moon was already setting, but Chu Shaoye knew he could sleep a bit more. He laid out his bedding again and called the two little ones over to sleep. The little fox curled up beside Chu Shaoye's chest, wrapping its body around the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, ready to notice any movement. The mouse, tightly wrapped, suddenly felt like it had boarded a pirate ship. The night passed without incident. Although Chu Shaoye didn't get much sleep, he woke up early. He had the little fox keep an eye on the golden thread treasure mouse while he went out to catch a spirit rabbit. It was a first-tier six-eared swift rabbit, similar in size to an ordinary rabbit but with 2 extra pairs of ears. The six-eared swift rabbit has extremely sharp hearing, able to detect the slightest sounds from 200 meters away. Predators often fail to spot it before it makes a quick escape. Chu Shaoye was fortunate this time. The rabbit was injured for some unknown reason, which slowed it down enough for him to catch. He built a fire and skillfully skinned and deboned the six-eared swift rabbit. As he opened its stomach, a light blue spirit pill rolled out, a first-tier spirit pill. Today was indeed a lucky day. Rumor has it that having a golden thread treasure mouse brings good luck, and it seemed there was some truth to it. Chu Shaoye picked up the spirit pill, cleaned it, and handed it to the eager golden thread treasure mouse. "You're my little lucky star. This is your reward," he said. The mouse's eyes sparkled, thinking to itself that this human wasn't so bad after all. With the spirit pill in hand, it quickly forgot Chu Shaoye's threats and temptations from the night before, displaying a classic case of, as long as there's food, I'm happy. The golden thread treasure mouse opened its mouth wide and swallowed the pill whole, despite it being nearly the size of its body. In fact, the golden thread treasure mouse possesses a natural storage space in its cheek pouches, allowing it to store treasures it finds or food it can't eat immediately, preventing other spirit beasts from coveting them. Chu Shaoye tapped its forehead with his finger and took out a light blue spirit pill from his storage ring, handing it to the little fox. It's important to treat spirit pets equally and not neglect the firstborn just because there's a second one. Including the spirit pill he gave to the golden thread treasure mouse last night, it had received 2 already, so he felt it was only fair to give the little fox one as well. The little fox was delighted to receive the spirit pill. Instead of eating it right away, it nuzzled Chu Shaoye affectionately, making soft cooing sounds. Chu Shaoye gently patted its head and said warmly, "Go ahead and eat." Soon, the six-eared swift rabbit was roasted to perfection. Chu Shaoye gave the 2 hind legs to the 2 furry companions, keeping the front legs for himself. The 2 fur balls ate heartily. Although the golden thread treasure mouse was only about 1/20th the size of the little fox, its appetite was just as big. It took a bite for its stomach and 2 more for storage in its cheek pouches, finishing the rabbit legs simultaneously with the little fox. Chu Shaoye used a handkerchief to wipe the mouths of the 2 fur balls, feeling quite sure that the golden thread treasure mouse agreed to his terms partly because of his barbecue skills. After storing the leftover rabbit meat in his storage bag, Chu Shaoye tidied up the cave, let out the horned horse, and continued their journey with the 2 little ones. By evening, Chu Shaoye finally reached a town, much larger than Qingwu town. Upon seeing the town, he took the golden thread treasure mouse, which had been perched on the little fox's head, and tucked it into his coat. Although the mouse's appearance was not easily recognizable, it was always better to be cautious. Once in town, Chu Shaoye found an inn, settled the horned horse, and inquired with the innkeeper, eventually finding a shop. This shop also sells storage artifacts, but it's not as large as the one in Jiu City. This time, Chu Shaoye wanted to buy a beast essence bag, a storage artifact designed specifically for the inspectors of Qingwu town to carry spirit beasts. When he previously bought storage bags in Jiu City, he overlooked this need until he encountered the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and realized he should have a few beast essence bags on hand. Ordinary storage artifacts can't store living creatures. Only beast essence bags can, although they are relatively fragile and can only hold low-level spirit beasts that must be tamed and obedient. Chu Shaoye's black jade ring can also store living creatures, but it contains many spirit pills, and he was worried the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse might eat them all. The quality of the beast essence bags in this shop was not high, only capable of storing first-level spirit beasts, and they were quite affordable at just 80 copper coins each. Chu Shaoye planned to buy 2, and was about to bargain with the owner when he noticed a pile of small trinkets in the corner of the display case. Among them was a jade bell, similar to the one the shopkeeper in Jiu City had given him, only smaller and perfect for the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse. So he said to the owner, "If I buy 2, can you throw in that jade bell as a bonus?" The jade bell was just a decoration for the storage bag, not worth much, so the owner readily agreed. Chu Shaoye also asked for 2 red strings and returned to the inn with 2 fluffy little creatures in his arms. Once in his room, he placed the 2 fluff balls on the table and took out the bells and red strings. He used qianqing to crush the beads inside the bells and then threaded the red strings through them, creating 2 simple necklaces. He tied the bells around the necks of his spirit pets and asked, "Do you like them?" The main difference between spirit beasts and regular animals is that spirit beasts have intelligence, and with intelligence comes a sense of beauty. The 2 little ones played with the jade bells, showing their happiness and fondness. The little fox nuzzled against Chu Shaoye's arm, making soft, affectionate sounds, while the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse came over, placing its paw on his finger, squeaking as if expressing its delight. "I'm glad you like them." Chu Shaoye smiled, patting each of their heads. "These jade bells aren't of great quality. Once we have more money, we'll get you better and prettier ones." The trio spent a pleasant evening together, and the next morning, Chu Shaoye set out again. Before leaving, he asked the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse to enter the beast essence bag, but the mouse seemed reluctant. Inside the bag, spirit beasts could only sleep, with no fun to be had, whereas sitting atop the little fox and feeling the breeze was much more enjoyable. Chu Shaoye coaxed, "Just go in and take a nap, and you'll be out by lunchtime. I'll catch a spirit beast and roast it for you, okay?" Tempted by the promise of food, the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse hesitated for a moment before willingly slipping into the beast essence bag. Chu Shaoye placed the beast essence bag at his chest and, with the little fox by his side, set off on his journey. The next 2 days passed without incident, and by noon on the third day, Chu Shaoye finally arrived at the Qishao sect. The sect's gate was built halfway up the mountain, with a grand plaque visible from the foot of the mountain, more impressive than the city gate of Zhiyu City. Since the horned horse couldn't climb the mountain, Chu Shaoye first went to the station to return it before heading to report at the Qishao sect. Although the gate seemed close, it was actually far away, and it took Chu Shaoye an hour to reach it. He tidied his appearance, took out his recommendation letter from the black jade ring, and approached the gate, respectfully saying to the disciple on guard, "Senior, here is my recommendation letter. Could you please help pass it on?" The gatekeeper disciple took the letter, opened it, and said to Chu Shaoye, "Please wait a moment." He placed 2 fingers in his mouth and blew gently, producing a clear bird call. Moments later, a small gray-white bird flew out from the dense forest and landed steadily on the disciple's shoulder. This was a second-tier spirit beast called the gray-plumed sparrow, similar in size to a swallow, with a tuft of gray feathers on its head. After being tamed, it could deliver messages over vast distances without getting lost. The disciple rolled up the letter and softly instructed the sparrow, "Take this to steward Fong Qingshan." Chu Shaoye bowed respectfully to the disciple and said, "Thank you, senior." The disciple simply waved his hand, appearing somewhat indifferent. Chu Shaoye didn't mind, thinking it was already kind of him to help deliver the message. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a middle-aged man gracefully arrived riding a giant bird. Chu Shaoye recognized it immediately as a fourth-tier spirit beast, the red-crested crane. The crane had a red crest, snow-white feathers, a long sharp beak, and stood on a single leg. It could grow to the 5th tier and was the highest-tier spirit beast Chu Shaoye had seen, aside from Chu Qingyao's phoenix lawn bird. The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Shaoye and asked, "Are you the Chu Shaoye mentioned in Junior Brother Lu's letter?" Junior Brother Lu was the examiner who wrote Chu Shaoye's recommendation letter, named Lu Cheng. Chu Shaoye bowed and respectfully replied, "Yes, I am Chu Shaoye. Greetings, Steward Fong." The middle-aged man was Fong Qingshan, whom the gatekeeper disciple had mentioned. Fong Qingshan was quite satisfied with Chu Shaoye's appearance and demeanor. He gently stroked his long beard and nodded slightly. "Come with me." Chu Shaoye carefully stepped onto the back of the red-crested crane, and once he was steady, the crane flapped its wings, soaring 100 meters into the sky. As they weaved between the mountain peaks, Chu Shaoye experienced such heights for the first time, feeling tense and too stiff to move. Sensing his discomfort, Fong Qingshan chuckled softly. "Don't worry, Dan Yu's side has protective spirit energy, so you won't fall off." Relieved, Chu Shaoye repeatedly expressed his thanks. Soon, the red-crested crane landed steadily on a mid-mountain platform with 2 rows of wooden houses. Fong Qingshan led him into one of the houses, handing him a key. "This will be your dormitory from now on. Settle in for today and don't wander around. Tomorrow, someone will take you to the personnel hall to receive your identity jade token and assign your duties." With that, Fong Qingshan was about to leave when Chu Shaoye mustered his courage and took out a 4th-tier fire attribute spirit pill from his black jade ring. "Steward Fong, please wait." Chu Shaoye caught up to him, offering the spirit pill respectfully. "Thank you, Steward, for accepting me into the Qishao sect. This is a small token of gratitude. Please accept it." Even though Steward Fong was a 4th-tier spirit master, obtaining a 4th-tier spirit pill was not easy. It was just what his red-crested crane needed to advance. Fong Qingshan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he accepted the pill without much hesitation. The pill was of excellent quality, perfectly preserved with no leakage of spiritual energy, indicating it was extracted with precision. He was a bit skeptical. According to Lu Cheng's letter, this young man came from a remote village under the jurisdiction of Zhiyu City and shouldn't have been able to produce such a perfect 4th-grade spiritual pill. Chu Shaoye noticed his doubt and displayed just the right amount of embarrassment on his face. He explained, "My parents spent the money our ancestors saved for years to get this pill to secure a good future for me. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." This explanation made sense, and Fong Qingshan no longer doubted him. Parents always have their children's best interests at heart. Besides, the origin of the pill had nothing to do with him. After placing the pill in his storage bag, Fong Qingshan felt more satisfied with Chu Shaoye. This young man not only had a good appearance but also understood how to handle things, making him quite a talent. He pulled out a jade talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Chu Shaoye, advising, "If you run into trouble, Use this talisman to contact me. Chu Shaoye accepted it with both hands and watched as Feng Qingshan rode away on a red-crowned feathered crane. Once back in his room, Chu Shaoye breathed a sigh of relief. The process of entering the Qishao sect had gone relatively smoothly. Although parting with the fourth-grade spiritual pill pained him, it wasn't wasted, as it got him a protection talisman. Chu Shaoye looked at the jade talisman in his palm. It was a communication talisman that could be crushed when in trouble, sending a location signal to the holder of the other talisman, making it easy for them to come and help. Although Feng Qingshan said to contact him in case of trouble, Chu Shaoye understood that if the trouble involved someone of higher status, or even the same level, the talisman might be useless. The room had 2 beds, separated by a wooden screen, along with some simple furniture. The bed on the right was clearly occupied, so Chu Shaoye settled on the left side and took out his daily necessities from his storage bag. After organizing, he lay down to rest until evening when the door finally opened. A puzzled voice came through. Why isn't the door locked? I remember locking it when I left this morning. Hearing this, Chu Shaoye realized his roommate had returned. He got up and greeted, "Hello, senior brother. I'm a new servant disciple who arrived today. We'll be roommates from now on." His roommate was startled, clutching his chest. "You scared me. How come you didn't make a sound in here?" Chu Shaoye poured him a glass of water to help him calm down. They sat at the table, and the roommate introduced himself. "I'm Ren Xingping. There's no need for formalities among fellow servant disciples. Just call me by my name." Ren Xingping had a square face and large ears, was tall and robust, but still looked youthful. He was straightforward and directly asked, "Brother, it's not the recruitment season for the sect. How did you get in?" Chu Shaoye didn't hide anything and said he was recommended by someone. Ren Xingping smacked his lips. "Brother, you're really lucky. Manager Fong is a good person, quite kind to us servant disciples. Be sure to show him some respect and get him to look out for you." Chu Shaoye nodded, understanding he had already done so. Ren Xingping continued, "But you should be careful. There's another manager here, Wang, who isn't very nice and has some grudges with Manager Fong. Watch out for him causing you trouble." This was unexpected for Chu Shaoye. He took out a roasted wild chicken from his storage bag. It was an ordinary chicken, not a spiritual beast. The 2 little ones had been spoiled with spiritual beast meat along the way and didn't eat this one. He placed the roasted chicken on the table, golden and juicy, wrapped in leaves that absorbed the plant's fragrance, making it smell very tempting. Chu Shaoye gestured invitingly. "Brother Ren, could you tell me more about it? Let's chat while we eat." As soon as the roast chicken came out of the oven, Ren Xingping was drawn in by its tantalizing aroma and began devouring it without hesitation. As he ate, he remarked, "It's nothing much, just the usual stuff between people. Steward Fong and Steward Wang are quite evenly matched, though Steward Wang is slightly inferior. The sect has a rule that once you reach the 5th level of power, you can apply to become an elder. Our peak, Lu Mang Peak, currently has only 1 elder position available, making it a point of contention. The dormitory area is managed by Steward Fong, while the area near the mountain's base is overseen by Steward Wang. The higher-ups don't get along, and neither do the people below them. It's best not to wander over there, or you might get bullied." Chu Shaoye nodded, poured Ren Xingping another glass of water, and asked, "Brother Ren, could you tell me about the situation within the sect? I'm new here and don't know anything." "There's nothing I can't tell you," Ren Xingping replied. "I'll start from the top. You've probably heard of our sect leader, Jinren Yunding. He's a 6th-level spirit master, and his life-bound spirit pet is a 6th-level fiery eagle. Recently, the sect leader has been in seclusion, reportedly attempting to break through to the 7th level. If he succeeds, becoming a 7th-level advanced spirit master, our Qishao sect will be formidable." Chu Shaoye nodded, silently recalling that spirit masters on the Wanling continent are divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are beginner spirit masters, 4 to 6 are intermediate spirit masters, and 7 to 9 are advanced spirit masters. The leap between each major stage is like a chasm. Once crossed, the difference in power is immense. With the sect leader in seclusion, our sect is temporarily managed by 2 acting leaders, who are Jinren Yunding's twin daughters, Qingji and Hongji. Their life-bound spirit beasts are also twins, Ren Xingping continued. "Twin life-bound spirit beasts." Chu Shaoye exclaimed in surprise. "That's the first I've heard of it. Who hasn't?" Ren Xingping sighed. "The acting leader's life-bound spirit beasts are the Lingxi Biennial. One is a Qingniao and the other is a Hongwan. They fly together, their hearts as one. Individually, the Lingxi Biennial only have the strength of a 6th level, but together they can rival a 7th level. That's why the sect leader can confidently go into seclusion." Chu Shaoye listened intently. Xuanyue had taught him about many spirit beasts, but had never mentioned twin spirit beasts. Indeed, the world is full of wonders, he thought, realizing he still had much to explore. Below the acting leaders, there are 12 elders, each with several stewards under them, too many to introduce one by one. As for us disciples, the Qishao sect divides its disciples into 3 categories. Inner disciples, who have personal mentors and the best treatment. Outer disciples, most of whom don't have personal mentors and only attend large classes within the sect, and us miscellaneous disciples, who, though called disciples, are essentially hired help for the sect. Those inner and outer disciples may not say it out loud, but they look down on us, treating us like servants. Ren Xingping sighed here, remarking, "It's hard not to feel inferior when your talent doesn't measure up." Chu Shaoye nodded, though he didn't agree entirely. Talent is important, but effort is indispensable. He asked, "Can we attend the large classes?" Ren Xingping nodded. "We can, but we're busy working all day. There's hardly any time or energy left to attend classes, and when we do, we just get scornful looks." The two continued their conversation for a while longer, and before they knew it, night had completely fallen, and the roast wild chicken was entirely devoured. Ren Xingping, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Brother Chu, it seems like I ate most of the chicken, and you didn't have much." Chu Shaoye shook his head, indicating it was fine, then gathered the leftover chicken bones and went outside to dispose of them. "Thanks for telling me so much today, Brother Ren. It's late. We should get some rest." After washing up, they lay down to sleep. Not long after, the sound of snoring came from the next bed. Chu Shaoye felt a warmth on his shoulder, and soon a little fox emerged from under the covers. He gently patted its head, and together they drifted into sleep. The next morning, since Chu Shaoye didn't yet have an identity token and couldn't roam freely within the Qishao sect, Ren Xingping went to the cafeteria to fetch breakfast for both of them. As labor disciples, they were entitled to one meat and one vegetable dish per meal. Although there wasn't much choice, they could eat as much as they wanted. Ren Xingping opened the food box and brought out 3 large, overflowing bowls, 2 with dishes and 1 with rice. Seeing the nearly spilling soup, Chu Shaoye widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Brother Ren, can we really finish all this food?" Ren Xingping chuckled. "This isn't much at all. Eat as much as you can, and I'll finish the rest." As they sat down to eat, Ren Xingping ate heartily, finishing a bowl of rice in just a few bites. Seeing his eating speed, Chu Shaoye's worry shifted from whether they could finish the food to whether there would be enough. The little fox, still lazing in bed, woke up to the aroma of food, stretched, and with a flick of its fluffy tail, leapt onto Chu Shaoye's shoulder. Chu Shaoye offered it a piece of meat, asking, "Want some?" The fox sniffed it closely, but finding no trace of spiritual energy, it lost interest and shook its head. Chu Shaoye tapped its nose and chuckled, "Picky eater." Ren Xingping noticed the fox and was a bit surprised. "Brother Chu, is this your life-bound spiritual beast? It's beautiful and must be of a high grade." Chu Shaoye laughed, shaking his head. "If it were high grade, I wouldn't just be a labor disciple. Shui Wu is a Wugo fox, currently only at the first level." Ren Xingping seemed to have heard of it before, thought for a moment, and remembered, "I've heard the disciples mention the Wugo fox. Elder Hongyi once wanted to give one to Lady Qingji, but couldn't find any despite searching for a long time. They say the Wugo fox, though not high grade, is rarer than higher-level spiritual beasts and is priceless. Seeing your Wugo fox today, Brother Chu, is truly an eye-opener for me." After finishing their meal, Chu Shaoye had only 2 bowls of rice, while Ren Xingping ate everything else, even mixing the leftover soup with rice. Ren Xingping burped contentedly and patted his belly. "You need to eat well to have the energy to work. Brother Chu, your appetite is too small. You should train with me." Chu Shaoye couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, does appetite need training too? Within the Qishao sect, there is a vein of speckled silver or a relatively rare mineral used for crafting spiritual tools or pet carriers, among other things. Ren Xingping worked at the mine, responsible for transporting the extracted speckled silver ore, a task that required a lot of physical strength. Despite his large appetite, he was not overweight. His body was all lean, solid muscle. After finishing breakfast, Ren Xingping realized he had just half an hour before work. Without further conversation with Chu Shaoye, he summoned his life-bound spirit Pita second-tier, 3-tailed azure ox. The ox was light blue all over, with crescent-shaped horns on either side of its head, and its tail split into 3 parts. It was 2 sizes larger than a regular one-eyed ox, and had a much more irritable temperament. Riding on the 3-tailed azure ox, Ren Xingping waved to Chu Shaoye. "Brother Chu, I'm heading to work now. Once you get your identity jade token, I'll show you around the sect." Chu Shaoye waved back and returned to his room after watching Ren Xingping leave. Yesterday, Steward Feng mentioned that someone would come today to take him to the personnel hall, but he wasn't sure when exactly. With nothing else to do, Chu Shaoye tidied up the room. It wasn't until mid-morning that someone finally arrived. The visitor was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in white. Her robe's hem and cuffs were embroidered with red flowing cloud patterns. All disciples of the Qishao sect wore a uniform. This girl was in the outer disciple attire, while the inner disciples had larger and more exquisite cloud patterns, making them easy to distinguish. The servant disciples wore gray uniforms with only a palm-sized cloud pattern on the chest, and the fabric and craftsmanship were noticeably inferior. The girl was kneeling on a cloud glowing with red light. which looked like the evening clouds in the sky, lively as if it had a life of its own. Before Chu Shaoye could speak, the girl greeted him. You must be Chu Shaoye? Hop on quickly, or the personnel hall people will go to lunch soon. Chu Shaoye climbed onto the cloud and sat cross-legged, finding its texture as soft as cotton, with a cool sensation. The girl turned to chat with him. My name is Ji Yuntong. Steward Fong is my master. He had something come up this morning, so I'm a bit late. I'm sorry about that. Chu Shaoye shook his head. It's no trouble at all, senior sister Ji. Ji Yuntong, finding the polite and handsome boy likable, asked, You look quite young. How old are you? Chu Shaoye replied, 12 years old. Ji Yuntong was a bit surprised. You're quite tall. I thought you were at least 15 like me. Didn't expect you to be so young. Our Chi Shao sect has a lot of work, but don't worry, my master told me they'll arrange something easier for you. Chu Shaoye smiled gently, feeling grateful. Thank you, Steward Fong and Senior Sister Ji, for your care. Seeing that Ji Yuntong was easy to talk to, he asked, Senior Sister Ji, I've never seen a spirit pet like yours before. What kind of spirit beast is it? Ji Yuntong patted the cloud beneath her. You mean cotton candy? It's a special spirit beast of our Chi Shao sect called the Xia Cloud Beast, a mutated branch of cloud beasts. Besides the color, they're also stronger than ordinary cloud beasts. During the evening, when the red clouds light up the sky, the cloud beasts on Cloud Top Peak have a chance of mutating into Xia Cloud Beasts. If you're interested, you can try your luck catching one. Chu Shaoye nodded, expressing his thanks. Thank you, Senior Sister Ji, for explaining. It turned out to be a mutated cloud beast, a type of second-tier spirit beast that resides in the clouds and resembles flowing clouds. Ji Yuntong's mutated cloud beast had reached approximately the third tier, making it indeed more formidable than ordinary cloud beasts. The Xiaoyun beast flew at an incredible speed, reaching the personnel hall in no time. Ji Yuntong led Chu Shaoye into the hall to process his identity jade token. The attending disciple took out a jade token, signaling Chu Shaoye to inject a strand of spiritual energy into it, and then sealed it with a special technique. Each person's spiritual energy is unique, so when the disciples of Chi Shao sect need to prove their identity, they simply inject their spiritual energy into the jade token again, which will then emit a faint glow. If someone attempts to misuse an identity jade token and the injected spiritual energy does not match the stored one, the token will immediately shatter. The identity jade token was quickly prepared, and Ji Yuntong asked, Is there still a vacancy in the medicine garden? The attending disciple checked and replied, Sister Ji, you're in luck. There is indeed one vacancy left. Ji Yuntong smiled slightly. Perfect. Let's assign it to junior brother Chu. The attending disciple acknowledged and was about to register Chu Shaoye's information when a haughty voice suddenly interrupted, Hold on. The newcomer was a young man in his early 20s, thin and with an arrogant demeanor. He said coldly, I've had my eye on this task. Register my person first. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a servant disciple's uniform, nodding and bowing. Ji Yuntong frowned at this scene. Displeased, Wang Ji, do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Wang Ji seemed to notice Ji Yuntong only then, sneering. Oh, isn't it Junior Sister Ji? What are you doing here? Ji Yuntong didn't want to engage with him and turned to the attending disciple. Hurry and register us. Who knows what kind of filth has come in here? It's stinking up the place. Wang Ji's face darkened, clearly feeling insulted, and he slammed his palm heavily on the counter. Let's see who dares to register him. The attending disciple felt bitter. Although both Ji Yuntong and Wang Ji were outer sect disciples, they each had their own backing, and he couldn't afford to offend either. He cautiously suggested, perhaps senior brother and senior sister could discuss this first, and once you've decided who should take the task, I'll register it. Ji Yuntong glared at Wang Ji. Discuss what? We were here first, so naturally, Chu should be registered. Wang Ji sneered. Since when does taking a task depend on first come, first served? It's always been the capable who get the job. He pushed the man behind him forward, pointing. Ho-san has been a servant disciple for over 10 years and is familiar with all the sect's affairs, making him perfect for the meticulous work of tending to spiritual plants. Naturally, someone with Ho-san's experience should do it. He glanced at Chu Shaoye with a hint of disdain in his eyes. As for this kid who's not even fully grown, clumsy as he is, can he handle the delicate task of tending spiritual plants? Ji Yuntong turned red with anger. You're just being unreasonable. Wang Ji was ostensibly talking about Chu Shaoye, but he was actually targeting his master, Fong Qingshan. Although Fong Qingshan's seniority was not as high as Supervisor Wang's, his strength was greater. Chu Shaoye realized that Wang Ji was clearly a relative of Supervisor Wang, and Supervisor Wang was competing with Supervisor Fong for an elder position, with ongoing friction between the two factions. Now, being part of Fong Qingshan's camp, Chu Shaoye had naturally become a target as well. Ji Yuntong, still a young girl, blushed deeply in front of Wang Ji and couldn't utter a word. Wang Ji, feeling quite pleased with himself, pushed past her and instructed the disciples handling the affairs, register Ho-san. If they conceded on this matter, the faction led by manager Wang would undoubtedly become more audacious, and this would affect the rival faction's chances of competing for the elder position. Ji Yuntong, biting her lip, was just about to argue with Wang Ji when suddenly an arm blocked her way. Chu Shaoye stepped forward and calmly said, "Hold on, Brother Wang. Although I'm young, I'm quite capable. How can you be sure I won't be suitable for the work in the medicine garden?" Wang Ji looked at him with interest, thinking to himself that this young man had quite the nerve. "And how do you prove you're capable?" Chu Shaoye replied confidently, "Since we're all spirit masters, we should prove it in the spirit master's way. I propose a duel with Brother Ho here. In 7 days, the winner will take the job in the medicine garden." Wang Ji squinted, sneering inwardly at this young man, who was a mere servant disciple and likely not very talented, daring to challenge Ho-san. If someone was courting death, he wouldn't stop them, and in fact, he would enjoy it. "Since you have some courage, I'll agree. But my time is precious and can't be wasted on you servants. 3 days, not 7. Chu Shaoye cupped his hands and agreed. 3 days, then. Wang Ji flicked his sleeve and left the personnel hall with Ho-san, leaving Ji Yuntong behind. As he departed, Wang Ji couldn't resist mocking. "Ji Yuntong, you better keep an eye on this boy, so he doesn't chicken out." He laughed as he left, and Ji Yuntong spat at his retreating figure, thinking, with such a big mouth, he might just catch some bird droppings. Chu Shaoye was amused by her words, but Ji Yuntong glared at him. "You can still laugh? Ho-san may not be that strong, but you've just joined the sect and haven't learned anything yet. How do you plan to duel him?" She led Chu Shaoye to a secluded bamboo grove and whispered, "Summon your spirit beast, and let me see it." Chu Shaoye obediently called out his little fox. As soon as it appeared, the fox affectionately rubbed against Chu Shaoye's leg, its fluffy white tail swaying. Ji Yuntong's eyes lit up, surprised at how adorable Chu Shaoye's spirit pet was, and her anger dissipated somewhat. She asked Chu Shaoye, "Can I pet it?" Chu Shaoye nodded. "As long as Shuowu agrees." The little fox was named Shuowu, which sounded unusual but nice. Ji Yuntong reached out, and the little fox tilted its head, seeing she was a pretty girl, and graciously offered its paw. She squeezed its soft paw pads, feeling a surge of happiness. "So cute. Is it a snow fox or a moonlight fox?" Before Chu Shaoye could answer, she continued to speculate. "Snow foxes have blue eyes, so it's not a snow fox. Moonlight foxes have a crescent mark on their foreheads, so it's not a moonlight fox. What other white fox could it be? It's a Wugo fox." Ji Yuntong was surprised to discover that this was the legendary Wugo fox. Thanks to Elder Hongyi, nearly everyone in the sect knew about this rare spirit beast. Although Wugo foxes are rare, their combat power isn't high. If this Wugo fox were at the second stage, it might stand a chance against Ho-san, but unfortunately, it's still a young fox with only first stage strength. Chu Shaoye said, "Don't worry, senior sister Ji. I'll make sure Shuowu advances to the second stage within 3 days." He wasn't boasting. He had full confidence. The little fox had previously been able to kill a long-tailed pheasant with a single swipe, and even the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat couldn't escape its claws. Clearly, it was on the verge of advancing. Ji Yuntong was unaware of this and thought Chu Shaoye was just a fearless novice, overly confident. However, she didn't argue with him or dampen his spirits. She took a book from her storage pouch and handed it to Chu Shaoye. "This is our sect's spiritual cultivation method. Take a look, and if you have questions, you can ask me or attend the lectures." She pointed to the mountain behind the bamboo grove. "Behind this bamboo grove is the back mountain of our sect. Disciples can enter the outer area, but the inner area is off-limits without permission. You can find a place to train your spiritual beast in the outer area." After giving her instructions, Ji Yuntong left on her cloud beast, as she had many matters to attend to, especially informing her master about the duel. Chu Shaoye put the book away and was about to head to the back mountain when Ji Yuntong hurriedly returned and stopped in front of him. "Oh, I almost forgot something." She handed him a beast essence pouch. "Your immaculate fox can't be used as a mount. Inside is a spirit deer I've trained. You can borrow it for now." Chu Shaoye clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister Ji." Ji Yuntong waved her hand dismissively. "You got dragged into this too. If it weren't for your challenge, I wouldn't know how to handle today's situation. I should be thanking you. Go train and try to defeat Ho-san in 3 days. Just thinking about Wang Ji's sour face makes me happy." With that, she left for real this time to discuss with her master. Chu Shaoye was just a newly admitted servant disciple, and no one expected him to defeat Ho-san. Losing wouldn't be a big deal, but if he could win, it would be a huge slap in the face for Wang Ji. Chu Shaoye understood that Ji Yuntong's kindness wasn't entirely selfless, but he was still grateful for her help. The back mountain of the Qishao sect was vast. Chu Shaoye released the spirit deer and rode it for half an hour until he found a secluded spot. The spirit deer Ji Yuntong lent him was a wood-attributed second-stage spirit beast with green fur and pink flower-like markings on its back. Its antlers resembled branches, and it was very gentle. Chu Shaoye took 2 wild fruits from his storage pouch and fed them to the spirit deer before putting it back into the beast essence pouch. The little fox was already eager, darting into the forest to hunt for prey. Chu Shaoye followed quietly, choosing a spot near a small stream. Soon, they spotted an iron-skinned lizard drinking by the stream. An adult iron-skinned lizard would be at the 3rd stage, reaching up to 3 meters in length with armor-like skin. However, the one they encountered was about 2 meters long, clearly a subadult at the 2nd stage. The little fox eyed the lizard with excitement, thinking, such a big lizard. Even if Chu Bao fights over it, there'll be plenty to eat. It scratched the ground eagerly, and Chu Shaoye, seeing its excitement, thought this was the fox's battle instinct. With a flash of light from his black jade ring, Qianqing appeared in Chu Shaoye's hand, ready to assist the little fox in taking on the iron-skinned lizard. The little fox was only at the 1st level and couldn't possibly take on the iron-scaled lizard by itself, given the lizard's high defense and thick, iron-like skin. Chu Shaoye lowered his voice to remind the little fox that the lizard's weak spots were its belly and neck, where the skin was relatively softer. He also warned it to watch out for the lizard's tail to avoid being hit. The little fox nodded, crouching down into a perfect ambush position. 3, 2, 1. Chu Shaoye counted down, and at the last count, the little fox shot out like an arrow, effortlessly covering almost 5 meters, a significant improvement from the last time it hunted long-tailed pheasants. The iron-scaled lizard was slow to react and had poor vision, relying mainly on sensing heat to detect its surroundings, so it didn't notice the little fox approaching. Despite its small size, the little fox was fearless, diving beneath the lizard and biting down on its neck. The lizard thrashed in pain, but the little fox held firm, its sharp teeth piercing the soft skin and drawing blood, which gave off a foul smell. Unable to bear the pain, the lizard stood up abruptly, swatting at the fox hanging from its chest with its forepaws. At that moment, the lizard's belly was exposed, and Chu Shaoye seized the opportunity, rushing forward to plunge a short knife into the lizard's lower abdomen, then sliding it upwards with force. Blood gushed out like a fountain, along with some of the lizard's internal organs, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Chu Shaoye and the little fox quickly jumped aside to avoid the lizard's attacks. Despite its mortal wound, the lizard's vitality remained stubbornly strong, and it didn't die immediately. It got back up, launching an attack at the little fox, seemingly wanting to take it down with it in its final moments. The lizard's mouth was large, filled with sharp teeth, and its lips were smeared with a mix of foul saliva and blood. The little fox, being agile, easily evaded the wounded lizard, which couldn't keep up. It darted around the lizard playfully, making it dizzy. A glint of viciousness flashed in the lizard's small, brown-yellow eyes, and it whipped its tail out suddenly when the fox let its guard down, moving so fast it sliced through the air with a whoosh. Chu Shaoye's heart skipped a beat, and he urgently warned, "Watch out." But it was too late. The lizard's tail struck with deadly intent, and the little fox couldn't react in time, sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into a tree 5 or 6 meters away, and falling into the grass. At that moment, the iron-scaled lizard collapsed, expending its last ounce of strength, and finally succumbed. Chu Shaoye hurried over to check on the little fox's injuries. It lay limply in the grass, blood trickling from its mouth, eyes closed, emitting faint whimpering sounds. Chu Shaoye's heart tightened, and he gently felt the fox's bones, relieved to find none were broken. It seemed to have only suffered internal injuries. After all, the lizard's final strike was merely a last-ditch effort, unable to fully unleash its 2nd-level power. Chu Shaoye took out a soft mat, gently placed the little fox on it, and wiped the blood from its mouth. He released the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse from the beast pouch. As soon as it was out, the mouse stood with its hands on its hips, grumbling about not being let out for a spin for 2 days. Initially, Chu Shaoye used to call it Little Darling, but now he seemed to have lost interest. After chattering away for a while, the mouse noticed Chu Shaoye's grim expression and sensed something was wrong, so it quieted down. It then noticed a little fox lying on a cushion, unconscious, and panicked. It climbed onto the cushion to check the fox's breathing. Fortunately, the fox was still breathing. The mouse looked at Chu Shaoye, bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Chu Shaoye gently stroked its head with his finger and said softly, "Shuawu has internal injuries. Shuabao, can you help find some herbs to treat them?" The mouse nodded and ran off, glancing back at the little fox. Although the fox had scared it initially, the breeze on its head felt quite nice. The mouse quickly vanished into the grass, and Chu Shaoye wasn't sure if the little creature would return. The corpse of the iron-scaled lizard couldn't be left out for long, as the smell of blood would attract other spirit beasts. Using Qianqing, he skinned the lizard's back armor and stored it in his bag. Materials from spirit beasts could be used to craft spiritual tools, and some even served as spiritual medicine. Although Chu Shaoye wasn't skilled in crafting yet, he could sell these materials for money. After dealing with the lizard, Chu Shaoye set up a fire, skewered the entire lizard, and roasted it over the flames. He then retrieved a clay pot from his bag, fetched water from the stream, and added some meat to make soup. The fire flickered, and soon the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Chu Shaoye checked on the little fox and found its breathing more stable, though it remained unconscious. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the grass, and the mouse returned with 2 spirit herbs in its mouth. Chu Shaoye took the herbs, patted the mouse, now covered in grass bits, and praised, "Shuabao, you've worked hard." The mouse shook off the grass and snuggled next to the little fox on the cushion. Chu Shaoye went to the stream to wash the herbs. One was a first-tier purple stem vine, with deep purple tendrils and a cross-section resembling a flower, commonly used for treating internal injuries. The other was a second-tier 7-leaf blood ginseng, with roots like ginseng and blood red in color, advancing a tier with each new leaf. The one the mouse brought back had 2 leaves, indicating it was second-tier. Chu Shaoye hadn't expected it to find such a high-tier herb, realizing it must have gone through a lot of trouble. He chopped the 7-leaf blood ginseng, roots and all, and added it to the soup, saving the purple stem vine for later, as the ginseng's higher tier offered better healing. The aroma grew richer, and after a while, the little fox slowly woke up, lifting its head and coughing softly. Chu Shaoye poured a bowl of soup and placed it before the fox, saying coldly, "Eat up." The fox, looking dejected, avoided eye contact with Chu Shaoye and didn't dare touch the tempting soup. It had gotten carried away earlier, forgetting its master's instructions, resulting in its injury. The master was surely angry. The fox's ears lay flat against its head in shame, especially since its master had a duel in 3 days, and it felt like a burden. Seeing the little fox refusing to eat, Chu Shaoye carefully cut a large piece of meat from the roasted lizard into small chunks and handed it to the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse. "Eat up. Thanks to Shuabao for finding the herbs. You worked hard." Hearing these words, the little fox lowered its head, curled up into a ball, and tears welled up in its eyes. It thought to itself, "It's over. I'm no longer the spirit master's favorite pet. The spirit master doesn't like me anymore." The more it thought about it, the sadder it became, and it couldn't help but cry. Not wanting Chu Shaoye to hear, it tried hard to hold back, its body trembling slightly. Seeing its pitiful state, Chu Shaoye couldn't help but pick it up. Once comforted, the little fox felt even more aggrieved and finally broke into loud sobs, its cries piercing the air. Chu Shaoye frowned. He usually found the little fox's whining cute, but its cries were truly unpleasant now. Luckily it was daytime, or he might have thought it was a ghost wailing. He gently stroked the little fox's back and lifted a bowl of meat soup, which contained medicine for internal injuries. "Drink up, and you'll heal quickly." The soup had cooled considerably, and the little fox sniffled, stopping its cries, and took a small lick. Its tongue tingled from the bitterness, and it looked up at Chu Shaoye's expression. Seeing his still stern face, it didn't dare to act spoiled and obediently drank the soup one mouthful at a time. Chu Shaoye secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally silencing the little fox's cries with the soup. Once it finished the bowl, he immediately served another. The little fox was taken aback, thinking one bowl was enough, ease the spirit master punishing it in a different way. Reluctantly, and to appease Chu Shaoye, the little fox gulped down the second bowl as well. When Chu Shaoye reached for a third serving, the little fox quickly pressed his hand, indicating that it was full. Chu Shaoye felt its rounded belly and, seeing it was indeed full, put the remaining soup into his black jade ring, coldly saying, "You'll continue drinking the rest tonight." With teary eyes, the little fox burrowed into Chu Shaoye's arms, on the verge of tears again. Chu Shaoye pinched its mouth, asking, "Do you know why I'm so angry this time?" The little fox nodded. Chu Shaoye continued, "I'm angry because, first, you got carried away and forgot my instructions, resulting in serious injury. Second, you underestimated your opponent and didn't take the battle seriously. Any small mistake in a fight could cost you your life. And third." The little fox was stunned, wondering how it made so many mistakes and what the third point could be. "The third is because you disregarded life. The iron-skinned lizard was already at its limit, and you shouldn't have toyed with it, making its life a game." The little fox's big eyes were filled with confusion, not quite understanding Chu Shaoye's meaning. Chu Shaoye gently patted its head, speaking earnestly. "In the Wanling continent, the law of the jungle prevails. Humans kill spirit beasts for materials, spirit beasts kill humans to consume their essence, humans kill humans, and beasts kill beasts. This world is filled with slaughter, and living beings can only continue to survive through killing." The little fox was even more puzzled. Should it kill or not? However, killing and cruelty are entirely different. My point isn't to abandon killing, but to avoid cruelty. Don't kill for pleasure or enjoy the suffering of prey before death. Do you understand? The little fox hesitantly nodded, then quickly shook its head. Seeing this, Chu Shaoye chuckled softly, thinking it was okay if the fox didn't understand now. They would experience much together in the future, and soon it would understand. After the conversation, Chu Shaoye returned the little fox to his spiritual domain, using his spiritual power to nurture it and help it recover from its injuries faster. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse had already finished its portion and pointed at the lizard on the grill, indicating it wanted more. Chu Shaoye served it another large bowl of meat and cut a piece for himself to enjoy the delicious meal. Releasing the treasure-seeking mouse this time, Chu Shaoye wanted to test its reaction, and he was pleased with the result. It seemed the little creature appreciated the meat he provided. Once both finished eating, Chu Shaoye put the remaining half of the roasted iron-scaled lizard into a storage bag, intending to feed it to his roommate with an insatiable appetite later. The treasure-seeking mouse was reluctant to return to the beast pouch, so Chu Shaoye let it play nearby while he took out the book given by Ji Yuntong and began reading. This book was perfect for beginners, starting with how a spiritual master should cultivate after summoning their destined spiritual beast. After first summoning their destined spiritual beast, a spiritual master can sense spiritual energy, and the energy within them begins to circulate automatically. Whether summoning a spiritual pet, forming a contract with a spiritual beast, or using storage bags and other spiritual tools, they all require the support of spiritual power. However, relying solely on the internal circulation of spiritual energy might leave one stuck at the first level for life. For instance, Chu Wangshan, who is middle-aged, is still at the first level and can hardly be considered a true spiritual master. It's not enough for a spiritual master to contract high-level spiritual beasts. Their own cultivation must match the level of their beasts. If a spiritual master's level doesn't progress or progresses slowly, the growth of their spiritual beast will also be affected. Worse still, if the master cannot suppress the pet's advancement, and the pet exceeds the master's level by 1 rank, the master may suffer backlash. Many spiritual beasts are not willing to contract with a master, and if the master's power cannot suppress them, they will forcibly break the contract to regain freedom, causing significant harm to the master, potentially even life-threatening. Xuanyu had told Chu Shaoye about this before. He skimmed through this part and moved on to the later sections. The method for a spiritual master to cultivate is the spiritual cultivation technique, which involves absorbing the spiritual energy of the world into the body, participating in the internal circulation of spiritual energy, and thus making it one's own. Chu Shaoye read the book carefully and found Ji Yuntong's study notes recorded within, which were very beneficial. Xuanyu had taught him many things, but as a spiritual beast, it didn't fully understand human cultivation, so it couldn't provide more guidance in this area. After finishing the book, Chu Shaoye began to practice the methods taught in it. For a spiritual master to absorb spiritual energy, there is no specific posture required. One only needs to be calm and peaceful, able to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body. After memorizing the cultivation technique, Chu Shaoye drew his dagger, Qianqing, and began executing a series of moves. These weren't formal techniques, but rather practical skills he had developed while hunting. As he practiced, the spiritual energy within him started to circulate, and he channeled it into Qianqing, enhancing the already sharp blade with an even more potent edge. As the flow of spiritual energy increased, Chu Shaoye felt his body become lighter, and his movements quickened. Qianqing sliced through the air, leaving trails of afterimages, its blade shimmering like starlight. Gradually, his internal spiritual energy began to deplete, nearing exhaustion, yet he pressed on. He recalled the spiritual cultivation technique he had just learned, and the techniques flowed naturally through him. He became aware of the spiritual energy in the air, which gathered from a 20-meter radius and surged toward him. At this point, Chu Shaoye was only at the first level, and his body wasn't strong enough to withstand such an influx of spiritual energy. His meridians began to ache. To prevent his body from being overwhelmed, he had to swing his dagger even faster to consume the spiritual energy more rapidly. Thus, he continued to absorb and expend energy simultaneously, increasing the spiritual energy within him until it reached a critical point. With a pop, an invisible barrier shattered, and a torrent of spiritual energy as thick as his arm flooded into him, becoming part of him. Second level. Chu Shaoye fell back onto the ground, panting heavily. He had been practicing for a full 2 hours, and his exhausted body, now nourished by the spiritual energy, felt both sore and invigorated. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse scurried over and nudged his cheek with its paw. Chu Shaoye picked it up, gave it a quick kiss near his mouth, and smiled, saying, "Shuabao, do you know what it feels like to be strong?" Although he was only at the second level now, his spiritual energy had increased more than tenfold. More importantly, he could now contract a second spiritual pet. Chu Shaoye was surprised at how quickly he managed to make a breakthrough. According to the books, someone with a spirit pet like his, considered a low-level spirit beast, usually takes anywhere from 6 months to several years to channel energy into the body. Yet, he achieved it in just 2 hours. Could this be the unique attribute of the Wugo fox? As dusk approached, Chu Shaoye took a brief rest. Once he regained some strength, he stood up. His clothes were soaked with sweat, sticky, and uncomfortable. He rekindled the extinguished fire and then jumped into the creek for a bath. After changing into clean clothes, Chu Shaoye retrieved a large piece of roasted iron-skinned lizard from his storage bag, left over from lunch. The storage bag couldn't keep it warm, so it was cold. He placed the meat over the fire to heat it up and also reheated the leftover meat soup from the little fox. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse watched the roasting lizard intently, a drop of saliva hanging from its mouth. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he had a bunch of gluttons on his hands. Originally, he planned to form a contract with the treasure-seeking mouse once he advanced to the second tier. But now, with a duel against Wang Ji set for 3 days later and the little fox injured, he urgently needed a spirit pet with strong offensive capabilities. Thus, the contract with the treasure-seeking mouse had to be postponed. However, after the morning's test, Chu Shaoye had great confidence in the treasure-seeking mouse. This little creature had proven to have a good conscience and likely wouldn't run away. It wouldn't be too late to contract with it once he reached the 3rd tier as a spirit master. The roasting lizard sizzled, its surface turning golden and crispy from the second round of cooking. Chu Shaoye sliced off a piece, tore it into small chunks, and placed them into the treasure-seeking mouse's special bowl. The mouse immediately dove in, eating eagerly. Watching its greedy behavior, Chu Shaoye realized his previous worries about it running away were unfounded. He retrieved 3 radiant first-tier spirit pills from his black jade ring and laid them in front of the mouse. "Pick one," he said. "Thanks to you, we found the spirit medicine for Shuewu. Consider this your reward." The treasure-seeking mouse lost interest in the meat and circled the spirit pills, unsure which to choose. Finally, it clutched the largest golden one in the middle, glancing left and right, nearly overwhelmed. Seeing this, Chu Shaoye quickly retrieved the other 2 pills, saving the mouse from its dilemma. He chuckled softly. "You can't digest too many spirit pills at once. I'll give you more later. They're all yours." The treasure-seeking mouse's eyes lit up, and it swiftly tucked the pill into its cheek pouch, affectionately nuzzling Chu Shaoye's fingers. Chu Shaoye summoned the little fox. After half a day's rest, it was much more spirited and had regained some strength. The synergy between a spirit master and their pet meant that as Chu Shaoye advanced to the 2nd tier, the little fox also benefited, and its injuries had improved significantly. If it weren't injured, it might have advanced in sync. Chu Shaoye ladled a bowl of meat soup and handed it to the little fox, gently saying, "Drink up." The little fox stuck out its tongue, the taste bitter in its mouth, but obediently drank it down. It sneaked a glance at the pot, hoping that after this meal, it wouldn't have to drink it again. After the 2 pets were fed and satisfied, Chu Shaoye put them away, carefully cleaned up the traces left by the stream, and then rode his spirit deer back to Lumen Peak. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ren Xingping was already waiting. Seeing Chu Shaoye return, he asked with concern, "Brother Chu, why did you come back so late? I thought something happened to you." Chu Shaoye was puzzled, wondering how a slight delay could cause concern, so he asked, "What happened?" Ren Xingping sighed. "It's about your duel with Ho San. The news has spread all over Lumen Peak." Chu Shaoye suddenly understood. No wonder Wang Ji agreed so readily. He wanted to make a big deal out of it to embarrass Steward Fong. "Not to criticize, Brother Chu, but you acted a bit impulsively. Ho San has been at the 2nd stage for years, and you're only at the 1st stage." Ren Xingping trailed off, suddenly sensing the change in Chu Shaoye's aura, and asked in surprise, "You're at the 2nd stage now?" Chu Shaoye nodded, saying calmly, "I just broke through." Ren Xingping was astonished. That morning, Chu Shaoye was still at the 1st stage, and by evening he had advanced to the 2nd. Even with his decent aptitude among the servant disciples, it took Ren Xingping several months to reach the 2nd stage, while Chu Shaoye did it in a day. "An elder in my family once guided me, so I grasped it a bit faster." Chu Shaoye lied without changing his expression. Even so, Ren Xingping found it incredible and immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Chu, you're a genius." Chu Shaoye shook his head with a smile. "You're too kind, Brother Ren. I wouldn't dare accept the title of genius." Ren Xingping snapped out of his surprise and said excitedly, "Now you have a chance to win against Ho San." Being a servant disciple under Fong Qingshan, he naturally sided with Fong. Besides, Wang Ji, who was the nephew of Steward Wang and an outer disciple, always looked down on the servant disciples, which had long irked Ren Xingping. Chu Shaoye took a roasted iron skin lizard out of his storage bag, placed it on the table, and gestured for Ren Xingping to help himself. "Brother Ren, could you tell me about Ho San? I'm not familiar with him." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ren Xingping scratched his head. "Oh, Brother Chu, there's no need for this. We're just talking about Ho San, and you're bringing out roasted meat." Chu Shaoye chuckled. "Don't be polite, Brother Ren. I can't finish it by myself anyway. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Enticed by the aroma of the roast, Ren Xingping no longer held back. As he ate, he explained, "Ho San isn't particularly skilled. He's only a 2nd stage spirit master even after being in the Qishao sect for over 10 years. But he's very good at flattery and has become Wang Ji's lackey, throwing his weight around among the servant disciples. His primary spirit beast is a 2nd stage gray leaf monkey, and his 2nd contract beast is a 2nd stage spotted hyena. The monkey isn't much, but the hyena, given by Wang Ji, is quite fierce." Chu Shaoye nodded. thinking to himself that Wang Ji was indeed humiliating Ho San by gifting him a spotted hyena, implying that Ho San was his lackey. A spotted hyena can reach the third stage upon maturity, but with Ho San only at the second stage, he's likely been suppressing the hyena's advancement. Brother Chu, you should contract a strong battle spirit beast soon. Your spotless fox probably can't compete with Ho San's spotted hyena, Ren Xingping advised. Thank you for the advice, Brother Ren, Chu Shaoye replied. Can we contract beasts from the sect's back mountain? Of course, but you can only contract with beasts from the outer area. The inner area is generally off-limits, as it's said to be home to an 8th-stage spirit beast. An 8th-tier spirit beast? Chu Shaoye's surprise was evident. Qishao sect and Juyu City are located in the southwest corner of the southern continent, a remote area with sparse spiritual energy. Even the city lord of Juyu City and the sect leader of Qishao sect are only mid-tier 6th-tier spirit masters. In such a desolate place, it's hard to become a major power with such strength. Unexpectedly, there is an 8th-tier spirit beast hidden within the Qishao sect. Curiously, Chu Shaoye asked, Brother Ren, do you know what kind of spirit beast that 8th-tier one is? Ren Xingping sighed softly. I only heard about it from the old servant disciples, so its truth is still unknown. With Ren Xingping, the big eater, around, half of the roasted iron-scaled lizard was quickly devoured. Yawning, Ren Xingping casually remarked, Brother Chu, that's all there is about Ho San. Now that you've advanced to the second tier, you don't need to worry too much. Get some rest. Chu Shaoye acknowledged, finished washing up, blew out the candle, and lay on the bed. He placed his hands behind his head, staring at the dark ceiling. Frostmoon was once an 8th-tier spirit beast too. He wondered how it was doing now and if its old injuries had healed somewhat. According to Frostmoon, it had formed a bond with its father when it was just a little wolf cub and traveled across the vast spirit continent with him. Before getting injured, Frostmoon had almost reached the 9th tier, nearly becoming a sacred beast. Unfortunately, after being injured, its rank plummeted, and when it first arrived at Chu Village, it was only at the 4th tier. After years of recuperation, Frostmoon has recovered to the 5th tier. To Chu Shaoye now, the 5th tier is already quite formidable. In his eyes, Frostmoon is an all-powerful presence, both intelligent and strong. He couldn't imagine how majestic Frostmoon must have been at its peak. He hopes Frostmoon is doing well and looks forward to their reunion. The climate in the southern continent is hot and humid, making ice-attribute spirit beasts and plants extremely rare. At this moment, in an underground cave, condensed water droplets slid off the stalactites, like pearls dropping into the cold pool below, the sound echoing throughout the cave. In the center of the cold pool stood a Biguang cold lotus, emitting a faint green glow. The Biguang cold lotus, a 6th-tier spirit plant, is as transparent as glass, thriving in dark, damp, and cold environments, making it an excellent supplement for ice-attribute spirit beasts. A pair of ice-blue eyes glinted in the shadows, and a massive form moved silently across the ground. This was Frostmoon, the being Chu Shaoye was concerned about. It sniffed the ground but detected no other spirit beasts. High-level spirit plants usually have guardian spirit beasts nearby, but the cold pool's environment can mask their presence. Frostmoon remained vigilant, cautiously observing its surroundings as it stepped onto the water's surface. Frost formed beneath its feet, creating an ice path across the water. Just as Frostmoon reached the halfway point, a large shadow slid beneath the ice. Frostmoon immediately looked down to investigate, and at that moment, a dark figure burst through the ice road's left side, sending a wave over 5 meters high. Frostmoon reacted swiftly, forming an ice wall to block the shadow's attack. Under the pale glow of the Baiguang Han Lian, the shadowy figure revealed itself. Its body was slender, with gills on its cheeks, a smooth, scaleless surface, and limbs equipped with sharp webbed claws. This was a 5th-tier creature known as the Yulong Cave Salamander. Its form was reminiscent of a dragon, but without horns, and its gray-white skin secreted a paralyzing toxin. Xuangyue exerted force beneath its feet, causing a vast sheet of ice to spread out. The Yulong Cave Salamander was not adept at underwater combat, and being dragged to the bottom of the pool could have dire consequences. In the cave, the cold intensified, and droplets of water transformed into snowflakes that drifted gently down. The Yulong Cave Salamander climbed onto the ice, letting out a roar at Xuangyue before launching a barrage of water arrows. Xuangyue deftly sidestepped, moving with surprising agility despite its large size. It pushed off from the cave wall, using the momentum to circle behind the salamander. The creature's long tail whipped through the air, generating a fierce gust. The 5th-tier spirit beast's iron tail skill was vastly different from that of a 2nd-tier iron-skinned lizard, its elongated tail creating a sonic boom and moving so swiftly it left afterimages. The tail swept with immense force, but Xuangyue was prepared. In midair, it conjured 5 or 6 large snowflakes, each the size of a millstone, floating like steps. Xuangyue activated its skill snow step and lightly leapt onto the snowflakes, ascending into the air and evading the salamander's tail strike. The iron tail missed, crashing onto the ice with a loud thud, sending shards and splashes everywhere, followed by a sharp cracking sound as the newly formed ice shattered like porcelain. Xuanyue maneuvered in the air, then leapt again, momentarily pausing mid-jump. Its wolf claws struck out, carving 6 icy slashes through the air. The attack landed heavily on the salamander, causing blood to spurt and leaving 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds, which quickly began to freeze, the ice spreading across its body. The salamander howled in agony, tumbling into the pool, where a large bloom of blood appeared on the surface. Xuanyue landed on an unbroken section of ice and reformed an icy path leading to the Bai Guanghan Lian. Although the Yulong cave salamander was not dead, it was gravely injured. If it valued its life, it would remain at the bottom of the pool and not dare to interfere again. The Bai Guanghan Lian remained untouched by the battle, gently swaying and emitting a faint fragrance. Xuanyue did not linger to appreciate it, quickly biting off the lotus and swallowing it whole without chewing. The effects of the Bai Guanghan Lian would not manifest immediately. It needed to find a safe place to digest the medicinal power. As Xuanyue turned to leave the cave, just as it was about to step out of the pool, the ice beneath suddenly shattered, and a long tail emerged, wrapping tightly around its waist. The upper half of the Yulong cave salamander rose from the water, coiling around Xuanyue, ignoring its own bleeding wounds. Xuanyue was momentarily immobilized, but remained calm. It channeled its spiritual power, forming a layer of glistening frost over itself and the salamander's mucus, encasing them both in a thick shell of ice. Within minutes, the salamander was frozen solid. With a slight effort, Xuanyue shattered the ice into pieces, revealing a pale blue spirit core that rolled out. Xuanyue picked up the core and consumed it. The salamander's mucus was toxic, and some had inevitably gotten onto Xuanyue, causing a numbing sensation. Initially planning to find a place to rest, now that the salamander was dead, the cave was safe. Xuanyue settled down on a flat spot. The energy from the Bai Guanghan Lian and the 5th-tier spirit core slowly integrated into its body, healing its hidden injuries bit by bit. The giant wolf closed its eyes slightly, and the image of Chu Shaoye appeared in its mind. It wondered how the young master was faring at the Qishao sect. Before dawn the next day, Chu Shaoye got up and left. He left a note on the table for Rin Xingping, telling him not to wait for him to have breakfast. As the sky was just beginning to brighten, a few bright stars still dotted the sky, and there were few people moving around the sect. Riding his spirit deer, Chu Shaoye easily traversed the foot of the mountain. The Qishao sect was surrounded by mountains with steep terrain, and most buildings were built along the slopes. So people in the sect usually contracted a flying spirit pet as a means of transportation, like Fang Qingshan's red-crest feathered crane and Ji Yuntong's Xiaoyan beast. Chu Shaoye thought to himself that perhaps he should also contract a flying spirit pet, preferably one with strong combat abilities. The spirit deer, familiar with the route, brought him to the back mountain. As usual, Chu Shaoye gave it a few fruits before storing it back in the beast essence bag. Along the way, he found a wild chicken and unexpectedly came across a nest of wild chicken eggs, 12 in total. After starting a fire, he prepared the wild chicken for roasting and boiled 10 eggs, using the remaining 2 to make egg soup with some purple vine added. Once everything was ready, Chu Shaoye released the little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse. The little fox had eaten an entire second-tier 7-leaf blood ginseng yesterday and had almost fully recovered after a night's rest, looking lively and energetic. Chu Shaoye broke off 2 chicken legs, giving 1 to each of the fluffy creatures, and each got a boiled egg, while the remaining purple vine egg soup was for the little fox alone. The little fox grimaced at the thought of drinking bitter medicine again, but it understood that drinking it would help it heal faster, so it obediently drank it. Seeing how well-behaved it was, Chu Shaoye felt gratified, realizing that the little fox had indeed matured significantly through this experience. Previously, it was so picky that it wouldn't even eat ordinary wild animal meat, but now it willingly drank bitter medicine. He reached out and gently patted the little fox's fluffy head, and it nuzzled his hand, pushing the 2 eggs towards him. It noticed that its owner had given all the eggs to it, and Shuabao, leaving none for himself. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse hesitated, looking at the last wild chicken egg in its hand, wondering if it should also show some consideration. The time it spent by Chu Shaoye's side was undoubtedly the happiest period of its life as a mouse, with delicious roasted meat at every meal and the occasional spirit pill. After some thought, the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse resolutely placed the wild chicken egg in Chu Shaoye's hand, waving its little paw as if to say, "Go ahead, eat it." Seeing how thoughtful both fluffy creatures were, a wave of paternal-like affection welled up in Chu Shaoye's heart, and he couldn't help but smile. He patted their heads, laughing, "Roasted wild chicken is enough for me. You too can have the eggs." However, both fluffy creatures shook their heads, indicating with their actions that if Chu Shaoye didn't eat, neither would they. With no other choice, Chu Shaoye ate 1 egg each, and the three of them enjoyed a harmonious family moment. At that moment, he felt that being a spirit master was truly wonderful. Although he had left the Chu family and Xuanyue behind, he still had these new family members by his side. After eating his fill, Chu Shaoye began planning to capture a second contract spirit beast. Since the little fox's internal injuries hadn't fully healed and it couldn't fight, he decided to take on the task himself. After a fierce battle with the iron-scaled lizard yesterday, Chu Shaoye successfully advanced to the second tier. He felt secretly pleased, believing that handling a second-tier spirit beast alone shouldn't be a problem. He sent the two furballs off to play, reminding them not to wander too far. The little fox, with a golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse on its head, happily darted into the dense forest. Chu Shaoye's current location wasn't far from where he was the previous day. He found a small stream and decided to wait there, hoping for a spirit beast to come for a drink. A few large, slanted trees grew by the stream, and he chose one with lush branches to climb. From his black jade ring, he took out a large net, which he had bought while purchasing supplies in Jiu City. Although the net was made of ordinary material and posed little threat to spirit beasts, it could still slightly hinder their movements. With everything ready, Chu Shaoye lay quietly on the tree trunk, silently practicing his spiritual cultivation method. As time passed, several spirit beasts came to the stream to drink. A first-tier steel-toothed squirrel, too low in rank, a second-tier soft-cloud rabbit, of a poor species, a second-tier gliding snake, with limited growth potential. As noon approached, Chu Shaoye still hadn't encountered his desired spirit beast. The ones visiting the stream were generally of low rank, clearly not an ideal capture location. Just as he was about to give up waiting and consider a more proactive approach, a large, dark blue bird flew in from a distance. The bird's feathers were glossy black, reflecting a bluish sheen in the sunlight. Its beak and claws were black, but its eyes were blood red. Chu Shaoye's pupils dilated with joy. This was exactly the spirit beast he wanted. The Qingyan crow, once matured, could advance to a fourth-tier spirit beast. At that point, its feathers would be enveloped in a layer of blue flame, hotter than the flames of typical fire-attributed spirit beasts, making it a top-tier power among its peers. This Qingyan crow was currently only second-tier, evidently having just left its nest, making it perfect for Chu Shaoye to contract. Suppressing his excitement, he masked his presence and waited for the crow to approach. Sure enough, the crow, lacking survival experience, was unaware of his presence and leisurely drank water, pecking at small fish and shrimp in the stream. When it hopped under the tree where Chu Shaoye was, he decisively cast the net and leaped, brandishing his sword Qianqing towards the crow. The Qingyan crow was startled by the sudden net, flapping its wings in panic, trying to escape. Chu Shaoye quickly jumped down, pinning it down, attempting to control it with his short sword. The crow opened its mouth and spat out a fist-sized blue fireball directly at Chu Shaoye's face. The flame's temperature was extremely high, and Chu Shaoye dared not confront it heat, so he rolled swiftly to avoid the attack. Although the fireball missed him, it burned through the net, allowing the crow to break free and attempt to fly away. Naturally, Chu Shaoye wouldn't let it escape. Infusing spiritual energy into Qianqing, he swung the sword, cutting off the crow's right wing feathers. With its flight feathers severed, the crow lost balance and fell after barely flying 2 meters, angrily cawing at Chu Shaoye with eyes full of resentment. Chu Shaoye kept a close watch, and after a brief standoff, the crow suddenly attacked, flapping its wings as its sharp claws, gleaming like metal, unleashed a strike. Claw attacks are typically a skill of beasts, and Chu Shaoye didn't expect the Azure Flame Raven to possess such a move. The unexpected attack caught him off guard, and he couldn't dodge in time, resulting in a deep scratch on his left arm, blood flowing freely. The Azure Flame Raven seized the opportunity to launch another fireball, the flames tracing an arc in the air, heading straight for Chu Shaoye. Reacting swiftly, despite his bleeding arm, Chu Shaoye threw Qianqing. Like a shooting star, it sliced through the fireball, splitting it in half, and continued its trajectory towards the raven's throat. The Azure Flame Raven, having just unleashed 2 fireballs and a claw attack, was nearly depleted of its spiritual energy. It desperately flapped its damaged wings, barely managing to dodge. Qianqing grazed its neck and embedded itself into a nearby boulder, sparks flying. The raven was stunned, thinking to itself that if it hadn't reacted quickly, the attack would have been fatal. Taking advantage of the raven's momentary distraction, Chu Shaoye quickly lunged forward, pinning it to the ground. He summoned Qianqing back to his hand and brutally stabbed it into the side of the raven's neck, coldly stating, "Form a contract with me, and I won't kill you." Terrified, the raven let out a squawk, retracting its neck in submission, realizing it had no choice but to comply. It bowed its head slightly, indicating its surrender to Chu Shaoye. Forming a contract with a spirit pet requires a blood bond. Chu Shaoye held the raven down with one hand while using the blood from his left arm to draw a contract formation. He chanted, "With my blood, I seal your spirit, your contract to be with me forever." After chanting, he only needed a drop of the raven's blood to complete the ritual. Chu Shaoye pulled out Qianxing, ready to draw blood from the raven's claw. Just then, a loud noise erupted from the forest, and a small fox came dashing towards him with a treasure-seeking mouse on its head. The little fox tripped over a rock 5 meters away from Chu Shaoye, falling flat on its face. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse was flung like a projectile, landing with a splat and turning into a pancake-like shape, while the elixir it was holding rolled out of its grasp. The elixir rolled right into Chu Shaoye's contract formation, cracking open to reveal a palm-sized, plump insect. It poked its head out from the shattered shell, spitting a mouthful of light blue blood. The contract formation immediately glowed brightly, indicating the contract was sealed. Everything happened so quickly that even Chu Shaoye was caught off guard. The azure flame raven was equally stunned. Had it just been intercepted? The plump insect, dazed from the fall, wobbled around like a maggot crawling in the dark. Chu Shaoye's face darkened with frustration. After all his efforts, he ended up contracting with a mere insect. The azure flame raven squawked, thinking that since it was no longer involved, perhaps it could leave. Chu Shaoye shot it a sharp glare, prompting the raven to frantically flap its wings and scuttle away, fearing it might end up as roasted bird. The little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse crawled over, seemingly aware they had disrupted the spirit master's contract ceremony. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The fox bit onto Chu Shaoye's pant leg, urgently trying to pull him forward, while the treasure-seeking mouse gestured frantically, squeaking incomprehensibly. Understanding their urgency, Chu Shaoye felt a sense of alarm and decided to quickly leave the area. Without fully understanding the situation, Chu Shaoye urgently scooped up the plump insect and the two fluffy creatures, sprinting forward. Heavy footsteps and the sound of trees and branches being broken echoed behind him, causing his heart to race. A glance back revealed an enraged rock-armored red bear charging toward them. As a Tier 4 spirit beast, its red-brown fur was covered with hard, rock-like scales, making it a formidable opponent with few weaknesses aside from being slightly slow. Chu Shaoye wondered how the two fluffy creatures had managed to provoke such a beast, but he had no time to ponder. He quickly released a spirit deer from his beast pouch and mounted it, ready to flee. In that moment, the rock-armored red bear swung its massive paws, instantly creating a wall of fire in front of Chu Shaoye. The spirit deer, fearing the flames, was unable to leap over the 3-meter-high wall. With escape seeming impossible, Chu Shaoye recalled the spirit deer and the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse to the beast pouch, deciding to confront the bear for a few moves to find a chance to escape. The bear, with its fiery paws, roared and lunged at Chu Shaoye, determined to capture these pesky thieves. The scorching paw aimed straight for Chu Shaoye's head, causing the air to shimmer with heat. Chu Shaoye quickly rolled aside, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. The rock-armored red bear, missing its target, roared in frustration and slammed its paws into the ground, creating a thunderous sound that sent deep cracks through the earth. Chu Shaoye felt a pang of worry, recognizing the telltale signs of an earth element beast's skill, the earth spikes. Sharp spikes burst from the ground, and Chu Shaoye, drawing on his hunting experience, nimbly dodged between them. Despite his agility, the spikes still managed to inflict several cuts on him. The little fox in Chu Shaoye's arms whimpered anxiously and leapt out, fearlessly using the spikes as stepping stones to attack the bear. "Shuewu," Chu Shaoye shouted. The little fox moved swiftly, leaping from the spike's tip and striking 3 times at its peak. The rock-armored red bear raised a forearm to block, the strikes leaving no mark on its rock-hard armor. Clearly, the little fox, still at Tier 1, was no match for the Tier 4 bear. Chu Shaoye's heart raced with worry, wanting to recall the fox, but it was too late. The bear, seizing the moment as the fox hung in the air, breathed a burst of flame at it. Seeing the imminent danger, Chu Shaoye's eyes sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger, Qianxing. At this point, the bear's attention was entirely on the fox, only noticing the glint of the dagger as it reached its face. A howl of pain erupted, startling birds from the surrounding trees. The dagger was embedded in the bear's left eye, with most of the blade buried in its socket. The immense pain drove the bear into a frenzy, its paws striking wildly. The little fox dodged deftly, and just as it was about to be struck, it suddenly accelerated, leaving a white trail behind it as it darted forward. Chu Shaoye was taken aback. The little fox had advanced in the heat of battle, mastering a new skill dash. The fox quickly ran back to Chu Shaoye, who caught it in his arms, retrieved Qianxing, and turned to flee into the dense forest. As the dagger was pulled from the bear's eye, it howled in renewed agony and fury, pursuing Chu Shaoye with relentless determination. Although the rock-armored red bear's speed is considered a weakness among spirit beasts of the same rank, it still appeared quite swift compared to Chu Shaoye, a second-rank spirit master, especially when enraged. Chu Shaoye intentionally fled towards a dense forest, but the rampaging rock-armored red bear couldn't be stopped. The trees it passed were ignited by the flames on its body, quickly spreading into a roaring fire. As the distance between the man and the bear narrowed, and the bear's paw was about to strike Chu Shaoye, a sharp bird cry pierced the sky, followed by several flaming arrows shooting through the air. Although the arrows couldn't penetrate the bear's hard shell, they left 2 bloody holes in its fur, forcing it to halt and turn towards its new attacker. A small crimson bird with flames atop its head swooped down, pecking rapidly at the rock-armored red bear. Despite its massive size, the bear couldn't catch the nimble bird with its swipes. At that moment, Ji Yuntong arrived belatedly, riding on a Xiaoyan beast, and landed beside Chu Shaoye. Seeing his disheveled state, she asked in surprise, "How dare you provoke a 4th-rank spirit beast?" Chu Shaoye shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, did he want to provoke it? He also wondered how those 2 little ancestors dared to do so. Chu Shaoye's gaze fell on the fiery red bird battling the bear, wondering, is this senior sister Ji's spirit pet? Ji Yuntong nodded, replying, Hongyun is my life-bound spirit beast, a 4th-rank fiery flame sparrow. An adult fiery flame sparrow can reach the 4th rank, with a fiery red body and flames atop its head, similar in size to a sparrow, and extremely fast in flight. Legend has it that it carries the bloodline of the supreme divine beast, the vermilion bird. Although Ji Yuntong was currently a 3rd-rank spirit master, her life-bound spirit beast had already reached the 4th rank, indicating her extraordinary talent and potential to become a 4th-rank spirit master eventually. The battle between the 2 spirit beasts was evenly matched, with the fiery flame sparrow unable to inflict significant damage on the rock-armored red bear, and the bear unable to hit the agile sparrow. If this continued, the heavily injured bear would only fall into a disadvantage. It glared hatefully at Chu Shaoye and Ji Yuntong before turning to flee into the dense forest. The fiery flame sparrow wanted to pursue, but was called back by Ji Yuntong. With the crisis averted, Chu Shaoye sighed in relief, bowing to Ji Yuntong and gratefully saying, "Thank you, senior sister Ji, for saving me." Ji Yuntong waved her hand, asking, "You still haven't told me how you managed to provoke the rock-armored red bear." Chu Shaoye looked at the little fox hidden in the grass, grabbed it by the scruff, and prepared to get some answers. The little fox blinked its big eyes innocently at Chu Shaoye, softly saying, "Spirit Master, would you believe me if I said this was all Shuabao's doing?" Chu Shaoye recounted the events, omitting the part about the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse. He speculated that when the little fox and the mouse went out to play, the mouse detected the scent of a spirit pill. The 2 little creatures probably decided to sneak into the bear's cave, only to be discovered and flee back in a panic for help, inadvertently disrupting Chu Shaoye's contract ceremony and turning the intended blue flame crow into a fat worm. Ji Yuntong couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing the story, laughing so hard that her hair came undone, entirely disregarding her ladylike demeanor. She bent over with laughter, patting Chu Shaoye on the shoulder and teasing, "Junior brother Chu, you really are unlucky, aren't you?" Chu Shaoye's face was dark as if someone was having a bad day, yet some people found joy in it. Ji Yuntong straightened up, gently wiped the tears from her eyes, and tried to suppress her laughter as she comforted him. "Did you get a good look at that chubby bug? Maybe it's not so bad after all." Despite her laughter, she still felt sorry for Chu Shaoye. The azure flame crow was as renowned as her own fiery flame sparrow, and if Chu Shaoye had contracted the azure flame crow, his chances in the duel would have greatly increased. In a moment of urgency, Chu Shaoye retracted the chubby bug back into his body, where it transformed into a beast pattern on the inside of his right wrist. Seeing the beast pattern that resembled a big bun, Ji Yuntong couldn't help but laugh, turning away to cover her mouth. Her face reddened from holding back her laughter. Poor junior brother Chu had suffered enough. She shouldn't make it worse. Chu Shaoye activated the summoning array, and a plump, white insect emerged from the green array. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that this chubby bug was actually a 3rd-tier spiritual beast. Though it looked like a worm, it wasn't repulsive. Its smooth, jade-like body and feather-like white antennae on its head gave it a somewhat endearing appearance. Ji Yuntong finally stifled her laughter and turned to see the chubby bug, exclaiming in surprise, "Junior brother Chu, although your spirit pet is a bug, it's quite cute." She couldn't resist reaching out to poke it, finding its texture springy and soft like a water balloon. The chubby bug wasn't fond of being poked and turned to spit out a strand of silk, wrapping it around Ji Yuntong's finger. Initially, she didn't mind, thinking she could just pull it off, but the silk's stickiness and toughness were impressive, and it ended up binding her other hand as well. "Is this my karma for laughing at junior brother Chu?" she wondered silently. Chu Shaoye, seeing Ji Yuntong's predicament, didn't laugh. Instead, he pondered, suspecting that this chubby bug might be a Baishian worm. Ji Yuntong was taken aback, then realized, this is a Baishian worm? Aren't Baishian worms supposed to be the size of a finger? Baishian worms are the larvae of the parasitic bee, a 3rd-tier spiritual beast. The parasitic bee lays its eggs inside a spiritual beast, allowing the larvae to absorb spiritual energy and hatch. The larvae only crawl out during cocooning and metamorphosis. However, This by Xianworm's mother laid it directly inside a spiritual pill instead of a spiritual beast. Chu Shaoye found the fragments of the spiritual pill from which the Bai Xian worm had emerged. The pill had been gnawed down to a thin layer, with most of its spiritual energy depleted, yet it was clear it had been a third-tier pill. No wonder it was so plump. It had been overfed on the rich spiritual energy of the pill. A typical Bai Xian worm would only be a fifth of its size, which is why Chu Shaoye hadn't recognized it immediately. Chu Shaoye placed the Bai Xian worm on Ji Yuntong's hand, allowing it to retract the silk. The worm chomped away, pulling the silk back into its belly, where it could convert it back into mucus to spit out again. The Bai Xian worm felt cool and comfortable as it lay on her hand. Ji Yuntong recalled the information about Bai Xian worms and exclaimed in surprise, "This Bai Xian worm can already produce silk. Could it be third tier already?" Chu Shaoye nodded. The Bai Xian worm is skilled at concealing its presence, which is how it managed to consume the spirit pills completely unnoticed by the rock-armored red bear. It wasn't surprising that Ji Yuntong initially failed to detect the Bai Xian worm's level. After receiving Chu Shaoye's confirmation, Ji Yuntong became anxious. "You're only at the first tier now. Forming a contract with a third-tier spirit beast could easily backfire." By this time, the Bai Xian worm had already chewed through the threads on Ji Yuntong's hand. She quickly grabbed Chu Shaoye's hand, releasing a bit of spiritual energy to assess his condition. Earlier, Chu Shaoye had expended a significant amount of spiritual power in the fight against the blue flame crow, and had also injured his arm, making his aura faint. Ji Yuntong didn't immediately realize that he had already advanced to the second tier. Allowing someone else's spiritual energy into one's body is inherently risky, but Chu Shaoye didn't object, understanding that Ji Yuntong was concerned for him. After examining him, Ji Yuntong was surprised to discover that Chu Shaoye had indeed broken through to the second tier. She had originally come to guide him on how to draw energy into his body, not expecting that he had resolved the issue himself. Ji Yuntong's expression grew complex. Her own talent was decent, yet it had taken her several months to reach the second tier. Even Sister Yu-1, the most outstanding among the inner disciples, had taken a month to progress. Seeing Ji Yuntong silent, Chu Shaoye gently shook his wrist to remind her. Ji Yuntong snapped back to reality, blushing slightly as she released Chu Shaoye's hand. Her previous actions seemed a bit rash, but fortunately, Brother Chu didn't mind. Recently, Ji Yuntong had been looking after Chu Shaoye mainly because her master, Feng Qingshan, had instructed her to. Chu Shaoye's innate talent was average, with his life spirit beast being the immaculate fox, making the prospect of breaking through to the third tier seem slim. However, his talent in spiritual cultivation was unexpectedly impressive. It was only now that Ji Yuntong began to see Chu Shaoye as an equal companion. "I came today intending to help you contract a second-tier spirit beast, but it seems you've managed on your own." Both the second-tier blue flame crow and the third-tier Bai Xian worm testified to Chu Shaoye's strength. Chu Shaoye shook his head, his tone sincere. "If it weren't for senior sister Ji's timely arrival, I might have perished under the rock-armored red bear's claws." Ji Yuntong didn't dwell on the matter, though she felt that even without her intervention, Chu Shaoye wouldn't have died there. She retrieved a bottle of healing ointment from her storage pouch and handed it to Chu Shaoye. "I noticed you were injured earlier. Let me treat it for you." The injury was on his left arm, making it difficult for Chu Shaoye to manage it himself, so he accepted Ji Yuntong's help. "Thank you, Senior Sister Ji." He was wearing black, which masked the bloodstains on his clothing, but his entire sleeve was soaked with blood. He removed his top, revealing a wound that extended from his upper arm to his forearm, nearly 20 centimeters long, with skin and flesh rolled back, a gruesome sight. Ji Yuntong's hand trembled slightly as she held the medicine bottle, her heart aching. Despite the severity of the wound, Chu Shaoye had endured it without a change in expression for so long. The little fox, noticing, whimpered with concern, moving closer to lick the blood on his fingertips. Women tend to be soft-hearted, and Ji Yuntong felt a pang of sorrow. Her young junior brother was just a 12-year-old boy who had only recently left home. She scolded, "Such a serious wound. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You're about to bleed out." Ji Yuntong quickly took out a water pouch and carefully cleaned the blood from Chu Shaoye's arm, tending to the wound before gently applying medicine and bandaging it. Luckily, the wound wasn't deep. If it had cut a vein or hit the bone, it would have been troublesome. Ji Yuntong focused intently on treating the wound, and from Chu Shaoye's angle, he could only see her long eyelashes and the tip of her nose. She sprinkled the medicinal powder evenly on the wound and wrapped it beautifully with a bandage. Chu Shaoye thanked her again, then put on a clean shirt. Ji Yuntong left the medicine bottle with him, advising, "Keep this medicine. Apply it 2 or 3 more times, and the wound should scab over." Chu Shaoye wanted to refuse, but Ji Yuntong stopped him with a wave and smiled. "This duel is important for Master. Your recovery is most important." Her smile was as warm as the spring breeze, with bright eyes and white teeth, charming and graceful. "I believe that Brother Chu is destined for greatness, and you can repay me when you've made your mark." Chu Shaoye was taken aback. and by the time he came to his senses, Ji Yuntong had already flown away on her cloud beast. The sound of crunching reached his ears, and when Chu Shaoye looked down, he saw the Baixian insect gnawing on the shell of a third-grade spirit pill. He sighed, thinking how he ended up with such food-loving companions. With no time to deal with the chubby insect, Chu Shaoye took the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse out of his beast pouch and placed it next to the little fox, lining them up side by side. He put on a stern face and reprimanded. "You two are really brave, daring to provoke a fourth-grade rock armor red bear." The two fluffballs lowered their heads, seemingly aware of their mistake. They had been playing in the forest, not far from Chu Shaoye, when the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. It smelled the fragrance of the spirit pill and was thrilled. The mouse followed the scent to a cave, where, besides the scent of the pill, there was also the presence of a fourth-grade spirit beast. Such a beast was not something it could easily provoke. The mouse, with its small beady eyes, suggested teaming up with the little fox to steal the pill and split it in half. The little fox thought it over and agreed, but insisted on dividing the pill into 3 parts, with the third part going to Chu Shaoye. The mouse agreed, thinking that Chu Shaoye's share would eventually be shared between it and the little fox. Their plan seemed perfect. They waited for the rock armor red bear to go out hunting before sneaking in to steal the spirit pill and escape. The bear had a habit of hoarding, storing many spirit pills deep in its cave to enjoy later. As soon as the two fluffballs entered, they were dazzled by the treasure before their eyes, with the spirit pills piled like a small mountain, casting colorful reflections on the cave walls. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse frantically stuffed spirit pills into its cheek pouch, but couldn't fit the last third-grade pill. It stubbornly tried several times, inadvertently wasting time, and in the end, couldn't fit it in, but the rock armor red bear returned. The two fluffballs had to flee, with the mouse unwilling to let go of the third-grade pill. Even though it couldn't fit it into its pouch, it held it tightly in its arms. Then, they ran to Chu Shaoye for help. Chu Shaoye flicked each of them on the forehead and sternly said, "Third-grade spirit pills are indeed valuable, but they're not worth risking your lives for. Unless necessary, don't attempt things beyond your capability, understand?" This was mainly directed at the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, whose species had a natural tendency to be mesmerized by treasure, leading many to an early demise. Seeing Chu Shaoye had finished scolding them, the two fluffballs immediately nodded, promising not to repeat their mistake. The little fox nudged the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, which reluctantly spat out all the spirit pills from its cheek pouch. For the treasure-hoarding mouse, voluntarily giving up the treasure it had already tasted was no small feat. The spirit pills clattered out, roughly 30 in total. Chu Shaoye's eyes widened. He had originally thought the two fluffballs had only stolen one third-grade spirit pill, but they had actually cleaned out the rock armor red bear's stash. According to their agreement, the golden thread treasure mouse began distributing the magical pills. It went one for the little fox, one for me, one for the fierce spirit master, and so on, until it got slapped away by the little fox. The little fox then took its place on the golden thread treasure mouse and started redistributing the pills. The sheer number of pills was dizzying. 18 first-tier pills, 11 second-tier pills, 3 third-tier pills, and even 1 fourth-tier pill. With 1 second-tier pill missing, the little fox unhesitatingly replaced it with a 4th-tier pill for Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye was amused and thought, "That's a strange way to divide things." As he observed closely, he realized that the two furry creatures were sharing the loot and had even included him, which he found surprisingly considerate. While spirit beasts of the same tier may fight for various reasons, they rarely engage in deadly battles. The higher the tier, the more intelligent the spirit beast, and if they can't win, they flee quickly. It must not have been easy for the rock-armored red bear to acquire such a 4th-tier pill. It had kept it hidden in the cave, not daring to consume it, only for it to fall into their hands. Chu Shaoye picked up the 4th-tier pill and handed it to the teary-eyed golden thread treasure mouse. The mouse looked at him in disbelief. A human was willing to give it such a precious pill. Gently rubbing its head, Chu Shaoye said, "You played a big part in finding all these pills. This one is rightfully yours." The golden thread treasure mouse was moved to tears, thinking, "This human is truly kind." Chu Shaoye stored his pills in his storage ring and took care of the little fox's share as well. The golden thread treasure mouse stuffed its pills into its cheek pouches. Chu Shaoye reminded it, "The energy from a 4th-tier pill is too strong. You should wait until you're at least 3rd-tier to use it, okay?" With its cheeks bulging, making walking difficult, the mouse affectionately nuzzled Chu Shaoye's fingers to show it understood. After dividing the loot, Chu Shaoye brought over the Baixian worm, who was busy gnawing on pill fragments. The little fox and the golden thread treasure mouse sheepishly shrank back. Although the Baixian worm was a 3rd-tier spirit beast, it was inferior to the 2nd-tier Qingyan crow in terms of racial rank and growth potential. The Baixian worm is a unique spirit beast, originally a parasitic wasp larva, but it doesn't necessarily transform into a parasitic wasp after metamorphosis. Its name reflects the myriad possibilities after metamorphosis, as it can potentially transform into any insect-type spirit beast, making it the mystery box of the spirit beast world. According to the experience of many spirit masters who have contracted by Xian worms, there's a 70% chance that it will become a parasitic wasp, which, while in adult form, is still a third-tier spirit beast, though much stronger in battle. For low-tier spirit masters, it's a decent pet. Additionally, there's a 20% chance of transforming into other B-type spirit beasts, a 9% chance of devolving into a lower-than third-tier insect-type spirit beast, and a 1% chance of advancing to a high-tier insect-type spirit beast. Chu Shaoye had heard from Xuan about a spirit master whose by Xian worm had metamorphosed into a 7th-tier explosive lava ant. Unfortunately, the spirit master was only 5th tier and suffered a contract backlash the moment the ant emerged, coughing up blood on the spot. To save his life, the spirit master decisively severed his contract with the explosive lava ant. The cost of breaking the contract was severe. His rank dropped directly by 1 level, falling to a 4th-rank spirit master. Fortunately, he survived. Whether it was good luck or bad luck no longer mattered. The deed was done, and although it happened by chance, this fat insect had now become his second contracted spirit pet. Chu Shaoye held the fat insect in front of the 2 furry creatures and announced, "From now on, this will be your 3rd brother." The little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat exchanged glances and poked the fat insect with their paws. The fat insect looked full of spiritual energy, like a spirit pill, lying still and allowing them to poke it, too lazy to move. Chu Shaoye cleared his throat and suggested a name. "How about calling it Snow Fat?" The little fox covered its eyes with its paw, thinking to itself that its owner's naming ability was astonishing. Its own name was not worth mentioning. Snow Treasure was cute enough, but Snow Fat was incomprehensible. The little fox protested with a few sounds, and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat also found the name unpleasant, even though it did match the 3rd brother's physique. It pointed to the 2 feather-like antennae on the fat insect's head. Chu Shaoye suddenly understood. Snow Treasure means snow horn? The little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat remained silent. Ultimately, the fat insect was named Snow Feather, and Chu Shaoye believed that when the 3rd brother grew up, he would thank his big brother and 2nd brother. In the afternoon, Chu Shaoye took the little fox and Snow Feather to the woods to practice their combat skills together. Generally, the more contracted spirit beasts a spirit master summons, the greater the spiritual power consumption and the shorter the duration. Therefore, most spirit masters do not summon all their contracted spirit beasts at once during battles. Especially when summoning spirit beasts of a higher rank than themselves, the spiritual power consumption is astounding. However, Snow Feather was an exception. It was excellent at concealing its spiritual power, moved slowly, and almost did not consume spiritual power when not using skills. As a result, Chu Shaoye could summon both the little fox and Snow Feather for extended periods. Initially, Snow Feather was reluctant to cooperate in battles. A bug's life should be about eating, drinking, and playing, storing energy before cocooning, so why bother fighting? Moreover, fighting would consume its spiritual power, affecting the cocooning process. Snow Feather lazily lay on the little fox's head, refusing to budge no matter how much the little fox shook its head, looking utterly helpless. Chu Shaoye had to exploit its weakness, tempting it by saying, "Train well, and I'll give you a spirit pill after training." Snow Feather glanced up, unimpressed. Having grown up among 3rd-rank spirit pills, why would it care about a 1st-rank one? Chu Shaoye gritted his teeth and offered a 2nd-rank spirit pill. "Is this enough?" Only then did Snow Feather wiggle its tiny feathers in agreement. Although Snow Feather was a 3rd-rank spirit beast, it did not know many skills, aside from the silk spitting and invisibility used against Ji Yuntong. The invisibility skill sounded impressive but had strict limitations. It had to stay completely still, as any movement would nullify the invisibility. This skill was originally for Snow Feather to avoid predators and was not very useful in combat. But if it could cooperate with the little fox, that would be a different story. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat emerged from the grass, squeaking and pointing in a direction. Earlier, Chu Shaoye had sent it out to find a suitable spirit beast, and it seemed to have succeeded. Chu Shaoye followed the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse for nearly a kilometer before it suddenly stopped, signaling that the spirit beasts were ahead. He quieted his breath and footsteps, crouching as he moved forward and parted the thick grass. A small fox perched on his shoulder, peering ahead. In the clearing not far away, 2 gale green wolves were feasting on the carcass of a great antlered deer, blood splattering and a strong metallic scent filling the air. Chu Shaoye observed closely. Both gale green wolves were 2nd-tier spirit beasts, while their prey was a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Clearly, these wolves often hunted together, working in harmony to capture such a formidable target. The black jade ring shimmered as the 1,000 stars appeared in Chu Shaoye's hand. Against a single gale green wolf, the small fox and Bai Xian worm were enough, but with 2, he needed to be ready to support them. The Bai Xian worm's body gradually turned transparent until it vanished completely, as if a fat worm was still perched on the fox's head. Chu Shaoye waited until both wolves had their backs to them, and then whispered to the fox, "Go." The fox shot out of the grass like an arrow, launching a claw attack at the gale green wolf on the left. The wolf couldn't react in time and was struck on the back, blood gushing out, leaving 3 deep wounds. The other gale green wolf, seeing its companion injured, immediately released 2 wind blades, pale blue arcs swiftly flying towards the fox. Chu Shaoye quickly instructed, "Shui Wu dash." The fox's body glowed white, its speed suddenly increasing as it darted a meter to the right, leaving a faint white shadow behind. The wind blades struck the ground, cutting through the shrubs at the roots. The 2 gale green wolves stood together, their front bodies slightly lowered, growling threateningly as they watched the fox warily. The fox flicked its fluffy tail, making a provocative gesture, and the wolves flew into a rage, launching for wind blades simultaneously. Using its small, agile body, the fox deftly dodged the wind blades. The 2 wolves split to the left and right, encircling the fox and launching claw attacks. This was their usual tactic. No matter which side the prey defended, it would be vulnerable on the other. The fox faced the left wolf, using the same claw attack skill, and their strikes clashed in midair before dissipating. Just as the other wolf's claws were about to hit the fox, a white web seemingly appeared out of nowhere, shooting from above the fox's head, sticking to the wolf's paw. The attack was interrupted, and the fox landed steadily, turning to face the 2 wolves. The Baixian worm's silk was extremely adhesive, resistant to both fire and water, and difficult to remove once stuck. The wolf's paw was tightly ensnared, and as it anxiously licked it, its tongue also got stuck. With one wolf incapacitated, the other lunged at the fox. As a wind attribute spirit beast, the gale green wolf was incredibly fast, leaving the fox to rely on its dash skill to evade the wolf's pursuit. However, using skills continuously rapidly depletes spiritual energy. There is a contract link between Chu Shaoye and the little fox, allowing him to clearly feel the drain of energy within him. Shuyu aimed at the eyes of the swift wind wolf and decisively used the silk-spitting skill. The Baixian insect quickly rotated its body, causing its invisibility skill to fail. The swift wind demon wolf saw a large white bundle suddenly appear above the little fox's head, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it lunged at the Baixian insect. The insect swiftly activated its silk-spitting skill, instantly covering the swift wind wolf's face with a palm-sized web. Seeing the Baixian insect succeed, the little fox abruptly halted, twisted its body midair, and launched a triple claw attack. The swift wind demon wolf, its vision obscured by the web, couldn't dodge in time and had its throat torn open with 3 deep, bloody wounds, dying instantly. The little fox cheered, hopping joyfully towards Chu Shaoye. However, the swift wind demon wolf that had already fallen to the ground, its tongue and paws stuck together, was filled with grief and rage at the sight of its companion's death. It bit off its own tongue and lunged at the little fox. Originally, a second-tier swift wind wolf could only unleash 2 wind blades, but driven by fury, it broke through to become a third-tier spirit beast, sending 3 wind blades hurtling towards the little fox's back. Chu Shaoye's pupils widened in shock. Without time for words, he threw the Qinqing dagger and lunged forward, pulling the little fox into his arms, narrowly avoiding the wind blades. The blades struck the ground with a loud thud, carving 3 deep fissures. If they had hit the little fox, it would have been fatal. The swift wind wolf's power had greatly increased. The dagger Chu Shaoye had thrown was originally aimed at its face, but even at such a close distance, the swift wind wolf easily dodged, leaving only a thin line of blood on its cheek. Its tongue was partially severed, blood dripping from its mouth, its eyes blood-red, staring intently at Chu Shaoye and the trembling little fox in his arms. Chu Shaoye recalled the Qinqing dagger, gripping it defensively in front of him, his expression serious. This swift wind wolf clearly bore a grudge against them, and the desperate counterattack of a spirit beast had to be handled with caution. In the life and death breakthrough, the swift wind wolf's spiritual energy was unstable, with its dissipating energy clinging to it like blue flames, resembling a vengeful ghost crawling from hell. Its bloodstained maw made it all the more terrifying. Chu Shaoye watched the swift wind wolf, whispering to the little fox, "Don't be afraid. I'll distract it, and you and Shuyu find an opportunity to attack." The little fox nodded and jumped down from Chu Shaoye's arms. In the blink of an eye, as the little fox moved, the swift wind wolf launched an attack, lunging fiercely at Chu Shaoye. So fast, Chu Shaoye's pupils contracted slightly, his body reacting instinctively as he ducked under the swift wind wolf's pounce. Before he could catch his breath, the swift wind wolf's tail swung around, its iron-like tail whistling through the air. Chu Shaoye had no time to dodge and raised his arm to block with the Qinqing dagger. With a clang, like 2 pieces of hard metal colliding, Chu Shaoye was forced back several steps by the impact, his freshly bandaged wound on his arm tearing open, blood soaking his sleeve instantly. Chu Shaoye grunted, switching the Qinqing dagger to his other hand and rolling swiftly to evade the incoming wind blades from the swift wind wolf. Both its movement and attack speed were much faster at the third tier than the second. Chu Shaoye focused intently, barely able to avoid the attacks by watching every move the swift wind wolf made. It was too fast. Simply dodging was draining all his energy, leaving no time for a counterattack. Following Chu Shaoye's instructions, the little fox stealthily circled behind the gale blue wolf and launched a sudden claw attack. Its sharp claws grazed the back leg of the wolf, leaving 3 shallow scratches. Unlike the previous lethal throat strike, the gale blue wolf turned around, its eyes like torches, immediately locking onto the little fox hidden in the grass. Blue spiritual energy surged through its 4 legs as it charged towards the fox. The Baishian worm raised its upper body and spat out a web. Having learned from a previous encounter, the gale blue wolf was prepared, easily dodging the attack with a swift movement. At this point, the wolf had not only advanced in level, but also gained a new skill, Shadow Flash. The Baishian worm repeatedly attempted to ensnare it with silk, but the wolf skillfully avoided each attempt. As the wolf was about to catch the little fox, Chu Shaoye seized the moment. He leapt onto the wolf's back during its brief pause between shadow flashes. With his legs tightly gripping the wolf's waist, Chu Shaoye grasped his dagger and drove it fiercely into the back of the wolf's neck. The gale blue wolf unleashed wind blades, but Chu Shaoye quickly bent backward, narrowly dodging 2 blades. The little fox managed to deflect another blade with a claw strike. Chu Shaoye swiftly adjusted his position, sitting upright, and drove his dagger, 1,000 stars, into the wolf's neck. The wolf howled in pain, attempting to throw Chu Shaoye off by crashing into a tree. Seizing the opportunity, the Baishian worm used its silk skill again, quickly entangling the wolf's front legs. Tripped and unable to regain its balance, the wolf's head hit the ground heavily. Chu Shaoye pulled out 1,000 stars and jumped off its back. The fall proved fatal for the wolf, its neck twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. Kneeling on the ground, Chu Shaoye clutched his chest and coughed lightly, tasting a faint metallic tang in his throat. Fighting a third-tier beast with a second-tier strength was indeed challenging, and the forceful ride on the wolf's back had caused him some internal injuries. The little fox trotted over and gently licked Chu Shaoye's cheek. He tenderly patted its head, reassuringly saying, "I'm fine." As his spiritual cultivation technique circulated within him, he felt slightly better with the infusion of spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged, he took out bandages and a bottle of medicine from the black jade ring, re-bandaging the wound on his arm. The clothes he had just put on were no longer wearable, so after tending to his injuries, he changed into a fresh set. Once he was sorted, Chu Shaoye examined the 2 gale blue wolves. The first wolf was an ordinary second-tier beast and didn't suffer much in its demise. The second wolf, however, had shown remarkable talent by biting off its own tongue to break through to the next tier. Feeling a hard lump in its stomach, Chu Shaoye used 1,000 stars to cut open the wolf's belly, revealing a round, pale blue spirit core. This core's spiritual energy was between that of a second and third-tier core. He cleaned the blood off and stored it in his pouch. Chu Shaoye also didn't overlook the half-eaten antlered deer, removing its 2 large antlers, each about a meter long. These antlers are a valuable material for crafting. Chu Shaoye placed the antlers into his black jade ring and was about to stand up when a wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to sway slightly. The little fox immediately ran over, pressing against his leg and making soft, worried noises. Chu Shaoye rubbed his temples and reassured it. "It's nothing, just a bit of blood loss." In his current weakened state, it was unwise to remain in the forest, as encountering a spirit beast of the 3rd level or higher could be disastrous. So, he retrieved the little fox and the Baishian insect, mounted his spirit deer, and swiftly left the forest. Not long after, a blue flame crow flew over. Part of its right wing's feathers had been neatly sliced off, causing it to fly somewhat unsteadily. It was the same crow that Chu Shaoye had almost contracted with earlier that morning. The blue flame crow pecked at the corpse of a gale green wolf on the ground, occasionally glancing in the direction Chu Shaoye had left. The human who almost became its spirit master was truly fierce, daring to fight spirit beasts directly and even winning. When Chu Shaoye returned to the dormitory, it was still early, and Ren Xingping had not yet finished work. On the way back, exhaustion washed over him, and upon entering the room, he collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the lights were on, and Ren Xingping was sitting at the dining table eating. Seeing Chu Shaoye awake, Ren Xingping called out, "Brother Chu, you're up. Come over and have some food." Chu Shaoye acknowledged him, tidied his clothes, and walked over. Ren Xingping noticed his pale complexion and asked in surprise, "Brother Chu, why do you look so pale?" Still feeling weak and with a slight headache, Chu Shaoye sat down and slowly replied, "I got a bit injured and lost quite a bit of blood." Ren Xingping responded with an, "Oh," stood up, and served him a bowl of food. "You should eat more to replenish your strength. The canteen made braised pork today, so have plenty." Chu Shaoye took the bowl, grateful for Ren Xingping's generosity. The bowl was piled high with large chunks of braised pork, with barely any other side dishes. Ren Xingping stuffed a big piece of meat into his own mouth and said, Brother Chu, since you got injured, did you manage to contract a new spirit beast? Chu Shaoye nodded and summoned the Baishin insect. A green summoning array appeared beside him, and a jelly-like blob fell out. He caught the white jade-like creature in his hand and placed it on the table. A hint of surprise flashed in Ren Shengping's eyes. The green summoning array indicated that this unknown spirit beast was of the 3rd level. Brother Chu, you're really something. You just broke through to the 2nd level and already contracted a 3rd level spirit beast. But I've never seen this type before. What is it? Chu Shaoye extended a finger and poked the Baishin insect, which rolled over but remained motionless on its back. Ren Xingping couldn't help but laugh. My spirit pet is a Baishin insect, though it's a bit fatter than usual. Ren Xingping's eyes widened in astonishment at the white bun-like Baishin insect. He had seen ordinary Baishin insects before, slender like a finger, but this one was much larger. Chu Shaoye's Baishin insect was at least the size of 5 regular ones. Ren Xingping's fingers itched to feel what this bun-like fat insect felt like. Mimicking Chu Shaoye, he poked the Baishin insect. Its skin was soft, smooth, and cool to the touch, like jade, offering a wonderfully unique sensation. The Baishin insect slowly lifted its head to look at him, and before Ren Xingping could react, Chu Shaoye's heart skipped a beat, urging, stop. But it was too late. The Baishin bug opened its mouth and spat out a web that instantly covered Ren Xingping's face. He didn't even have time to scream before he fell back with the chair, crashing to the ground. Chu Shaoye quickly stood up to check on him. Ren Xingping instinctively reached for his face, only to find his hand stuck to it, and the web sealed his mouth, leaving him to make muffled noises, looking quite miserable. Chu Shaoye sighed, removed the Baishin bug, and placed it back on Ren Xingping's face to let it eat the web. Brother Ren, the silk from the Baishin bug is very sticky and hard to remove, but don't worry, it will eat the silk away, Chu Shaoye reassured him. Hearing this, Ren Xingping stopped struggling and lay still, allowing the bug to eat the silk. Although the Baishin bug could consume spirit pills quickly, it seemed reluctant and slow when eating the web, taking almost half an hour to finish. Chu Shaoye helped Ren Xingping up from the floor and apologized. Brother Ren, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect the little guy to attack suddenly. Ren Xingping rubbed his waist and waved it off. It's nothing. I poked it first. After all, it's a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Having a temper is normal. Chu Shaoye flicked the Baishin bug's head lightly and put it away. Ren Xingping sat back on the stool, continued eating, and said with a smile, Brother Chu, the Baishin bug may not have many attack methods, but its silk-spitting skill is really formidable. Spirit beasts of the same tier would have a hard time breaking free. This should increase your chances in tomorrow's competition. Chu Shaoye laughed. I'll take your word for it, Brother Ren. The next morning, Chu Shaoye and Ren Xingping set out together, chatting and laughing. Unexpectedly, they ran into Ho San and his group at the foot of the mountain. Ho San, who appeared to be in his 40s, was not following Wang Ji today. He stood straighter and no longer had a servile demeanor, looking at Chu Shaoye and Ren Xingping with disdain and arrogance in his eyes. Ren Xingping, riding on a 3-tailed green ox, couldn't help but chuckle at Ho San's ridiculous appearance. Ho San, it's been a few days, and you've lost that groveling habit of yours, but what's wrong with your eyes? Ho San, catching the sarcasm in his words, grew angrier and pointed at Ren Xingping. How dare you call me Ho San? You've only been here for 2 years. You don't even address me as senior brother and have the nerve to insult me. Do you want me to report you to Manager Wang? Ren Xingping dismissed his threat, cleaning his ear with a finger, and said to Chu Shaoye, Brother Chu, did you hear something? I think I heard a dog barking. Chu Shaoye chuckled and agreed. Brother Ren, I think I heard it too. Ho San was trembling with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Ren Xingping. You too? Although Ho San acted like a servant in front of Manager Wang and Wang Ji, he was a significant figure among other servant disciples. They were all deferential to him, afraid of offending Wang's favorite, unlike Ren Xingping, who dared to insult him to his face. Ho San was fuming with anger, particularly at Chu Shaoye, a young upstart who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If it weren't for his interference, the job at the spiritual herb garden would have been his. The more Ho San thought about it, the angrier he became, almost summoning his spirit beast on the spot. A fellow disciple quickly stepped in to stop him, saying, Brother Ho, the sect prohibits private fights. You mustn't act impulsively now. You can deal with that brat tomorrow. Hearing this, Ho San's heated mind gradually cooled, and a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Just yesterday, Wang Ji had given him a secret elixir that advanced his spotted hyena to the 3rd stage. Chu Shaoye had only just joined the sect, and could at most contract a 2nd-stage spirit beast, no match for his hyena. With this plan in mind, Ho San flicked his sleeve and left with his followers, saying coldly, A gentleman does not hold grudges against petty people. Let's go. Ren Xingping couldn't help but snicker as Ho San and his group left. Once they were out of sight, a serious expression crossed his face. Brother Chu, knowing Ho San's character, he wouldn't leave so easily. Judging by his demeanor, he's confident about tomorrow's duel. You mustn't underestimate him and should be ready for anything. Chu Shaoye nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the warning, Brother Ren. They parted ways at the foot of Lu Mang Mountain, with Chu Shaoye riding his spirit deer towards the back mountain. Ren Xingping, despite his rough exterior, was astute and understood Hosen well, so his suspicions were likely correct. Chu Shaoye summoned his little fox and Baixian worm. Although he looked down on people like Hosan, he wouldn't underestimate him. Even without Ren Xingping's warning, he would have been thoroughly prepared for the duel. After yesterday's battle with the Gale Blue Wolf, the initial cooperation between the fox and the Baixian worm was promising but revealed some weaknesses. The fox, agile and having learned a dash skill, had greatly increased its speed, but its attacks were limited to claw strikes, insufficient against a third-stage spirit beast. The Baixian worm's silk-spitting skill was formidable, with highly adhesive silk that was hard to escape from once stuck, but its accuracy was poor, making it difficult to hit swift spirit beasts like the Gale Blue Wolf from a distance. Chu Shaoye decided to train the two on their weaknesses. He found a suitably thick tree and had the little fox practice claw strikes on the trunk. The fox extended its sharp claws, leaving 3 deep gouges in the tree. Chu Shaoye inspected the damage, noting the scratches went a third of the way into the trunk. The little fox proudly puffed out its chest, expecting praise. To its surprise, Chu Shaoye shook his head. Shuewu, you're already a second-stage spirit beast, yet your claw strikes are no stronger than those of a first-stage beast. The fox's wide eyes blinked in disbelief as it looked at its paws, puzzled. How could this be? It felt much stronger after advancing to the second stage, so why did its spirit master say its claw strikes were unchanged? Chu Shaoye sighed. A second-stage spirit beast should be able to cut down this tree with one strike. You need to practice hard. By sunset today, you should be able to sever this tree with your claws. The fox's jaw dropped in shock, wondering, could a newly advanced second-stage spirit beast really cut down a tree in one strike? Was its spirit master deceiving it? Chu Shaoye adopted I'm not lying to you. Everything I said is true demeanor. After settling the little fox, he began to design a training regimen for the Baixian worm. The two creatures had completely different personalities. For the lethargic Baixian worm, Chu Shaoye decided to use food as motivation. He took out the spirit pill of the third-rank Gale Blue Wolf, which he had captured yesterday, from the black jade ring and dangled it in front of the Baixian worm. If you meet today's training goals, this spirit pill is your reward. The Baixian worm, enticed by the pill's aroma, gently nodded its feather-like antennae, signaling its agreement to the deal. Once the Baixian worm was set, Chu Shaoye released the golden thread treasure mouse from its beast source pouch and handed it a second-rank spirit pill from the black jade ring. Today, I need your help to train Shueyu, he said. The mouse unceremoniously stuffed the pill into its cheek pouch, its small eyes blinking with doubt. How could a first-rank golden thread treasure mouse assist in training a third-rank Baixian worm? Chu Shaoye gently plucked a leaf and placed it on the back of the mouse, encouraging, now, run quickly. The Baixian worm, perched on a protruding rock, received Chu Shaoye's signal and raised its head to shoot out a silk thread. The mouse, startled, bristled its fur as a strand of silk stuck to the leaf on its back with a snap. Chu Shaoye quickly replaced it with a fresh leaf and smiled gently. Run fast now. You've already accepted the spirit pill. The mouse squeaked, realizing it had boarded a pirate ship, and when it saw another silk thread coming its way, it clutched the leaf tightly and dashed off. Chu Shaoye stood up, clapping his hands. Seeing both spirit creatures intensely training and rapidly depleting their spiritual energy, he knew he couldn't remain idle and needed to focus on his own cultivation. He drew out Qianxing, channeling his spiritual cultivation method to practice his self-created sword technique and spiritual power. Although a spirit master can command spirit creatures in battle, personal cultivation is equally important. Like the previous day when they encountered 2 Gale Blue Wolves, without the little fox and Baixian worm quickly controlling one wolf, it would have been difficult to defeat them both. During spirit creature battles, a spirit master must at least be capable of self-protection. Xuangyue had mentioned that in some prominent families or powerful factions, there are combat skill heritages. Spirit masters who train in combat skills can be as formidable as spirit beasts. Chu Shaoye's family also had combat skill heritages, but Xuangyue, being a spirit creature, could not learn or teach these skills to him. He infused his spiritual power into Qianxing, allowing it to flow between him and the weapon, making Qianxing feel like an extension of his body. The white blade energy carved deep grooves into the ground, scattering grass leaves, with power that rivaled the little fox's claw strikes. This was a method of using spiritual energy that Chu Shaoye had developed himself, demonstrating that a spirit master's power could not only fuel spirit creatures, but also enhance their own combat abilities. Unknowingly, the sun had risen to its zenith. Chu Shaoye paused and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Chu Shaoye's spiritual cultivation technique continued to operate within him, consuming little spiritual energy, but his physical strength couldn't be restored through this method and required some rest. He paused for a moment, then turned to check on the training progress of the little fox and Bai Xianworm. The tree he had previously found, about the thickness of a bowl, had already been cut down by the little fox, which had found another tree of similar size for practice. At this point, with a single swipe, it could cut through 2/3 of the trunk. Seeing Chu Shaoye approaching, the little fox pitifully raised its paw, looking somewhat fatigued. After a morning of effort, its paws seemed almost worn out. Chu Shaoye gently squeezed its soft paw pads, understanding that they couldn't actually wear out. Its claw strikes were a result of gathering spiritual energy and releasing it as a blade, not true physical attacks, so there was no real wear. Nonetheless, he massaged the little fox's paws and then picked it up to check on Bai Xianworm. At this moment, the golden thread treasure mouse was sprawled on the ground, looking like a small mouse pancake, allowing Bai Xianworm to spin silk on the leaf on its back. Chu Shaoye casually picked up a stone and threw it at Bai Xianworm. The silk web accurately wrapped around the stone and dropped it to the ground. After a morning of training, Bai Xianworm's accuracy had significantly improved. The golden thread treasure mouse struggled to get up, angrily shook off the leaf from its back, and squeaked at Chu Shaoye, seemingly complaining. Chu Shaoye picked it up and tapped its head with his finger. "You did get paid for this." The golden thread treasure mouse was too exhausted to argue, having not anticipated such fatigue despite receiving a reward. Bai Xianworm had spiritual energy provided by Chu Shaoye, while it did not, necessitating a first-level spiritual pill for energy replenishment midway. After a morning of effort, Bai Xianworm noticeably slimmed down. Chu Shaoye handed it the leaf covered in silk, knowing that the silk could be recovered for a significant amount of spiritual energy and shouldn't be wasted. The morning was quite fruitful, and Chu Shaoye was in good spirits. "All right, you're all tired. Take a break. I'm going to catch something to eat." He took out a soft mat from the black jade ring, placed it on the ground for the 3 spiritual pets to rest on, and headed into the dense forest. The little fox hesitated for a moment, shook its paws, and followed. Chu Shaoye smiled knowingly and picked up the little fox. "Do you want some roast chicken?" The little fox let out an excited cry. Of course, wanting somewhat fox doesn't like chicken. Chu Shaoye's luck was good, as he soon caught 2 long-tailed pheasants and a long-spined rat. The long-spined rat wasn't of a high rank, reaching only the 2nd rank even at maturity, with a body size similar to a millstone and metallic spikes as long as a forearm on its back, a gold attribute spiritual beast. Although the long-spined rat moved slowly, its defense was strong, curling into a ball with spikes raised when threatened, forming a spiny ball that most spiritual beasts couldn't handle. Unfortunately for it, today it encountered Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye's 1,000-star short blade was a 7th-rank high-grade spiritual weapon, cutting through metal like mud, and the long-spined rat's spikes were like clay before it. The long-spined rat was tricky to handle, so Chu Shaoye first removed its metallic spikes, stored them in the black jade ring, then carried the bear prey back. On the mat, Bai Xianworm and the golden thread treasure mouse were already sound asleep. Chu Shaoye quietly started a fire and began preparing the game. A round spiritual pill rolled out from the long-tailed pheasant's abdomen, surprising Chu Shaoye, who had a vague premonition. He opened the other long-tailed pheasant and the long-spined rat, and indeed found 2 more spiritual pills. While others might not find even 1 spiritual pill from hunting 10 spiritual beasts, his spiritual pill yield was nearly 50%. Was his luck really that good? Chu Shaoye carefully stored the spiritual pill and glanced at the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, which had already fallen into a deep sleep. Though the mouse was just an ordinary spiritual beast, its talent was comparable to that of a phantom beast. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but wonder if this stroke of luck was truly brought by the mouse. He skillfully placed the prepared game over the fire to roast, taking the opportunity to continue practicing his spiritual cultivation technique. Although he had just broken through to the 2nd tier, reaching the 3rd tier in a short time seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Chu Shaoye faintly felt that his cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. If others absorbed spiritual energy like a gentle stream, then his absorption was like a mighty river, more than tenfold. This couldn't be solely attributed to cultivation talent. After all, according to Xuanyue, even his exceptionally talented father took a full month to break through from a 1st tier to a 2nd tier spiritual master, yet he had done it in just 1 day. If Xuanyue were still around, she might have been able to unravel the mystery of his strange cultivation speed. Chu Shaoye sighed, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. After all, his body showed no abnormalities, and a fast cultivation speed was always a good thing. As the aroma of roasted meat gradually filled the air, the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and the 100-per-pound worm were awakened by the scent. Chu Shaoye stopped cultivating, took out 3 small bowls from the black jade ring, filled them with roasted meat, and shared them with the 3 little creatures. The long-spined mouse was large, but after removing its metallic spines, the remaining meat was comparable in quantity to that of 2 long-tailed pheasants, though much more tender. The three little creatures ate with gusto, savoring the delicious meal. After lunch, Chu Shaoye cleaned up the remnants and continued training with the little fox and the 100 per pound worm. The little fox focused on claw strike training, while the training for the 100 per pound worm needed to be upgraded. Chu Shaoye placed the worm on the back of the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, setting the day's training goal as accurately hitting targets while in motion. Despite being just a worm, the 100 per pound worm, well-nourished, was similar in size to the mouse. The two round bodies stacked together appeared unstable. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse struggled to stand on its thin legs, using its front paws to hold the worm from falling, wondering if Chu Shaoye was training it or the worm. It felt like its training load was heavier than the worm's. While the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse pondered, Chu Shaoye took out a newly acquired second-tier golden attribute spiritual pill from the black jade ring and waved it in front of the mouse. You performed well this morning, so I've decided to upgrade your reward. After today's training, this second-tier spiritual pill will be yours. The fresh pill exuded abundant spiritual energy, its surface glowing faintly, making it incredibly enticing. The mouse couldn't help but swallow and nodded eagerly. For the sake of this second-tier spiritual pill, it was willing to carry the worm all day if needed. After calming down the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, Chu Shaoye casually picked up a tiny wild fruit from the ground, about the size of a thumb. These wild fruits were almost devoid of juice, dry and tasteless, making them unsuitable for consumption. Once ready, Chu Shaoye turned to the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and by Xian worm, saying, "Are you ready? I'm going to start now." As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched a wild fruit between his fingers and threw it towards the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse. The fruit, imbued with a faint spiritual power, flew at high speed like a slingshot, making a whizzing sound. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, not yet prepared, let out a squeak of fear and couldn't escape in time. It could only lift its foot as the fruit struck the dirt beneath it, leaving a shallow pit. Chu Shaoye picked up another wild fruit, tossed it lightly in his palm, and said with a smile, "If you don't run faster, it will hurt when it hits you." The mouse shivered, seemingly seeing a dark aura emanating from Chu Shaoye's back. Without a second thought, it turned and sprinted away with the Baixian worm on its back. Chu Shaoye followed leisurely behind. Earlier that morning, he had set a boundary for the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, limiting its movements to a 20-meter radius. As the attacker, he could simply stand in the center, and the wild fruits he launched would still hit the mouse. These small wild fruits were light and wouldn't cause injury, but they would certainly sting. Chu Shaoye carefully controlled his strength to avoid actually hitting the mouse. However, the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse wasn't easily caught. Despite lacking offensive abilities, its treasure-seeking talent and agility had ensured its survival. Each wild fruit Chu Shaoye launched narrowly missed the mouse, hitting the ground behind it. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the mouse's significant improvement after a morning of training. Initially, it couldn't even evade a small fox's pursuit. But this wasn't enough. His main training target was the Baixian worm. Chu Shaoye grabbed 3 wild fruits in one hand and warned, "Watch out." The mouse glanced back to see 3 fruits flying towards it in a triangular formation. Squeak! How could the mouse dodge that? It seemed impossible. The mouse managed to evade 2 fruits, but braced itself for the third. Just then, the Baixian worm sprang into action, spitting out a silk thread to knock the fruit away. Chu Shaoye was pleased and encouraged them. Great teamwork. Time flew by during the training, and over an hour had passed. Chu Shaoye allowed the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and Baixian worm to take a break while he checked on the little fox's progress. At this point, the little fox could slash through a tree as thick as a bowl with one swipe, leaving only a layer of bark attached. Seeing Chu Shaoye approach, the little fox gathered all its spiritual power and finally severed the tree with one strike. Chu Shaoye's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the little fox to progress so quickly, completing its training goals ahead of schedule. The little fox stood proud, flicking its tail arrogantly and nuzzling Chu Shaoye's leg affectionately. Chu Shaoye bent down to pick it up, squeezing its springy paw pads, and praised without reservation, "Shui Wuzhen, you're amazing for finishing your training tasks early." The little fox let out a proud yip, understanding that its progress was due to its determination to work harder while Chu Shaoye trained the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and Baixian worm. It wanted to finish its training early so that Chu Shaoye would pay more attention to it. Chu Shaoye decided to replace the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse with the little fox, as the fox had successfully advanced to level 2, making it much faster than the level 1 mouse. It had also mastered a sprinting skill, enhancing its agility. Facing the combination of the little fox and the Baixian worm, Chu Shaoye remained highly vigilant and focused. He placed some wild fruits into his black jade ring, and with a thought, 8 spirit-infused wild fruits appeared in his hand. Having been hunting since the age of 8, Chu Shaoye was confident in the accuracy of his 1,000-star throwing knives, using the fruits like arrows to block the fox's escape route. The little fox's ears twitched slightly, sharply catching the sound of 8 projectiles behind it. Realizing it couldn't completely evade them, it quickly used its sprinting skill to the left, dodging 4 on the right. However, the 4 on the left came straight at it. The Bai Xian worm opened its mouth, releasing a web twice as large as before, enveloping the 4 fruits and causing them to fall to the ground in a bundle. This coordination was flawless, and Chu Shaoye's face was full of admiration and delight. Despite the low species level of the little fox and the Bai Xian worm, their combat talent was exceptional. As the little fox and Bai Xian worm performed, Chu Shaoye's throwing speed increased, and the number of projectiles kept rising. He wanted to test the limits of these 2 creatures. Chu Shaoye's hand speed and the fox's dodging were so fast, they almost left after images. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse watched until it was dizzy, and finally, it collapsed onto the ground, not getting up again. Instead, it spat out a level 1 spirit pill from its cheek pouch, cradling it contentedly, clearly finding this training method more suitable. As the sun began to set, the new training method consumed a substantial amount of spiritual energy. After half an hour, Chu Shaoye and his 2 spirit pets felt exhausted and stopped to rest. The day's training results exceeded Chu Shaoye's expectations, so to reward the 3 spirit pets, he decided to prepare a sumptuous feast. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse recovered its energy after some rest and took on the task of finding prey. The silvery white fur ball darted into the underbrush and soon returned with rustling sounds. Following the mouse's lead, Chu Shaoye walked for a while and discovered a large antlered deer grazing under a big tree. He had encountered such a deer before, caught by 2 gale blue wolves. This adult large antlered deer was a level 3 spirit beast, making it perfect for testing the training results of the little fox and Bai Xian worm. Chu Shaoye whispered a reminder. The large antlered deer is an earth and metal dual attribute spirit beast. Its antlers are extremely hard, so be cautious in battle. The little fox and Bai Xian worm nodded in unison, and at Chu Shaoye's command, they charged at the deer. The large antlered deer, with its gentle nature as a herbivorous spirit beast, would not easily attack other spirit beasts or humans, but that didn't mean it was easy to deal with. As the little fox leapt out from the grass, the large antlered deer immediately sensed danger and charged towards it. The deer's massive antlers, over a meter long, gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding formidable power. Naturally, the little fox wasn't about to face the attack head-on. It swiftly used a dash skill to nimbly evade the antlers, maneuvering under the deer's belly. This seasoned antlered deer, missing its initial strike, quickly halted its charge and followed up with a stomping skill. Its 4 robust hooves pounded the ground chaotically, and with its massive body, the move appeared especially ferocious. The earth trembled, dust billowed, and the little fox's body was comparable in size to one of the deer's hooves. Being trampled would mean certain death. Fortunately, thanks to its afternoon of intensive training, the little fox was well prepared. It skillfully slipped out using a dash skill during the brief intervals between the deer's stomps. Seeing this, the antlered deer prepared to charge again. At this moment, Bai Xianchong seized the opportunity to use its web-spinning skill, entangling the deer's front legs with its silk. This tactic had proven effective against the 3rd-tier gale wolf, but the antlered deer's strength far surpassed that of the wolf, and it easily broke free from the silk. Nonetheless, the brief pause was enough for the little fox to spring forward and execute a claw strike, tearing the deer's throat. The deer's neck was half severed, and with a mournful cry, it collapsed, its blood quickly staining a large patch of grass. Chu Shaoye stepped forward, drew out Qian Xing, and delivered a final blow to the dying deer, ending its life. The little fox, with Bai Xianchong on its back, approached Chu Shaoye and nuzzled him gently, hoping for praise. Chu Shaoye generously complimented both the little fox and Bai Xianchong, even extending his praise to the golden line treasure mouse, which hadn't participated in the hunt. The antlered deer weighed about 800 pounds, and Chu Shaoye decided to process it on the spot to avoid the hassle of transporting it. The thick deer hide, when cut, had a texture reminiscent of spiny hedgehog quills. Without the little fox's enhanced training, inflicting such a severe wound on the deer with a single strike would have been difficult. As he opened the deer's abdomen, a golden brown spirit pill rolled out. Chu Shaoye expertly cleaned it and stored it in his black jade ring. It would be surprising if the treasure-seeking mouse's quarry didn't contain a spirit pill. After removing the antlers and hide, and discarding the inedible parts, over 500 pounds of meat remained. Chu Shaoye and his 3 spirit pets couldn't possibly consume it all. He stored most of the meat in his black jade ring, leaving only a leg and some offal to cook later. At his usual spot by the stream, Chu Shaoye set up a fire and, from his black jade ring, pulled out an array of cooking utensils and seasonings. Usually accustomed to grilled meat, he decided to improve his meal today. He sliced the meat off the deer leg into large chunks, took the wild fruits he typically fed the spirit deer, chopped them up, and skewered them with the venison, seasoning and marinating the mix. He didn't waste the remaining leg bone and hooves, chopping them into large pieces to make a stew in a clay pot. The meat of the mythical beast was distinctly different from ordinary game, extremely delicious, with no trace of gaminess. As a result, Chu Shaoye only added a pinch of salt to the meat soup. He decided to grill the remaining offal on a metal plate. He took some glowing pieces of charcoal from the fire, placed the metal plate over them, and rubbed it with deer fat. Soon, the plate began to sizzle and the fat melted. The offal, cut into small pieces, curled and whitened instantly on the hot plate, cooking rapidly. Chu Shaoye took out the special bowls for his 3 spirit pets and sprinkled seasoning over the grilled offal, distributing it evenly among the bowls. The 3 spirit pets stared longingly at the bowls filled with grilled offal, drooling at the mouth, but Chu Shaoye just placed the bowls down without handing them over. The little fox couldn't resist and nudged Chu Shaoye, whimpering in a seemingly aggrieved manner. Seeing their eager expressions, Chu Shaoye couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting the little fox's head. It's still too hot now. Wait until it cools down a bit before you eat. He didn't want to repeat past mistakes. If he gave them the grilled offal now, they would surely pounce on it and end up burning themselves. The golden thread treasure mouse, unable to eat, anxiously spun in circles, and even the usually lethargic 100 mysteries worm bobbed its head in anticipation. Amused yet exasperated, Chu Shaoye paused his activities and used chopsticks to stir the grilled meat in the bowls to speed up the cooling process. Finally, the 3 spirit pets could enjoy the fragrant grilled offal, burying their heads into the bowls. The golden thread treasure mouse and the 100 mysteries worm, being small, almost fell into their bowls. Fortunately, the metal plate Chu Shaoye prepared was large enough to grill all the offal in 2 batches. He placed the grilled offal in a large bowl to cool, and then began grilling skewers of marinated deer meat and wild fruits. The deer meat's fat coated the wild fruits, and the fruit juices seeped into the deer meat, making the skewers more aromatic than simple grilled deer meat. As the 3 spirit pets enjoyed their delicious meal from the bowls, they kept their eyes glued to the skewers over the fire, their eyes and mouths busy. The aroma of the deer meat and wild fruit skewers attracted several spirit beasts, but most were below the 2nd tier and gentle in nature. Seeing that Chu Shaoye and his companions were not to be trifled with, they quickly left. Chu Shaoye took the grilled skewers off the fire, cooled them, and handed them to the 3 spirit pets before taking one himself. As he bit into it, the juices burst in his mouth, and the slightly charred texture was irresistible. The deer meat, infused with the fruit aroma, tasted tender with a hint of sweet and sour, leaving him wanting more. Just as Chu Shaoye was about to reach for a second skewer, the little fox's ears twitched, and it looked alertly toward the depths of the forest. Chu Shaoye's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. The little fox's reaction made his heart tighten. Could it be that a high-ear spirit beast had been drawn in by the scent? Chu Shaoye followed the little fox's gaze and noticed a flicker of red light in the dense forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the eye of a spirit beast. A bird-like spirit beast was perched on a treetop, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the roasted meat in Chu Shaoye's hand, a look of intense craving on its face. Chu Shaoye was taken aback. Wasn't this the Qingyan crow he almost formed a contract with a couple of days ago? Its left wing still had a missing flight feather that hadn't regrown. However, the Qingyan crow seemed larger than when he last saw it, and upon closer sensing, Chu Shaoye discovered it had advanced to the 3rd tier in just 2 days. For them now, a 3rd-tier Qingyan crow posed no real threat. Chu Shaoye sat back down, picking up his skewer of venison and wild fruits to continue enjoying his meal. Seeing this, the little fox also relaxed and buried its head back in the bowl to continue eating the roasted meat. The Qingyan crow paced back and forth on the branch, a hint of greed in its eyes. It was still resentful from nearly being contracted by Chu Shaoye 2 days ago, yet now it felt a twinge of regret. If it had formed a contract with this human back then, it would be the one feasting on meat now, instead of that plump, waddling bug. With this thought, the Qingyan crow shook its head, silently reminding itself that despite the enticing aroma of human-cooked food, it must not sacrifice its freedom for mere food. Though food is valuable, freedom is invaluable, and it resolved not to contract with a human, choosing freedom over captivity. Despite this resolve, its gaze couldn't tear away from the roasted meat, and suspicious drool began to form at the corner of its beak. After eating 2 skewers of venison and wild fruits and some roasted organs, Chu Shaoye felt about 70% full and stopped eating. He then took the pot off the fire. After simmering for a little while, the meat in the stew had become tender. Chu Shaoye used chopsticks to pick up a piece and taste it. The tendons from the deer's hoof came off easily and even stuck to his mouth. He poured the stew into a large bowl to cool and served himself a small bowl. The rich venison broth filled his mouth and nose with a delicate aroma, less intense than that of the roasted venison, but with a lasting aftertaste. After the hot soup warmed his stomach, Chu Shaoye picked up a piece of tendon, its sticky texture proving even more delicious than the venison itself. Just as Chu Shaoye was enjoying his meal, he thought he heard the sound of swallowing. Looking in the direction of the sound, he found the Qingyan crow had quietly approached, its red eyes brimming with desire. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but chuckle but chose not to engage, putting down his chopsticks after finishing the piece of meat to focus on serving his 3 spirit pets. The little fox, though small, had a belly that was now round and full. After finishing the roasted organs and venison skewers, it barely managed to drink half a bowl of venison broth before its stomach bulged. The Baishan worm had a similar appetite to the little fox, its body now 2 or 3 times its previous size, making Chu Shaoye worry it might burst, so he returned it to his body. The gold thread treasure-seeking mouse ate the most. Though small, it had cheek pouches, storing roasted meat in them as it ate. Chu Shaoye's gaze wandered over his 3 spirit pets, and he felt a sense of warmth as the aroma of food and the satisfaction of his spirit pets created a cozy scene. After the 3 spirit pets finished eating, Chu Shaoye packed up the remaining food, planning to bring it back as a late-night snack for Ren Xingping. As he was about to leave, he felt 2 intense gazes fixed on him, almost as if they were trying to bore holes into his back. Chu Shaoye chuckled to himself, took a bowl filled with roasted meat out of his black jade ring, placed it on the ground, and then rode off on his spirit deer, leaving the back mountain. Once he was out of sight, not even the tip of the spirit deer's tail visible, the Qingyan crow hesitantly flew down, circled the bowl a few times, and began to eat the roasted meat without holding back. After all, it was given by a human without any cost of its freedom, and it tasted delicious. When Chu Shaoye returned to the dormitory, Ren Xingping had not yet finished work. Although it wasn't too late, he decided not to continue training the little fox and the Baishan insect. They had already met their training goals for the day, and he believed that moderation and rest were also necessary. Sitting on a stool, he held the spirit cultivation manual given to him by Ji Yuntong in one hand, while gently rubbing the little fox's overstuffed belly with the other. The manual not only detailed methods for spirit masters to cultivate spirit power, but also introduced some basic knowledge about spirit beasts, which was exactly what Chu Shaoye needed at the moment. On the Wanling continent, there are 3 common methods for classifying spirit beasts. The simplest and most straightforward is the habitat classification, dividing all spirit beasts into flying, terrestrial, and aquatic types. Then there's the species classification, which categorizes them by species, such as foxes for the little fox, mice for the golden line treasure mouse, and insects for the Baishan insect. Lastly, there's the elemental classification, which categorizes spirit beasts by their attributes into the conventional 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the mutated elements: wind, ice, lightning, light, and dark. There are also 2 special elements: illusion and non. Illusion attribute spirit beasts are generally powerful and rare, capable of creating illusions that affect people's minds, whereas non-attribute spirit beasts are usually weak. The long-tailed pheasant that Chu Shaoye often catches to eat is one such example. His life-bound spirit beasts, the Wugo fox and the Baishan insect, are also non-attribute spirit beasts, although the Baishan insect has a high chance of transforming into an attribute spirit beast after metamorphosis. Chu Shaoye's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table as he pondered the reason why the Wugo fox struggled to break through to the middle rank, suspecting it had to do with its non-attribute. To help the little fox advance to the middle rank, it must become an attribute spirit beast. While the Baishan insect can achieve this through metamorphosis, he wondered how the little fox could do the same. This was a crucial issue because a spirit master is closely connected to their life-bound spirit pet, and if the little fox couldn't break through to the middle rank, he would also be stuck at the 3rd rank. Lost in thought, Chu Shaoye didn't realize how much time had passed until the sound of Ren Xingping opening the door pulled him back to reality. Upon entering, Ren Xingping was slightly surprised to see Chu Shaoye sitting at the table and asked, "Brother Chu, why are you back so early today?" Chu Shaoye stood up and lit a candle in the room, replying, "Tomorrow is the duel, so I thought it would be best for the spirit pets to rest well and gather their energy." Ren Xingping nodded, patting Chu Shaoye on the shoulder. "Brother Chu, I'm off duty tomorrow, so I'll be at the training grounds to cheer you on. Make sure to teach that Hosen a lesson." Chu Shaoye smiled and took out the leftover roasted deer meat from his storage bag. "Brother Ren, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Here's some deer meat I roasted this afternoon. If you don't mind, please have some." Ren Xingping eagerly sat down at the table, rubbing his hands together. Despite having already eaten dinner at the dining hall after work, the aroma of the roasted deer meat made him hungry again. He quickly devoured half a skewer of deer meat and wild fruit, giving Chu Shaoye a thumbs up. "I have to say, Brother Chu, your cooking skills are way better than those of the miscellaneous disciples in the dining hall." Chu Shaoye laughed. "I used to help my mother cook at home occasionally, so I picked up a few things." As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a pang of homesickness for the Chu family, having been away for nearly half a month, wondering how his parents were doing. The next morning, Chu Shaoye got up as usual, and after washing up, he went to the dining hall with Ren Xingping. It was his first time visiting the dining hall of the Qishao sect. The sect covered a vast area, with nearly 5,000 disciples, and had built more than a dozen dining halls. The one they went to was the closest to Lumu Peak and mainly served the servant disciples. Recently, News of Chu Shaoye's upcoming duel with Ho San had spread among the servant disciples. Seeing Ren Xingping bring a stranger to eat, many around them speculated about Chu Shaoye's identity. The looks he received were a mix of curiosity, mockery, and simple amusement, but most servant disciples were not optimistic about Chu Shaoye's chances. After all, he was just a newly joined servant disciple who had only recently summoned his life spirit pet, while Ho San had been at the second-tier spirit master level for over 10 years. The whispers around him were constant, but Chu Shaoye ignored them, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary. He and Ren Xingping got their food and found an empty spot to sit down. As they ate, a burst of laughter erupted from a nearby table, with glances frequently cast in Chu Shaoye's direction, making their intentions clear. Ren Xingping glanced at them, showing a look of disdain. Brother Chu, don't pay them any mind. They're servant disciples from the neighboring Liu Peak and have some ties with Ho San. Chu Shaoye nodded, not particularly bothered by it. However, his keen hearing picked up mentions of bets and odds from their conversation. So, he asked, Brother Ren, do we have gambling dens in our sect? Ren Xingping was taken aback for a moment before realizing what Chu meant. Of course, there's no official gambling in the sect. It's just some of the more enterprising servant disciples setting up a betting pool on your duel with Ho San. Oh, Chu Shaoye replied. Do you know what the odds are for me? Ren Xingping scratched his head, a bit hesitant. He hadn't mentioned the betting pool to Chu Shaoye, fearing it might affect his mindset. But seeing Chu's calm demeanor, Ren Xingping hesitated for a moment before saying frankly, Honestly, Brother Chu, besides me and another unknown disciple, no one else has bet on you to win. Your odds are at least 1 in 200. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow and pulled a money pouch from his storage bag, handing it to Ren Xingping. Brother Ren, there are 50 silver coins in here. Help me place a bet, and we can split the winnings. Ren Xingping weighed the heavy pouch, surprised that Brother Chu was quite wealthy, wagering 50 silver coins in one go when his own monthly wage was only 5. Putting the pouch away, Ren Xingping felt more confident about Chu Shaoye winning the duel and whispered, Don't worry, I'll take care of it. But there's no need to split the winnings. I've already bet 5 silver coins on you myself. After finishing their meal, they left the dining hall just as a red cloud passed overhead. Chu Shaoye glanced up and realized it was Ji Yuntong's cloud beast. Just as Ji Yuntong was about to mount the Xiaoyun beast and fly toward Lumen Peak, Chu Shaoye hurriedly called out to her, Senior Sister Ji, you came to find me, didn't you? Upon hearing Chu Shaoye's voice, Ji Yuntong immediately halted, maneuvered the Xiaoyun beast around, and stopped in front of him. Seeing his calm demeanor, Ji Yuntong teased, Junior Brother Chu, you still have the appetite for breakfast. It seems you're quite confident about this match. Chu Shaoye nodded slightly, his tone calm. As long as Ho San hasn't advanced to a mid-level spiritual master, I'm sure to win. These words sounded confident, and if someone else had said them, Ji Yuntong might have rolled her eyes, but coming from Chu Shaoye, it was convincing. She believed he indeed had the capability. The group that had mocked Chu Shaoye earlier also came out and overheard his words. The leader sneered, What an arrogant kid, not afraid of biting off more than he can chew. If you lose, don't go crying to your mom. This was met with laughter from the crowd, but before Chu Shaoye could respond, Ji Yuntong's eyebrows shot up, and she retorted coldly, Who wins or loses will be clear on the martial stage. It's better than being a petty person who only knows how to mock others. Her voice was loud, and the dining hall fell silent. The person who had mocked Chu Shaoye blushed and wanted to argue, but upon seeing Ji Yuntong's outer disciple uniform, they backed down immediately. Chu Shaoye found it amusing how these people had been so arrogant, but turned into quails at the sight of Ji Yuntong. Seeing they had quieted down, Ji Yuntong decided to let it go. She patted the Xiaoyun beast and said to Chu Shaoye, Junior Brother Chu, hop on. I'll take you to the martial stage. Chu Shaoye glanced back at Ren Xingping, who gestured for him to go ahead with Ji Yuntong while he took the opportunity to place a bet. The Xiaoyun beast soared into the sky and soon disappeared from view. The service disciples, who had been silent moments ago, breathed a sigh of relief. The disciple who had been put in his place by Ji Yuntong muttered resentfully, He's only been here a few days and already latched onto an outer disciple. Chu Shaoye is something else. Ren Xingping walked past him, sneering, What, jealous? Too bad you don't have the skills to latch onto anyone. The service disciple glared at Ren Xingping, but didn't dare to argue. Although Ren Xingping was also a second-level spiritual master, his three-tailed green ox had grown to the third level, making him a standout among the service disciples, and not someone to provoke. Ren Xingping found the cowardly disciples' silence boring, thinking they were just bullies who feared the strong. But his brother Chu was no pushover, and today's duel would surely make these petty people see him differently. Ren Xingping left confidently, while the service disciple swallowed his frustration, saying viciously, Let's go. Watch that kid get beaten by Ho San at the martial stage. After he's dealt with, Ren Xingping is next. The group agreed and left in a huff, full of disdain and mockery for Chu Shaoye. Logically, they had no grudges against Chu Shaoye and didn't even know him before, so their malice was unfounded. However, as fellow service disciples. They were jealous that Chu Shaoye had quickly gained the favor of Manager Fong, challenged senior service disciples, and befriended outer disciples. The training grounds of the Qishao sect are located on Daequi Peak, divided into 5 levels from the base to the summit, specifically designed for disciples from the 1st to the 5th rank to train. These grounds are not only used for the training of spirit beasts and sparring of combat skills, but also serve as a place for disciples to resolve conflicts, as private fights are strictly prohibited elsewhere in the sect. Daequi Peak is quite a distance from Chu Shaoye's dining hall. Ji Yuntong, sitting atop a Xiaoyan beast, asked with concern, "Junior brother Chu, how has your training with the Bai Xian worm been these past few days? Its attack methods seem somewhat lacking against the leopard-spotted hyena." Chu Shaoye smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Ji. The silk-spitting skill of the Bai Xian worm is very practical, and with the help of the Wugo fox, dealing with the leopard-spotted hyena shouldn't be an issue." Ji Yuntong nodded, her heart slightly worried. "That's good to hear. But you're only at the 2nd rank, and summoning 3rd rank Bai Xian worm and Wugo fox will consume a lot of spiritual energy. It's best to finish the battle quickly." Chu Shaoye nodded silently, aware that his reserve of spiritual energy far exceeded that of an average 2nd-rank spirit master, though he did not reveal this fact. Seeing Chu Shaoye's confidence, Ji Yuntong, although full of trust in him, remembered her master's instructions. After a moment of hesitation, she took out a porcelain bottle from her storage bag. "This is from our master for you. Although I think you might not need it, take it just in case." Chu Shaoye took the bottle, opened it, and found a small, red pill the size of a soybean inside. As soon as he removed the stopper, a strong bloody scent filled the air, making him frown as he asked, puzzled, "Senior sister, what is this?" Ji Yuntong explained, "This is the blood fiend pill, made from the blood of a 2nd-rank demon spirit beast. When a spirit pet consumes it, it enters a berserk state, significantly boosting its attack power for a short period. However, there are side effects. The pet will feel weakened afterward and might even turn against its master. Use it only as a last resort." She bit her lip, reluctant to give Chu Shaoye such a dangerous drug, but she couldn't disobey her master's orders. Chu Shaoye put the pill away and thanked Ji Yuntong. "Thank you for Manager Fong's care. I will definitely win this duel." Although Fong Qingshan appeared kind and often helped Chu Shaoye, his attitude changed when his own interests were at stake. While the outcome of this duel didn't directly affect his core interests, it was still important for his reputation. By sending Ji Yuntong with the blood fiend pill, Fong Qingshan clearly hoped that Chu Shaoye would win at all costs. Otherwise, the protective talisman he obtained with a 4th-rank spiritual pill might become useless. Chu Shaoye understood the reasoning behind this, but did not resent Fong Qingshan. After all, they were not related, and such behavior was understandable. In front of Ji Yuntong, he wisely chose not to show any dissatisfaction with Fong Qingshan, instead expressing gratitude for the gesture. Ji Yuntong noticed Chu Shaoye's calm demeanor and felt relieved. She gently patted his shoulder and softly said, "Junior brother Chu, try not to use the blood fiend pill if possible, even if you end up losing. I'll explain to master." Chu Shaoye smiled slightly and sincerely replied, "Thank you, senior sister Ji." The speed of the Xiaoyan beast was incredibly fast, and after a brief conversation, they arrived at Daequi Peak. The training ground for Tier 2 spiritual masters was located lower down the mountain, and it was already bustling with people. Ji Yuntong led Chu Shaoye down and waited quietly at the training ground for Wang Ji and Ho San to arrive. Chu Shaoye remained composed, unfazed by the curious gazes around him. Before long, Ren Xingping and the others from the dining hall joined them. Ren Xingping didn't approach Chu Shaoye but instead signaled that everything was arranged. The agreed time was set for mid-morning, and at the last moment, Wang Ji arrived with a large entourage. This time, he was not as arrogant as before. Instead, he showed deference to the elder leading the group. Ji Yuntong was surprised to see the elder and thought to herself, Wang Ji actually brought Elder Tang. Chu Shaoye, unfamiliar with Elder Tang, asked Ji Yuntong about him. Her expression changed slightly as she whispered, "Elder Tang, full name Tang Yi, is the steward elder of Daequi Peak. He usually only oversees duels involving disciples of the 3rd tier or higher. We're just Tier 2 servant disciples, and Wang Ji actually managed to bring him here." Chu Shaoye realized that Fong Qingshan must have insisted on him winning because he heard about Wang Ji inviting Elder Tang. Losing would mean losing face among the elders. Ji Yuntong composed herself and smiled to greet Tang Yi, with Chu Shaoye following her lead. Tang Yi was known for his fairness and strictness, which was why he was appointed as the steward elder of Daequi Peak. Although invited by Wang Ji to be the referee, he was sure to remain impartial. He glanced at Chu Shaoye, thinking, this is the boy Wang Ji mentioned as disrespectful and arrogant. Yet he's only 12 or 13 and already a Tier 2 spiritual master. With such talent, how is he merely a servant disciple? Despite his curiosity, Tang Yi said nothing and proceeded to the martial platform to verify the identities of both parties, preparing to announce the start of the duel. Just then, Wang Ji stepped forward and coldly stated, Elder Tang, hold on, we haven't signed the life and death agreement yet. The training ground erupted in astonishment. Ji Yuntong widened her eyes in shock, pointing at Wang Ji angrily. Wang Ji, we originally agreed on a regular duel, never mentioning a life and death battle. Wang Ji remained unfazed and provocatively replied, What? Are you scared? It's just a small dispute over the herbal garden duties. Wang Ji's malicious intent infuriated Ji Yuntong, bringing tears to her eyes. Ho Sen stood beside Wang Ji with a sinister smile, thinking, for daring to insult him, today I'll use this young boy's life to assert dominance, so the servant disciples will no longer look down on him. Refusing to sign the life and death agreement would put them at a disadvantage, regardless of the duel's outcome. Ji Yuntong bit her lip, anxious but unwilling to risk Chu Shaoye's life. Just as she was about to refuse, Chu Shaoye gently stopped her. He shook his head and whispered, Senior Sister Ji, trust me. His gaze was resolute, and Ji Yuntong was momentarily taken aback. She reminded Chu Shaoye, you must think this through. Once you sign the life and death contract, even if Ho San tries to kill you on the arena, no one can save you. Chu Shaoye nodded and smiled. I understand, Senior Sister Ji. Seeing his determination, Ji Yuntong did not stop him but advised. Then go ahead. But remember, if you can't win, leave the arena immediately and concede. That way, Ho San can't continue to attack you. Chu Shaoye confidently replied, I won't lose. As Chu Shaoye agreed to sign the contract, Wang Ji and Ho Sen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a sinister satisfaction. They approached Tang Yi and signed the life and death contract. Tang Yi glanced at Ho San with disdain, thinking, how honorable is it for a man in his 40s to engage in a life or death duel with a child barely 12 or 13? With the contract signed, Chu Shaoye and Ho Sen stood on opposite sides of the arena. After Tang Yi read out the rules, he announced the duel's start. As his voice fell, both summoned their spirit beasts, and 2 yellow summoning arrays appeared on the arena. From Ho San's array emerged a gray monkey about the height of a calf, with a cluster of green leaves growing behind its ears, making it quite unique. It was a second-tier gray leaf monkey, a wood element spirit beast. Meanwhile, from Chu Shaoye's array leaped a small, snow-white fox, even smaller than the gray leaf monkey. The spectators murmured, what kind of spirit beast is that? I've never seen it before. This little fox is beautiful, but it doesn't look very strong. Some mocked. What's the use of just looking good? We're not high-level spirit masters to keep it as a pet. Tang Yi thought to himself. Isn't that an immaculate fox? Someone's innate spirit pet is actually an immaculate fox. He glanced at Chu Shaoye, feeling a pang of regret. With an immaculate fox as an innate spirit beast, one is destined not to break through the 3rd tier. Ho Sen noticed Chu Shaoye's yellow summoning array and was momentarily surprised. This kid broke through to the 2nd tier in just a few days. However, he wasn't too concerned, feeling confident in his own spirit beast, the leopard-spotted hyena, which had advanced to the 3rd tier. Ho San commanded the gray leaf monkey through their connection. Leaf throw. The monkey immediately pulled 3 leaves from behind its ears and hurled them at the little fox. The fox, without any guidance, easily dodged the attack. The 6 flying leaves, in both quantity and speed, were inferior to the wild fruits Chu Shaoye used during training. The fox's evasive maneuvers seemed effortless, as if it were taking a leisurely stroll. How is this fox spirit beast so fast? It doesn't even look like a winged fox, someone marveled, secretly thinking. Just by speed alone, it's almost on par with a 3rd-tier spirit beast. This little fox might be close to advancing. Seeing all the leaves miss, Ho San's expression turned sour, and he quickly commanded, Boomerang. The gray leaf monkey pulled out 2 more leaves from behind its ears and launched them at the fox. The boomerang technique differed from ordinary leaf throws, and Chu Shaoye immediately noticed something was off. He hurriedly warned the little fox, watch your back. 2 leaves spiraled back into the air. Chu Shaoye's timely warning allowed the little fox to easily dodge the boomerang. After missing twice, the gray leaf monkey couldn't gather its spiritual energy and quickly used another skill. The little fox dashed forward, appearing instantly in front of the gray leaf monkey, and delivered a claw strike. Ho San's eyes widened in shock. The little fox's speed was astonishing. He hurriedly commanded the gray leaf monkey to retreat. But it was too late. As the monkey turned to flee, the claw strike landed on its back, leaving 3 long wounds. The gray leaf monkey let out a piercing wail, and Ho San felt a sharp pain on his back, a result of their shared bond. He hadn't expected his gray leaf monkey to be defeated in one move. With a grim expression, he recalled the monkey and summoned a leopard-spotted hyena. A leopard-spotted hyena, covered in leopard-like fur but shaped like a dog, leaped out from a green summoning circle. It was massive, standing as tall as half a person at the shoulder, with a mouth that stretched to its ears, exposing its fierce white fangs and drooling saliva, looking extremely savage. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing why Ho San dared to sign a life-and-death contract with him. the leopard-spotted hyena had evolved to the third stage. However, he felt something was off about the hyena's state. As soon as it was summoned, it charged at the little fox, attempting to bite without waiting for Hosan's command. The little fox struggled to handle the third-stage spirit beast alone, so Chu Shaoye promptly summoned the Baishian insect. A similar green summoning circle appeared before Chu Shaoye, and a white, plump sphere landed in his hand. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the green summoning circle. Had he also contracted a third-stage spirit beast? Wasn't this guy new to the sect? How did he already contract a third-stage spirit beast? And what kind of spirit beast was this, looking like a big steamed bun? As the little fox dodged the hyena's attacks, Chu Shaoye called it back and, as the distance closed, tossed the Baishian insect above the little fox's head. The hyena, in hot pursuit, changed direction upon seeing the fox run towards Chu Shaoye and lunged at him instead. Typically, these duels involved battles between spirit pets, with spirit masters not attacking each other's masters unless ordered. However, this leopard-spotted hyena seemed to have lost its senses, directly aiming for Chu Shaoye's throat. The crowd gasped in shock, and Ji Yuntong's heart tightened as a purple summoning circle unfolded beside her, ready to rush to Chu Shaoye's aid. Despite his youth, Chu Shaoye was battle-hardened and remained calm in the face of the hyena's charge. He quickly ducked to the right. The hyena missed, and its tail swung like a steel whip. Chu Shaoye didn't dare take the third-stage tail swipe heat-in, using one hand to support himself on the ground and flipping backward to dodge the attack again. Ji Yuntong paused her gesture to summon the fiery sparrow, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Junior brother Chu's agility was impressive. It seemed he didn't need her help after all. Having dodged 2 attacks, the onlooking servant disciples were even more surprised than Ji Yuntong. Who was this Chu Shaoye, able to evade attacks from a third-stage leopard-spotted hyena? Wang Ji's expression turned grim. He had intended to pick an easy target, but had encountered a tough one instead. He shot a venomous glare at Hosan and barked. Hosan, what are you standing there for? As everyone turned to look at Hosan following Wang Ji's voice, they noticed that Hosan's face had turned pale at some point. Sweat beads the size of beans were forming on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably, making him appear extremely disheveled. Hosan, a second-tier spirit master, had exhausted a large amount of spiritual energy, forcibly advancing his spotted hyena to the 3rd tier, not to mention sustaining its combat. At this moment, his spiritual energy was almost depleted, and Wang Ji's angry shout made him shiver. Thinking of Wang Ji's ruthless methods, Hosan knew that losing this duel would lead to dire consequences. Clenching his teeth, he commanded the spotted hyena, "Berserk." The spotted hyena howled to the sky, its aura suddenly intensifying, emanating a blood-red spiritual energy, its eyes bulging with crimson veins, its presence rivaling a 4th-tier spirit beast. As the hyena's power surged, Hosan cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Chu Shaoye slightly frowned. A glint of cold light flashed in his hand as the Qinqing appeared. The Berserk skill is typically mastered only by ferocious spirit beasts, boosting their defense, attack, and agility by at least 30%. However, this skill also has a clear drawback. The beast's rationality greatly diminishes, and it drains significant spiritual energy from the master, making it unsustainable for long. Hosan could barely support the hyena in a normal battle. Wasn't he afraid of depleting his spiritual energy and damaging his foundation in this Berserk state? This was a strategy of mutual destruction. The Berserk-spotted hyena charged at Chu Shaoye with even greater speed. The little fox, shielding Chu Shaoye with the 100-shin insect, stood its ground as the insect spat out a web. Although Hosan was too weak to command the hyena, in its Berserk state, the hyena's combat instincts were heightened to the extreme, tearing through the web with a swipe and continuing its attack towards Chu Shaoye. The little fox leaped, launching its own claw strike, which collided with the hyena's midair, neutralizing both attacks. Chu Shaoye used the opportunity to retreat to a safer distance, instructing the little fox, "Don't confront it, Heaton. Maneuver around the arena to deplete its spiritual energy." The little fox yelped, landed, and began to run. The spotted hyena pursued relentlessly, being a tier higher than the little fox and enhanced by the Berserk state with increased speed. Despite the little fox's repeated use of dash skills, it was soon caught up. The 100-shin insect continuously used its silk-spitting skills to hinder the hyena, barely avoiding its bites. Although this was merely a duel between second-tier spirit masters, the scene was thrilling. Hosan's predicament was evident, but Chu Shaoye's performance surprised many. This new servant disciple could simultaneously summon a second-tier and a third-tier spirit pet and handle them with ease. His 2 spirit pets coordinated well. While their combat power was limited, their agility and speed were exceptional. At this rate, Hosan was bound to lose. It seemed a change was coming among the servant disciples, and luckily, I hadn't offended this new disciple before. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. Among the crowd, there were quite a few who had mocked Chu Shaoye in the past, but fortunately, they hadn't done so to his face. The faces of those who had been in the canteen earlier turned pale, filled with regret. After all, their relationship with Ho-san wasn't close. Why had they stepped in? It seemed they had acted rashly. At this moment, Ho-san was lying on the ground, curled up like a shrimp, with blood flowing from his orifices. Even if he wanted to recall his spotted hyena now, he couldn't. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making it impossible to control the frenzied creature. Chu Shaoye frowned slightly, puzzled. Ho-san didn't seem like someone with much backbone, so why was he still holding on without admitting defeat? Was he really not afraid of death? Although he had slaughtered many pigs, this was the first time he had faced killing a person. Since the outcome was clear, he turned to Tang Yi and said, "Elder Tang, shouldn't this duel be concluded now?" Tang Yi nodded. The initial cause of this duel wasn't significant enough to warrant a fight to the death. Ho-san's spiritual energy had been overdrawn, leaving him unable to continue the battle, clearly marking his defeat. This new servant seemed to have better judgment than Ho-san. Just as Tang Yi was about to declare the duel over, Wang Ji stepped forward with a grin that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze cold. "Elder Tang, Ho-san hasn't conceded yet. He signed up for a life-and-death duel. Declaring him defeated now wouldn't be right, would it?" Tang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Ji's intentions were indeed too ruthless. Despite Ho-san being one of his men, Wang Ji seemed willing to disregard Ho-san's life for the sake of face. However, the rules of a life-and-death duel were clear, and Tang Yi couldn't forcibly end the match. Chu Shaoye frowned slightly, realizing that even with this victory, Wang Ji would likely harbor resentment and seek revenge. It seemed he would need to remain vigilant within the sect to guard against Wang Ji's schemes. While they were talking, Ho-san, curled up on the ground, suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. The spotted hyena, which had been chasing the little fox, came to an abrupt halt, a green pattern appearing on its body before shattering. The onlookers gasped in shock. Ho-san's spotted hyena had turned on its master. With Ho-san's spiritual energy exhausted, the spotted hyena forcibly broke the contract with Ho-san and regained its freedom. Once free, the spotted hyena stopped chasing the little fox and instead lunged at Ho-san. Already severely injured from the backlash, Ho-san was powerless to resist and was decapitated by the hyena in one swift bite. The hyena flung Ho-san's head aside, splattering blood across the martial arts arena, and let out a howl. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned for a few seconds before panic ensued, with screams echoing through the arena. The blood-red spiritual energy around the spotted hyena turned black, its muscles bulging, as if something was struggling to grow beneath its skin. It appeared to be in extreme pain, its howls turning into cries of agony as it rolled on the ground. However, the transformation was swift, and within moments, the hyena stood up again, its appearance drastically altered. It had grown to twice its original size, with bony spines protruding from its elbows and spine. Its once golden fur with black spots had turned completely black, enveloped in a dark aura. Even more frightening was that its power had reached the fourth tier. "Run!" someone shouted. The spotted hyena has fallen and become a demonic spirit beast. These creatures lose all reason and emotion, knowing only slaughter. The servant disciples, most of whom were below the third tier, were no match for the fallen spotted hyena and quickly scattered, fleeing in all directions. As soon as the leopard-spotted hyena bit off Ho-san's head, Chu Shaoye quickly summoned back the little fox and the Baixian insect. Ji Yuntong reacted swiftly, immediately summoning the Shaoyan beast to pull Chu Shaoye up. The leopard-spotted hyena began to attack indiscriminately. As an elder, Tang Yi couldn't just stand by and watch his disciples get hurt. He activated a purple summoning circle beside him, from which a massive emerald tree python emerged. Tang Yi promptly commanded, "Constrict." The emerald tree python slithered forward quickly, soon blocking the hyena's path and launching itself like lightning. When the upper body of the emerald tree python lunged at the leopard-spotted hyena, its lower body followed, swiftly wrapping around the entire hyena and gradually tightening. The sound of bones being crushed was audible, making one's teeth ache, and the corrupted hyena could only whimper a few times before falling silent. A fifth-tier spirit beast against a fourth-tier one was a complete mismatch, and the emerald tree python easily secured victory. Seeing the hyena dealt with, the attendant disciples who hadn't fled far returned. Tang Yi's expression was somewhat grim despite his timely intervention. Some attendant disciples were injured, and the training ground was stained with blood, presenting a tragic scene. With spirit beasts attacking their masters and causing harm in their corrupted state, as the steward elder of Daequi Peak, he had to bear responsibility. The more Tang Yi thought about it, the angrier he became, casting a cold glance at Wang Ji and thinking to himself, "It's all because of this outer disciple. If he hadn't interfered, the duel could have ended sooner, and none of this trouble would have happened." Tang Yi snorted coldly, his dissatisfaction with Wang Ji's disciple evident. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Wang Ji's forehead. He hadn't expected the leopard-spotted hyena to become corrupted and harm people. Ho San was dead, but even in death, he had caused such a big problem for him. Wang Ji hurriedly apologized to Tang Yi, shifting the blame onto the deceased Ho San. Tang Yi, uninterested in his excuses, flicked his sleeve and left, coldly saying, "I will report this matter truthfully to Lords Qingji and Hongji. You should inform Steward Wang to prepare." The emerald tree python dragged the hyena's body with its tail, the bones completely crushed and reduced to a limp strip, following behind Tang Yi. Watching Tang Yi's retreating figure, Wang Ji realized this matter wouldn't end well. He glared viciously at Chu Shaoye, thinking to himself, "Kid, Ho San's death and the spirit beast's corruption are ultimately your fault, and you can't escape responsibility. Chu Shaoye, you're truly a master at deflecting blame." Riding on the Xiaoyan beast, Ji Yuntong looked down at Wang Ji, mocking, "Wang Ji, do you take everyone for fools? Who insisted on signing a life-and-death agreement before the duel? Who made Ho San use the berserk skill? And who refused to let the duel end? Wang Ji, you think you're clever, but others aren't stupid. Instead of shirking responsibility, you should go back and discuss with Steward Wang how to lessen the punishment." Ji Yuntong's words were spot on, and murmurs of agreement spread around. Everyone thought she was right, and that this matter had little to do with Chu Shaoye. Wang Ji's face turned ashen as he realized there was no room for maneuver in the court of public opinion. Furious, he flung his sleeves and left with his cronies. Ji Yuntong, seeing his defeat, laughed heartily and patted Chu Shaoye on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, "Junior brother Chu, we owe this victory to you. Not only did you make Wang Ji suffer a major setback, but you also allowed me to finally hold my head high in his presence." Chu Shaoye watched as the leopard-patterned hyena was dragged away, leaving dark bloodstains, and remarked calmly, "This outcome is entirely the result of Ho San and Wang Ji's own actions." After Wang Ji's departure, the onlooking servant disciples dispersed. Soon, a few disciples from Daequi Peak approached, carrying away Ho San's body and cleaning the bloodstains from the training ground. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood, which Ji Yuntong found distasteful. Turning away, he said to Chu Shaoye, "Junior brother Chu, let's head to the affairs hall to take on the task at the medicine garden. I doubt anyone will dare to cause trouble this time." Chu Shaoye nodded, and the two of them rode a Xiaoyun beast to the affairs hall. On a protruding stone platform halfway up Daequi Peak, two inner disciples of the Qishao sect overlooked the scene at the martial arts stage. The man commented, "It's surprising to see such a remarkable talent among the servant disciples. His agility is something even I can barely achieve. Unfortunately, his life-bound spirit beast is an immaculate fox, which means he won't go far on the path of spiritual cultivation." The woman, however, disagreed, a look of disapproval crossing her face. "The immaculate fox may be a low-grade spirit beast, but it isn't necessarily unable to advance to a mid-grade level. Have you forgotten Elder Danyangzi? His life-bound spirit pet was originally a low-grade vine snake, but it has now evolved into a 6th-grade 5-clawed dragon vine." The man sighed, admiringly. Elder Danyangzi is indeed formidable. To advance the vine snake, he consumed countless poisonous spiritual herbs, risking his life to evolve his spirit pet. The price he paid was immense, enduring unimaginable pain and losing his human appearance. Not everyone has Elder Danyangzi's resolve and perseverance. "Junior sister, you seem to have a high opinion of that boy." The man's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. The woman earnestly analyzed, "Judging by his age, he's only 14 or 15 and already a 2nd-tier spirit master. He's even managed to contract a 3rd-tier 100 profound insect, and his two spirit pets work seamlessly together in battle, showing his excellent training. Such talent would stand out even among the inner disciples." The more the man listened, the more uneasy he felt. While her words were true, praising another man so openly in his presence seemed excessive. The air grew thick with jealousy, and the woman, sensing the change in atmosphere, looked up to find the man looking displeased. Realizing her mistake, she blushed slightly, gently hooked her little finger around his, and said softly, "Let's not talk about others. We should hurry back to report to our master." Although deaths are common in life-and-death duels, the corruption of a spirit beast is a serious matter. It must be used as a warning to the disciples within the sect. Her playful act dissipated the man's displeasure at once. He grasped her hand in return and summoned his life-bound spirit beast, a 4-winged thunderbird. They mounted the bird and flew toward the highest peak of the Qishao sect. The thunderbird soared high, its wings surrounded by purple lightning that did not harm the two standing on its back. The man held the woman protectively, remarking, "My master searched for an immaculate fox for a long time without success, and yet this boy's life-bound spirit beast is an immaculate fox. It's quite ironic." The woman, recalling the adorable appearance of the immaculate fox, couldn't help but smile. "Master Qingji still longs for one to this day." The man added, "It's a pity it's his life-bound spirit pet. If it were an ordinary spirit pet, we might have made him break the contract and hand over the immaculate fox." Such a spirit beast is more suited to being a pet. The mission to the spiritual herb garden went smoothly this time. After registering the information, the disciples at the affairs hall handed a jade token to Chu Shaoye, which served as his entry pass to the garden. The disciples in the hall whispered among themselves, but their eyes no longer held mockery. Instead, there was a hint of awe. Chu Shaoye remained composed, indicating that news spread quickly within the Qishao sect, as the people in the affairs hall were already aware of the recent duel's outcome. Ji Yuntong walked out with Chu Shaoye, advising him, "You've just taken on the task at the spiritual herb garden, so there's no rush to start today. Rest for half a day and go tomorrow." Chu Shaoye nodded, gratefully saying, "Thank you, senior sister Ji." Ji Yuntong waved her hand dismissively. "Junior brother Chu, you're too polite. There's nothing to thank me for. I need to report the duel results to my master, so I won't accompany you back to the dormitory." Chu Shaoye watched Ji Yuntong depart on her cloud beast before bringing out his spirit deer and riding towards the back mountain. Although Ji Yuntong encouraged him to rest, Chu Shaoye didn't feel tired. The duel with Ho Sen hadn't drained him as much as training the little fox and the Baixian insects did. The Qishao sect's herb garden wasn't far from the back mountain. After some thought, Chu Shaoye decided not to visit his usual spot in the back mountain, but instead rode the spirit deer towards the direction of the spiritual herb garden. The peak where the spiritual herb garden was located is called Werue Peak. It's not very high, with gentle slopes and terraced fields stretching from the foot to the top, where the fresh scent of herbs wafts through the air. Chu Shaoye rode his spirit deer to the back mountain near the herb garden and released his 3 spiritual pets. As soon as the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse emerged, it twitched its nose, sniffing the air, and sprinted towards the garden with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain. Chu Shaoye quickly caught it by the scruff, smiling wryly. "Your nose is sharp, but that's the Qishao sect's spiritual herb garden. The spiritual herbs there are owned. If you dare to steal them and get caught, I can't save you." The golden thread, treasure-seeking mouse longingly gazed in the direction of the herb garden, yearning for the spiritual plants it couldn't eat. After warning the mouse, Chu Shaoye was about to set it down when he noticed something unusual. The spiritual energy around the mouse seemed more intense than before. "Xuebao, have you advanced to a second-tier spiritual beast?" Chu Shaoye asked in surprise. The mouse proudly placed its paws on its hips. "That's right, I actually advanced last night. I'm now a second-tier spiritual beast." The little fox and Baixian insects approached and sniffed the mouse, indeed sensing it had more spiritual energy than before, though still slightly weaker than a typical second-tier spiritual beast. Chu Shaoye remarked, "Today is truly a day of double joy, not only winning the duel, but Xuebao also advancing to the second tier. We must celebrate." The 3 spiritual pets cheered in unison, eager to enjoy a feast. With its advancement to the second tier, the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse's range for treasure hunting expanded. This time, Chu Shaoye didn't let it search for prey alone, fearing the little creature might inadvertently dash into the herb garden. The mouse stood up, sniffed the air for a while, and having determined a direction, dashed ahead, not forgetting to beckon Chu Shaoye to follow. Chu Shaoye placed the Baixian insect on his shoulder, while the little fox joyfully ran on the ground, closely following the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse. Contrary to Chu Shaoye's expectations, the mouse's direction led them away from the medicine garden, moving further and further away. After covering some distance, the mouse's steps became hesitant, occasionally stopping to sniff before adjusting its direction and continuing to run. Just when Chu Shaoye began to doubt its sense of smell, the mouse finally found the right spot. Water cascaded down, creating a rainbow in the mist, and the mouse pointed at the waterfall, squeaking excitedly, as if it had found what it was looking for behind the waterfall. The waterfall wasn't very tall, about 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Chu Shaoye picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the water. The stone didn't bounce back or fall into the pool, but passed through the curtain of water, suggesting there was indeed another space behind it. Chu Shaoye picked up the mouse, gently patted its head, and felt grateful that it had led them here. The water flow could greatly obscure sense, which explained why the mouse had so much trouble finding the way. He tucked his 3 spirit pets into his arms, ensuring they wouldn't get wet, and leaped through the waterfall. After a brief moment of darkness, his vision brightened again, revealing a hidden world behind the falls. Although the entrance was small, the interior was surprisingly spacious. Chu Shaoye bent down to set the 3 spirit pets on the ground and walked deeper into the cave. The further he went, the dimmer the light from the waterfall became. He took out a 3rd-tier gold elemental spirit pill from his black jade ring for illumination. The cave wasn't very deep. After about 10 meters, he reached the end, where a small pool shimmered with a faint glow. Stroking his chin, Chu Shaoye thought the cave seemed unremarkable, with no apparent treasure. The mouse, however, was unusually excited, squeaking by the pool and almost diving in. Chu Shaoye quickly caught it back, and a glance revealed a flicker of crimson at the bottom of the pool. It looked like blood dispersing in the water, but upon closer inspection, it was a water plant. Although he didn't recognize the spirit herb, its ability to excite the mouse suggested it was extraordinary. Judging by the spiritual energy it emitted, the herb was at least 4th tier. Chu Shaoye was secretly delighted to find such a high-grade spirit herb on the outskirts of the mountain. He placed the mouse by the little fox, instructing it to keep an eye on the mouse to prevent it from falling into the water. Rolling up his sleeves and pant legs, he prepared to wade in and pick the herb. Typically, rare spirit plants are guarded by spirit beasts, but this pool was shallow and small, showing no signs of such guardians. Perhaps the cave's seclusion kept it hidden. He stepped into the water, reaching the herb's location in just a few steps. As he bent down to pick it, a large shadow slowly emerged from a corner of the pool. The moment the shadow appeared, the 3 spirit pets on the shore widened their eyes and urgently sounded a warning to Chu Shaoye. Turning his head, he saw the shadow leap out of the water, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, lunging at him. His pupils constricted, and without conscious thought, his body reacted first, summoning Qian Xing into his hand. The monstrous mouth could swallow half of Chu Shaoye's body in one bite, but he managed to wedge Qian Xing vertically into its jaws, preventing them from closing. Seizing the moment, Chu Shaoye swiftly leapt out of the pool. He then threw several spirit pills from his black jade ring into different corners of the cave, their glow revealing the shadow to be a monstrous fish. The fish was 5 meters long, jet black, with hard scales. Most terrifyingly, its head resembled a crocodile's, with its mouth taking up a quarter of its body length. Astonishingly, this monstrous fish was a 4th-tier creature. Chu Shaoye had encountered 4th-tier spirit beasts before, but this monstrous fish was completely different from the rock-armored red bear. The underwater environment favored aquatic spirit beasts, leaving him at a disadvantage. It became clear that obtaining a 4th-tier spirit herb wasn't going to be easy. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Chu Shaoye decisively decided to retreat, but the monstrous fish had no intention of letting them leave easily. Those who dared to covet its treasure would pay a price. A wall of water formed at the cave entrance, leaving Chu Shaoye with no escape. He had to retrieve the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse into his beast essence pouch. He frowned slightly, pondering how to tackle this battle. Both the little fox and the 100 mystic insect were terrestrial spirit beasts, and entering the water would only serve as a meal for the monstrous fish. However, it seemed the fish couldn't leave the pond to attack them on land. As Chu Shaoye was contemplating, 3 fiery arrows suddenly shot towards him. He quickly rolled away, his face full of surprise. The monstrous fish was an extremely rare dual-attribute aquatic spirit beast with both water and fire elements. The fish continued to fire arrows, forcing the little fox and the 100 mystic insect to dodge frantically in the narrow cave. Neither claw strikes nor silk threads could withstand the arrow's power. Seeing this, Chu Shaoye decided to retrieve the little fox and the 100 mystic insect, preparing to face the fish alone. Earlier, Qianqing had been knocked to the bottom of the pond by the fish, so Chu Shaoye raised his hand to summon it back and threw it towards the fish's eyes. The fish turned to avoid it, but the small pond made maneuvering difficult, and Qianqing grazed the fish's scales, sparking a trail of fire. Chu Shaoye frowned deeply. Qianqing was a high-level 7th-tier spirit weapon, usually unstoppable. Although he was only at the 2nd tier and couldn't fully unleash Qianqing's power, it shouldn't be unable to break a scale. Besides being a dual-attribute spirit beast, the fish's scales had a defense comparable to metal-attribute spirit beasts. What kind of monster was this? Chu Shaoye summoned Qianqing again and threw it at the fish's eyes. This time, the fish was prepared, forming a water wall in front of it to successfully block Qianqing. The fish seemed enraged, conjuring countless walnut-sized fireballs in the air, shooting them at Chu Shaoye. The sheer number of fireballs made it impossible for Chu Shaoye to dodge them all, and a few struck him, setting his clothes ablaze. Chu Shaoye grunted, quickly using Qianqing to tear his burning clothes and discard them. Though the fireballs weren't extremely powerful, being hit left blisters and a burning pain that made him break out in a cold sweat. He stared intently at the fish in the pond. After unleashing a powerful attack, the fish couldn't use its skills again immediately. Chu Shaoye, determined, took out a dozen spirit pills from his black jade ring and threw them at the fish. Mistaking them for another attack with Qianqing, the fish rolled in the pond to dodge. Chu Shaoye seized the opportunity to imbue all his spirit energy into Qianqing and threw it again. This time, he aimed not at the fish's eyes but its gills. Qianqing pierced through the fish's gills and, with its spiritual energy edge, drove deep into the fish's brain. The monstrous fish let out a silent screech, thrashing violently in the pool as powerful waves of spiritual energy surged forth like a tide. Trapped in the cave, Chu Shaoye had nowhere to escape and was slammed into the cave wall by the force of the energy, spewing blood. After a brief struggle, the fish finally lay completely still. Clutching his chest, Chu Shaoye painfully rose from the ground, coughing up a few more mouthfuls of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he thought to himself how he had managed to survive the battle without injury, yet nearly lost his life in this cave. He raised his hand to summon back Qianqing and saw that the fish was motionless, clearly dead. The spiritual cultivation technique circulated within him, and after some time of adjusting his breath, Chu Shaoye felt somewhat better and leaned against the wall to walk towards the pool. The fish was enormous, occupying almost 2/3 of the pool, leaving Chu Shaoye puzzled about its origins. He stored the fish in his black jade ring and stepped into the pool to retrieve the spiritual pill he had thrown earlier. In a corner of the pool, he discovered a 2-meter-wide hole, presumably the fish's entry point, sparking his curiosity about where it led. The spiritual herb had been ravaged by the fish, much to Chu Shaoye's regret, as the fish's painful thrashing had left it unprotected. Carefully, he harvested the remaining stalk of the herb, trying to collect the shattered leaves. Just as he was about to find a box in his black jade ring to store the herb, a strong desire surged within him, craving to eat the herb. His throat bobbed, and saliva involuntarily pooled in his mouth. The herb, resembling red seaweed, was irresistibly tempting. In his mind, two voices clashed fiercely. One urged him to eat it quickly, while the other warned him against consuming such a sinister thing. Ultimately, the inexplicable urge prevailed, and Chu Shaoye's eyes dulled as he stuffed the herb into his mouth. The herb's juice burned like magma, and he clutched his throat in agony, collapsing into the pool. The searing sensation rapidly spread throughout his body, making him feel as though he were being incinerated in a lava pool. His tightly closed eyes missed the dragon scale patterns emerging on his skin. The herb was not, as Chu Shaoye had judged, a 4th-tier herb, but a 5th-tier one. For a 2nd-tier spiritual master to consume a 5th-tier herb recklessly was akin to courting death. However, after the initial excruciating pain, Chu Shaoye gradually calmed down, lying peacefully at the pool's bottom as if in a deep sleep. Only the occasional emergence of dragon scale patterns on his skin indicated that the herb's effects were still at work within him. It was unclear how much time had passed when suddenly a large splash erupted from the pool, and Chu Shaoye sat up abruptly, gasping for air, bewildered by the fact that he had been sleeping underwater without drowning. Though his body still retained a residual pain, he looked down at his now pale and smooth hands, recalling the events before he lost consciousness. A mysterious voice had compelled him to eat the herb, followed by an overwhelming pain that made him think he was burning alive, and then he had blacked out completely. Now, the small pool's water had become warm, and Chu Shaoye realized that the burning sensation was not an illusion. The herb's potency had heated the water through his body. As he stood up from the pool, despite lingering pain, he felt incredibly light, his body brimming with spiritual energy, as if on the brink of another breakthrough. Remarkably, he had only advanced to the 2nd tier 3 days ago, and now he was about to ascend to the 3rd tier, an astonishing pace. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary pool, Chu Shaoye wondered what kind of celestial herb this was to possess such tremendous efficacy. The mystical herb not only significantly enhanced Chu Shaoye's spiritual power, but also had the miraculous effect of cleansing and refining his body. His skin, once tanned to a wheat color, became fair and smooth, and the scars from hunting vanished without a trace. When putting on his clothes, Chu Shaoye felt as slippery as an eel, and if it weren't for the belt, his clothes might have slipped off, making him feel quite odd. As he stepped out of the cave, Chu Shaoye noticed that it had already grown dark outside and realized that the sun was about to set. He roughly calculated that he had been unconscious for nearly 3 hours. His spiritual pets must have been worried sick, so he immediately summoned the little fox and the Baishan worm and released the golden thread treasure-seeking rat from the beast pouch. As soon as the 3 spiritual pets appeared, they circled around Chu Shaoye, full of concern. The little fox and Baishan worm, having a contract with Chu Shaoye, could sense his condition and knew that although he had suffered some injuries and pain, his life was not in danger. However, the golden thread treasure-seeking rat was unaware of all this, fearing that it might lose its long-term meal ticket. Feeling reluctant, Chu Shaoye reassured each of them, and then took out the corpse of the strange fish from his black jade ring. The fish was over 5 meters long and weighed more than 400 pounds, a colossal creature, causing water to splash high when it fell into the stream. The 3 spiritual pets gazed at the fish's corpse with starry eyes, looking at Chu Shaoye with admiration, thinking to themselves, the spirit master is truly amazing, having killed a 4th-tier strange fish all by himself. Feeling a bit embarrassed by their gazes, Chu Shaoye scratched his nose and said, "You must be hungry. Tonight, we'll have grilled fish." The fish's scales were as hard as those of a metal attribute spiritual beast, and Chu Shaoye thought they could be used for crafting, so he carefully removed and stored them before starting to cut open the fish's belly. A spiritual pill, shimmering with blue and red hues, rolled out, exuding a rich aura. Chu Shaoye cleaned and stored the pill, knowing that this 4th-tier spiritual pill was worth 20 gold coins. Then, he chopped off the most succulent part of the fish's belly to grill for dinner. Fish cooked faster than beast meat, and soon it was ready. The 3 spiritual pets ate with gusto, their mouths full of oil, and Chu Shaoye, not holding back this time, ate until he was full. Although the spiritual energy in spiritual beast meat was not as abundant as in spiritual pills, it was still highly nourishing. The meat of this fourth-tier strange fish was rich in spiritual energy, several times more than the antlered deer they had previously eaten, incomparable in quality. Nourished by the spiritual energy, the fourth-tier spiritual beast meat was deliciously tender, and Chu Shaoye and the three spiritual pets enjoyed a hearty meal. Once they were all full, Chu Shaoye, as usual, packed up the leftover grilled fish to take back to Ren Xingping. Ren Xingping was overjoyed to see Chu Shaoye return and approached him with a smile. "Brother Chu, where have you been today? Why are you only just back?" As he got closer, he noticed the changes in Chu Shaoye and, in his shock, accidentally bit his tongue. In just half a day, Brother Chu's complexion seems even fairer. Although his features remain the same, his skin has become so fair and delicate, almost more radiant than a girl's. Ren Xingping felt puzzled, but Chu Shaoye seemed unaware and replied, "I took on a task at the medicine garden and just went for a walk in the back mountain. Is there something urgent?" Suppressing his curiosity about Chu's appearance, Ren Xingping led him to the table and said, "Brother Chu, you really are wealthy. This morning you gave me 50 silver coins to place a bet. Have you forgotten?" Chu Shaoye was momentarily taken aback. He indeed had forgotten. He had remembered when he was with Ji Yuntong at the task hall, but after battling the strange fish and fainting from consuming the spiritual herb, it slipped his mind. Ren Xingping pulled out a heavy money pouch from his storage bag, excitedly saying, "Your odds were as high as 200 to 1, and those 50 silver coins won a whole 10,000 silver coins." He pushed the pouch over, having already converted the silver coins into 100 gold coins for easy carrying. Chu Shaoye had anticipated winning such a large sum, but seeing it in person was still shocking, as it was his first time encountering such wealth. Without counting the coins, he poured them out and pushed half towards Ren Xingping, saying, "Brother Ren, as I said back then, if we win, you get half. Take these 50 gold coins." "I don't want them," Ren Xingping said boldly. "To be honest, Brother Chu, I initially bet 5 silver coins on you, but when you gave me those 50, I bet another 30. He stood up excitedly, patting Chu Shaoye on the shoulder. "Thanks to you winning this duel, I earned so much money. How could I take half of your gold coins?" Chu Shaoye was surprised, not expecting Ren Xingping to have such faith in him, seemingly putting all his savings on him. Seeing this, he didn't insist and put the coins away. Chu Shaoye smiled and said, "Brother Ren, you may not want the gold coins, but you should take this." He took out a grilled fish from his black jade ring. The ring had a warming function, keeping the fish hot and full of spiritual energy. Ren Xingping's eyes lit up. "Brother Chu, you really know me well. I prefer your cooking over gold coins." Chu Shaoye smiled lightly. "As long as you like it, Brother Ren." However, as soon as Ren Xingping took a bite, he sensed something unusual. The spiritual energy in this grilled fish was far too abundant, even richer than the third-order stag deer meat Chu Shaoye had brought him before. He exclaimed, "Brother Chu, is this the meat of a fourth-order fish-type spiritual beast?" Chu Shaoye nodded approvingly. "You have a keen sense, Brother Ren. Indeed, it is the meat of a fourth-order fish-type spiritual beast." Confirming this, Ren Xingping was astounded. This morning, Chu Shaoye had easily defeated Ho San, and now he had hunted a fourth-order spiritual beast in the afternoon. Chu Shaoye, being only a second-order spiritual master, managed to cross 2 levels to defeat a fourth-order beast, which was truly astonishing. Ren Xingping was too shocked to speak. Chu Shaoye had only been at the Qishao sect for 4 days, yet every day Ren Xingping found himself more and more impressed by him. The grilled fish on the table seemed too precious to eat. Ren Xingping hesitated to use his chopsticks. This was fourth-order spiritual beast meat, and in a restaurant at the foot of the mountain, this dish would cost at least 1 gold coin. Seeing him pause, Chu Shaoye asked, "Brother Ren, is it not to your taste?" Ren Xingping quickly waved his hand in denial. "Of course not. I'm not picky, especially when Brother Chu, your cooking is so good." He scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I've been freeloading off you these days, and while I could shamelessly eat low-order spiritual beast meat, this grilled fish is fourth order. As a servant disciple, how could I dare enjoy something so fine?" Unexpectedly, the straightforward and carefree Ren Xingping was embarrassed about such a thing. Chu Shaoye smiled gently. "Brother Ren, since you call me Brother Chu, there's no need for formality between us. Sharing good food among brothers is quite normal, isn't it?" Ren Xingping was momentarily stunned, then became very happy. "Brother Chu, you're right. From now on, you're my best brother." Early the next morning, Chu Shaoye was still dreaming when a loud shout abruptly woke him. The little fox nestled in his arms was so startled by the noise that it nearly tumbled over, almost stepping on Chu Shaoye's sensitive area. Nearby, Ren Xingping laughed heartily and excitedly announced, "I've advanced. I'm now a Tier 3 Spirit Master." Chu Shaoye, shaken and covered in a cold sweat, held his head in his hands, picked up the little fox, and got out of bed. He walked over to Ren Xingping and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Ren. At this moment, his long hair was untied, and his loose pajamas revealed a hint of collarbone and chest. Ren Xingping's gaze flickered, momentarily mistaking him for a beautiful woman, before he examined Chu Shaoye's chest and thought, flat as ever. Brother Chu is indeed still a brother. Ren Xingping scratched the back of his head apologetically. Sorry, Brother Chu, I was so excited about advancing that I woke you up. Why don't you go back to sleep? Chu Shaoye shook his head, thinking that he was too awake to return to sleep and that it was almost time to get up anyway, so he decided not to return to bed. Ren Xingping, full of joy, suggested, perfect timing. Let's go to the dining hall early for breakfast. It's on me. I owe my breakthrough to that grilled fish you made last night, which helped me overcome the final hurdle. Chu Shaoye smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Ren Xingping was on the verge of breaking through, with his spiritual energy nearly complete, and without the grilled fish, he would have advanced within a month anyway. After washing up, they mounted their steeds and headed to the dining hall. This time, they went to a different dining hall, one slightly farther from Lumen Peak, but known for its higher quality food. Spirit masters are best nourished by meals rich in spiritual energy, so even breakfast was quite sumptuous. Ren Xingping, eager to express his gratitude and celebrate his advancement to Tier 3 Spirit Master, was generous, quickly bringing back a dozen dishes. The dishes in the dining hall were made from spirit beast meat and spirit plants. Though low grade, they were not cheap, and the entire spread cost 50 silver coins. Ren Xingping had recently won a bet and earned a good sum, so he didn't hesitate to spend the 50 silver coins, which was not much to him. Chu Shaoye did not stop him from ordering, and though there were many dishes, each portion was small, so there was no worry of leftover food for the big eater Ren Xingping. As they ate and chatted, Ren Xingping's face was still beaming with joy. Advancing now is perfect timing. In 2 months, our sect will hold the Qishao Grand Competition. If I can make it to the top 10, I can be promoted to an outer disciple. Intrigued, Chu Shaoye asked, so even a servant disciple can become an outer disciple? Can you tell me more about the Qishao Grand Competition, Brother Ren? Ren Xingping eagerly explained. The Qishao Grand Competition is an annual grand event in our sect, lasting about half a month. It includes competitions for servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. The top performers receive generous rewards, but the most enticing prize is the chance to advance in disciple rank. With a look of longing, he added, the top 10 servant disciples can become outer disciples, the top 5 outer disciples can become inner disciples, and the top 3 inner disciples have the chance to become chief disciples. The treatment of outer sect disciples is vastly different from that of the servant disciples, and Ren Xingping knows this well. Currently, they are just working at the Qishao sect, but only by becoming outer sect disciples can they truly be considered part of the sect. Ren Xingping raised his cup to Chu Shaoye and gratefully said, Brother Chu, I'm very thankful to you this time. Advancing sooner means I can contract a new spirit pet earlier, increasing my chances of making it into the top 10 among the servant disciples. The difference in lifestyle between outer sect disciples and servant disciples is significant. Servant disciples have heavy daily workloads, leaving almost no time for cultivation, and their monthly salary is only 2 silver coins. In contrast, outer sect disciples do not have to work. They only need to complete the tasks assigned by the sect each month, earning up to 20 silver coins, with ample time for cultivation and spirit beast training. Ren Xingping continued, our sect has over 3,500 servant disciples, and the competition in each grand competition is fierce. However, Brother Chu, you do have a chance. Although you're currently only a second-tier spirit master, your strength isn't weak. With a bit of luck, you might make it into the top 10. Lowering his voice mysteriously, he said, you might not know this, but after yesterday's life and death duel, your reputation has spread among the servant disciples, and even some outer sect disciples have heard of you. You're now a popular contender for the top 10. Chu Shaoye blinked and asked, does the sect's grand competition also have betting? Ren Xingping nodded. Of course, and it's an official betting pool run by the sect, so there's no need to worry about the bookmaker not paying. That's interesting, Chu Shaoye laughed. When the time comes, don't forget to let me know, Brother Ren. I'd like to try my luck as well. Ren Xingping readily agreed. No problem. After eating and drinking their fill, they went their separate ways, with Chu Shaoye heading to the herb garden and Ren Xingping going to the striped silver mine to take leave, preparing to contract his third spirit beast and temporarily putting work aside. At the foot of the mountain where the herb garden is located, a circle of second-tier thorn cacti is planted, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The entrance is marked by a simple picket gate. 2 servant disciples guard the gate, and Chu Shaoye presented his identity jade token and the herb garden pass for verification. Upon seeing Chu Shaoye's jade token, the attitudes of the gatekeepers, Wang Yi and Li Lianen, immediately became respectful and friendly. Wang Yi said, so it's Junior Brother Chu. The steward informed us yesterday that when you arrive, you should report directly to the third-tier herb garden. I'll take you there. Chu Shaoye bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Yi led him into the garden, explaining, Our Werroway Peak has 5 herb gardens, each cultivating spirit plants from tiers 1 to 5. The herb garden at the foot of the mountain is the first tier garden, covering the largest area. The higher the garden, the higher the tier of spirit plants cultivated. The steward has assigned you to the 3rd tier herb garden, located at mid-mountain, where it's relatively quiet. Chu Shaoye asked, Senior brother, besides the herb garden where I work, can I visit the other herb gardens? Wang Yi replied, there's no rule against it, but spirit plants of the 4th tier and above sometimes have self-defense mechanisms, with attack power comparable to spirit beasts, so it's best not to disturb them. Also, the 4th and 5th tier herb gardens are overseen by outer sect disciples and the steward, so it's best not to enter casually. Chu Shaoye nodded. Thank you for the advice, senior brother. I understand. The altitude of Werroway Peak isn't high, so they quickly reached the mid-mountain 3rd tier herb garden. Wang Yi called out, Junior brother Chu, the new junior brother Chu has arrived. Come out and greet him. Shortly, 3 youths around 17 or 18 years old emerged from the garden, led by Tu Jiarong, who had a handsome appearance but exuded an air of arrogance, suggesting he might be difficult to get along with. Tu Jiarong approached, arms crossed, and eyed Chu Shaoye with disdain. So you're the one who conjured a demon spirit beast in yesterday's duel. Chu Shaoye? Chu Shaoye remained composed and bowed. Senior brother Tu, I am indeed Chu Shaoye, but the matter of the demon spirit beast has nothing to do with me. Tu Jiarong snorted and gestured for him to follow. Come with me. Chu Shaoye first bid farewell to Wang Yi, then followed along with Tu Jiarong. Tu Jiarong spoke with a hint of arrogance. The disciples in the 3rd tier spiritual herb garden are all spiritual masters of at least the 2nd tier. I heard you just recently broke through to the 2nd tier. By the rules, you shouldn't be qualified to work here. But since the steward accepted you, do your job well. The spiritual plants here are delicate. If you accidentally ruin one, you'll be kicked out of the herb garden. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but chuckle. This 3rd tier menial disciple was putting on airs in front of him, more imposing than the steward. However, he didn't say much and just responded casually. Tu Jiarong led Chu Shaoye to a secluded corner of the spiritual herb garden and pointed to a large patch of slightly withered herb fields. From now on, you will take care of this patch with Gu Yuan. He looked around, noticing Gu Yuan's absence, and frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. Where has he gone off to slack again? The 2 menial disciples nearby immediately started looking. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. Shortly after, a boy covered in leaves came running out of the woods, panting as he arrived in front of Tu Jiarong, wiping sweat from his brow, and asked, Brother Tu, what do you need from me? Tu Jiarong stepped back disdainfully. What could I possibly need from you? What can you even accomplish? I ask you, have you been slacking off again? Gu Yuan widened his eyes, quickly defending himself. Brother Tu, I wasn't slacking. I was chasing a thief. That spiritual beast keeps stealing herbs, and I. Tu Jiarong waved his hand, cutting him off. All right, no need for excuses. Next time I catch you slacking, your monthly pay will be docked completely. Gu Yuan's defense was shut down, his face turned red, and he opened his mouth but eventually lowered his head in frustration without further explanation. Tu Jiarong pointed to Chu Shaoye. This is the new disciple, Chu Shaoye. You two will take care of this herb field together. Teach him well, so he doesn't end up killing the spiritual herbs. Gu Yuan acknowledged, watching Tu Jiarong leave, and only when his figure completely disappeared did he breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Chu Shaoye. Brother Chu, come with me. I'll first introduce you to the spiritual herbs in the field. Chu Shaoye nodded and followed. Although the herb field was quite large, about 5 or 6 acres, judging by Tu Jiarong's tone, it seemed that Gu Yuan had been taking care of it alone before, which must have been quite exhausting. Gu Yuan earnestly introduced, there are 5 types of spiritual herbs in this field: Walingzi, moonlight grass, rising sun grass, purple stem vine, and jade dew. Except for the purple stem vine and jade dew, which are 2nd tier spiritual plants, the others are 3rd tier. However, for some reason, all the spiritual plants in this field seem half dead, only reaching the quality of the 2nd tier. Gu Yuan meticulously explained the uses and care methods for each type of spiritual plant to Chu Shaoye, who listened intently, occasionally asking questions. Seeing his interest in the spiritual herbs, Gu Yuan's frustration eased considerably. He pulled out a book thicker than a brick from his storage pouch and handed it to Chu Shaoye. Brother Chu, this is the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants on the Wanling continent. Take it and have a look. It has a comprehensive record of spiritual plants. Chu Shaoye initially wanted to subtly inquire about the spiritual herb he consumed yesterday, but to his surprise, Gu Yuan handed him a book. Thank you, Brother Gu. I'll finish reading this book and return it to you as soon as possible, Chu Shaoye said. Gu Yuan scratched his head a bit sheepishly. No rush. I've memorized everything in that book. Take your time. Chu Shaoye was amazed to discover that the compendium of spiritual plants documented at least 10,000 different spiritual plants, and Gu Yuan had memorized them all. This clearly showed his extraordinary passion for the study of spiritual medicine. After placing the compendium into his black jade ring, Chu Shaoye asked. Brother Gu, what should we do now? Gu Yuan replied. I was watering the plants when I ran off to chase that little thief. Let's finish watering them. And you don't need to call me Brother Gu. I haven't been here much longer than you. Just call me Gu Yuan. Chu Shaoye nodded and followed Gu Yuan to fetch buckets for watering. As they watered the plants, they chatted, and Chu Shaoye asked, Gun, is the little thief you mentioned a spiritual beast? What kind is it? Gu Yuan scratched his chin. That spiritual beast is really fast. I've encountered it several times, but haven't gotten a good look. Judging by its shape, it might be a cat or a weasel-type spiritual beast. I didn't expect there would be a spiritual beast bolder than the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, daring enough to sneak into the medicinal garden to steal spiritual herbs, Chu Shaoye remarked. Since there's a spiritual beast stealing herbs, why don't the disciples in the garden work together to catch it? Otherwise, won't you keep losing spiritual herbs? At this, Gu Yuan looked a bit sullen again. I told Brother Tu and the others, but they don't believe a spiritual beast would be so bold as to steal from the spiritual herb garden. They think I'm just being lazy. Gu Yuan sighed. Perhaps they do believe me, but don't want to deal with it. That spiritual beast is clever and only steals from my plot of herbs. No matter how well I tend to this plot, the spiritual herbs that grow here are always weak and low grade. The beast only steals one herb every few days, so it's not a huge loss. Chu Shaoye became intrigued by the clever and cunning spiritual beast and suggested, after we finish watering, let's try to catch that spiritual beast together. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? You'd help me catch it? Chu Shaoye smiled. Of course. Since we're both responsible for this plot, catching a thief is part of my duty too. Gu Yuan was quite moved. Shaoye, I'm so glad you're here. I was the last to join this garden and the weakest, so the other brothers didn't pay much attention to me and didn't want to be friends. I haven't made a single friend here. Chu Shaoye patted his shoulder. It's all right. From now on, we're in this together. Gu Yuan nodded enthusiastically, his pace quickening as they continued to water the plants. Chu Shaoye thought to himself, given Tu Jiarong's attitude towards him earlier, he would likely face the same isolation from the other disciples as Gu Yuan. Though he didn't care much about such things, Tu Jiarong's behavior was truly repulsive. All the disciples should be united and supportive, yet Tu Jiarong insisted on forming cliques and acting as a self-appointed leader, which was childish and ridiculous. They quickly finished watering, and Gu Yuan eagerly led Chu Shaoye to the area where moonlight grass was planted, pointing to a not subvious hole in the ground. That spiritual pet stole a moonlight grass from here this morning. It seems to really like moonlight grass. 8 out of 10 times, it steals moonlight grass, Gu Yuan explained. Chu Shaoye stroked his chin. Has it stolen spiritual herbs from anywhere else? Gu Yuan, with his excellent memory, pointed out all the places the spiritual pet had stolen from. Chu Shaoye drew a simple map, marking the theft locations, but found no discernible pattern. It really is a clever spiritual beast, Chu Shaoye noted. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, a hint of pride in his voice. I told you, it's really smart. Chu Shaoye thought wryly. Young man, you don't seem all that smart yourself. Chu Shaoye initially planned to identify patterns from the theft locations and set a trap for the elusive spirit beast. However, he didn't anticipate the cunning nature of the creature. Faced with this challenge, he decided to take the initiative. He released the golden thread treasure mouse from his beast pouch, calmly claiming it was his pet silver fox hamster. Although it was only a first-tier creature, its keen sense of smell might help track down the spirit beast. Gu Yuan curiously observed the golden thread treasure mouse. It was his first time seeing a silver fox hamster in reality, and it matched the description in the Spirit Pet Compendium perfectly. Silver fox hamsters were popular and abundant among pet spirit beasts, unlike the rare Wugo fox, so Gu Yuan had no reason to doubt Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye placed the golden thread treasure mouse by the pit and asked, Can you smell the lingering scent of the spirit beast here? The mouse nodded, capable of detecting the scent of spirit herbs even through water. The scent on this small pit was noticeably stronger. Good, Chu Shaoye praised. Lead us to the spirit beast. The golden thread treasure mouse scurried off, with Chu Shaoye close behind. He called back to Gu Yuan, who was still standing in a daze. Gu Yuan, keep up. Gu Yuan snapped out of it, thinking Chu Shaoye's pace was remarkably swift, and he hadn't even had a chance to react. The mouse led them into the dense forest from where Gu Yuan had emerged that morning. Struggling to keep up, Gu Yuan panted. Shaoye, how do you and your spirit pet run so fast? Chu Shaoye smiled faintly. With practice, you can run this fast too. The land on Werrui Peak wasn't entirely terraced. This forest remained in its natural state, home to ordinary wild beasts and low-tier spirit beasts. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Gu Yuan remarked, This is where I lost track of it this morning. The golden thread treasure mouse halted, sniffed, and then chattered to Chu Shaoye. Though they hadn't formed a contract, Chu Shaoye understood some of its gestures after spending time together. Shuabao, are you saying the scent of the spirit beast is all over this place? The mouse nodded. Chu Shaoye was surprised. This spirit pet seemed unusually intelligent for a low-tier beast. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed. Gu Yuan wasn't too disappointed, having chased the spirit beast for half a year without success. If Chu Shaoye caught it immediately, Gu Yuan would feel even more embarrassed. The work at the herb garden was indeed light, with little to do after watering in the morning. While cultivating his spiritual techniques, Chu Shaoye also perused the compendium of spirit plants of the myriad spirit continent, given by Gu Yuan. After consuming the spirit herb, Chu Shaoye realized he might have misjudged it. The overwhelming spiritual energy couldn't possibly belong to a fourth-tier spirit herb. He began searching from the fifth-tier fire attribute aquatic spirit herbs. Such herbs were rare, and after flipping a couple of pages, he found the illustration of the herb he encountered yesterday. It was a fifth-tier dragon blood alga, rumored to have originated from the blood of a divine dragon that took root and transformed in water. If consumed by a spirit master, it would cleanse their meridians and accelerate their cultivation progress significantly. For spirit beasts, it could potentially awaken dragon blood within them, evolving them towards dragon-type spirit beasts, although this chance was exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. Chu Shaoye read each word carefully, but his mind was full of doubts. The compendium didn't mention any hallucinogenic effects of the dragon blood algae, so where did the intense hunger and the mysterious voice in his mind come from? Was it an illusion caused by the severe pain in his body? But that hunger couldn't be explained by this. His thoughts were in disarray, so he decided to set these questions aside for now. After all, his body had indeed undergone a transformation, and his cultivation speed had tripled. His already impressive progress led him to anticipate breaking through to the third stage next month. Around noon, Gu Yuan came to find Chu Shaoye to go down the mountain for lunch at the dining hall. Chu Shaoye asked, Gu Yuan, do you know about the dragon blood algae? Of course I do, Gu Yuan replied. Dragon blood algae is a fifth-tier spiritual herb. Although it is fire-attributed, it prefers damp and cold environments and only grows in clear, clean water sources. Chu Shaoye continued, I happened to see dragon blood algae in the compendium. It mentioned that it can stimulate the dragon bloodline in spiritual beasts, allowing them to evolve into dragon-type spiritual beasts and break through their potential limits. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Dragon blood algae indeed has that effect, but the probability is extremely low. In contrast, the 9th-tier sacred herb nine-turn dragon beard grass has a much stronger effect, almost guaranteeing that a spiritual beast with a dragon bloodline will advance to a dragon, as long as it can endure the pain of absorbing the medicine. The pain from absorbing even the 9-turn dragon beard grass was enough to make Chu Shaoye faint. The agony from 9-turn dragon beard grass could be lethal. Gu Yuan laughed. Our sect doesn't even have dragon blood algae, let alone 9-turn dragon beard grass. I hope to see such legendary herbs in my lifetime. There will always be opportunities, Chu Shaoye said. Gu Yuan, do you know of any other herbs that could help spiritual beasts break through their potential limits? My natal spiritual beast, the immaculate fox, can only be cultivated to the 3rd stage, and it's truly a pity to stop there. Gu Yuan sighed. There are indeed other herbs with such effects, but they are high-tier and extremely rare. We are just low-tier spiritual masters, so even if we know about them, we may never see them. Chu Shaoye's heart sank. Was there no hope for the little fox to break through to the middle stage? But then Gu Yuan added, our sect's elder Dingyangzi at Wurui Peak had a natal spiritual beast that was originally a 3rd-tier plant-type spiritual beast, the snake vine, but it later evolved into a 6th-tier 5-clawed dragon vine. Chu Shaoye perked up and eagerly asked, did Elder Dingyangzi ever mention the method he used? It's not really a secret, Gu Yuan replied with a wry smile. Low-tier spiritual masters like us dream of breaking through to the middle tier. If Elder Dingyangzi's method were universally applicable, people would have lined up from our sect to the central continent to seek his guidance. Elder Dingyangzi used various spiritual medicines of different attributes to concoct a pill and endured life-threatening trials to evolve the snake vine into the 5-clawed dragon vine. Although he ultimately broke through the potential limit, it left him with an incurable ailment. At this point, Gu Yuan lowered his voice. The toxins are hard to dispel, and his appearance is ruined. It's said that Elder Dingyangzi is not even 50, but he looks like an old man with white hair. A 6th-tier spiritual master's lifespan can reach 300, but Elder Dingyangzi may not live past 70. Gu Yuan sighed. The path of spiritual cultivation is far from easy. I admit I lack Elder Dingyangzi's determination and perseverance. If I can become a 3rd-tier spiritual master in this life, I would be very content. Chu Shaoye clenched his fists. Gu Yuan might be content with the status quo, but he could not. He bore a deep-seated grudge, and his mother was still waiting to reunite with him. No matter the cost, he had to break through. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the spiritual herb garden to continue their work. Although it was called work, there wasn't much to do, just watering the spiritual plants once more before the end of the day. Chu Shaoye was focused on cultivating his spiritual techniques when he suddenly heard Gu Yuan shout that the spirit beast was stealing the spiritual plants again. Chu Shaoye immediately stood up, releasing the little fox and the golden thread treasure mouse as he ran. The mouse, having memorized the scent of the spirit beast, dashed towards the source of the smell. The little fox, thinking it was too slow, lowered its head to place the mouse on top, where it clung to the fox's fur, ready to change direction at any moment. Gu Yuan was desperately chasing the spirit beast when a white blur suddenly shot past him, accompanied by a gust of wind. He was baffled, wondering what it was. Chu Shaoye caught up and patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, saying, "That's my life-bound spirit beast, the immaculate fox. With it and the silver fox hamster working together, that spirit beast won't escape this time." Gu Yuan was still a bit stunned. Was the immaculate fox really that fast? He had to push himself to the limit just to keep up with Chu Shaoye. Recently, the spirit beast had been stealing the spiritual plants more frequently, whereas before, it wouldn't return for a second time in one day. Chu Shaoye pondered for a moment. It seemed the spirit beast urgently needed spiritual energy and might be on the verge of advancing. They chased it into the forest, arriving once more at the spot where they had lost its trail last time. The golden thread treasure mouse leapt down from the fox's head, sniffing carefully and detecting the fresh scent left by the spirit beast. It quickly determined the direction. The spirit beast was clever and cautious, having looped around the forest several times. Yet, the scent's disappearance led them back near where they had lost it before. The golden thread treasure mouse paused to sniff intently, while the little fox let out a couple of challenging whines, as if taunting the mouse's pride. Enraged, the mouse was determined to prove itself. It stood upright, taking a deep breath that inflated its round body like a balloon, then slowly deflated. Every scent within a 100-meter radius was meticulously analyzed by its tiny nose. Finally, it found it. The cunning spirit beast. The mouse charged in one direction, prompting Chu Shaoye to summon the 100 profound insect, concerned the beast might be fierce. The mouse reached the base of a large tree and began frantically digging, with the little fox, carrying the 100 profound insect, joining in to help. Chu Shaoye observed and said to Gu Yuan, "It looks like part of the tree's roots might be hollow, and that's where the spirit beast is hiding." Gu Yuan, exhausted and drenched in sweat from the chase, gave Chu Shaoye a thumbs up, saying, "Shaoye, your little pets are amazing. They actually found the spirit beast." Just as he finished speaking, they heard a fierce meowing sound. The golden thread treasure mouse and the little fox were digging when suddenly the soil loosened, and a colorful spirit beast leapt out from the earth. Sharp claws glinted with a cold light as they swiped fiercely at the golden thread treasure-hunting mouse. The mouse let out a terrified squeak. Quick as a flash, the 100-shin bug opened its mouth and spat out a web that ensnared the spirit beast, wrapping it tightly. The creature fell to the ground, meowing in frustration as it rolled and struggled. Chu Shaoye approached and saw that the spirit beast resembled a cat, but its fur was different, snow white with tender green at the ear tips and paws, and a pretty pink flower blooming on its neck. Gu Yuan exclaimed, realizing it was a 100-flower liger. This third tier would attribute spirit beast, though feline, was purely herbivorous and had a particular fondness for spiritual plants. The 100-flower liger continued to roll on the ground, trying to escape the web, inadvertently revealing its round belly. Gu Yuan was surprised, wondering aloud why its belly was so large. Had it already devoured stolen spiritual herbs so quickly? Chu Shaoye was speechless, suspecting the creature might be pregnant. Gu Yuan widened his eyes in surprise, asking, "Is that the case?" Initially, they intended to catch this thieving spirit beast to teach it a lesson, ensuring it wouldn't dare to steal spiritual herbs from the garden again. But now, realizing it might be pregnant, they couldn't possibly bully a mother taupe. The creature looked so delicate and cute, struggling in the web, evoking their sympathy. Gu Yuan, feeling compassionate, suggested to Chu Shaoye, "Perhaps we should let it go. After all, the herbs it stole weren't of high grade. The loss is within acceptable limits." Chu Shaoye nodded, as his curiosity about the spirit beast's intelligence was his primary concern, never intending to harm it. The 100-flower liger seemed to understand their conversation, gradually ceasing its struggle, and looked at them with tearful eyes, meowing softly, appearing pitiful. The little fox's slit pupils widened, thinking this little cat was even better at acting cute than it was. Chu Shaoye crouched down, gently stroking the creature's head, speaking softly. "You heard us. We won't hurt you. Just lie still, and I'll have the 100-shin bug retract its silk." The creature mewed, indicating it understood, and obediently lay on the ground. Chu Shaoye removed the 100-shin bug from the little fox's head and placed it on the 100-flower liger. The bug diligently consumed its silk, while Chu Shaoye took the opportunity to pet the creature, noticing its belly was indeed large, suggesting it wouldn't be long before it gave birth. The creature nuzzled its head into Chu Shaoye's hand, purring contentedly, seemingly enjoying the attention. With a gentle smile, Chu Shaoye advised, "Don't steal from the herb garden anymore. If you need spiritual energy, come to me." He retrieved a second-tier wood attribute spiritual pill from his black jade ring and placed it in front of the creature. Its pupils dilated with excitement, and it responded with a more affectionate meow, even licking Chu Shaoye's fingers. Witnessing this, the little fox was furious and rushed forward, pushing Chu Shaoye aside, baring its teeth at the creature, growling, "You fox spirit, he's my spiritual master." The creature had already freed one paw from the silk, casting a disdainful glance at the little fox and calmly licking its paw. The little fox was nearly driven mad with anger and was about to pounce on the creature when Chu Shaoye stopped it. "Shuai, what are you doing?" The little fox, feeling wronged, leaped into Chu Shaoye's arms, whimpering pitifully, a stark contrast to its earlier aggressive demeanor. Amused, Chu Shaoye gently squeezed the little fox's paw, retrieving another second-tier spiritual pill from his ring and offering it to the fox, soothing it by saying, "The 100-flower liger is pregnant, so I was just being extra considerate." Since both the creature and the little fox received a pill, Chu Shaoye also took out 2 more second-tier pills, giving them to the golden thread treasure-hunting mouse and the 100 Xian bug. Having recently earned 100 gold coins, he no longer needed to sell pills for money and chose to spoil his spirit pets generously, never showing favoritism. His spirit pets happily accepted the pills, while Gu Yuan was astonished by Chu Shaoye's generosity, revealing himself as a hidden wealthy individual by casually distributing 4 second-tier pills. Watching this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but shed tears of poverty, secretly wishing he could become one of Chu Shaoye's spirit pets. After a while, the Bai Xian worm finally finished eating the silk threads on the Bai Hua Li. The Bai Hua Li stopped trying to escape, stood up, and affectionately rubbed against Chu Shaoye's leg. At the moment Chu Shaoye took out 4 second-tier spirit pills, the Bai Hua Li secretly decided to cling to this seemingly foolish and wealthy benefactor until its cubs were born. Witnessing this, the little fox was so furious it almost bristled, struggling to jump out of Chu Shaoye's arms to fight the Bai Hua Li. Chu Shaoye, both amused and exasperated, gently stroked the little fox's fur and turned to the Bai Hua Li, saying, "Clean up your nest. From now on, come directly to the spirit herb garden to find me, and stop stealing spirit herbs." The Bai Hua Li mewed softly, appearing tame and docile, a far cry from its cunning demeanor when it was stealing spirit herbs. Seeing the little fox about to bristle again, Chu Shaoye had no choice but to put it into the spiritual mansion first. After bidding farewell to the Bai Hua Li, he left the dense forest with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remarked, "Shaoye, you're really generous to give second-tier spirit pills to a strange spirit beast." Chu Shaoye smiled and explained, "Bai Hua Li have a gentle nature and are friendly to humans. This one seems particularly clever. It appears to be pregnant and needs a lot of spiritual energy to nurture its cubs, which is why it came to the herb garden to steal spirit herbs. It's understandable." Gu Yuan nodded, calculating that the Bai Hua Li had been stealing herbs from the garden for about 5 months, starting half a year ago, and would likely give birth next month. Chu Shaoye nodded in agreement, thinking that once it gave birth, it wouldn't need to consume a lot of spirit herbs to replenish its spiritual energy, and the herb garden wouldn't be at risk of theft anymore. Gu Yuan, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "I've been trying to catch the Bai Hua Li for so long and didn't even catch a hare. I can't believe you solved it as soon as you arrived." Chu Shaoye took the gold thread treasure-seeking mouse from his head, placed it in his palm, and rubbed it, smiling as he said, "I just happened to have a spirit pet with a keen nose." Gu Yuan sighed, touched the beast pattern on the back of his hand, and remarked, "It's a pity my life-bound spirit beast is a cluster star flower, which can't even move. I quite like that Bai Hua Li. If it agrees to form a contract with me after I reach the 3rd tier, that would be great." Chu Shaoye glanced at the flower-shaped beast pattern on Gu Yuan's hand. The cluster star flower is a 3rd-tier light attribute plant-type spirit beast, about the size of a palm. Its flowers cluster together, small as grains of rice, emitting a silvery white glow like stars in the sky. Although light attribute spirit beasts are rare, it doesn't necessarily mean they have strong attack abilities, and Gu Yuan's cluster star flower is more inclined towards support. After watering the spirit herbs in the afternoon, Chu Shaoye was done with his work for the day. As he was about to leave, Gu Yuan suddenly appeared a bit shy, hesitating as if he wanted to say something to Chu Shaoye but was too embarrassed to speak. Chu Shaoye said, "Just say what you need to. Is there more work you need me to do?" Gu Yuan's face turned red, and he nervously twisted the corner of his garment. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "The spiritual herb garden needs someone to do night duty, 2 people at a time, rotating every 7 days. I've been doing it alone because we were short 1 person." Hearing this, Chu Shaoye felt relieved, thinking it was something serious, and agreed. "Then let's do the night duty together. When's the next shift?" Gu Yuan was surprised at Chu Shaoye's quick agreement, as night duty was quite tiring. He had teamed up with others before, but they often bullied him, either not showing up or sleeping through the shift, leaving him to work alone. Tomorrow night is our shift," Gu Yuan said happily, knowing the day after night duty is a rest day in the Qishao sect. Chu Shaoye nodded in agreement, said goodbye to Gu Yuan, and then rode his spiritual deer out of the spiritual herb garden. He realized that since arriving at the Qishao sect, he hadn't explored much beyond Lumen Peak and the back mountain. He planned to take advantage of the upcoming rest day to explore. After leaving Werewei Peak, Chu Shaoye didn't go straight back to his dormitory but went to the back mountain first. There, he retrieved the leftover venison and strange fish meat, cooked them, fed his 3 spiritual pets, and then headed back. On his way back, Chu Shaoye discovered a third-grade jade fruit tree, laden with jade fruits. The jade fruit tree is a third-grade wood-type spiritual plant, and its fruits are first-grade, about the size of an egg, vibrant green and slightly translucent, rich in spiritual energy, perfect as snacks for spiritual pets. Although this tree was only at the 2nd grade, it was guarded by a 3rd-grade wind weasel. Chu Shaoye didn't want to kill the beast for treasure, so he had the little fox and 100 profound worm work together to ensnare the wind weasel with a web. There were about 50 or 60 fruits on the tree. Chu Shaoye climbed up and picked about 20 ripe ones, leaving the rest for the poor wind weasel. As he jumped down, the wind weasel shook off the web and, baring its teeth at Chu Shaoye, scampered into the underbrush. Having taken its fruits, it was only natural for the creature to be upset. Chu Shaoye chuckled, giving each of his spiritual pets a jade fruit and an extra one to the vegetarian spiritual deer. After eating the jade fruit, the spiritual deer nuzzled Chu Shaoye with its head and let out a soft call. Suddenly, a gentle white light enveloped it, and its antlers grew longer, with more floral patterns appearing on its body. Chu Shaoye exclaimed. It advanced. Originally trained by Ji Yuntong, this deer was only at the 2nd grade, yet it had advanced so quickly without a spiritual master contract, indicating remarkable talent. Chu Shaoye patted the deer's head and took out a 1st-grade wood-type spiritual pill from his black jade ring, offering it to the deer. Here, congratulations on advancing. The deer, clearly excited after consuming the pill, pranced around Chu Shaoye. The little fox sulked, as the deer, although not contracted to Chu Shaoye, had served as his mount for many days. However, the little fox was determined not to let the 100-flower ferret become Chu Shaoye's contracted spiritual beast. While the deer frolicked, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes, quick and urgent. Chu Shaoye's eyes narrowed, and just as he called his spiritual pets to his side, a giant python burst out of the underbrush. The python, as thick as a calf and over 3 meters long, had scales resembling jagged rocks. It was a rock python. An adult rock python could reach the 4th grade and grow up to 5 meters long, but this one, at only 3 meters, was likely a juvenile, with 3rd-grade strength. Just as Chu Shaoye was about to let the little fox and 100 profound worm engage it, the python showed no intention of attacking, swiftly slithering past them. Chu Shaoye was momentarily stunned, noticing blood on the python. It was fleeing. From the dense forest came a hurried voice. Brother Chu, help me stop it. Recognizing Ren Xingping's voice, Chu Shaoye quickly instructed the little fox and 100 profound worm to intercept the python. Though the 100 profound worm's web was highly adhesive, it was too small to hinder the python effectively. As the python was about to escape into the forest, Chu Shaoye considered having the little fox use its attack skills, but suddenly, the ground's wild grasses started growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the grass that barely reached the ankles grew to knee height, forming a net to stop the rock python. Chu Shaoye turned back and saw that it was the spirit deer that had activated its growth acceleration skill. This skill can only be performed by wood attribute spirit beasts, using the surrounding vegetation to attack. Ren Xingping finally caught up, riding his 3-tailed blue ox, with a grayish-brown stone-scaled gecko perched on his shoulder. Thanks, Brother Chu, Ren Xingping said hurriedly, wasting no time in commanding the 3-tailed blue ox and the stone-scaled gecko to attack. The rock python, the blue ox, and the gecko were all earth attribute spirit beasts, stirring up clouds of dust as they fought. Although Ren Xingping's spirit beasts were 3rd tier, slightly weaker than the rock python, they had the advantage of numbers. It wasn't long before the rock python was defeated. Ren Xingping stepped forward to form a contract with the exhausted rock python. Green contract runes appeared on the python's body, indicating the contract was successful. Chu Shaoye approached, congratulating Ren. This rock python seems to have good potential. It should reach the 4th tier without a problem. Ren Xingping beamed, expressing his gratitude. I owe it to you, Brother Chu. If it weren't for you, this rock python might have escaped. My ox and gecko can't run fast over long distances, so without your help, I would have missed out on this spirit beast. Ren Xingping retracted his 3 spirit pets, his face glistening with sweat, clearly exhausted. Summoning 2 spirit pets simultaneously had nearly depleted his spiritual energy. He sat down cross-legged, telling Chu Shaoye, I need to meditate and recover for a bit. He then began practicing his spiritual techniques to restore his energy. Chu Shaoye nodded, deciding they should head back together since they'd met here. He retracted his little fox, 100-hued insect, and golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, leaving only the spirit deer. Realizing Ren Xingping probably hadn't had dinner, Chu Shaoye started a fire and took out a large piece of venison from his black jade ring to roast. After meditating for a while, Ren Xingping regained some strength. The aroma of the roasting meat awakened him, and he opened his eyes. Brother Chu, it's really fate that we ran into each other in such a vast back mountain. Ever since I met you, my luck has improved, first winning big at the gambling tables, and now contracting a third-tier rock python. I've been feeling quite pleased with myself lately. Chu Shaoye chuckled. I didn't do much this time. It's all thanks to this spirit deer. Ren Xingping looked at the deer in surprise. When did you contract this spirit deer, Brother Chu? It's also a third-tier spirit beast. Chu Shaoye shook his head. I'm still a second-tier spirit master and have only contracted the 100-hued insect. I couldn't contract a third spirit beast. This deer is actually senior sister Ji Yuntong's mount, which she lent to me. It just reached the third tier and happened to help you out. Ren Xingping clicked his tongue in surprise, impressed that even senior sister Ji's mount was third tier, truly fitting for an outer disciple. He fished a second-tier spirit pill from his storage bag and tossed it to Chu Shaoye. Brother Chu, this is a second-tier spirit pill I just got today. Take it as a thank you, and don't refuse. If you really consider me a brother, accept it happily. Chu Shaoye was momentarily speechless. With Ren Xingping being so direct, refusing would seem impolite. Chu Shaoye smiled slightly and cupped his hands in a salute to Ren Xingping, saying, Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ren Xingping laughed heartily, patting Chu Shaoye on the shoulder, clearly satisfied. After finishing the roast venison, Ren Xingping summoned the rejuvenated three-tailed green ox. The two of them mounted the green ox and spirit deer respectively, heading towards Lumang Mountain. As they reached the foot of the mountain, they coincidentally encountered the group of miscellaneous disciples who had originally followed Ho San. Upon seeing Chu Shaoye and Ren Xingping, those disciples immediately covered their faces and fled, fearing Chu Shaoye's retaliation. Ren Xingping couldn't help but mock. A bunch of bullies who only pick on the weak. By the way, Brother Chu, have you heard? Ren Xingping lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. It said that this morning, Lady Qingji and Lady Hongji punished Wang Ji because of the demonic beast incident yesterday, demoting him to a miscellaneous disciple. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow, thinking that the punishment was indeed severe. Given Wang Ji's arrogant nature, being demoted from an outer disciple to a position he always looked down upon must be more unbearable than death for him. After all, such a major incident involving a demonic beast, if word got out, where would our Qishao sect's reputation go? Ren Xingping lamented. But this time, Manager Wang managed to keep himself out of it, though his position as elder might now be in jeopardy. At this point, Ren Xingping's expression turned serious. Brother Chu, you must be careful from now on. Manager Wang and Wang Ji are both vindictive. Even if Manager Wang doesn't become an elder, he still has ways to deal with us ordinary disciples. You must stay safe. Chu Shaoye nodded. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Brother Ren. Ren Xingping continued. You've also done Manager Fong a big favor this time. If he decides to take you as his disciple, you wouldn't have to worry about these troubles. Chu Shaoye thought for a moment. As they say, once a teacher, always a father. Becoming a disciple is a serious matter that requires careful consideration. I'm just a miscellaneous disciple now. Manager Fong definitely wouldn't take me on. Let's wait until after the Qishao competition. That's true, Ren Xingping agreed, adding. In Qishao sect, miscellaneous disciples rarely have the chance to become disciples. Only by becoming an outer disciple and demonstrating talent worthy of cultivation can one hope to gain the favor of a manager or elder and be accepted as a disciple. The two returned to their dormitory, and Chu Shaoye spent some time reading the compendium of spiritual herbs of the myriad spirit continent before turning off the lights and going to sleep. He wondered to himself whether there were any spiritual medicines in the back mountain that could help his spirit pet break through its talent limit. In the inner area of the back mountain of Qishao sect, a crevice between two mountains formed a valley over 1,000 meters long. The mountain walls split open with fissures, and steamy water flowed out, gathering into a hot spring. The entire valley was shrouded in mist, warm and humid, indicating a heat source beneath the ground. A large blue-black bird flew through the white mist, its wings stirring the air into whirlpools that dispersed to the sides. The blue flame crow landed at the edge of a fissure, its sharp claws gripping the protruding rocks, its crimson eyes peering into the crevice. Although nothing was visible, it instinctively sensed something valuable inside, yet also perilous. Should it fly in and take a look? That was a good question. Chu Shaoye had just arrived at the herb garden when the Baihua Li suddenly appeared, rubbing against his legs and meowing. Gu Yuan watched enviously and squatted down to pet the Baihua Li, but it glanced at him disdainfully, flicked its tail, and quickly hid behind Chu Shaoye, not letting Gu Yuan touch even a hair. Feeling quite dejected, Gu Yuan pointed at the Baihua Li and said, Isn't this a bit too realistic? The spiritual herbs you snuck before were all grown by me. The Baihua Li meowed softly, elegantly lifted its front paw, and licked it, seemingly not understanding Gu Yuan's words. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but laugh. knowing that Gu Yuan wanted to befriend the Baiwa Li to avoid using forceful methods in the future. So he suggested, why don't you try feeding it something? Gu Yuan, not as generous as Chu Shaoye, rummaged through his storage bag for a while before finding a first-tier would attribute spirit pill, which he humbly offered to the Baiwa Li. Little ancestor, this is all I have, please accept it. The Baiwa Li glanced at the spirit pill, recalling the second-tier spirit pill Chu Shaoye had given it yesterday. It found this first-tier pill to be rather insignificant, neither tasty nor worth discarding. However, its unborn kittens were quite the gluttons, with a great need for spiritual energy, so even a small morsel was valuable. Reluctantly, the Baiwa Li nudged the first-tier pill closer and ate it slowly. Gu Yuan rubbed his hands expectantly, and after it finished eating, he cautiously placed his hand on the Baiwa Li's back for a quick pet. At that moment, he was deeply moved, having chased this Baiwa Li for half a year and finally touched it after offering a spirit pill. However, before Gu Yuan could savor the moment, the Baiwa Li leapt into Chu Shaoye's arms, clearly uninterested in further interaction with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's eyes widened, thinking how swiftly this cat changed its attitude. Shaoye, it seems like I'm out of luck. This Baiwa Li seems to have chosen you. Chu Shaoye smiled without responding, not intending to form a contract with the Baiwa Li. Though it was gentle, intelligent, and affectionate, its combat capabilities were lacking, making it unsuitable as his spiritual pet. As they were chatting and laughing, an irritating voice suddenly interrupted. Gu Yuan, are you slacking off again? Gu Yuan, conditioned to react to Tu Jiarong's voice, immediately stood up. Senior brother Tu. I'm here, not slacking off. Chu Shaoye stood up as well. Tu Jiarong approached, scrutinizing them, and when he saw the Baiwa Li in Chu Shaoye's arms, his eyebrows slightly raised. A third-tier spiritual beast, Baiwa Li. Is this the spirit beast Chu Shaoye used to defeat Ho San's spotted hyena? You two are slacking off here, while the spiritual herbs in the field are withering. Gu Yuan opened his mouth to explain, but swallowed his words. Tu Jiarong knew this herb field was peculiar. No matter how meticulously tended, the spiritual herbs would still look like this. It was merely an excuse to reprimand them. Chu Shaoye, unfazed, asked, Senior brother Tu, is there something you need from us? Tu Jiarong crossed his arms, commanding, the Li Zhu fruits in the other field are ready for harvest. We need more hands. You two go help out. Gu Yuan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Each medicinal field had someone responsible for its care. When he used to tend to this field himself, despite the hard work, he could manage. Now, the excuse of being short-handed was clearly because Tu Jiarong didn't want to work and wanted to exploit him as free labor. Accustomed to enduring without complaint, he dared not refuse and said to Chu Shaoye, since brother Tu said so, let's go and help. Chu Shaoye nodded, released the Baiwa Li, and followed Gu Yuan to another medicinal field. Tu Jiarong left after giving his orders, knowing that Gu Yuan, being timid, would certainly not dare to defy him. Hearing footsteps behind him, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not only did Gu Yuan come obediently, but the boy named Chu Shaoye also followed suit. Tu Jiarong thought to himself, this so-called genius among the miscellaneous disciples is just another worker under his command. Li Zhugua is a third-tier spiritual herb that, when mature, grows small red berries the size of soybeans at the tips of its slender leaves. Harvesting them is simple and straightforward. However, as soon as Chu Shaoye started, he realized that he and Gu Yuan were being used as free labor by Tu Jiarong. Feeling discontent, he thought to himself that Tu Jiarong was simply shirking work and pushing even the simplest tasks onto them. Gu Yuan whispered, Brother Tu often asks me to help, while he and the other seniors do nothing. He sighed, thinking that since the work wasn't too tiring, he might as well help. Yet, it was this very tolerance that led to a second time after the first. While Gu Yuan could endure, Chu Shaoye was not willing to. He looked around and saw Tu Jiarong leisurely drinking wine with two other disciples under the shade of a tree by the field. Angered, Chu Shaoye stood up and walked towards Tu Jiarong. Tu Jiarong was lounging on a recliner, almost asleep, when one of the disciples nudged him upon seeing Chu Shaoye approach. Annoyed, Tu Jiarong opened his eyes and asked, What is it? Can't you see I'm about to fall asleep? The disciple gestured with his eyes, and Tu Jiarong followed his gaze to see Chu Shaoye standing there. He scoffed and mocked. What? Has Brother Chu already finished the work so quickly? Chu Shaoye replied expressionlessly. Brother Tu said we were short-handed, so Gu Yuan and I came to help. Is this what you meant by short-handed? Tu Jiarong rose from the recliner, crossed his arms, and looked down at Chu Shaoye with disdain. He had assumed Chu Shaoye would be sensible, but didn't expect him to be so defiant. Gu Yuan noticed the confrontation between Chu Shaoye and Tu Jiarong. His heart tightened, and he hurried over to pull Chu Shaoye's arm, urging, Shaoye, let's just go back to work. We'll be done soon. Tu Jiarong sneered at Chu Shaoye and said contemptuously, Don't think you're impressive just because you defeated a third-tier leopard-striped hyena. Ho San is only a second-tier spiritual master. In front of a true third-tier master, you wouldn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Gu Yuan, unaware of Chu Shaoye's life-and-death battle from the previous day, nervously swallowed, fearing Chu Shaoye might get beaten, and advised, "Don't argue with brother two. It's just a bit of work." But Chu Shaoye stood firm, gently brushed off Gu Yuan's hand, and with a slight smile, looked at Tu Jiarong and said, "Is brother two suggesting a duel?" Tu Jiarong's expression darkened, thinking to himself that ignorance truly knows no fear, and this boy was fearless indeed. The two servant disciples behind Tu Jiarong also stood up, glaring fiercely at Chu Shaoye. Gu Yuan was almost scared to death and couldn't help but take a step back, whispering, "Shaoye, maybe we should run and find a manager. We might still be saved." Chu Shaoye gently shook his head, his gaze steady as he looked at Tu Jiarong. "Private fights are forbidden within the sect, Brother Tuesday. How about we have a sparring session at the training grounds after work?" Tu Jiarong sneered, crossing his fists and loosening his muscles. "Do I need to go to the training grounds to teach you a lesson? The sect forbids summoning spirit beasts for combat, but sparring with fists isn't prohibited." With that, he charged at Chu Shaoye with a fist imbued with spiritual power. Chu Shaoye quickly pushed Gu Yuan aside and ducked to avoid the punch. Tu Jiarong, surprised by Chu Shaoye's swift reaction, missed his target. The higher the rank of a spirit master, the more spiritual power they possess, which enhances their physique. Although Tu Jiarong's punch was unrefined, it could rival a blow from a second-tier spirit beast. However, Chu Shaoye, with his extensive hunting experience and battles against fourth-tier spirit beasts, was far superior to Tu Jiarong, who relied solely on brute force. He crouched and swept his leg towards Tu Jiarong. Chu Shaoye's frequent battles with spirit beasts meant he utilized his spiritual power more effectively than Tu Jiarong. Spiritual power surged into his leg, producing a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, followed by a piercing scream. Tu Jiarong fell to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. Everyone present was stunned. Chu Shaoye's kick had directly broken Tu Jiarong's leg, and Tu Jiarong was a third-tier spirit master. His face turned pale with pain, his hair soaked with sweat. He bit his lip and angrily shouted at the two other servant disciples, "What are you standing there for? Get him!" Startled by his shout, the two disciples snapped out of their daze and charged at Chu Shaoye with raised fists. These two servant disciples were both second-tier spirit masters, but they fought like ordinary people with slightly more strength, relying solely on brute force and lacking technique. Chu Shaoye exchanged a punch with the first one, and the sound of bones breaking filled the air again. The servant disciple fell, clutching his hand and screaming louder than Tu Jiarong. The other disciple, witnessing his companion's plight, hesitated, unsure whether to fight or not. Ignoring him, Chu Shaoye focused on the fallen Tu Jiarong. "Brother two, I suppose this sparring session is my victory." Tu Jiarong glared at him with a mix of shame and anger. "I was careless this time. If I had summoned my spirit beast, you wouldn't even touch a corner of my robe." Chu Shaoye thought to himself that with Tu Jiarong's weak combat awareness, he could have defeated him several times over with his agility before Tu Jiarong could summon his spirit pet. Not wanting to waste more time on a fool, Chu Shaoye turned gracefully. "Gu Yuan, let's head back." Gu Yuan, still in shock, took a few seconds to react. As he followed Chu Shaoye, he nearly tripped over the fallen servant disciple. Sorry. He quickly apologized before hurrying to catch up with Chu Shaoye. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Chu Shaoye, exclaiming excitedly, "Shaoye, you were amazing just now. Are you really just a second-tier spirit master?" Chu Shaoye chuckled softly and replied, "I am indeed a second-tier spirit master. It's not that I'm too strong, but that the opponent was too weak." This almost made Tu Jiarong furious enough to spit blood. The uninjured servant disciple hurried to help him, but Tu Jiarong pushed him away. Watching the two walk away, Tu Jiarong angrily punched the ground, thinking to himself, "Chu Shaoye, just you wait." Returning to the spiritual herb field they were tasked with overseeing, Gu Yuan was still brimming with excitement, animatedly mimicking Chu Shaoye's moves from earlier. "Shaoye, you were so cool just now, taking them down with a single move each. I've never seen Senior Brother 2 look so embarrassed before. The sound of those bones breaking made my teeth ache." However, after the excitement faded, Gu Yuan became a bit worried. What if Senior Brother 2 and his group retaliate once they recover? Chu Shaoye nonchalantly replied, "If they dare to retaliate, we'll just beat them down again." Gu Yuan took a sharp breath, thinking to himself that this response was impressively bold and domineering. Chu Shaoye smiled slightly, understanding that Tu Jiarong was different from Wang Ji. He was merely a servant disciple with slightly higher cultivation and no powerful background, so there was no fear of repercussions from higher-ups. On the path to becoming strong, if one is always timid and compromising, they have already become weak and will never reach the pinnacle of strength. The Bai Hua Li, hiding somewhere, immediately came over to act spoiled as Chu Shaoye returned. Chu Shaoye patted its belly, discovering a hard lump underneath, likely the Bai Hua Li's offspring. "Only one, huh? Just a single cub. yet you're already hungry again. He was puzzled, as he had given the Bai Huali a second-tier spirit pill yesterday, and Gu Yuan had just given it a first-tier one. These should have lasted it at least half a month. So why was it hungry so soon? The Bai Huali mewed softly, its pupils dilated, making it look particularly delicate and adorable. Chu Shaoye felt his spirit sway, overwhelmed by a surge of affection, wanting to lay all the best things before it. His fingers were already touching the black jade ring when he abruptly shook his head, snapping back to reality. He grasped the Bai Huali by its armpits, lifting it up, and squinted, asking, "Little creature, did you just use an illusion skill on me?" The Bai Huali let out a small mew, seemingly not understanding Chu Shaoye's words, its face full of innocence and confusion, even tilting its head. Chu Shaoye was momentarily charmed by its cuteness, setting the Bai Huali down and cradling it in his arms. Holding its paw, he sincerely said, "Since you had no ill intentions, I'll let it go this time. But there won't be a next time, understood?" The Bai Huali, realizing its little trick had been uncovered, licked Chu Shaoye's fingers in a gesture of goodwill, showing it was a well-behaved cat. Chu Shaoye took out a first-tier spirit pill and handed it to it. "From now on, you'll get 2 first-tier spirit pills a day, no more than that." The Bai Huali cuddled the spirit pill, affectionately nuzzling Chu Shaoye's chin, thinking to itself that it had indeed chosen the right meal ticket. Stroking the cat, Chu Shaoye noted that its fur felt softer than a fox's, though he knew better than to let the little fox find out about this thought. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary Bai Huali was actually a mutated dual-attribute wood and illusion spirit beast. Chu Shaoye pondered whether it was a congenital mutation or acquired later. The chances of spirit beasts mutating are generally low, but congenital mutations are slightly more common than acquired ones. Typically, mutated spirit beasts are significantly stronger than ordinary ones. This mutated dual attribute Bai Huali might very well grow to the 4th tier, or even the 5th, in the future. Looking down at the Bai Huali, Chu Shaoye pinched its paw pad and asked, "Little one, if the opportunity arises in the future, would you be willing to form a pact with me?" The Bai Huali blinked, considering that forming a pact with this generous meal ticket might not be a bad idea, but it decided to wait until it had delivered its cub before making any decisions. After work, Chu Shaoye followed his usual routine and headed to the back mountain, releasing his spirit pets only after the meat was roasted. As soon as the little fox was out, it started sniffing Chu Shaoye all over, unsurprisingly detecting a strong scent of cat. It gave Chu Shaoye a look as if he were a heartbreaker, then turned its back to him, clearly showing its displeasure. Chu Shaoye could only smile wryly. If he were to truly contract the Bai Huali as a spirit pet, the little fox would probably be hopping mad. After some coaxing, the little fox was eventually lured by Chu Shaoye's roasted meat, and he fed it bite by bite. Fortunately, the Bai Xian worm and the golden thread treasure mouse, being food lovers, wouldn't refuse a meal out of jealousy. After the meal, Chu Shaoye didn't return immediately, but stayed in the back mountain to hunt spirit beasts, intending to collect some spirit pills. Although his stock of spirit pills was quite abundant, the number of spirit beasts he needed to support was growing, and the consumption was becoming unsustainable. He didn't kill every spirit beast he encountered, but let the golden thread treasure mouse search for them. Among the spirit beasts it found, 9 out of 10 would yield spirit pills. In just over an hour, Chu Shaoye managed to hunt down 8 first-level spirit pills, for second level, and even 1 third-level pill. He rewarded each of his spirit pets with a first-level spirit pill before heading back. The next day, when Chu Shaoye went to work in the spirit herb garden, he noticeably sensed a change in the attitude of the other disciple laborers towards him. It seemed that the news of him injuring Tu Jiarong in a sparring match had spread. Although the people in the spirit herb garden had heard about his duel with Ho San before, it was not witnessed by them firsthand, so they might have thought the rumors were exaggerated. However, many had seen the incident with Tu Jiarong, and his screams had attracted disciples from nearby fields, thinking something major had happened, and they rushed to check. When they arrived, they witnessed Chu Shaoye punch the disciple to the ground, which scared them from approaching, fearing they might get involved. Under the gaze of either admiration or fear, Chu Shaoye made his way to the 3rd-level spirit herb garden halfway up the mountain. As soon as Gu Yuan saw him, he anxiously said, "The steward sent someone to pass a message earlier, asking you to see him first when you arrive. Do you think the steward will punish us because of senior brother Tu's injury?" Chu Shaoye thought for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. With Tu Jiarong's personality, if the steward were going to back him up, he would have already boasted about it. Hearing this, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "You're right. And besides, senior brother Tu and his group started it. It wasn't our fault." Chu Shaoye patted his shoulder, reassuring him. "Even if the steward wants to punish someone, it will be me since I'm the one who injured Tu Jiarong and his group. It has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Gu Yuan's heart tightened. "How can it have nothing to do with me? You said we're in this together now, sharing both good and bad times." Feeling emotional, Gu Yuan grabbed Chu Shaoye's hand and said, "Let's go see the steward. If there's punishment, I as your partner, won't be left out. Chu Shaoye felt warmth in his heart. Though Gu Yuan was timid, he had principles and was a loyal and worthy friend. He said, I've never met the steward of our spirit herb garden before. Can you introduce me? Gu Yuan was momentarily distracted and tapped his forehead, muttering to himself in annoyance. How could I forget about this? He recalled Chi Yulei, the steward of the third-tier spiritual medicine garden, a fourth-tier spiritual master who had a life-bound spiritual Biasta wood-patterned musk turtle. Chi Steward did not usually manage the affairs of the garden himself, occasionally making rounds, while most daily tasks were handled by Senior Brother Tuesday. Because of this, Gu Yuan found Senior Brother Tu's behavior somewhat like a petty person who's gained power. The phrase fit perfectly, and after saying it, Gu Yuan immediately covered his mouth, feeling a bit uneasy. The stewards of Werue Peak resided on the level of the fifth-tier spiritual medicine garden. Although Gu Yuan knew where Chi Steward lived, it was his first visit, and he was understandably nervous. Two service disciples at the entrance looked at them, and Gu Yuan stepped forward, saying, Senior brothers, we are Gu Yuan and Chu Shaoye, sent by Steward Chi. The service disciples glanced at Chu Shaoye before going inside to report, then returned to let them in. Inside, a middle-aged man stood behind a desk, intently writing, the air filled with the bitter fragrance of spiritual herbs. Chi Yulei was tall and lean, with a long beard that gave him an ethereal, otherworldly appearance. Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan saluted. Disciple Chu Shaoye Gu Yuan greets the steward. Chi Yulei put down his pen, glanced at them, recalling Gu Yuan, while Chu Shaoye struck him as an overly fair and handsome young man. Yesterday, Lady Qingji and Lady Hongji had gathered all the elders and some stewards to emphasize the issue of demon spiritual beasts. Chi Yulei had heard reports from his subordinates that Tu Jiarong had been injured by a new service disciple. Both matters were related to Chu Shaoye. Although he had no direct involvement with the demon spiritual beasts, he was indeed the one who injured Tu Jiarong. In Chi Yulei's mind, he had imagined a fierce-looking, burly man, but was surprised to see the elegant youth in front of him. Chu Shaoye, noticing Chi Yulei's prolonged silence, felt a slight unease. Was Chi Steward going to stand up for Tu Jiarong? Chi Yulei stepped out from behind the desk, stroked his long beard, and spoke calmly. I heard about yesterday. It's fine for young people to spar, but you must know your limits. Chu Shaoye breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Chi Steward was not going to hold them accountable. He respectfully replied, I will remember your advice, Steward. Chi Yulei nodded and continued. Since Tu Jiarong cannot work for a while, you will be in charge of arranging the daily tasks in the spiritual medicine garden. After saying this, he realized it might not be appropriate. Although Chu Shaoye was strong, he was new to the garden and unfamiliar with its affairs. So he turned to Gu Yuan, assist him in handling the tasks. Both Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan were taken aback, not expecting Chi Yulei to entrust Tu Jiarong's duties to them instead of punishing them. Gu Yuan was stunned by this unexpected gift, and it was only when Chu Shaoye gave him a tug that he regained his senses. Together, they saluted. Thank you for your trust, Steward. We will not let you down. Chi Yulei handed Chu Shaoye a jade token representing his authority, then returned to his desk, saying lightly, You may go. Handle the daily tasks as you see fit. There's no need to report everything to me. The two of them acknowledged his words and left Chi Yulei's courtyard. Gu Yuan was still in a daze and asked, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Chu Shaoye gave him a pat on the back, causing Gu Yuan to stumble, and he grinned foolishly. It's real. Chi Steward didn't punish us and even gave us Tu Jiarong's duties. However, Gu Yuan was still puzzled and scratched his head. Why would Chi Steward do this? We don't even know him well. Chu Shaoye mused. It seems Chi Steward isn't interested in managing the spiritual medicine garden himself. Previously, he gave the authority to Tu Jiarong because he was the strongest among the service disciples and could command respect. Now, he's likely doing the same with me. Gu Yuan suddenly understood. Chi Steward didn't care who managed the spiritual medicine garden, as long as the person was strong enough to keep the other service disciples in line. The two of them returned to the medicine garden, with the surrounding servant disciples discreetly observing them, trying to detect any signs of reprimand from the steward. Chu Shaoye confidently took out Chi Yulei's identity jade token and announced, Steward Chi has entrusted the management of the spirit medicine garden to Gu Yuan and me. From now on, we will be in charge of distributing the garden's affairs. Everyone was stunned, shocked by Chu Shaoye's audacity. No one dared to believe he would falsify orders right under Chi Yulei's nose. Even more surprising was that Steward Chi not only didn't defend Tu Jiarong, but actually handed over authority to Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan. Could it be that this unassuming junior brother Chu had powerful backing? After a brief silence, a few shrewd servant disciples stepped forward to congratulate Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan. They all expressed their long-standing disdain for Tu Jiarong's arrogance, praising Chu Shaoye for defeating him with a single move, and acknowledged Steward Chi's keen judgment in handing over the management rights to Chu Shaoye. Listening to these compliments, Chu Shaoye pondered silently. The disciple in his early 30s, though glib, seemed sincere and exuded the aura of a third-rank spirit master. As more people gathered, Chu Shaoye raised his hand slightly, signaling for everyone to temper their enthusiasm. Fellow brothers, we are all colleagues here. Let's just focus on doing our jobs well. The servant disciples understood his message and felt relieved, having initially feared that Chu Shaoye might be more overbearing than Tu Jiarong. To their surprise, he was quite humble. Seeing that Chu Shaoye was unmoved by flattery, they gradually dispersed and returned to their respective spirit medicine fields. Gu Yuan remarked, "These brothers have never been this warm to me before." Chu Shaoye chuckled and replied, "Once you truly become strong, they'll be even friendlier." Remembering the earlier scene, Gu Yuan shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, and asked, "You're a few years younger than me, yet you seem to have experienced so much." Chu Shaoye just smiled without answering. He had only listened to many stories from Xuangyu, stories derived from his father's personal experiences. Whenever Xuangyu recounted them, he always felt his father's presence. Back in the medicine field, suddenly, a Baiwa ferret darted out from its hiding place and gracefully leaped into Chu Shaoye's arms. Chu Shaoye gently petted its head and softly said, "Could you be a bit more careful?" The Baiwa ferret let out a contented meow and affectionately nuzzled Chu Shaoye's palm. Gu Yuan watched with envy. His natal spirit beast was a cluster starflower, and his second contracted spirit pet was a money plant turtle. But none were as adorably soft and fluffy as the Baiwa ferret. Chu Shaoye took out a first-tier spiritual pill and gently placed it on the ground, telling the Baiwa fox, "Go play by yourself." The Baiwa fox lazily picked up the pill, found a cozy spot in the grass, and lay down comfortably, nibbling on the pill while watching Chu Shaoye and Guyuan busy at work. Seeing Chu Shaoye casually feed another pill, Guyuan couldn't help but think to himself how expensive it was to keep a Baiwa fox, something he could never afford. After watering the spiritual herbs, the two found separate spots to either cultivate their spiritual power or study the herbs. Near noon, a servant disciple named Zhang Buwei approached them. Known for his flattering nature, he first greeted Gin, "Brother Gu, this morning we harvested 200 stalks of third-tier light mist grass from our field. Please check the count." Guyuan took the storage bag and counted. There were precisely 200 stalks of light mist grass, and their quality was good. "Brother Zhang, I'll take the light mist grass and submit it along with the other herbs at the end of the month," Guyuan said. Zhang Buwei nodded, smiling. "Brother Gu, you're very meticulous. The supervisor made the right choice in trusting you with the management." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Yuan scratched his head, thinking that it was actually Shaoye who was given the management role, and he was just assisting. Zhang Buwei, an experienced hand in the herb garden, knew the supervisor's preferences well and understood who truly had the favor of Qi Yulei between Gu Yuan and Chu Shaoye. Previously, when Tu Jiarong was in charge, Zhang Buwei, though generally friendly, couldn't stand Tu Jiarong's arrogance and thus kept his distance. Now that Tu Jiarong had lost power and Chu Shaoye had taken over, Zhang Buwei thought it wise to align himself with someone influential for a better future. "I remember the jade dew in your garden is due for harvest today, right? Need any help?" Gu Yuan quickly waved his hand. "No need, Brother Zhang. It's just a small task that Shaoye and I can handle." He didn't want to be like Tu Jiarong, who would boss other servant disciples around just because of a little authority. Seeing this, Zhang Buwei didn't insist and said, "All right, I'll be off then. If you need any help, just let me know." Gu Yuan nodded and saw Zhang Buwei out of the herb field. At this moment, Chu Shaoye came over and asked, "What do you think of Zhang Buwei?" Gu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "Brother Zhang is quite nice. He's never bullied me, and he even spoke up for me a few times when Brother Tu gave me a hard time." Chu Shaoye nodded. "Managing the spiritual herb garden is too much for just the two of us. It wouldn't hurt to ask Zhang Buwei for help, as long as we pay him well." Gu Yuan was puzzled, "But our wages are already low. Do we really need to pay him out of pocket?" Chu Shaoye gave him a knowing look and explained, "The batch of spiritual herbs Zhang Buwei submitted was exactly 200 stalks. So, where did the extra go?" Gu Yuan had never considered this. The supervisor had long set the required amount of herbs to be submitted based on the size of each field, and the quantity was never supposed to exceed the field's output capacity. He always submitted exactly what he harvested and never kept anything for himself. With Chu Shaoye's hint, Gu Yuan suddenly realized, eyes widening. So that's how it is. No wonder the herb garden jobs are so sought after, even though the pay is less than other servant disciples. There's extra to be gained here. This was an unspoken rule, and the garden supervisors were aware of it. As long as the required amount was submitted on time, they didn't care about the excess, treating it as a bonus. Chu Shaoye patted him on the shoulder. "So, just focus on doing your job well." Jade dew is a second-tier spiritual herb, but in the medicine field managed by Chu Shaoye and his group, it only grew to the first tier, with its originally plump and lush leaves appearing slightly shriveled. Once mature, jade dew could be harvested monthly, but unlike other spiritual herbs, harvesting only required making a small cut on the leaf to collect the oozing sap. The Ling Jade dew that Chu Shaoye and Rin Shengping drank in the dining hall was brewed from this sap. After much effort, they collected the sap from over 100 jade dew plants, yet it only filled a small barrel. Gu Yuan stood up, stretched his aching body, and patted his back. Shaoye, remember we're on night duty tonight? Gu Yuan asked. Chu Shaoye fed the leftover jade dew sap to the Bai Li and nodded. Of course, I haven't forgotten. I even prepared some spiritual beast meat. We can roast it for dinner. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Yuan scratched his head, realizing he had never thought of preparing food for night duty. Since Chu Shaoye had brought the spiritual beast meat, he felt it was only fair to contribute. So, he suggested, there's some jade dew sap left. I'll mix it with some fruit juice for us to drink tonight. As the sky darkened, Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan decided that Chu Shaoye would take the first half of the night shift, while Gu Yuan would replace him in the second half. A small hut was built in the middle of the medicine field for resting during night duty. Gu Yuan yawned and waved to Chu Shaoye. Shaoye, I'm going to sleep first. Wake me up at the second watch. Chu Shaoye nodded and continued to patrol the medicine field alone. The garden was already quiet, and it became even more serene at night, with only the sounds of insects echoing around. Under the moonlight grass glowed with a gentle radiance, swaying gently in the night breeze, as if in a dream. The Bai Li, instead of sleeping, accompanied Chu Shaoye on his watch, and couldn't resist playing with its favorite moonlight grass. Seeing this, Chu Shaoye chuckled softly. Although the Bai Li had a history of stealing spiritual herbs, it had behaved well since their talk and hadn't stolen any since. He gently patted the Bai Li's head, sitting cross-legged in the medicine field, thinking of his family. Having been away from home for half a month and separated from Chu Qingyao for 7 days, Chu Shaoye decided to write a letter to assure his family of his well-being. He took out paper and pen from his black jade ring and wrote 2 letters home by the soft glow of the moonlight grass. Upon returning, he planned to ask Rin Xingping if there was a place to send letters in the Qishao sect. If not, he would have to send them from the small town at the foot of the mountain. After carefully putting away the letters, Chu Shaoye hesitated about summoning the little fox, worried that the Bai Li and the little fox might fight upon meeting. Sensing his hesitation, the Bai Li affectionately rubbed against Chu Shaoye, trying to show how cute and well-behaved it was. Chu Shaoye's gaze softened, thinking that these 2 fluffy creatures would surely become good friends over time. As the yellow and green magic arrays appeared, the little fox and Bai Xian worm were summoned. The little fox, catching a whiff of a strong feline scent, bared its sharp teeth even before fully emerging from the array. Chu Shaoye had just released the golden thread treasure mouse from the beast pouch and quickly grabbed the little fox, speaking with a tone of helplessness. Shuewu, you can't bully a pregnant mother beast. The little fox, still defiant, struggled fiercely in Chu Shaoye's arms, unconcerned about her own pregnancy, unwilling to let anyone steal her spirit master. The 100-flower fox let out a delicate meow, its pupils full and round like the moon under the moonlight, and activated its plead for mercy skill. The little fox's struggles immediately ceased. As a third-tier spirit beast, the 100-flower fox's strength surpassed that of the little fox, making this skill difficult to resist. The 100-flower fox jumped onto Chu Shaoye's knee, gently nuzzling the little fox's neck and licking its fur. As the effect of the plead for mercy skill faded, the little fox shook her head and regained her senses, looking at the 100-flower fox in confusion, wondering what this camellia cat was up to. The 100-flower fox's actions clearly indicated a desire for peace, leaving the little fox with no choice but to awkwardly remain silent. Chu Shaoye gently rubbed her head with a smile, saying, "You 2 need to get along from now on." The 100-flower fox meowed in agreement, thinking that with enough spirit pills for everyone, there was no need to fight. Chu Shaoye set them down, stood up, and brushed the dirt off his pants, laughing. "All right, I haven't fed you yet today, let's go roast some meat." The spirit beasts responded in unison, with the 100-spiral insect and golden thread treasure mouse climbing onto the little fox's back, following Chu Shaoye to the thatched hut. In front of the hut, Chu Shaoye lit a fire and took out the prepared raw meat skewers for roasting. He also brought out an earthenware pot to stew bone soup. Remembering how good the venison and wild fruit skewers were last time, Chu Shaoye took out some spiritual fruits, crushed them to extract the juice, and brushed it onto the skewers for better flavor. As the aroma of roasted meat spread, Chu Shaoye released the spirit deer and fed it a few spirit fruits. Though he was alone at first, with these spirit beasts around, the campfire area quickly became lively. In his dream, Gu Yuan kept sniffing, drawn by the aroma, thinking, "Who's eating roasted meat? I wish I could have some too." After dreaming for nearly half an hour and drooling over his pillow, Gu Yuan was finally awakened by the increasingly enticing smell. Seeing him awake, Chu Shaoye waved a freshly cooked skewer, calling out with a smile, "Just in time, the meat's ready. Come have a midnight snack." Gu Yuan, noticing the time, felt a bit embarrassed. "It's almost the 3rd watch. You should have woken me up earlier so I could help you roast." Chu Shaoye waved it off. "It's no big deal, just roasting some meat." My spirit pets were hungry too, so I fed them as well. Chu Shaoye took out 4 large bowls from his black jade ring, arranged them neatly, then divided the roasted meat evenly before letting the spirit beasts eat. Watching the 4 spirit pets eat in unison, Gu Yuan remarked, "This is quite a sight." Chu Shaoye stirred the pot of bone soup with a spoon, then took another bowl from his black jade ring, asking, "I also made some bone soup. Do you want a bowl?" Gu Yuan sniffed the air excitedly. Yes. The bone soup was rich and creamy, and despite its heat, Gu Yuan took a big gulp, only to burn his tongue. Even though it was hot, the delicious flavor left him in awe, prompting him to praise. "Shaoye, I didn't know you were such a good cook. The spiritual energy in this meat soup is so strong. What kind of spirit beast meat is this?" Chu Shaoye replied. "It's made from the bones of a third-tier great horned velvet deer. The deliciousness of this soup is mostly due to the quality of the ingredients, not my cooking skills." Gu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. "It's from a third-tier spirit beast? I've never tasted meat from such a high-tier spirit beast before." Although the dining hall sold dishes made from third-tier spirit beasts, Gu Yuan was poor and had never eaten any. He usually ate meals made from ordinary beast meat, which were free. Only once did he splurge, spending 20 copper coins on a stir-fried first-tier spirit beast meat dish. However, first-tier spirit beast meat couldn't compare to the third-tier. The taste of first-tier spirit beast meat, once delicious in Gu Yuan's memory, paled after tasting the third-tier spirit beast meat. Chu Shaoye handed him a skewer of grilled meat, which was from a fourth-tier spiritual beast, a fish with even more concentrated spiritual energy than the meat of a staghorned deer. Gu Yuan took the skewer, almost dropping it in shock, thinking, "Is this really the meat of a fourth-tier spiritual beast?" Chu Shaoye nodded, explaining that it was from a large, unidentified fish killed just the previous day. Gu Yuan hesitated as he looked at the grilled fish skewer in his hand, wondering if he, a mere second-tier spiritual master, could really eat it. The 4 spiritual pets had already finished the grilled deer meat in their bowls. Chu Shaoye, without attending to himself, refilled their bowls with more grilled fish. Seeing Gu Yuan still not eating, he asked in confusion, "Why aren't you eating?" With tears of gratitude in his eyes, Gu Yuan replied, "I'm afraid that after eating this, ordinary beast meat will become tasteless to me. How will I live then?" Chu Shaoye couldn't help but laugh, reassuring him, "Don't worry, as long as I'm around, you'll have something to eat too." Hearing this, Gu Yuan was moved to tears and finally took a big bite of the fish, exclaiming, "Shaoye, meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me." Chu Shaoye patted his shoulder, urging, "Eat quickly, it won't taste as good once it's cold." The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the spiritual herb garden, attracting other night shift disciples who couldn't help but drool, though none dared to ask for a skewer. After finishing a skewer of fish, Gu Yuan suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot the juice I made this afternoon." He took out a water pouch and 2 bamboo cups from his storage bag, pouring a cup for Chu Shaoye first. "These are made from small wild fruits I picked from the back mountain. They're not spiritual fruits, but they taste good." The pale red juice swirled in the bamboo cup, and after a taste, Chu Shaoye found the sweet and sour wild fruit flavor quite refreshing, especially with the added jade dew syrup. Gu Yuan poured himself a cup, and then, looking at Chu Shaoye's spiritual pets, asked, "Do your pets drink this, Shaoye?" Chu Shaoye glanced at the gold-thread, treasure-seeking mouse, which was eyeing the juice eagerly, and said indulgently, "Pour some for them too." So, each spiritual pet got a bamboo cup. The spirit deer, being a strict herbivore, couldn't eat the grilled meat but could enjoy the juice. Chu Shaoye made sure Gu Yuan used a large bamboo cup for the deer, which seemed to enjoy the fruit flavor, nuzzling Chu Shaoye affectionately. The warmth of the bonfire and the aroma of the grilled meat not only filled the spiritual herb garden, but also drifted up the mountain to the peak of Werrui Peak. At the top was Deng Yangzi's residence, where even the stewards of Werrui Peak couldn't easily enter. Deep within the herb garden, a simple bamboo house stood, from which muffled groans occasionally emerged, indicating its occupant was enduring considerable pain. Inside the bedroom, a figure in green lay prostrate on the bed, thin fingers clutching the bedding tightly, with disheveled, pale hair scattered across a frail back. Dark blue-black bruises appeared intermittently on Deng Yangzi's skin, each emergence bringing a doubled wave of excruciating pain. Blood seeped from under his fingernails, a clear sign of the immense torment he was enduring. Deng Yangzi, the elder of the medicinal garden, lived in this small bamboo house. Every full moon night, he had to withstand the agony of the toxins within him. After more than 2 hours, the frequency of the bruise appearances gradually decreased until they completely vanished beneath his skin. Sweating profusely, his clothes soaked in cold sweat, Deng Yangzi had weathered the acute pain of the toxin attack, but the lingering ache remained. It took him a while to gather enough strength to slowly prop himself up. Beneath the strands of hair clumped together by sweat, a terrifying face was revealed. The left side was covered with dark, menacing bruises, the eye pale and lifeless. The right side was loose and wrinkled, resembling the face of an elderly person in their 70s or 80s. This grotesque visage was the price Ding Yangzi paid for forcibly pushing his limits from a third-tier to a sixth-tier spiritual master. Staring at his disheveled reflection in the bronze mirror, he was momentarily lost in thought before suddenly smashing the mirror with a flick of his sleeve. Disgust etched on his face, he coldly muttered, "Useless." A night breeze carrying the scent of roasted meat drifted into the bamboo house, causing Ding Yangzi to frown slightly in displeasure. The thought of some servant disciples enjoying a barbecue at this hour further fueled his anger. He changed into a fresh set of clothes, picked up a half-mask that had fallen to the floor, and decided to see which disciple dared to be so audacious. Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan were chatting while enjoying their barbecue, with a few spiritual pets already satiated and playing in the open space. After reconciling with the multicolored fox, the little fox's relationship with it had noticeably improved, as the multicolored fox seemed to have taken a liking to the little fox, sticking close to it. Just then, an unusual night breeze blew in, and Chu Shaoye sensed something was amiss. Looking up, he saw an elderly man in green clothing and wearing a mask, with dark bruises faintly visible beneath it, making for a frightening sight. Quickly connecting the dots between the person before him and Gu Yuan's descriptions, Chu Shaoye hurriedly stood up and greeted, "Disciple Chu Shaoye greets Elder Ding Yangzi." Gu Yuan, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned before clumsily getting up from the ground to pay his respects. Disciple Gu Yuan greets Elder Ding Yangzi. Ding Yangzi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the burning campfire. The playing spiritual beasts also stopped, watching the strange old man with trepidation, gradually moving behind Chu Shaoye. Ding Yangzi raised an eyebrow slightly, having initially assumed these spiritual beasts belonged to the two servant disciples, only to find they were all Chu Shaoye's. Looking at Chu Shaoye, he asked, "How can you, a second-tier spiritual master, have so many spiritual pets?" Chu Shaoye's heart tightened, but he answered truthfully, "Disciple is indeed a second-tier spiritual master, with only 2 contracted spiritual pets. The other 3 are merely tamed, not contracted. Taming spiritual pets is costly, and typically, low-tier spiritual masters struggle to afford even their contracted beasts, let alone additional, tamed ones." Ding Yangzi let out a cold snort, leaving Chu Shaoye unable to discern his thoughts, prompting him to show even greater respect. Internally, he pondered why Elder Ding Yangzi, a high-ranking elder, would suddenly appear there that night. Bai Huanli hid behind Chu Shaoye, peeking out curiously at Ding Yangzi. It let out a soft meow, seemingly intrigued by the person emanating a strong medicinal aura, as if he had been soaked in herbs and turned into a poisonous plant. Guyuan noticed Ding Yangzi staring intently at the fire, and a thought flashed through his mind: was the elder drawn here by the aroma of the roasting meat? Did he want to taste it too? It piqued his curiosity. Gathering his courage, Guyuan approached the fire, picked up 2 skewers of roasted meat, one venison, the other fish, and respectfully placed them on a plate, offering it to Ding Yangzi. "Elder, we roasted some spirit beast meat while on night watch to stave off hunger. Would you like to try some?" Ding Yangzi glanced at the meat, perfectly cooked, golden and juicy with a slightly charred surface. The aroma of the seasonings was tantalizing, and surprisingly, the meat contained rich spiritual energy, not from first or second-tier spirit beasts. Upon closer inspection, Ding Yangzi realized the red meat was from a third-tier spirit beast, while the white meat was from a fourth tier. Gu Yuan's arm began to ache from holding the plate. Just as he feared reprimand, Ding Yangzi finally accepted it. Taking the plate in one hand, he gracefully sat down, showing a casual demeanor. Ding Yangzi first took a bite of the fish, its delicate texture and abundant spiritual energy, confirming it was indeed fourth-tier spirit beast meat. He looked at Gu Yuan and inquired, "Did you purchase this fourth-tier spirit beast meat, or did you hunt it yourselves?" Gu Yuan hurriedly clarified, waving his hands, "My abilities are limited. It's thanks to junior brother Chu that we have this spirit beast meat." Ding Yangzi turned his gaze to Chu Shaoye, who respectfully replied, "I hunted both spirit beasts myself." Ding Yangzi scrutinized him, questioning, "You're just a second-tier spirit master. How could you possibly hunt a fourth-tier spirit beast?" Unfazed, Chu Shaoye calmly explained, "I simply took advantage of the situation. The spirit beast was a fish that somehow ended up in a small pond. It couldn't get ashore, so I attacked from the bank until it was exhausted and died." Although the explanation seemed reasonable, even with favorable conditions, a second-tier spirit master hunting a fourth-tier spirit beast alone was no easy feat. Chu Shaoye's talent was indeed impressive. Ding Yangzi's expression softened slightly as he asked, "Is that spirit beast your life-bound spirit pet?" Chu Shaoye called the little fox to his side and introduced it. "This is my life-bound spirit beast, a pure fox." The little fox had snow-white fur and silvered eyes, unmistakably a pure fox. Ding Yangzi chuckled, his tone mocking. "How amusing! Your life-bound spirit beast is a worthless one. No matter how you train it, a pure fox can never surpass the third tier. Isn't that laughable?" Chu Shaoye's heart tightened, his fists clenching involuntarily. he coldly asked. Elder, may I ask what you find so amusing? Ding Yangzi, still mocking, continued. I find it amusing that your life-bound spirit beast is a worthless one. No matter how you train it, a pure fox can never surpass the third tier. Isn't that laughable? A flicker of anger sparked in Chu Shaoye's heart, his voice turning cold despite himself. I don't find it amusing. A life-bound spirit beast is half of a spirit master's soul. Even if it can only ever be a third-tier spirit beast, it's still my most important companion. The little fox was initially heartbroken and angry at Ding Yangzi's words, but when Chu Shaoye spoke, an overwhelming sense of emotion surged in its heart, and it affectionately licked Chu Shaoye's clenched fist. Ding Yangzi looked at the resolute young man before him, a hint of admiration in his eyes, though his words remained disdainful. You have talent, but due to the constraints of your life-bound spirit beast, you'll never break through the third tier to become a mid-level spirit master. Even so, do you not resent this? Chu Shaoye looked down at the little fox, meeting its silvered eyes, and answered firmly. I won't be content with stopping at the third tier. Even if the path ahead is difficult, I will find a way to break through, rather than blame my life-bound spirit pet. He turned to Ding Yangzi, his determination clear. Since you, Elder, have broken through, I believe I can too, no matter the cost. Ding Yangzi laughed heartily, his voice mocking. No matter the cost? The fearless are often ignorant. You've heard of my story, haven't you? He took off his mask, revealing a half-hideous face, with greenish-black bruises and deep lines crisscrossing his elder's visage, like a demon from hell. Gu Yuan was so frightened he stumbled and fell, but Chu Shaoye stood his ground, resolutely saying, Even if I die, I have no regrets. Good, good, good. Ding Yangzi clapped and laughed, his twisted face even more terrifying. Boy, I hope your determination lasts until you feel the pain of being shattered. He put his mask back on, seriously looking at Chu Shaoye, extending his hand. Chu Shaoye was momentarily stunned, not understanding Ding Yangzi's intention, but he reached out his hand anyway. Ding Yangzi grasped his wrist, and a stream of spiritual energy instantly entered Chu Shaoye's body. Chu Shaoye was surprised but resisted the reflex to pull his hand back. The spiritual energy roamed within him, and Ding Yangzi's face showed a puzzled expression as he glanced at Chu Shaoye. Could this boy be a monster? Have you consumed high-grade spiritual herbs? Chu Shaoye hadn't expected Ding Yangzi to discern so much from a pulse check. After a brief hesitation, he decided to speak the truth. By chance, I consumed a dragon blood algae. Ding Yangzi snorted. You're lucky to be alive. As a second-tier spirit master, you dared to eat a fifth-tier dragon blood algae. Chu Shaoye felt a bit sheepish, as it wasn't his choice. Suddenly, Ding Yangzi laughed. I have no hope of breaking through to a higher tier in this life. Let's see if you can surpass me, young one. Chu Shaoye cupped his hands in respect. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. When he looked up again, Ding Yangzi had already disappeared. Gu Yuan patted his chest, climbed up from the ground, and said, still shaken, I was scared to death. I was really afraid you would argue with Elder Ding Yangzi, and I thought he was going to reprimand you. Chu Shaoye shook his head, understanding in his heart that perhaps Elder Ding Yangzi saw a reflection of himself in him, and the earlier probing was to test his resolve. Chu Shaoye picked up the little fox and said earnestly, Shui Wu, no spirit beast is a worthless spirit beast. I believe your potential goes beyond the third rank. One day, we'll reach the pinnacle of the Wanling continent together. Do you have that confidence? The little fox responded, its silvered eyes gleaming with determination and ambition. It was far from a worthless spirit beast and would not be confined to the third rank, destined to stand by its master's side as the strongest spirit beast on the Wanling continent. Gu Yuan watched this scene, feeling moved. Although he and Chu Shaoye were both second-rank spirit masters, their combat abilities were worlds apart. The leisurely days in the medicinal garden had made him complacent, forgetting the ambition he had when he first joined the Qishao sect, yearning to become a powerful spirit master. As dawn broke, the two sat by the extinguished fire, lost in thought. Chu Shaoye hadn't slept all night, his mind in turmoil after Ding Yangzi's visit, leaving no room for sleep. He couldn't help but wonder if Ding Yangzi would be willing to share some insights on making breakthroughs. Although Ding Yangzi's breakthrough came at a great cost, as someone who had been through it, he might offer Chu Shaoye some guidance, helping him avoid unnecessary detours. As the sun rose in the east, casting a golden light across the land, the fire had completely died out. Chu Shaoye stood up and began tidying up the scattered dishes. Except for the little fox, the other spirit pets were already nestled together in deep sleep. He retrieved the 100 Xian insect and the golden thread treasure-hunting mouse, while the 100 flower lynx stretched lazily, nuzzling Chu Shaoye and meowing playfully. Chu Shaoye produced 2 spirit pills, speaking softly. I won't be going to the medicinal garden today. Take these back and enjoy them slowly. The 100 flower lynx responded, grabbed the pills, and joyfully dashed into the dense forest. With the little fox in his arms, Chu Shaoye mounted his spirit deer and, bidding farewell to Gu Yuan, descended the mountain. The Chi sect covers a vast area, with 8 peaks for the residents of miscellaneous disciples, and over 30 peaks in total, including the outer and inner sect disciples' peaks. Chu Shaoye returned to his dormitory first, where Ren Xingping had just gotten up and was washing up. He had taken a long leave and wouldn't be working until the Qishao competition began, focusing on training his spirit pet. Chu Shaoye asked if there was a place to send letters, to which Ren Xingping replied, "There isn't one here, Brother Chu. If you need to send a letter, you'll have to go to the post station in town." Chu Shaoye nodded, realizing he would need to find time to go down the mountain. "Brother Chu, aren't you working today? How about I show you around the sect?" Ren Xingping suggested. Chu Shaoye knew he still had to train his spirit beast, so he shook his head and said, "No need, Brother Ren. You go ahead and train your spirit beast. I plan to attend the large class. I can go by myself." Ren Xingping smiled and said, "That's perfect. I'm not going to the back mountain to train today. I'm heading to the trial field in our sect, which is conveniently on the same path as the Iju Peak, where the large class is held." After getting ready and changing his clothes, Chu Shaoye left with Ren Xingping. Ren Xingping rode on the back of a 3-tailed green ox, one leg swung in front of him, chewing on a blade of grass, looking relaxed as he shared his experience with Chu Shaoye. The sect's large classes don't cover much knowledge. They're mainly for us miscellaneous disciples and outer sect disciples without a personal master, focusing on basic knowledge. You already know spirit cultivation methods, so you could attend the classes on choosing and nurturing contract spirit beasts. Chu Shaoye nodded and asked, "But if I join the class halfway, won't I fall behind the teacher's progress?" Ren Xingping replied, "You don't need to worry about that. The lectures are pre-recorded by the elders of the sect and played repeatedly, several times a day." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Us miscellaneous disciples aren't worth the elders' personal attention. Chu Shaoye suddenly understood. Since the lectures were pre-recorded, disciples couldn't ask questions or seek clarification, leaving the miscellaneous disciples without much support. He then asked, "Brother Ren, what is the trial field you're going to?" Ren Xingping explained. The trial field is an outdoor area for disciples to train their spirit beasts. The environment is similar to the back mountain, but the spirit beasts there are released by our sect and are of a higher grade than those in the back mountain. Our sect has 3 training fields for 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks, and entering requires a fee. Also, any spirit beasts hunted inside must be turned over to the sect. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow. "Do we have to hand over the spirit cores too?" Ren Xingping shook his head. "No, you can keep the spirit cores. However, the drop rate for spirit cores is very low. Even after hunting 20 to 30 spirit beasts, you might not get a single core, so the sect doesn't bother collecting them." Chu Shaoye's heart stirred as he touched the beast essence pouch containing the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse. For others, the chance of finding a spirit core might be 1 in 10, but for the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse, it was likely 8 or 9 out of 10. Ren Xingping continued, "Speaking of which, I owe it to you, Brother Chu, that I can enter the trial field to train. If it weren't for the gold coins I won, I wouldn't be able to afford the fee to enter the trial field." He clicked his tongue twice, thinking to himself that the entrance fee for the 3rd-tier trial field was astonishingly high at 1 gold coin. Usually, only those wealthy inner disciples could afford to train there. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but click his tongue as well, feeling that the cost was indeed exorbitant. Moreover, any spirit beasts hunted in the trial field had to be handed over to the sect, which sounded like a scheme to fleece the rich. However, if one managed to hunt a spirit core, it would be a different story. A spirit core from a 3rd-tier spirit beast was worth 3 gold coins, so successfully obtaining one would more than double the investment. The two of them arrived at a mountain covered in lush bamboo, and Ren Xingping said, "Brother Chu, this is Iju Peak. The classrooms are built in the purple bamboo grove halfway up the mountain." The two parted ways at the foot of the mountain, and Chu Shaoye retrieved the spirit deer back into his beast pouch and proceeded on foot towards Iju Peak. The mountain was planted with various types of bamboo, including ordinary ones and some 1st-tier and 2nd-tier spirit bamboos. Spirit plants could absorb and exhale spiritual energy, and it was early morning, the time when the spiritual energy in the bamboo grove was most abundant. As Chu Shaoye walked along the path through the bamboo forest, the fresh spiritual energy mixed with the subtle fragrance of bamboo instantly dispelled his fatigue from a sleepless night. Iju Peak was indeed an excellent place for cultivation, yet for some reason, the Qishao sect only used it as a teaching site, which seemed like a waste. Before he knew it, Chu Shaoye had climbed halfway up the mountain, where there was a wide platform with a dozen classrooms neatly arranged. Each classroom had a wooden plaque in front indicating the subject being taught. Chu Shaoye approached and chose the classroom that taught how to select contract spirit pets, then entered. Inside, long tables and meditation cushions were arranged, with a few 1st-tier spirit masters scattered around. After all, it was uncommon for someone like Chu Shaoye, who had already become a 2nd-tier spirit master, to come and learn the basics. The projection stone hadn't started working yet, so Chu Shaoye casually picked a spot to sit down and began cultivating using his spiritual cultivation technique. The spiritual energy in the bamboo grove flowed into his body like threads, and he unknowingly entered a state of deep focus, with the spiritual energy in his body gradually converging, almost breaking through the barrier between the second and third tiers. Just then, an abrupt voice pulled Chu Shaoye back from his trance, and his cultivation technique came to a halt. The projection stone on the podium shimmered, projecting the image of a middle-aged man who began to explain the lesson. Chu Shaoye felt slightly regretful, as he had only been in the state of deep focus for a few minutes, but the results were equivalent to several days of effort. He calmed his mind and started listening attentively to the elder's lecture from the projection stone. When choosing a contract spirit beast, it wasn't about picking the strongest one, but rather the one most suitable for oneself. So what constitutes a suitable spirit beast? Spirit beasts come in various types and attributes. When selecting a contract spirit beast, it is best to choose one with the same attribute as the natal spirit beast. For example, if the natal spirit beast is of the fire attribute, the other contract spirit beast should ideally also be fire attribute. Chu Shaoye pondered, recalling Ren Xingping's choice of contract spirit beasts. His natal spirit beast was a three-tailed green ox with an earth attribute, and his two contract spirit beasts, the stone-scaled gecko and the rock python, were also earth attribute spirit beasts. Of course, this wasn't absolute. A spirit master could also choose to cultivate spirit beasts with two different attributes, such as thunder and water attributes, which would double the attack power. Cultivating spirit beasts required a significant amount of mental effort and resources, so choosing spirit beasts of the same attribute was the best option. Those with extra capacity could opt for two attributes, but it was advisable not to exceed three. The lesson concluded swiftly, and the projection stone dimmed momentarily before lighting up again as the elder resumed his lecture. Chu Shaoye stood up and left the classroom, pondering over what attribute his third spirit pet should have. The little fox was an attributeless spirit beast, and if Chu Shaoye wanted it to break through to the third tier, he needed to find a way for it to evolve and gain an attribute. Meanwhile, the Baixian insect was also attributeless and had yet to cocoon. Its transformation and potential new attribute remained uncertain. If it evolved into the most likely parasitic wasp, it would become a metal attribute spirit beast. Otherwise, its attribute would be unpredictable. Chu Shaoye sighed slightly, feeling a bit helpless with his indecision. Instead of attending more classes, he descended Bamboo Peak. On his previous visit to the Qishao sect, he had only made a brief stop at the post station and hadn't explored the town. Qishao town had flourished due to its proximity to the Qishao sect. Although it shared the town designation with his hometown, Qingwu town, Qishao town was far larger and more prosperous, bustling with people and as lively as Zhuyu city. Chu Shaoye rode his spirit deer to the post station to send a letter, as mail to Chu family village could only be delivered to the town. He mustered the courage to send it directly to the town chief, one of the three third-tier spirit masters in the town, who was once a revered figure in Chu family village. Now, as a second-tier spirit master on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, Chu Shaoye believed the town chief would be willing to help. Sending a letter to Qingwu town cost 50 copper coins, while sending one to Zhuyu Academy required 20. As he paid, an idea struck him, and he added 20 gold coins to Chu Qingyao's envelope. During his time at the Qishao sect, he had realized that nurturing spirit beasts was no small expense. The money he had previously sent to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu was enough for their living expenses, but insufficient for raising spirit beasts. After mailing the letters, Chu Shaoye decided not to return to the Qishao sect immediately, but to explore the town instead. He had many spirit beast materials in his storage bag and wanted to see if any shops were interested in purchasing them. The streets were bustling with various spirit beasts, from horned horses he had once rented, fiery red fire iguanas, metal-scaled pangolins, to tree monsters resembling dead trees. The diversity of spirit beasts left Chu Shaoye dazzled, and he couldn't even name many of them. Most astonishing was a mid-tier spirit master's mount, a fifth-tier earth-splitting mammoth, whose movements caused the entire street to tremble slightly, leaving a deep impression on him. Chu Shaoye's heart surged with emotion. So this was the world of spirit masters? He entered a spirit artifact shop by the street. The shop assistant, seeing Chu Shaoye in the attire of a Qishao sect disciple, approached him warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What type of spirit artifact are you looking to purchase today? Our shop offers a wide variety of spirit artifacts to suit your needs." Chu Shaoye glanced around the shop. On the wall opposite hung several exquisite robes, while mannequins in the center displayed leather or metal armor. Nearby display cases showcased a wide variety of weapons, categorized neatly, offering a dazzling array of choices. He asked the shop assistant, "Do you buy spirit beast materials here?" The assistant replied, "Ah, so you're looking to sell spirit beast materials. This shop doesn't deal in those, but our boss owns another store that specializes in them. I can recommend it to you." Chu Shaoye nodded and followed the directions given by the assistant. The store wasn't far, just around the corner. As Chu Shaoye was about to leave, a familiar figure walked in. Ji Yuntong spotted him and waved excitedly. Junior brother Chu, fancy meeting you here. Chu Shaoye smiled and replied, Senior sister Ji. Ji Yuntong approached him and asked, Are you here to buy spiritual tools too? Chu Shaoye shook his head. I'm not here to buy spiritual tools, just to sell some spirit beast materials, but I came to the wrong shop. Ji Yuntong understood. Oh, this shop only sells spiritual tools. I'll take you to a store I often go to for selling spirit beast materials later. It's called Jin Wei, and they offer fair prices. Chu Shaoye realized it was the same store the assistant had recommended, so he agreed. Ji Yuntong said, Wait for me to finish buying my spiritual tools. She eagerly approached the shopkeeper and asked, Shopkeeper, where's the silver cloud patterned robe I had my eye on last time? I want to buy it. The shopkeeper looked a bit troubled and said, I'm sorry, Miss Ji. That robe was sold just the day before yesterday. If you had come a bit earlier, it would have still been here. Ji Yuntong couldn't believe it and felt disheartened. How could this happen? I finally saved up 50 gold coins, and someone else bought it. Seeing her disappointment, the shopkeeper consoled her. Miss Ji, although the silver cloud patterned robe is gone, we have a new silver cloud crystal robe in stock. It's half a grade higher in quality. Why don't you have a look? Ji Yuntong's eyes lit up. Let's go see it. The shopkeeper led them to the second floor, where higher quality spiritual tools were sold, catering only to distinguished guests. Under the lights, the silver cloud crystal robe shimmered, resembling a dreamlike garment, and Ji Yuntong couldn't take her eyes off it. She eagerly asked, Shopkeeper, how much is this silver cloud crystal robe? The shopkeeper replied with a smile, The full price is 80 gold coins, but since you're a regular, we'll give you a 2 discount. It'll be 78 gold coins and 40 silver coins for you. Ji Yuntong was so shocked her voice cracked. What? 80 gold coins? You might as well rob me and throw in the robe. The original silver cloud patterned robe was only 50 gold coins. The shopkeeper waved his hand. Miss Ji, that's not fair to say. The silver cloud patterned robe was made from patterned silver or barely reaching the 4th grade, while this silver cloud crystal robe is a genuine high-grade 4th-tier spiritual tool. Ji Yuntong understood the value of quality, but 50 gold coins were all she had. If she hadn't bet on Chu Shaoye in a duel and won 20 gold coins, she wouldn't even have that. Saving up another 30 gold coins would take so long, and by then, the silver cloud crystal robe would surely be gone. The shopkeeper, seeing Ji Yuntong's interest, continued to persuade her. Miss Ji, I've heard that your sect is about to hold the Chu Shaoye competition. This silver cloud crystal robe is an exceptional defensive artifact. With it, you are sure to achieve a good ranking in the competition and smoothly become an inner disciple. This statement was like a shot of adrenaline, hitting Ji Yuntong right in her heart. She bit her lip, calculating in her mind what valuable items she could sell to afford the robe, determined to buy this long-coveted garment today. Chu Shaoye, who had been quietly following behind her, took out 28 gold coins from his black jade ring and handed them to the shopkeeper without hesitation. We'll take the robe. How about rounding off the price? Here are 28 gold coins. The shopkeeper hesitated briefly but then agreed, smiling at Chu Shaoye. You're straightforward, sir. I won't haggle then. I'll waive the 40 silver coins for you. You're welcome to visit our shop anytime. Ji Yuntong was astonished to see Chu Shaoye produce so many gold coins at once. She pulled him aside and whispered, Where did you get so much money? She understood that Chu Shaoye was not like Gu Yuan. Manager Fong had once told her about Chu Shaoye's background, a poor boy from a remote village who could hardly come up with 28 silver coins, let alone 28 gold coins. Chu Shaoye explained with a smile, No need to worry, senior sister Ji. I placed a bet on myself during the last duel and made a hefty profit. Ji Yuntong suddenly understood, blinking at him in gratitude. Thank you again. I'll repay you as soon as possible. The shopkeeper had already taken the silver cloud crystal robe off the mannequin and, once their conversation was over, cheerfully asked, Miss Ji, would you like to have the robe wrapped up to take with you? Or would you like to wear it now? Ji Yuntong, unable to wait any longer, answered without hesitation. Of course, I'll wear it now. She handed the remaining 50 gold coins to the shopkeeper and eagerly ran to the changing room. The shopkeeper weighed the heavy pouch of coins, satisfied, and stored it in his storage ring, thinking to himself, the money from female cultivators is easy to earn. As long as the artifact is beautiful, there's no worry about it not selling. However, this silver cloud crystal robe is indeed worth its price. Ji Yuntong emerged from the changing room, holding up her skirt. Her silver cloud crystal robe was entirely white, with silver threads embroidered in cloud patterns along the hem, cuffs, and collar, creating a flowing effect as she moved. The cloud crystal powder embedded in the fabric sparkled brilliantly. Chu Shaoye's eyes flashed with amazement. Ji Yuntong looked like a celestial maiden, radiant and dazzling. She approached Chu Shaoye, twirled playfully, and asked, Does it look good, junior brother Chu? Chu Shaoye nodded, complimenting, It looks great. This silver cloud crystal robe suits you perfectly, senior sister Ji. Ji Yuntong blushed slightly, suddenly at a loss for words, and said hurriedly, We've got the artifact. Let's head to Jinhui now. With that, she ran downstairs first. Chu Shaoye shook his head helplessly, thinking, Ji Yuntong is always so spirited. He quickly followed her down. The shopkeeper stroked his long beard, watching their retreating figures with a sigh. The feelings between young people are truly pure and beautiful. As Ji Yuntong exited the shop, the breeze on the street helped her regain her composure. She thought to herself, why am I feeling shy about a 12-year-old kid? As the two of them walked down the street, Ji Yuntong, now back to her usual self, asked, I haven't seen you for a few days. How have you been in the spiritual herb garden? Has anyone bullied you? Chu Shaoye's thoughts turned to Tu Jiarong, and a smile crept onto his lips. No one has bullied me. The senior brothers in the spiritual herb garden are all very friendly. That's good, Ji Yuntong sighed in relief. But since you can handle a third-tier hyena, I doubt anyone among the servant disciples could bully you. Chu Shaoye smiled slightly, recalling Wang Ji, who had been demoted to a servant disciple, and asked, do you know how Wang Ji is doing now? Wang Ji. Ji Yuntong chuckled with schadenfreude. After becoming a servant disciple, he's been assigned to mine in the striped silver mine. Serves him right. She then patted Chu Shaoye's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, my master becoming an elder is a sure thing now. You've done a great deed this time, and my master will protect you. No need to worry about Wang Ji's revenge. Chu Shaoye smiled. Thank you, Elder Fong. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance of the Jinhui Spirit Beast Material Shop. Ji Yuntong went in first and approached the counter, saying to the shop assistant, we have some spirit beast materials to sell. Having become a regular at the shop recently to save money, the shop assistant recognized her immediately and greeted her warmly. It's been a few days, Miss Ji, and you look even prettier. What spirit beast materials do you have to sell this time? I promise to give you the best price. Chu Shaoye stepped forward and took out some spirit beast materials from his storage ring, placing them on the counter. A small mountain of materials piled up instantly. The shop assistant carefully counted them and said to Chu Shaoye, Sir, these are all first-tier spirit beast materials, totaling 20 silver coins. Chu Shaoye nodded, thinking that the price was fair for first-tier materials. Once the shop assistant had stored the first-tier materials, Chu Shaoye waved his hand again, and another pile appeared on the counter, this time consisting of second-tier materials, which were much more plentiful. After counting these, the shop assistant said, Sir, these second-tier materials amount to 2 gold coins. Chu Shaoye nodded, raising his hand again. Seeing that Chu Shaoye had more materials to sell, the shop assistant realized he was a valuable customer and quickly said, Please wait a moment, sir. The counter space is limited. Would you mind following me to a private room? Naturally, Chu Shaoye agreed, and the two followed the shop assistant to a private room. Ji Yuntong, curious, asked, Junior brother Chu, how many spirit beasts have you hunted? Did you clear out all the spirit beasts in the back mountain? Hearing the jest in her voice, Chu Shaoye laughed and replied, Of course not. Even after selling the first and second tier materials, there aren't that many left. Ji Yuntong inferred from his words that he might have third-tier spirit beast materials to sell, thinking to herself that Chu Shaoye, a second-tier spirit master, was impressive to hunt third-tier spirit beasts. However, given that Hosan's third-tier hyena wasn't a match for Chu Shaoye, his prowess was evident, and Ji Yuntong wasn't too surprised. The shop assistant led them into the private room, where a large round table was placed in the center, with several chairs on the sides. You can place the spirit beast materials you wish to sell on this table, the shop assistant said. Chu Shaoye stepped forward and took out the third-tier spirit beast materials from his black jade ring. Though fewer in quantity than the first and second-tier materials, they were much larger, filling the table. The most striking were the antlers of 2 large horned deer. The shop assistant gasped slightly, confirming Chu Shaoye as an important customer, and his attitude became even more respectful. Sir, these antlers are top grade. I'll offer you 1 gold coin per pair. The rest of the third-tier spirit beast materials total 5 gold coins, making it 7 gold coins in total. How does that sound? Chu Shaoye nodded. Sounds good. The shop assistant acknowledged and was about to fetch the money when Chu Shaoye stopped him, saying, Hold on. He took out a piece of fish scale from the black jade ring and asked, I have a material from a 4th-tier spirit beast. Do you accept it? The shop assistant's eyes flashed with surprise at the mention of a 4th-tier material. The shop assistant and Ji Yuntong both exclaimed in surprise. The shop assistant took the scale from Chu Shaoye's hand, feeling the spiritual energy emanating from it, which clearly exceeded the range of a 3rd-tier spirit beast material. It was indeed a 4th-tier spirit beast material. Materials from mid-tier or higher spirit beasts were not something the shop assistant dared to handle on his own. He first invited Chu Shaoye and Ji Yuntong to sit down and respectfully said, Honored guests, this spirit beast material is precious. I need to fetch the shopkeeper to make a decision. Please wait a moment. As soon as the shop assistant left, Ji Yuntong grabbed Chu Shaoye's sleeve and urgently asked, Junior brother Chu, did you hunt a 4th-tier spirit beast? Chu Shaoye was almost pulled off his feet, but managed to stay seated. He quickly repeated the explanation he had given to Dan Yangzi. Ji Yuntong didn't doubt him and let go of his sleeve, pursing her lips slightly with a hint of envy as she said, "You're really lucky to have encountered such a rare fish-type spirit beast." Although she was already a third-tier spirit lord and her life-bound spirit beast had grown to the fourth tier, facing a fourth-tier spirit beast was still challenging, and she had rarely hunted one alone. The fact that Chu Shaoye, only at the second tier, had such luck was remarkable. If Ji Yuntong knew that Chu Shaoye had also obtained a fourth-tier spirit pill, she might have been even more envious. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. The shopkeeper entered, followed by the shop assistant and a maid carrying tea and pastries. The maid stepped forward to serve tea to Chu Shaoye and Ji Yuntong, while the shopkeeper clasped his hands in salute and respectfully said, "I am the shopkeeper of the Jinhui Spirit Beast Material Shop. I apologize for the delay. I hope you can forgive any oversight. May I ask if you have more scales from the fourth-tier rocket crocodile?" It turned out the strange fish was called a rocket crocodile, a fitting name indeed. Chu Shaoye did not immediately reveal the remaining scales. Seeing the eager look on the shopkeeper's face, he understood the scales were quite valuable. He asked, "I do have more. May I know the purchase price offered by your shop?" Hearing that Chu Shaoye had more scales, the shopkeeper's face relaxed into a smile. "Rest assured, the price I offer will be the highest in Qishao Town. The rocket crocodile is a water-fire dual-attribute fish-type spirit beast, very rare in the southwestern part of our southern continent. The scale you have must be from an immature rocket crocodile, which can grow into a sixth-tier spirit beast, a true overlord among mid-tier fish-type spirit beasts." Chu Shaoye was secretly shocked to learn that the strange fish he had killed was not yet fully grown. Even as an adolescent, it was nearly 5 meters long. How large would it be as an adult? The shopkeeper examined the scale in his hand and continued, "This scale seems to be from the belly of the rocket crocodile, which is relatively softer. I am willing to offer 1 silver coin per scale, and I will offer even higher prices for scales from other parts of the body." A single scale was worth a silver coin. Ji Yuntong couldn't help but exclaim, and Chu Shaoye was equally astonished, not expecting a single fish scale to fetch such a price. He had over 1,000 scales stored in his black jade ring. The shopkeeper added, "To be honest, the young master of our shop is an artifact refiner who recently advanced to the fourth tier. He specifically instructed me to collect rare fourth-tier spiritual materials for his crafting. The price I'm offering is definitely higher than other shops. If you're unsure, you can compare elsewhere." Chu Shaoye steadied his slightly excited heart and calmly said, "No need, I trust the shopkeeper." He stood up, walked to the table, and with a gentle wave of his hand adorned with a black jade ring, the scales of the rocket crocodile fell onto the table like raindrops, making a crisp clattering sound. Thousands of scales instantly covered the entire table, with many spilling onto the floor. Now it was the shopkeeper's turn to be shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. He knew Chu Shaoye was a second-tier spirit master and assumed he had merely picked up a few scales. He never expected Chu Shaoye to have stripped all the scales from an entire rocket crocodile. How could a second-tier spirit master possibly kill a fourth-tier spirit beast? However, respecting the customer's privacy, the shopkeeper, though astonished, did not inquire further. The scales from different parts of the rocket crocodile have varying prices, so the shopkeeper called over an assistant to help count them. Meanwhile, Chu Shaoye and Ji Yuntong sat leisurely, sipping tea and enjoying snacks. Ji Yuntong looked at the pile of scales, her eyes nearly turning into gold coins. "Chu Shitty, you're going to make a fortune this time," she said excitedly. Chu Shaoye humbly smiled. "I didn't expect the rocket crocodile scales to be so valuable." The shopkeeper and 2 assistants spent nearly half an hour tallying the scales. "Esteemed guest, the rocket crocodile scales have been counted. There are 1,857 in total, including 54 from the back, valued at 20 silver coins each, 1,103 from the side abdomen, at 10 silver coins each, and 800 from the abdomen, at 1 silver coin each, totaling 11,910 silver coins, or 119 gold coins and 10 silver coins. Do you see any discrepancies?" The scales were neatly arranged by type, and Chu Shaoye mentally calculated, confirming the price was correct. "Thank you, shopkeeper, everything is in order." The shopkeeper retrieved the corresponding amount of money from a storage ring, packed it into an ordinary storage bag, and handed it to Chu Shaoye with both hands. "May I have your name? If you have more rare spirit beast materials in the future, our shop will continue to purchase them at a high price." Chu Shaoye placed the storage bag into his black jade ring and said, "Chu Shaoye, a miscellaneous disciple of the Qishao sect." The shopkeeper chuckled. "Though I'm only a fourth-tier spirit master, I can tell Chu Gongzi is destined for great things. With the Qishao competition approaching, I'm sure you'll soon enter the outer sect." Chu Shaoye cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kind words, shopkeeper." With the transaction complete, Chu Shaoye and Ji Yuntong left the shop, the shopkeeper personally seeing them out. At the door, he handed Chu Shaoye a golden card. "Chu Gongzi, this is our shop's VIP card. Present this card when selling spirit beast materials here, and we'll offer the highest price." Outside the shop, Ji Yuntong teased, "Earlier, when you lent me those gold coins so readily, I felt a bit guilty, wanting to repay you quickly. But now you've earned over 100 coins in no time. So I guess that small amount doesn't even matter to you. Chu Shaoye laughed. You're joking, senior sister Ji. It was just a stroke of luck. The young master of Jin Wei happens to need rare 4th-tier spirit beast materials. Ji Yuntong sighed dramatically. I wish I could be lucky like that once, so I wouldn't have to save up for so long just to buy a beautiful dress. Chu Shaoye smiled helplessly. So, Ji Yuntong, you're buying the silver cloud crystal robe mainly because it looks good, right? Its function comes second. It was nearing noon when Chu Shaoye looked up at the sky, frowning slightly, and turned to Ji Yuntong, saying, Senior sister Ji, let's go have lunch. My treat. Ji Yuntong's eyes lit up instantly, and she responded excitedly, Really? Then I want to go to Drunken Cloud Pavilion and make this rich man spend big. Chu Shaoye laughed. Senior sister Ji, order whatever you like. Consider this meal a thank you for taking care of me all this time. Drunken Cloud Pavilion was the most luxurious restaurant in Qishao town, with all its dishes and drinks made from spiritual beast meat and plants, making it quite pricey. Even someone like Ji Yuntong, an outer disciple, rarely had the opportunity to dine there. Situated in the northeast corner of Qishao town, Drunken Cloud Pavilion, though slightly off the beaten path, stood out with its 6-story building. No matter where you were in town, you could see the exquisite copper bells hanging from the eaves swaying gently in the wind. As they approached the entrance, a sharp-witted waiter greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. Please come in. It was lunchtime, and the first-floor hall was nearly full, so the waiter led them directly to the second floor. What would you like to order? The waiter asked, handing them 2 menus eagerly. Today, we have just caught a 4th-tier flamehorn kuei ox, rich in spiritual energy and tender meat, prepared in various ways. Would you like to try some? The price of 4th-tier spiritual beast meat was already high, and with the chef's expertise at Drunken Cloud Pavilion, it would cost at least 1 gold coin per serving. Although Ji Yuntong joked about making Chu Shaoye spend a lot, she felt embarrassed to order anything too expensive. She browsed the menu and chose 2 of her favorites, reasonably priced dishes, fragrant clay-baked pheasant and silver thread fish custard, along with a pot of 100-flower honey mead, which would be enough. Senior sister Ji, you're too polite, Chu Shaoye remarked, noticing that both dishes were made from 1st-tier spiritual beast meat and plants, costing 2 silver coins each, while the pot of honey mead was pricier at 5 silver coins. He turned to the waiter and added with a smile, The flamehorn kuei ox you mentioned sounds good. Let's add a serving of stir-fried flamehorn kuei ox. Certainly, the waiter responded, thinking to himself that this young man, dressed in the simple attire of a Qishao sect servant disciple, seemed unassuming but was quite generous. After all, in front of a beautiful female spiritual master, which man wouldn't want to show some generosity? The fragrant clay-baked pheasant was 2 silver coins, the silver thread fish custard another 2 silver coins, the 100-flower honey mead 5 silver coins, and the stir-fried flamehorn kuei ox 2 gold coins, totaling 2 gold coins and 9 silver coins. The waiter asked, Will that be enough, sir? Or would you like to add anything else? Chu Shaoye shook his head. Let's start with these. We can always order more if needed. The waiter nodded. Very well, please wait a moment. Your dishes will be ready shortly. After the waiter left, Ji Yuntong clicked her tongue. That stir-fried beef dish is so expensive. I thought 1 gold coin would cover it. 2 gold coins are equivalent to 2 second-tier spiritual pills. Drunken Cloud Pavilion is really making a fortune. She thought to herself that she should have stopped Chu Shaoye earlier, but she didn't want to embarrass him in front of the waiter. Now, seeing the high price, she regretted not speaking up and wasting money. Chu Shaoye didn't mind, smiling. Drunken Cloud Pavilion must have its reasons for such high prices. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so popular. Ji Yuntong nodded, showing a hint of concern on her face. Junior brother Chu, I was just joking about making you spend a lot. It's true that nurturing spirit beasts and enhancing oneself as a Ling master requires a lot of money. Even though you earned quite a bit today, you should still save some for necessary expenses. Chu Shaoye felt a warmth in his heart, understanding that Ji Yuntong was looking out for him, and replied, I understand, senior sister Ji. They chatted for a bit and had a cup of tea before the waiter brought their food. Here are your dishes, esteemed guests. This is our newly developed dessert, Cloud Sunset Cake, a special treat for you both to try. As he spoke, the waiter placed an exquisite small plate in front of Ji Yuntong. The sweet aroma of the dessert caught her attention, and she praised. As expected from Drunken Cloud Pavilion, the dessert is so delicately crafted. Its color is just like the sunset of our Qishao sect. Chu Shaoye detected the fragrance of Li Zhu fruit in the Cloud Sunset Cake, musing that it must have been made with this fruit as the main ingredient. He had helped Tu Jiarong pick this 3rd-tier spiritual fruit a few days ago, and desserts made from it must be quite expensive. Although Drunken Cloud Pavilion's food is pricey, their generosity and service are commendable. As they ate, the beast mark on Ji Yuntong's neck suddenly glowed red, and a blue summoning array appeared, from which a small, fist-sized crimson bird emerged. Ji Yuntong gently tapped the sharp beak of the fiery flame sparrow and said with a smile, You little one, You always know when there's good food around. The sparrow chirped twice and unabashedly dipped its head into Ji Yuntong's cup to sip the 100-flower honey brew. Watching the fiery flame sparrow, Chu Shaoye felt grateful. During their last encounter with a fourth-tier rock armor red bear in the back mountain, it was thanks to this little creature's fight with the bear that he managed to escape. Despite its small size, the fiery flame sparrow is a fourth-tier spirit beast. Generally, the larger the spirit beast, the higher its rank, but the fiery flame sparrow defies this rule. Even as an adult, it remains fist-sized, similar in size to the most common first-tier sparrow-like spirit beasts, yet its fiery red feathers and the flame atop its head clearly indicate its high rank. Chu Shaoye remarked, "Senior Sister Ji, with your fiery flame sparrow reaching the fourth tier, you must be close to advancing to a fourth-tier Ling Master yourself." Ji Yuntong sighed softly, saying, breaking through from a low-level Ling Master to a mid-level one isn't easy. Even if one's life-bound spirit beast reaches the fourth tier, if the Ling Master's own talent isn't sufficient to keep up, one might never break through the third tier in a lifetime. Although I am confident I can reach the fourth tier, it will take a long time, and I probably won't make it in time for the Qishao competition. She gently tapped the fiery flame sparrow's head, its red flame-tipped feathers wrapping warmly around her fingers without burning. Chu Shaoye reassured her, "Don't be discouraged, Senior Sister Ji. Your fiery flame sparrow is already a fourth-tier spirit beast, which is rare among outer sect disciples. With the help of spiritual artifacts like the Silver Cloud Crystal Profound Robe, your chances of entering the inner sect are quite high." Ji Yuntong smiled slightly. "I hope so." Then she playfully changed the subject, saying, "Let me see your little fox. I haven't seen that cutie in days." The little fox's charm was indeed irresistible. As instructed, Chu Shaoye summoned the little fox, and as soon as it appeared, it fixated its gaze on the plate of stir-fried fourth-tier, flame-horn kuei beef. Ji Yuntong couldn't help but laugh, took a small dish, and handed it a few pieces of beef. The little fox, pleased by this gesture, generously allowed her to pet it. Ji Yuntong gently stroked the fluffy collar of the little fox, her eyes filled with tenderness. She thought to herself that she finally understood why Lady Qingji adored the Wugo fox so much. Once she became a fourth-tier spirit master, she was determined to contract a fire fox. Chu Shaoye asked, "Are all of Senior Sister Ji's spirit beasts fire-attributed?" Ji Yuntong nodded and replied, "Besides my life spirit beast, the blazing flame sparrow, my second contracted spirit pet is the Shaoye beast, and I haven't contracted a third one yet. However, the Shaoye beast is actually a dual-attribute spirit beast of wind and fire, with wind as the primary attribute and fire as the secondary. It's not a combat-type spirit pet. I usually use it for transportation." Chu Shaoye nodded in understanding. A spirit master's spiritual power is limited, so they generally don't choose only combat-type spirit pets when contracting. They also choose auxiliary-type spirit pets, just like Ji Yuntong's Shaoye beast. High-tier spirit masters often don't fully contract all their spirit beasts, leaving 1 or 2 spots open. This is partly because having too many spirit pets makes training difficult, and partly to wait until their strength improves to contract higher-grade spirit beasts. Spirit masters without a mentor often rush to contract spirit beasts after advancing, but can only contract low-tier ones. However, with Feng Qingshan's guidance, Ji Yuntong hasn't contracted a third spirit pet yet, clearly waiting to advance to a mid-tier spirit master to find a higher-grade spirit beast to contract. Ji Yuntong then asked Chu Shaoye, "You've attended the large lecture, right?" Seeing Chu Shaoye nod, she continued, "According to the elders, a spirit master's contracted spirit pets should ideally not exceed 2 attributes. Our Qishao sect is located in the southwest of the southern continent, where metal, fire, and earth-attributed spirit beasts are more common. The disciples' contracted spirit beasts in our sect often choose from these 3 attributes." At this point, Ji Yuntong suddenly realized that both of Chu Shaoye's current spirit pets are non-attributed, making it challenging to choose the future spirit beast's attribute based on the life spirit beast's attribute. Your life spirit beast is the Wugo fox, and your second contracted spirit pet is the Baixian worm, both non-attributed. Choosing the attribute for your third contracted spirit pet is quite tricky, Ji Yuntong said. Chu Shaoye replied with a wry smile. "Indeed, I've been troubled by this recently." Ji Yuntong patted his shoulder and comforted him. "You've just advanced to the second tier, and it will take at least a year or 2 to cultivate to the third-tier spirit master, so there's no rush now. Your Baixian worm should cocoon soon, and once it metamorphoses and gains an attribute, you can decide the attribute of your future contracted spirit pet based on the Baixian worm's attribute." Chu Shaoye nodded, silently thinking about his upcoming breakthrough to the third tier. He simply gave Ji Yuntong a slight smile and gratefully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Sister Ji." However, Ji Yuntong reminded him that according to her master's statistics, quite a few disciples from the chores department advanced to the third-rank spiritual master this year, making the upcoming Qishao competition more intense than in previous years. The Baixian insect is Chu Shaoye's highest-ranking spiritual beast at the moment, and he needs to control its cocooning speed, waiting until after the Qishao competition to let it cocoon. Chu Shaoye had somewhat overlooked this, as he had been feeding the Baixian insect quite a few spiritual pills, causing its already plump body to become even rounder. Chu Shaoye hurriedly asked, "Senior Sister Ji, is there a way to delay the Baixian insect's cocooning?" Ji Yuntong thought for a moment and replied, "I heard my master mention that the method to delay the Baixian insect's cocooning is similar to suppressing the advancement of ordinary spiritual beasts. First, feed it less spiritual pills and other energy-rich foods. Secondly, you can use some suppressive spiritual herbs, which are generally available in spiritual herb shops." Hearing this, Chu Shaoye breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured that there was a way to suppress it. Reflecting on the recent state of the Baixian insect, it did seem like it might cocoon soon, and he was grateful for Ji Yuntong's reminder. After finishing their meal, they left the drunken cloud tower, with the shop assistant seeing them off. Ji Yuntong said, "Junior brother Chu, I'm heading back to the sect. Do you want to come along?" Chu Shaoye shook his head. "I want to go buy some spiritual herbs to suppress the Baixian insect's cocooning. You don't need to worry about me, Senior Sister Ji. You go ahead. Then I'll head back first." Ji Yuntong pointed in a direction. "There are some street vendors over there, selling a variety of things, including spiritual herbs. They're cheaper than in the spiritual herb shops, so you might get lucky." Chu Shaoye nodded, watching Ji Yuntong leave on a Xiaoyan beast, then headed in the direction she pointed. This area was on the outskirts of Qishao town, where vendors set up stalls along a narrow strip of open space, extending for about 100 meters, resembling a market. Many people dressed like him in Qishao sect's Chu's disciple uniforms were shopping here. Chu's disciples didn't have much monthly allowance and couldn't afford the proper shops in Qishao town, so they usually bought from these street stalls. Chu Shaoye glanced at the goods on several stalls, which were mostly spiritual herbs, spiritual plants, spiritual beast materials, and spiritual minerals, most of lower rank, with few reaching the third rank. While most items were common, there were also some rare and peculiar things that even Chu Shaoye couldn't name. He found a stall with many spiritual plants and asked, "Uncle, do you have herbs to suppress spiritual beast advancement?" The vendor, a middle-aged man with a lean, dark frame wrapped in a white cloth, looked like a farmer. "Yes, I have binding spirit grass and tangling vine. Which one do you want?" the man replied. Chu Shaoye wasn't familiar with these two spiritual herbs, so he asked directly, "I'm using it for a third rank Baixian insect to suppress its cocooning speed. Do you have any recommendations, uncle?" The vendor smacked his lips. The Baixian insect is a third-rank spiritual beast. These two herbs are for suppressing second-rank beasts, with little effect on third-rank ones. Just as Chu Shaoye thought the vendor didn't have the herb he needed, the vendor continued, "However, I do have a herb more suitable for the Baixian insect, though it's a bit pricey." Curious, Chu Shaoye asked, "Oh, what kind of herb is it?" "Price is not an issue." The vendor, seeing his straightforwardness, scrutinized Chu Shaoye, seemingly doubting how much money a Chu's disciple could have. "Young man, this spiritual herb is a fourth-rank nirvana fruit, priced at 20 gold coins. If you can afford it, I'll bring it out for you now." The price of 20 gold coins was equivalent to a fourth-rank spiritual beast pill, indeed quite high. If Chu Shaoye didn't know what a nirvana fruit was, he might hesitate, but having just read about it in the All-Spirit Continent's spiritual plant compendium, he knew even a moment's hesitation would be disrespectful to the nirvana fruit. However, Chu Shaoye noticed an important issue. "Uncle, isn't the nirvana fruit supposed to be an 8th-tier high-grade spiritual plant? Why is this one only 4th tier?" The vendor coughed and replied mysteriously, "If this nirvana fruit were 8th tier, would it still be in my hands? Naturally, it has some minor issues, but nothing significant. It's perfect for your Baixian insect." Chu Shaoye looked at him skeptically, doubting the authenticity of the nirvana fruit. "Uncle, show it to me. If it's really a nirvana fruit, I'll buy it." Seeing that Chu Shaoye was genuinely interested in buying, the vendor took out a delicate jade box from his storage bag. The box emitted a slight chill, ideal for preserving the medicinal properties of spiritual herbs. As the vendor lowered his head, Chu Shaoye discreetly released the golden thread treasure mouse from his beast pouch, hiding it in his sleeve. With the treasure mouse around, no treasure could escape its keen eyes. If the nirvana fruit was fake, the mouse would definitely recognize it. The vendor carefully opened the jade box, his actions revealing a hint of the treasure's value. As soon as the lid was slightly lifted, a white mist began to escape. Many people who had overheard the conversation between Chu Shaoye and the vendor gathered around, eager to see what the legendary nirvana fruit looked like. As the mist dissipated, everyone's breath was held in anticipation, eyes fixed on the jade box. However, what was revealed was a shriveled, blackened fruit that resembled a moldy seed. There was a moment of silence before the crowd couldn't help but express their skepticism. "Vendor, you're selling this worthless thing for 20 gold coins? Even if you're trying to scam people, you should at least offer a decent-looking fruit." The surrounding people chimed in, mocking the vendor. "This doesn't look like a nirvana fruit at all." The vendor dismissively waved them away. "If you don't know what you're looking at, why are you here? I'm not selling it to you anyway." Feeling uninterested, the crowd laughed a few more times before dispersing, thinking the vendor was crazy for trying to sell a moldy seed. No fool would buy it. They all assumed that after seeing the fruit, Chu Shaoye wouldn't make the purchase, as he didn't seem foolish. However, Chu Shaoye remained in place. Although the fruit appeared unsightly, the spiritual energy it emitted was indeed fourth tier, comparable to the dragon blood algae he had seen before. Seeing that Chu Shaoye hadn't left, the vendor was pleased. Young man, you have a keen eye? This is a genuine nirvana fruit, just a bit shriveled. It's not just any kind of shriveled anymore, and it would become humus. Look closely at the skin. Although it's a bit blackened, you can still see the spiritual aura rings, which are the hallmark of a nirvana fruit. In truth, Chu Shaoye didn't doubt the authenticity of the nirvana fruit. As soon as the jade box was opened, the golden thread treasure mouse in his sleeve started running around excitedly. This is indeed a nirvana fruit. The stall owner awkwardly smiled and explained, this nirvana fruit is just dried, but it's definitely not rotten and is edible. Besides, it only has a 4th level spiritual power, which is perfect for your Baishin insect. If it were 5th level, a 3rd level spirit beast wouldn't be able to consume it. Chu Shaoye pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitant about buying the fruit. In reality, after receiving feedback from his treasure-seeking mouse, he had already decided to acquire the nirvana fruit. If it weren't edible, the mouse wouldn't be so excited. Seeing his hesitation, the stall owner grew anxious, fearing that he wouldn't make the sale. After many years, he'd finally encountered someone interested in the nirvana fruit, and if he couldn't sell it now, it would remain unsold. Reluctantly, he said, how about this? If you buy it now, I'll give you a discount, just 18 gold coins. Chu Shaoye calmly held out one hand. 5 coins. What? The stall owner's eyes widened, his voice nearly breaking. I bought this fruit for 10 gold coins, and you want to buy it for just 5? Chu Shaoye remained composed. This nirvana fruit has probably been with you for quite some time. Besides me, is there anyone else interested in it? This question hit the stall owner hard. It was true, but he couldn't sell at a loss. He insisted, 5 coins is too little, at least 15 gold coins. 12. No, 15 gold coins is my bottom line. Seeing the owner wouldn't budge, Chu Shaoye turned to leave. Panicking, the stall owner quickly reached out. Wait, 12 gold coins it is. I'll sell it to you. Only then did Chu Shaoye stop and return. Although he earned 2 coins, the stall owner felt a sting of regret. When he had originally acquired the nirvana fruit, he hoped to make a significant profit, at least double. But in the end, he only gained 2 coins. The stall owner took out a plain wooden box and placed the nirvana fruit inside. After accepting the coins from Chu Shaoye, he handed over the box, sighing. Young man, since you recognize the nirvana fruit, you surely know how to use it. I won't say more. Selling it for 12 coins is a big loss for me. Chu Shaoye smiled silently, putting the box into his black jade ring and walking away from the stall. Indeed, the stall owner lost out, and Chu Shaoye gained. Although the spiritual energy of the nirvana fruit had significantly diminished, its effects were what mattered to Chu Shaoye. With this fruit, he could determine the evolution direction of his Baishin insect, choosing whatever attribute he desired. Moreover, the nirvana fruit had a crucial function, allowing spirit beasts to evolve into higher-level species. Once the Baishin insect consumed the nirvana fruit and cocooned, it would definitely emerge as a higher-grade spirit beast, never a lower one. Filled with excitement, Chu Shaoye felt as if he was walking on air. It was as if a pillow had been handed to him just as he needed it. He had been worried about choosing the attributes for his future contract spirit pet, and now, with the nirvana fruit, everything fell into place. Fortunately, this market street was mostly frequented by servant disciples, with few who could recognize such a treasure. Even those who knew of the nirvana fruit were deterred by its appearance, allowing him to make the purchase. Reflecting on it, he had Ji Yuntong to thank for this find. If she hadn't advised him to suppress the Baishin insect's cocooning speed and directed him here for spiritual herbs, he wouldn't have come across the nirvana fruit. Chu Shaoye resolved to express his gratitude to Ji Yuntong properly. Just treating her to a meal wouldn't suffice. Chu Shaoye walked briskly and soon reached the end of the street lined with stalls. There, a crowd had gathered around a vendor standing on a stool, energetically promoting a piece of dark mineral in his hand, capturing everyone's attention. The vendor appeared young, not yet 30, and the walnut-sized spirit mineral he held was drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, don't underestimate this spirit mineral. My brother risked his life to bring back this grade 5 spirit mineral, the silver sediment, from the sea of 1,000 stars. The vendor's voice was loud and confident. The mention of a grade 5 spirit mineral astonished the crowd, as the striped silver or produced by the Qishao sect was only grade 2, and their refined or was merely grade 3. It was truly unbelievable that this small vendor possessed a grade 5 spirit mineral. Seeing that he had captured the crowd's attention, the vendor continued. You may not have heard of the Sea of 1,000 Stars, but you've surely heard of the 4 great secret realms of the Wanling continent, right? The Sea of 1,000 Stars is one of the 4 lesser secret realms, ranked first among them. It lies between the southern continent and Dongshan continent. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, a massive spirit beast fell from the sky, creating the Sea of 1,000 Stars secret realm, where high-level sea spirit beasts of the 7th rank and above reside, making it extremely perilous. The crowd occasionally gasped in amazement, but some sharp-minded individuals raised questions. According to you, if your brother returned from the Sea of 1,000 Star secret realm, he must be a high-ranking spirit master of at least the 7th rank. How did such a precious spirit mineral end up in your hands? This remark prompted others to nod in agreement, expressing their skepticism. The vendor smiled slightly, appearing calm and composed. I never claimed my brother was a high-ranking spirit master, but this mineral indeed came from the Sea of 1,000 Stars, he continued, sharing more of the story. My brother had a tragic fate. He was originally an outer disciple of our Chu Shaoye sect, and, after advancing to a 4th-rank spirit master, decided to explore the world. He traveled eastward and eventually reached Sunrise City, at the easternmost point of the southern continent. Sunrise City is a first-tier city, much larger than our Chu Shaoye sect or nearby Zhuyu City and Digong Fire sect, which are third-tier cities. The city lord is an 8th-rank spirit master, one of the top experts in the southern continent. For someone like my brother, a 4th-rank spirit master, who might have some influence in the Chu Shaoye sect, in Sunrise City, even a 4th-rank spirit master wouldn't qualify to be a servant for those important figures. The crowd was in an uproar. Most of them were low-ranking spirit masters below the 3rd rank, and they usually held great reverence for 4th-rank spirit masters from the Chu Shaoye sect. The scene in Sunrise City, where mid-ranking spirit masters were common and high-ranking ones were abundant, was beyond their imagination. Chu Shaoye listened to the vendor's words, feeling a sense of longing. Xuanyue had mentioned that his biological father was also an 8th-level spirit master. Could his father's city be as grand and prosperous as Rising Sun City? The vendor continued. My brother stayed in Rising Sun City for some time and was so impressed that he decided to travel to the Eastern Victory continent. He set sail, hoping to reach the continent by sea. Unfortunately, the vendor's expression turned sorrowful. My brother chose a little-known fleet to save money instead of a reputable merchant ship. When crossing the 1,000 Star Sea's secret realm, the fleet was attacked by an 8th-level sea spirit beast. Except for my brother, everyone on board perished, including a 7th-level spirit master who was escorting the ship. The crowd was stunned by the vendor's tragic tale, falling silent. The vendor raised the piece of dark silver ore in his hand and continued. Though my brother miraculously escaped from the 1,000 Star Sea, he lost an arm and a leg. This piece of dark silver is something he grabbed unconsciously while struggling in the water, definitely originating from the 1,000 Star Sea's secret realm. He spoke with emotion, as if recounting his brother's lifelong hardships, leaving him with only this piece of ore. If it weren't for his disability and need for money, he would never part with it. So he's auctioning this spirit mineral on his brother's behalf, starting at 10 gold coins, to the highest bidder. The crowd, initially engrossed, snapped back to reality at the mention of 10 gold coins and started booing. Boss, you're really asking for too much. Though the story's good, we don't even know what dark silver is. If you try to pass off some random hunk of iron as it, how would we know? Who would spend 10 gold coins on that? If it really is dark silver, a 5th-grade spirit mineral, why not sell it at an auction house? Who in this small market street can afford 10 gold coins for something they don't know the use of? Hearing this, the vendor felt troubled. His brother had indeed tried to consign the dark silver to an auction house, but they determined it was close to decay and decomposition, with its spiritual energy almost gone, not even worth a 1st-grade spirit mineral. They refused to take it. This was something his brother risked his life for, and he couldn't accept that it was just a worthless stone. Without selling it for a good price, his brother might not have the will to live. Having lost an arm and a leg, his brother was hanging on by sheer determination. Seeing the vendor's inability to respond, the crowd grew more convinced he was a fraud and began to disperse. The vendor, anxious, called out, "Don't go, folks. This spirit mineral truly is dark silver, just aged with some spiritual energy lost. Otherwise, the starting price wouldn't be just 10 gold coins. A genuine 5th-grade spirit mineral is worth at least 100 gold coins. Buying this is a real bargain." Someone who hadn't gone far sneered. That useless rock wouldn't even catch a glance if tossed by the roadside. Trying to pass it off as a 5th-grade spirit mineral for 10 gold coins? You should just go home and sleep. As the crowd dispersed, the vendor slumped back into his seat, clutching the coal-like mineral, thinking that if not for his brother's firm assurance, he wouldn't believe it was dark silver either. Just as the vendor was despondent, considering how to comfort his brother, two long, strong, and graceful hands reached out. "Boss, may I take a closer look at this spirit stone?" The vendor looked up and saw someone watching him, feeling a flicker of hope. Chu Shaoye extended his hand and bumped into someone else. Turning his head, he saw a young man in his early 20s, strikingly handsome and dressed in a luxurious black robe with gold and flame patterns, clearly indicating wealth or nobility. Chu Shaoye withdrew his hand and made a gesture of invitation. The young nobleman in black nodded slightly, accepting the spirit mineral from the vendor and examining it closely. Inside Chu Shaoye's sleeve, the golden thread treasure hunting mouse sniffed vigorously in the direction of the spirit mineral. After a moment, it confirmed something, nudging Chu Shaoye's arm to signal that it was a treasure. This spirit mineral was quite peculiar, its aura elusive. Had Chu Shaoye walked past without stopping to hear the vendor's story, the golden thread treasure hunting mouse might not have recognized its value. In fact, the mouse had been hesitating, sometimes sensing it was a treasure, other times thinking it was worthless, nearly pulling out its fur in frustration. Chu Shaoye stepped forward, allowing the mouse to sniff more closely, which finally confirmed its worth. Unexpectedly, another person had also lingered, showing interest in the spirit mineral. The vendor was overjoyed, thrilled that two people were interested in purchasing. He was invigorated and eager to promote it further. However, the young nobleman in black was intently studying the spirit mineral and, upon being interrupted by the vendor, frowned slightly and cast a cold glance, as if to say, "I can see for myself." The vendor immediately fell silent, fearing that this wealthy gentleman might lose interest. Judging by his attire, the young nobleman was clearly much wealthier than the other, a servant disciple from the Qishao sect, and would likely be willing to pay a high price for the spirit mineral. The vendor couldn't afford to drive him away. The stall fell silent as the young nobleman took out a magnifying glass, carefully examining the spirit mineral and occasionally sniffing it, as if he intended to study it further. Chu Shaoye did not continue to pay attention to him, understanding that if this person truly wanted to compete for the spirit mineral, he would be no match. Although it was a pity to miss out on this treasure, there was nothing he could do but hope that the young nobleman would decide not to buy it. Chu Shaoye shifted his focus to other items on the stall. The vendor's spirit minerals were colorful and radiant, especially the common silver-veined silver or that emitted a faint silver glow. The nirvana fruit he had just purchased, although different in effect from the vendor's recommended binding grass and twining vine, had similar results. Binding grass and twining vine slowed the absorption of spiritual energy by spirit pets, preventing them from advancing, while the nirvana fruit enhanced a spirit pet's aptitude, requiring it to absorb more spiritual energy to advance, thus extending the time needed for progression. To ensure that the Baixian insect developed the desired attributes after metamorphosis, merely consuming the nirvana fruit was not enough. It also needed to consume a naturally occurring treasure with pure attributes, such as spiritual plants, minerals, or beast materials. The purer the better. Looking at the spirit minerals on the stall, Chu Shaoye thought to himself that having the Baixian insect evolve into a metal attribute spirit beast wouldn't be a bad choice. Metal attributes provided high attack and defense capabilities, making it an excellent option. "Boss, do you have any striped silver mother?" The stall owner was taken aback, surprised that this miscellaneous disciple knew so much. He tentatively replied, "I do have a small piece of striped silver mother, but it's a 4th grade spiritual, and quite expensive. This small piece costs 20 gold coins. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Chu Shaoye, accustomed to the skeptical tone of stall owners, thought to himself that next time he should wear something more presentable when coming down the mountain to make purchases easier. He nodded calmly and said, "Let me take a look." The stall owner, half convinced, took out a small rosewood box from his storage bag. Inside was a silver ingot the size of a thumb. Striped silver mother is extremely rare, typically only found in one piece among millions of pounds of striped silver ore. However, this piece was quite small, with a clear break, indicating it was chipped off a larger piece, suggesting it might not have been obtained legitimately. Despite the stringent conditions for forming striped silver mother, the Qishao sect owns an entire vein of striped silver ore, producing millions of pounds daily. Therefore, this silver mother isn't too scarce. Ren Xingping had once discussed this with Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye's expression grew colder as he thought. A 4th grade spiritual, or like striped silver mother can indeed sell for 20 gold coins, but that's for a piece the size of a fist. Is this owner trying to rip me off? The stall owner noticed Chu Shaoye's cold demeanor and dropped his condescending attitude, smiling apologetically. "Sir, this piece is top quality. The faint pattern shows it has very few impurities, making it superior to regular striped silver mother, which is why it's priced higher. I'm not trying to cheat you." Before Chu Shaoye could respond, a young nobleman in black laughed. "Selling such a small piece of striped silver mother for 20 gold coins? Those people were right. You're crazy for money." He tossed a blackish spiritual ore back onto the stall and stood up, saying, "This ore is indeed silver slag, but it's been corroded by seawater and can't be used for forging anymore. I suggest you save yourself the trouble of selling it, or you might get beaten up." After speaking, he patted Chu Shaoye on the shoulder and added, "Buddy, this piece of striped silver mother is decent, but it's only worth 3 gold coins. Don't overpay." With that, he left. Chu Shaoye watched him leave, and then turned to see the stall owner almost in tears, holding the spiritual, or the owner's side. "What should I do? This, or is worthless." Chu Shaoye said calmly. Do you really have a brother who returned from the Thousand-Star Sea, missing an arm and a leg? The stall owner, filled with indignation, swore. I, Sure Wan, swear to the heavens, my brother risked his life to bring back this silver slag from the Thousand-Star Sea. If I lied about anything, may I be killed by a spiritual pet backlash. That was a harsh oath. Chu Shaoye nodded and continued. You heard what that gentleman said. This piece of striped silver mother is only worth 3 gold coins. Out of respect for your bond with your brother, I'll offer 5 gold coins and you can throw in the silver slag. How about that? The stall owner hesitated, realizing that Chu Shaoye was essentially paying 3 gold coins for the striped silver mother and 2 for the silver slag, far less than he wanted. But if he didn't sell to Chu Shaoye, no one else would likely buy it. Despite his reluctance, he put the silver slag into the box with the striped silver mother and handed it to Chu Shaoye with a pained expression. 5 gold coins, it's yours. Go ahead, eat it. Bai Xianchong looked at the shriveled, blackened fruit in front of it, resembling a piece of charcoal, and wriggled its round body backward, clearly refusing. Chu Shaoye pushed the nirvana fruit closer, his voice gentle and enticing. Though this fruit seems unappetizing now, it once was an 8th grade spiritual fruit, the nirvana fruit. It's a bit overripe, but still edible. Shuiyu, just smell the rich spiritual energy it exudes. After finishing this nirvana fruit, and then consuming the striped silver inmu, you'll undergo a rebirth, at least evolving into a mid-level gold attribute spiritual beast. Imagine how majestic that would be. Chu Shaoye's voice was filled with temptation, and Bai Xianchong seemed captivated by his vision, its feather-like antennae trembling slightly. Chu Shaoye brought the nirvana fruit to Bai Xianchong's mouth, softly coaxing. A bright future awaits you. Encouraged, Bai Xianchong's blood surged, and with a resolute spirit, it dove in, devouring the fruit. The nirvana fruit was reduced to a layer of shriveled skin, which crunched crisply under Bai Xianchong's bites. It focused intently, fearing the taste would catch up if it slowed down, rapidly finishing the peel, leaving only a black jade-like seed. Chu Shaoye offered a first-grade spiritual pill to Bai Xianchong to cleanse its palate, then picked up the seed for closer examination. The seed was smooth and rounded, resembling an egg, with a texture like black jade, cool to the touch, and its surface was entwined with faint, mysterious spiritual patterns. Although the seed of the nirvana fruit wasn't edible, discarding it seemed wasteful. An idea struck Chu Shaoye. Could it be planted to grow another nirvana fruit? However, he quickly realized that the growth conditions for an 8th grade spiritual plant were extremely demanding. Cultivating it to fruition would require immense resources, making it more practical to purchase another 8th grade plant. Chu Shaoye stored the seed in his black jade ring and turned back to Bai Xianchong, who had finished the spiritual pill and was crawling toward the box containing the striped silver emu. Chu Shaoye gently poked it with his finger. You little thing, your appetite is even bigger than Shui Bao's. You can't have this striped silver emu yet. You need to digest the nirvana fruit's effects first. Bai Xianchong nodded reluctantly, only looking away when Chu Shaoye placed the box back in his black jade ring. Having resolved Bai Xianchong's cocooning issue, Chu Shaoye found himself with a free afternoon, feeling invigorated and not at all tired. He decided to visit the medicine garden to check on the 100-flower civet. As he released the spiritual deer, he remembered he had forgotten to inform Ji Yuntong about the deer's advancement. A 2nd-level spiritual beast is worlds apart from a 3rd-level one, and he should return the deer to Ji Yuntong. Patting the deer's neck, Chu Shaoye said, I'll need your help for a few more rides these days, and when we see senior sister Ji again, you'll return to your owner. The deer bleated softly, nuzzling Chu Shaoye's neck, seemingly reluctant to part. Chu Shaoye rode his spirit deer to the 3rd-level spirit herb garden, where other disciples were busy. When they saw him, they greeted him warmly, saying, Brother Chu, isn't today your day off? Why are you here again? Initially, they were somewhat intimidated by Chu Shaoye, but he hadn't done anything excessive, so he didn't mind and replied casually. Just had some free time, thought I'd check on the herb fields. After exchanging a few polite words, he headed straight to the spirit herb field he was responsible for. The others sighed with relief, thinking he was there to show off, but he just wanted to focus on tending to his field. After making a round in the spirit herb field, Chu Shaoye noticed the spirit grass was still barely alive, which reassured him slightly, and he walked towards the small grove. Near the dwelling of the Baihua raccoon, he suddenly stopped, his attention caught by a young girl standing under a tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft golden glow on her long, curling eyelashes and the ends of her hair, creating a picture-perfect scene. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, dressed in a green dress, with long black hair cascading down to her waist. She was tall, with fair skin and delicate features, gazing up at the treetop, revealing her graceful neck. Chu Shaoye stared at her, momentarily speechless. Just then, a gentle meow brought him back to reality, and he looked up. A pregnant Baiwa raccoon stood on a branch about 5 or 6 meters high, seemingly pleased to see Chu Shaoye. and took a few steps towards him. The girl, noticing Chu Shaoye, asked naturally with little expression, "Is this Baiwa raccoon yours?" Chu Shaoye paused before replying, "Sort of." A barely noticeable hint of envy flashed in her eyes as she continued, "I tried to pet it earlier, but it seemed to dislike it and jumped up the tree to avoid me." The Baiwa raccoon was a cat with principles. Without spirit pills or spirit herbs, neither handsome men nor beautiful women could touch it. Just as Chu Shaoye was about to respond, the Baiwa raccoon suddenly meowed and leaped down from the tree. Chu Shaoye quickly opened his arms to catch it. Despite its small size, the pregnant raccoon weighed nearly 30 pounds, and jumping from such a height packed quite a punch. Chu Shaoye took 2 steps back to absorb the impact, saying helplessly, "Little ancestor, you're about to give birth. Can you be more careful?" Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. "Is it pregnant? How many kittens?" Chu Shaoye was taken aback by the question, hesitating. "Probably just one. I only felt one hard lump." Before he finished speaking, the girl had already darted past him, and Chu Shaoye was startled, thinking, "What speed?" Although her face remained expressionless, her eyes glowed with longing as she pleaded, "Can I pet it?" They stood close, only the Baiwa raccoon between them, and Chu Shaoye's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as he leaned back slightly to distance himself from her face, quietly saying, "Give it some spirit grass or spirit pills, and it'll let you touch it." The concept of spiritual herbs and elixirs is quite straightforward. The young girl took a third-grade moonlight grass from her storage pouch. Its silver-blue leaves were thick, long, and filled with spiritual energy. Even during the day, the leaves glowed with a faint lunar light, clearly indicating its authenticity as a third-grade spiritual herb. She handed the moonlight grass to the Baiwali, smiling as she asked, "Do you like it?" The Baiwali immediately reached out with its paws, pulling the moonlight grass into its embrace, and started devouring it ravenously. Seeing this, the girl looked expectantly at Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye smiled and handed the Baiwali to her, saying softly, "This third-grade moonlight grass should allow you to pet it for a whole day." The girl held the Baiwali, gently stroking its fur, and remarked, "So cute." After a while, the girl looked up at Chu Shaoye and asked, "Are you new to working in the spiritual herb garden?" Chu Shaoye nodded and replied, "Disciple Chu Shaoye, I started working here 3 days ago. May I know your name, senior sister?" The girl suddenly realized, "Oh, so you are Chu Shaoye." Chu Shaoye felt a bit anxious, worried she might have a bad impression of him due to his altercation with Tu Jiarong, but the girl showed no signs of such thoughts. "My name is Duanmu Dai, Elder Dingyangzi is my master. I was sent by my master to find you, but it seems you're off duty today?" Chu Shaoye was surprised and quickly bowed in respect. "So it's senior sister Duanmu. May I ask what Elder Dingyangzi wants from me?" Duanmu Dai smiled slightly. "My master has told me about your situation. You wish to break through your talent limit, right? My master sent me to help you with body refinement." With that, Duanmu Dai put down the Baiwa Li and walked towards the edge of the forest. Chu Shaoye hurriedly followed and asked, "Senior sister Duanmu, what is body refinement?" As they walked, Duanmu Dai explained, "It's a method my master developed from personal experience. The limit of talent is determined by innate factors. To break through it, one must rely on external forces to shatter the barriers, a process that is extremely painful. You must first strengthen your body to endure such pain." Chu Shaoye felt grateful, surprised that Elder Dingyangzi was truly willing to help him. Duanmu Dai stopped in front of a small, thatched hut in the spiritual herb field and said to Chu Shaoye, "Let's do it here. First, build a bonfire." Although Chu Shaoye didn't understand why a fire was needed, he didn't question it and quickly set up a fire. Duanmu Dai retrieved a large wooden tub from her storage pouch and placed it over the fire. The tub was filled with a light brown herbal concoction that emitted a bitter herbal aroma. Soon, a light white mist rose from the herbal concoction as it warmed. Seeing that it was ready, Duanmu Dai said to Chu Shaoye, "You can get in and soak now." It turned out that the tub was for bathing, which made sense since drinking it would be too much even for an elephant. Chu Shaoye hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sister Duanmu, should I just get in, or do I need to take off my clothes?" Duanmu Dai, caught off guard by the question, blushed slightly and turned to Chu Shaoye, saying, "It's better to take them off. Wearing clothes will affect the absorption speed of the medicine." Without hesitation, Chu Shaoye quickly removed his shirt, leaving only his shorts, as Duanmu Dai was still nearby. Hearing the rustling of clothes behind her, Duanmu Dai suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "Before you get in, why not test it with your hand first?" Just as Chu Shaoye was about to climb into the wooden tub, he paused. He thought to himself, "The medicinal liquid in the tub seems to be steaming. It shouldn't be too hot, so why be so cautious?" Nevertheless, he dipped his hand in. As soon as his fingertips touched the liquid, a piercing pain like needles stabbing attacked him, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his fingers simultaneously. Caught off guard, Chu Shaoye cried out in pain and quickly withdrew his hand. As expected, Duanmu Dai sighed internally and explained, "Although the herbs used are of low grade, their effects are extremely potent and can cause unbearable pain. However, if you endure it, it will greatly benefit your body. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Shaoye's forehead as he thought. If just touching it with my fingers is this painful, immersing my whole body would be sheer torture. Seeing Chu Shaoye silent, Duan Mudai assumed he had given up and was about to turn away when she suddenly heard a loud splash. Chu Shaoye had jumped directly into the tub, the medicinal liquid instantly covering him up to his collarbone. The intense pain surged over him like a tidal wave, penetrating his flesh and bones through every pore. He bit down on a cloth towel, enduring the agony without making a sound. Duan Mudai's eyes widened slightly, her usually expressionless face showing rare surprise. The medicinal liquid she had prepared was incredibly powerful, yet Chu Shaoye dared to jump in after experiencing such pain. Large beads of sweat rolled down Chu Shaoye's forehead, his skin flushed red, and the veins on his temples and neck bulged as if they might burst at any moment. However, he still did not cry out, only letting out a few muffled grunts from his nose. After a brief moment of shock, Duan Mudai's lips curved slightly upwards, thinking to herself that her master had indeed not misjudged him. She approached the tub and summoned her spirit beast. A purple summoning rune appeared, and a palm-sized spirit pet flew out. This spirit pet bore a striking resemblance to a human, but was only 1% of a human's size, with green hair and eyes, and a pair of transparent leaf-like wings. It was a rare humanoid spirit pet, a wood element sprite. By now, Chu Shaoye was in such pain that his vision blurred, only able to see the purple glow of the summoning rune, and he was startled. Duan Mudai's spirit pet was already at the 5th level, the same as Elder Tang Yi from the martial arts platform. Seeing that he was about to faint, Duan Mudai instructed the wood sprite. Mu Ling, use vitality on him, don't let him pass out. The wood sprite acknowledged and flew above Chu Shaoye, shaking loose tiny pale green light particles from its wings. As soon as the light touched Chu Shaoye, it disappeared like snowflakes in water. Although initially numb from the pain, Chu Shaoye felt a gentle force entering his body, and his muddled mind began to clear. However, the soothing sensation was quickly replaced by excruciating pain, which surged over him once more. Duan Mudai said, just hang in there for a little longer, and you'll be done. This is your first time refining your body. You only need to soak for half an hour. Chu Shaoye had never found half an hour to be so interminable. Every time he was on the verge of passing out from the pain, a wood element spirit would use its life skill to revive him, making it feel like an endless torture. Duan Mudai wasn't idle either, occasionally adding firewood under the wooden barrel to maintain the temperature of the medicinal liquid, ensuring its efficacy. Time seemed to freeze, and Chu Shaoye deeply understood the meaning of a day feels like a year. Finally, the half-hour passed, and he was too exhausted to climb out of the barrel. Duan Mudai summoned another spirit pet. From the blue summoning circle emerged a plant-type spirit beast, its leaves resembling ghostly gray-white hands. It was an exceedingly rare dark attribute plant spirit beast, the ghost hand vine. The vine extended its tendrils, wrapped around Chu Shaoye, and lifted him out of the barrel, placing him on the bed in the thatched cottage. At this moment, Duan Mudai didn't care about anything else and took a blanket from her storage bag, gently covering Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye's brow was furrowed, his skin an alarming red, while his lips were pale, clearly in excruciating pain. It was Duan Mudai's first time administering such a medicinal soak, and although Ding Yangzi had assured her it would be fine, seeing Chu Shaoye in this state made her anxious. She placed 2 fingers on his wrist, slowly infusing a strand of spiritual energy. As the energy flowed through Chu Shaoye's body, Duan Mudai was surprised to discover his meridians were extraordinarily wide and smooth, and the spiritual energy within his spirit reservoir was abundant, far exceeding that of a typical 3rd-tier spirit master. Was this really the body of a 2nd-tier spirit master? Retracting her spiritual energy, Duan Mudai looked at Chu Shaoye, who still had his eyes closed, with a complex expression. This person had exceptional potential, yet his innate spirit beast was a Wugo fox, limiting his talent's potential. If not for this, he wouldn't have to endure such pain. After a while, when the intense pain subsided slightly, Chu Shaoye gathered enough strength to slowly sit up. He knew Elder Ding Yangzi had made unimaginable sacrifices, but only by experiencing it himself could he understand the hardship. He smiled wryly. I overestimated myself. Duan Mudai shook her head. You've done incredibly well. If it were someone else, even me, they could barely last a single incense stick's time in that medicinal liquid. Chu Shaoye shook his head, saying nothing more. His situation was entirely different from Duan Mudai's. Although she seemed only a few years older than him, her innate spirit beast was a 5th-tier spirit beast, a rare humanoid spirit beast, the wood elemental spirit. Her potential was immeasurable. His potential, however, was limited by his innate spirit beast, requiring him to put in 1,000 times the effort to catch up. In other words, Duan Mudai was on a broad, smooth path, whereas he had to struggle along a thorny trail. This path would leave him battered and bruised, but if he wanted to reach the end, he had no choice but to tread it. Seeing he was all right, Duanmu Dai said, "Actually, having you undergo your first body refinement just now was a test from Master." Chu Shaoye was taken aback. It turned out that Ding Yangzi's earlier actions were a test for him, and only by passing it could he continue to receive his help. His performance had allowed him to successfully pass his master's test, but Duanmu Dai reminded him that this was just the beginning. The spiritual master and their life-bound spirit beast are interdependent, sharing life and death. Even if Chu Shaoye's physique improved, it would be futile if his spirit beast couldn't break through its innate limitations. Therefore, the spirit beast must also undergo body refinement with him. Duanmu Dai took out a wooden basin filled with medicinal liquid from her storage bag. The color of the liquid was similar to the one Chu Shaoye had used, but the scent was slightly different. This was a concoction personally prepared by their master for his life-bound spirit beast, the Wugo fox. Chu Shaoye felt conflicted, wondering if this liquid would also cause the spirit beast immense pain. Duanmu Dai nodded, confirming, "Indeed, it might even be more painful than what you endured." He had struggled with the pain himself, so how much could the delicate little fox endure? While Chu Shaoye hesitated, the beast mark on his collarbone suddenly glowed, and yellow summoning runes unfolded before him, revealing a small, pure white fox without a trace of impurity. The little fox licked Chu Shaoye's chin, seemingly reassuring him not to worry. Although it wasn't summoned earlier, it had felt all the pain Chu Shaoye endured. It was determined to grow stronger alongside its master. Without hesitation, the little fox plunged into the wooden basin, letting out a pained cry as its fur stood on end. However, it quickly closed its mouth, curling up in the basin, trembling from the pain. Duanmu Dai watched with some reluctance, having always liked fluffy animals, and seeing the little fox in such a state made her feel compassion. She couldn't help but wonder if the medicinal effects were too strong for it. Chu Shaoye's heart ached even more than Duanmu Dai's, but he shook his head firmly, trusting that the concoction prepared by Elder Ding Yangzi was appropriate. Despite its delicate appearance, the fox was very strong-willed and would surely endure. This statement was both a response to Duanmu Dai and an encouragement to himself. Chu Shaoye looked away, avoiding watching the little fox for fear of softening his resolve. He turned to Duanmu Dai and asked, "Is this your life-bound spirit beast?" Duanmu Dai nodded, replying, "My life-bound spirit beast is a wood spirit, a wood element elemental spirit." Elemental spirits are humanoid spirit beasts born in places with extremely dense elemental attributes and come in various forms, such as water, fire, and metal elemental spirits. Duanmu Dai's spirit is specifically a wood elemental spirit. Humanoid spirit beasts are high-level spirit beasts, reaching at least the 7th rank upon maturity, indicating that Duanmu Dai is likely destined to become a high-level spiritual master in the future. Chu Shaoye sighed inwardly, as a high-level spiritual master seemed like a distant existence to him. Yet Duanmu Dai appeared to be on that path already. The little fox also needed to soak in the medicinal liquid for a half-hour. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Unlike Chu Shaoye's mixture, the fox's potion didn't require heating. Wood element spirits fluttered around the tub, occasionally sprinkling light green specks which rejuvenated the fox, allowing it to endure, while also making it acutely aware of the pain. When the half-hour was up, Chu Shaoye, precise with timing, approached and lifted the little fox from the tub, gently placing it on a prepared blanket. He carefully dried its damp fur with a cloth. Duanmu Dai remarked, "Today's body refinement is over. You and your life-bound spirit beast did very well. I didn't expect this immaculate fox to hold on." Her gaze was soft, but this was only the beginning. "You'll need to soak in the medicinal liquid every other day from now on. I'll assist you in the afternoons." Chu Shaoye thought to himself that while it was indeed helpful, in some ways it also intensified the ordeal. Duanmu Dai continued, "Keep the medicinal liquid. You can use it 3 to 5 more times." With that, she got up and said, "I'll head back now. If you need me, find me at the 5th Deer Spirit Herb Garden." Chu Shaoye nodded and got up to see Duanmu Dai off. Before leaving, she glanced back at him. The young man's lips were still pale, but his back was straight, like a sword that had been tempered through countless trials yet remained resilient. However, to truly sharpen this sword, it would need to endure much more. She wondered if he would break in the process. Duanmu Dai suddenly felt the urge to encourage Chu Shaoye. "Chu, many have come to my master, hoping to break through their talent limits. Yet none could even keep their hands in the medicinal liquid for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. I didn't have high hopes for you either, but you lasted half an hour." Her clear gaze met his. "But this is just the first body refinement. You'll face thousands more, each exponentially more painful. Will you be able to endure then?" Chu Shaoye, already resolved, didn't make any declarations, simply responding calmly and firmly, "I will persevere." "Good." A hint of a smile appeared on Duanmu Dai's face. "My master appreciates you. I think he might consider taking you as a disciple if you prove yourself." After she left, Chu Shaoye stood there for a moment, surprised. Could Ding Yangzi really have intentions of taking him as a disciple? He was merely a menial disciple, and according to the rules of the Qishao sect, he wasn't eligible to apprentice under an elder. At minimum, one had to be an outer disciple. Even most outer disciples would be fortunate to have a steward as a mentor, like Wang Zhi and Ji Yuntong. Chu Shaoye pondered. Ding Yangzi was once like him, a low-level spirit master with no hope of breaking through to the middle level. Perhaps he saw something of his younger self in Chu Shaoye and wanted to mentor him. Moreover, Ding Yangzi had mentioned that he had no hope of reaching a high level in this life, but he hoped Chu Shaoye could achieve it. Did that mean Ding Yangzi had a method to break through from the middle to high level? The more Chu Shaoye thought about it, the more tumultuous his heart became. Chu Shaoye could not afford to miss the opportunity to become Elder Ding Yangzi's disciple. He had originally planned to compete for a spot as an outer disciple in the upcoming Qishao competition, and now, he was more determined than ever. After calming himself, Chu Shaoye returned to the herb field, having left the little fox to rest on the bed in the hut earlier. After a while, the little fox finally regained its senses, stood up, and shook its fur. Its soft and fluffy coat regained its luster, with a white stream of light passing over it, making each hair tip shimmer with a dreamy white glow. The little fox raised its head and let out a long howl. In a flash of light, it transformed into its adult form, now the size of a medium-sized dog, with a fluffy tail even longer than its body. It had reached the third stage. After soaking in the medicinal liquid, the little fox, which had been stuck at a bottleneck, finally broke through. Chu Shaoye walked over, picked up the fox in his arms, and excitedly said, "Shuo, you've become a third-stage spirit beast." The little fox nuzzled against his neck, wagging its large tail, clearly happy as well. The residual pain from the medicinal liquid had vanished after its advancement. As an adult, the immaculate fox had shed its round and adorable appearance from its cub days. Its body lines had become more slender and graceful, adding a unique allure typical of the fox spirit beasts. Its once round eyes had transformed into elongated, almond-shaped ones, with the charm of its double eyelids becoming more pronounced. Where the little fox once perched on Chu Shaoye's shoulder, it now nestled in his arms, playfully seeking attention. Chu Shaoye gently squeezed its paw and asked, "Shuo, have you learned any new skills after advancing?" The little fox perked up, flipping out of Chu Shaoye's arms. Previously, at the second stage, it could only jump 2 meters high, but now, at the third stage, it could leap 3 to 4 meters. At the peak of its jump, a glowing white pattern appeared beneath its feet, allowing it to continue leaping. Patterns emerged in the air, and the little fox deftly maneuvered, seemingly flying as it stepped on them. Chu Shaoye was astonished. This was the step engineer skill. Such a skill was exceedingly rare, especially for an attributeless spirit beast like the little fox. It managed to create 5 patterns in total, which began to dissipate after being stepped on, leaving only 2 when it landed. But the surprises from the little fox didn't stop there. Upon landing, it suddenly lifted its tail and struck the ground, creating a deep fissure on the hard surface. The whiptail. The whiptail skill was similar to the iron tail skill, but much more flexible. Chu Shaoye had always thought the little fox's attack options were too limited, with only the claw strike as a skill. Now, with the whiptail, it was an unexpected delight. "Shuo." Chu Shaoye knelt on one knee, hugging the little fox with joy in his voice. "You're amazing. Both of these skills are fantastic." The little fox wagged its tail proudly, which was now as soft as cotton candy, contrasting its earlier iron-like appearance. The air was filled with a bitter medicinal aroma as Chu Shaoye sat in a wooden tub, his brow furrowed, eyes closed, enduring intense pain. This was his third body refining session, and he no longer needed to bite on a cloth to suppress his cries. Nearby, a small fox soaked in a basin of medicinal liquid, occasionally letting out soft whimpers, clearly not as tolerant as Chu Shaoye. A wood element sprite flitted between the man and the fox, using its life-giving skills, which consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Previously, Duanmu Dai could manage when taking turns, but now with both the man and the fox undergoing treatment simultaneously, she was feeling the strain. Duanmu Dai began cultivating spiritual techniques, absorbing spiritual energy to compensate for the depletion, which greatly benefited her, speeding up her progress compared to usual practice. In the herb field, Gu Yuan and Zhang Buwei were watering the medicinal plants, occasionally sneaking glances towards the direction of the hut. Zhang Buwei whispered, "Brother Gu, what are Sister Duanmu and Brother Chu doing? Bathing in the hut in broad daylight." Gu Yuan shook his head. "It's not a bath. The wooden tub contains a medicinal concoction made from spiritual herbs. Shaoye is undergoing body refinement." Zhang Buwei's eyes widened. Could that concoction be from Elder Ding Yangzi? Although phrased as a question, he was already convinced, thinking that without Elder Ding Yangzi's guidance, why would Duanmu Dai be here? Could it be that she's interested in Brother Chu? Gu Yuan nodded, recalling the power of that concoction with lingering fear. Last time, out of curiosity, he had dipped his hand into the mixture and, with just a touch, cried out in pain and fell to the ground, embarrassed. Looking up at the motionless Chu Shaoye in the tub, Gu Yuan was filled with admiration, wondering how Shaoye could seem impervious to the pain, completely submerged in the concoction without a single complaint. Was he even human? Zhang Buwei, though he hadn't experienced the concoction's potency, knew it must be excruciating, or else only Elder Danyangzi would have surpassed his talent limits all these years. Brother Chu was indeed extraordinary. Within days of arriving at the spiritual herb garden, he had gained Elder Danyangzi's favor. Once his strength increased, becoming an elder in the Qishao sect would be no problem. He had indeed chosen the right person to support. After half an hour, Chu Shaoye slowly stood up, stepped out of the tub, and picked up his clothes to dress. Despite the lingering pain, he was accustomed to it, moving as if he wasn't enduring the sensation of being cut by a dull blade. Duan Mudai slowly opened her eyes, emerging from her cultivation state, and asked, "How do you feel?" While drying the little fox, Chu Shaoye replied, "Much better than last time. I could endure another half hour without issue." Duan Mudai shook her head. The concoction isn't just about getting used to the pain, it's to strengthen your body. Soaking too long could lead to unsustainable absorption of the excess medicinal power, which could harm your body. Chu Shaoye nodded, understanding the principle that too much of anything can be detrimental. Duandai walked forward and gently stroked the fox, which had regained its fluffy coat but still seemed a bit wilted. She thought to herself, the potion can be used one more time, but for Shuawu, we'll need something different next time. She was surprised at how quickly it had advanced to a Tier 3 spiritual beast. Last time, Duandai mentioned that the fox's potion was personally prepared by Danyangzi, so she asked, "Is Elder Danyangzi still the one preparing the potion this time?" Duandai nodded and explained, "The potion for spiritual beasts is different from that for humans. It must be tailored to each beast. My skills in spiritual medicine aren't advanced enough to prepare it." Chu Shaoye was a bit hesitant. Although the ingredients for the potion were low-tier spiritual herbs, such large-scale consumption surely wasn't cheap. He felt uneasy, thinking about the saying, "If you eat someone's food, you're obligated to them," and didn't want to keep owing them. After some thought, he finally spoke up, "Sister Duandai, I'm sure the potion for Shuawu and me costs a lot. I can't use it for free. How about we calculate the cost, and I'll pay you?" Duandai was taken aback, not expecting Chu Shaoye to have such an idea. Most people would be secretly pleased to receive such a favor and wouldn't think of repaying it. "There's no need for that. These things are nothing to my master. Just don't let him down." Since Duandai said so, Chu Shaoye couldn't insist further. He thought that since both of them were alchemists, if he came across high-grade spiritual herbs in the future, he would definitely give them to her as a token of gratitude. Over the next month, Chu Shaoye's life became very routine. Every other day, he would undergo physical training, and on non-training days, he would go to the back mountain after work to train his spiritual pets. During this time, the little fox focused on 2 newly acquired skills and had become proficient in them. Its stepping skill had improved, with the number of array patterns it could form increasing from 5 to 7, showing significant progress. The 100 profound worm, after consuming the nirvana fruit, also underwent changes. Its round body became slender, and its jade-like skin now bore rings of spiritual patterns similar to the core of the nirvana fruit. Chu Shaoye counted carefully and found 5 patterns on the worm, with the first 4 clearly visible, while the 5th was faint and barely discernible. Once the 5th pattern solidified, the 100 profound worm would be able to absorb the fruit's medicinal power and could then consume the spotted silver cocoon. He estimated this process would take another month or 2, just in time to delay it until after the Qishao competition. With less than a month left until the Qishao competition, the atmosphere within the Qishao sect was noticeably different. The disciples, who usually chatted and joked, now had scrutinizing looks in their eyes, assessing each other's strength. More disciples appeared in the back mountain where Chu Shaoye trained, whereas before he might not encounter anyone all day, now there were more people than spiritual beasts. As the sun was about to set, Chu Shaoye stopped his training and prepared to leave. Just as he released the spirit deer, his ears picked up an unusual presence. He quietly retrieved the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse into his beast essence pouch and took out the qianqing hidden in his sleeve, then mounted the spirit deer as if nothing had happened. At that moment, several streaks of dark light flew towards him swiftly. Chu Shaoye was prepared, and with a swing of the qianqing, the sound of metal clashing rang out as 6 palm-length black wooden spikes fell to the ground. The little fox, alert, arched its back and growled lowly in the direction from which the spikes had come. "Shuawu," Chu Shaoye said calmly. "No need to be so tense. It's just a coward hiding in the shadows." The person hidden in the trees seemed provoked by this remark, and the sound of a tree snapping could be heard. Footsteps grew clearer, and the figure of the person emerged. "Chu, it's been a while, and it seems you've become even more arrogant." The familiar tone left Chu Shaoye speechless. Who was being arrogant here? Sure enough, it was Tu Jiarong who emerged, with a dark green plant spirit beast coiled around him. It had slender stems with a brownish red flower in bloom. The petals were fragmented and lacked any beauty, but the flower head was unusually large, filled with sharp, black glinting thorns. This was the ghost needle grassa 3rd level wood attributed plant spirit beast. Chu Shaoye said calmly. Tu Jiarong, have you forgotten that private duels between disciples are forbidden within the sect? Tu Jiarong scoffed disdainfully. There's no one else here who would know if I fought you privately? The petals of the ghost needle grass trembled, and the thorns inside the flower head made a clicking sound. After their last sparring match, Tu Jiarong's right-hand finger bones were fractured, and it took him a month to barely recover. Although those with spiritual powers heal faster than ordinary people, a broken bone still requires time to heal properly. However, Tu Jiarong couldn't wait any longer. With the Chi Shao Grand Tournament approaching, he needed to prepare well to achieve a good ranking. On the first day of training in the back mountain, he ran into the person responsible for his injury. Seeing Chu Shaoye made Tu Jiarong's right leg ache slightly. Was fate helping him by allowing him to encounter Chu Shaoye here for revenge? Tu Jiarong looked at Chu Shaoye with disdain in his eyes and said, I underestimated you last time, which is why you won. Today, with my spirit pet summoned, let's see how you win. Chu Shaoye thought Tu Jiarong was either delusional or had been praised too much in the spiritual herb garden, forgetting his own abilities. He didn't want to fight Tu Jiarong, but a barrage of ghost needles came his way. The little fox leaped up, launching a claw strike. A flash of white light, and the ghost needles were neatly sliced and fell to the ground. Tu Jiarong looked at the little fox, his disdain replaced by shock. How did your immaculate fox advance to the 3rd level? Chu Shaoye felt no obligation to answer. He directed the little fox forward, intending to quickly end this pointless battle. Shuiwu used dash and claw strike. Tu Jiarong was still in shock, and by the time he snapped back to reality, the little fox had already leapt, aiming a claw strike at the flower head of the ghost needle grass. Cold sweat broke out on Tu Jiarong's back as he hurriedly ordered, Leaf shield. The ghost needle grass's slender leaves gathered towards the center, shielding the flower head. But Tu Jiarong's command was too slow. Before the leaf shield could fully form, the little fox's claw strike hit. The flower head was sliced in half, and the half-formed leaf shield was scattered, with the ghost needle grass's leaves fluttering to the ground. A critical hit. Chu Shaoye didn't let the little fox continue attacking. He turned to Tu Jiarong and said, You're no match for me. Are you sure you want to continue? Tu Jiarong had been the top dog in the 3rd-level spiritual herb garden for too long to admit defeat to a 2nd-level spirit master. If word got out, how could he maintain his reputation? Recently, Tu Jiarong had been recovering in the dormitory. His 2 most loyal followers, one injured even worse than him, and the other taking care of them both, hadn't gone to the herb garden to work. At this moment, Tu Jiarong was unaware that the management rights of the herb garden had already been transferred to Chu Shaoye by the steward. He also didn't know about Chu Shaoye's close relationship with Elder Ding Yangzi and his friendship with Duan Mudai. If Tu Jiarong had known these things, he would never have dared to offend Chu Shaoye so easily. However, ignorant of the situation, he was determined to regain his lost dignity. Plant-type spirit beasts have a weaker sense of pain, and even though the ghost needle grass was severely injured, it still had some fight left in it. But relying solely on the ghost needle grass was not enough to defeat Chu Shaoye's little fox. Determined, Tu Jiarong summoned a green summoning circle that slowly appeared before him. Besides Chu Shaoye, he had never seen a spirit master summon 2 spirit pets to fight simultaneously. Unsure if Tu Jiarong had any hidden tricks, Chu Shaoye cautiously had his little fox take a few steps back. From the circle emerged a flower the size of a wash basin, resembling an orchid with a gradient of pink and white, beautiful yet vaguely strange. Upon closer inspection, Chu Shaoye noticed a pair of remarkably realistic insect eyes camouflaged on the flower's calyx. It turned out this was not a flower, but an insect-type spirit beast. Its 6 flat legs and raised abdomen formed the orchid petals, its slender neck mimicked the stem, and its head was the flower's base, with folded forelimbs resembling the calyx. Tu Jiarong smirked with pride. My orchid mantis, though only 3rd tier, has the talent of a 4th tier. Your little fox doesn't stand a chance. Chu Shaoye's expression remained unchanged, though he was confident that within the 3rd tier, no ordinary spirit beast could match his little fox. Tu Jiarong commanded the ghost needle grass to use its ghost needle skill again, and as the little fox dodged, the orchid mantis flew up to launch a slashing attack. Its scythe-like forelimbs slashed down fiercely as the little fox leaped into the air, seemingly unable to evade and left to endure the blow. Tu Jiarong's smile widened, convinced that few spirit pets could escape the combined assault of the ghost needle grass and orchid mantis. Chu Shaoye's fox was sure to be seriously injured, and victory seemed certain. However, Chu Shaoye remained unfazed, as his little fox had recently mastered 2 new skills, precisely for such situations. The orchid mantis aerial slash was something the little fox trained against hundreds of times daily. Shuiwu step on air. A luminous white pattern spread under the little fox's feet, allowing it to elegantly twist and leap away, effortlessly dodging the orchid mantis slash. It then launched a tail whip attack. A crack echoed like a whip striking, and though the orchid mantis tried to block with its arms, its lightweight insect body couldn't withstand the fox's powerful tail. The orchid mantis was flung to the ground like a cannonball, leaving a long trail in the dust. Tu Jiarong stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes. How is it possible? How did that fox dodge my orchid mantis strike? The orchid mantis shakily stood up, its scythe-like forelimbs now bearing several small cracks, its once pristine orchid form now ragged. Chu Shaoye calmly asked, "Do you want to continue?" With the red sky competition approaching, a severely injured spirit pet will need time to recover. Sweat beaded on Tu Jiarong's forehead as he realized that it wasn't just about his spirit pets being injured. After summoning 2 spirit pets, his spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain the battle. He had hoped to defeat Chu Shaoye's immaculate fox with one move, but things hadn't gone as planned. The figures of the ghost needle grass and orchid mantis gradually disappeared as Tu Jiarong withdrew them into his spirit domain. "I lost," he admitted. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow, surprised at Tu Jiarong's straightforward concession without excuses or threats. Red-faced and embarrassed, Tu Jiarong declared, "Whether it's in a physical fight or a spirit-beast battle, I, Tu Jiarong, admit defeat. From now on, you're the leader of the third-tier spirit herb garden." It was only then that Chu Shaoye realized Tu Jiarong was unaware that the steward had already given him the management rights to the herb garden, explaining why Tu Jiarong dared to seek revenge. After a moment of silence, Chu Shaoye decided it was best not to tell Tu Jiarong, avoiding provoking him into another fight. With a simple acknowledgement, he mounted his spirit deer and left. Tu Jiarong stood there, watching his retreating figure, thinking to himself that Chu Shaoye's arrogance was justified by his actual strength. Chu Shaoye rode his spirit deer back to Lumen Peak and saw Ji Yuntong as soon as he reached the dormitory entrance. Ji Yuntong waved excitedly and smiled. "You're finally back, junior brother Chu. It's not easy to catch a glimpse of you." Chu Shaoye was a bit surprised, as he hadn't seen Ji Yuntong since they last met in Qishao Town a month ago. He paused briefly and asked, "Senior sister Ji, is there something you need from me?" Ji Yuntong beamed with joy and replied, "Of course, there's great news. 3 days ago, our master advanced to the 5th rank, and today she received her official appointment as an elder of our Qishao sect." Chu Shaoye wasn't too surprised by the news. Ever since the incident with the demon spirit beast, it was only a matter of time before Fang Qingshan took the elder position. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations to Elder Fang." However, he wondered why Ji Yuntong sought him out, as this matter didn't concern him much. Even though he was now loosely affiliated with Fang Qingshan's faction, as a servant disciple, it wasn't his place to offer congratulations. His question was quickly answered by Ji Yuntong. "Master wants to see you, so come with me quickly." Just then, Ji Yuntong noticed the spirit deer behind Chu Shaoye and asked in surprise, "Hey, is this the spirit deer I lent you? How did it advance to the 3rd rank?" The spirit deer approached and affectionately nuzzled Ji Yuntong, clearly remembering its former owner. Chu Shaoye was reminded of something he had intended to tell senior sister Ji about the spirit deer, but had forgotten due to his busy schedule. He smiled slightly. "This spirit deer advanced to the 3rd rank a month ago. It has great potential. Senior sister Ji, you should take it back." Ji Yuntong gently stroked the deer's neck and said, "This spirit deer was my first mount. After contracting the Cheyenne beast, I paid it little attention. I didn't expect it to still be so attached to me." Feeling a twinge of guilt, she turned to Chu Shaoye and said, "Junior brother Chu, I'll give you this spirit deer. You've taken great care of it. If it were with me, it would never have reached the 3rd rank. The price of a well-trained 3rd rank spirit beast mount is quite high, at least 10 gold coins." Chu Shaoye didn't expect Ji Yuntong to give him the deer and was about to refuse when she stopped him. "Enough, don't refuse. I already have the Cheyenne beast, and keeping the deer is pointless. You don't have a suitable mount right now, so just accept it." Chu Shaoye still felt uneasy and sincerely said, "I do like this spirit deer a lot. How about I buy it from you, senior sister?" Ji Yuntong laughed and said, "You, refusing a gift. Don't I still owe you 28 gold coins? We'll just deduct it from that, and you take the spirit deer." Chu Shaoye nodded and put the deer back in the beast essence bag. Ji Yuntong grabbed his wrist and pulled him onto the Cheyenne beast. "All right, stop dawdling. We've wasted enough time, and master has been waiting." Fang Qingshan, when managing affairs, lived at the peak of Lumen Peak with other managers, having only a small courtyard of his own. Now, as an elder, he naturally moved to a better place, enjoying an independent peak. The peak assigned to Fang Qingshan was named Longsue Peak, which, as the name suggests, was lush and verdant with thriving vegetation. Ji Yuntong rode the Cheyenne beast to the palace at the peak, bringing Chu Shaoye along. It was Chu Shaoye's first time entering an elder's residence. The palace was intricately decorated, and its grandeur surpassed even the small courtyard of Qi Yulei, the manager of the medicine garden. Inside, Fang Qingshan sat, wearing an exquisite elder's robe. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of delight on his face. His life-bound spirit beast, the red-crested crane, was by his side. It had now reached the 5th tier, looking similar to when Chu Shaoye first saw it. but with an even more vibrant red crest. Ji Yuntong stepped forward respectfully and said, "Master, I have brought junior brother Chu back." Chu Shaoye bowed and greeted. Disciple Chu Shaoye greets Elder Fong. Fong Qingshan stroked his beard, assessing Chu Shaoye, and said kindly, "It's been over a month, and you've grown considerably. You've already become a second-tier spirit master." Chu Shaoye remained humble, responding, "Elder, you flatter me. My talents are average, and I must work diligently to keep up with my senior brothers." Fong Qingshan had heard about Chu Shaoye from Ji Yuntong and was surprised by his rapid progress, even defeating Ho San. Initially, Fong Qingshan had only accepted Chu Shaoye into the Qishao sect as a miscellaneous disciple as a favor to his junior, Lu Cheng. Unexpectedly, Chu Shaoye had surprised him greatly, uncovering the demon spirit beast and helping him surpass Wang Ruhai. Now, Fong Qingshan had become an elder, overseeing 5 peaks of miscellaneous disciples, with 12 managers under him, including his former rival Wang Ruhai. Naturally, he felt quite pleased. Though shrewd, Fong Qingshan was not one to forget favors. He recognized merits and faults clearly. According to Ji Yuntong, Chu Shaoye was steady, capable, and of excellent character, making him a valuable talent. Fong Qingshan said, "You need not be overly modest. You contributed to my becoming an elder. Today, I had Tonger bring you here to ask you something." Chu Shaoye looked up, feeling a bit tense. "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Fong Qingshan's sudden proposal surprised Chu Shaoye. He hadn't expected Fong Qingshan to want to take him as a disciple. If not for Duanmu Dai mentioning that Deng Yangzi also had similar intentions, this would undoubtedly be good news. Ji Yuntong was equally surprised that her master intended to take Chu Shaoye as a disciple and was delighted. Seeing Chu Shaoye hesitate, she urged him with her eyes to agree quickly. Fong Qingshan continued, "However, now that I'm an elder, any disciple I take must at least be an outer disciple. This is the sect's rule and cannot be broken. Do you have confidence in the upcoming Qishao competition?" Fong Qingshan's meaning was clear. If Chu Shaoye could rank in the top 10 of the Qishao competition, he would earn an outer disciple spot, and Fong Qingshan would take him as a disciple. This was like a pie falling from the sky for other miscellaneous disciples, as becoming an outer disciple was rare, and joining an elder's tutelage was even rarer. Had Duanmu Dai not mentioned Deng Yangzi's interest in taking him as a disciple, Chu Shaoye would have readily agreed. However, now he felt conflicted. Both elders were interested in him, and choosing one would inevitably offend the other. Chu Shaoye understood that while Deng Yangzi might be motivated by admiration, Fong Qingshan's intentions were more complex and interest-driven. They didn't necessarily have to take him as a disciple, but if he refused, they might feel slighted and hold it against him. Regardless of which elder, Chu Shaoye dared not offend either lightly. Even if he had his suspicions, this matter needed careful handling to achieve a win-win situation. Seeing Chu Shaoye silent for a while, Fong Qingshan thought to himself that this young man probably lacked confidence in making it to the top 10 of the Qishao competition. After all, he had only joined the sect a month ago. How could he compete with those miscellaneous disciples who had been in the sect for years? Just as Fong Qingshan was considering his misjudgment, Chu Shaoye spoke up. "Thank you for your favor, elder. I am confident I can make it to the top 10, but..." Fong Qingshan was slightly surprised, not expecting Chu Shaoye to speak so confidently, but he did not overlook the unfinished meaning in Chu Shaoye's words. "But what? Do you not wish to be my disciple?" Chu Shaoye immediately shook his head, showing a look of trepidation, and respectfully said, "It is an honor for me to be accepted as your disciple, elder. However, for the past month, I have been training under Elder Deng Yangzi." Chu Shaoye left his sentence unfinished, but Fong Qingshan understood his meaning, a look of shock appearing on his face. This young man had actually caught Deng Yangzi's attention and had been undergoing physical training for a month. Although he did not know the specifics of the training, the hardships were imaginable. Fong Qingshan's gaze turned complex. "I see. Since Elder Deng Yangzi has shown interest, I won't interfere." Chu Shaoye did not expect Fong Qingshan to be so agreeable. Although Deng Yangzi was a 6th-level spiritual master, 1 level higher than Qingshan, both were elders, and their status was not vastly different. However, regardless of the reason, Chu Shaoye indeed preferred to study under Deng Yangzi. Deng Yangzi not only could help him break through his talent limitations, but he also appreciated Deng Yangzi's quirky, yet genuine personality, willing to help a miscellaneous disciple with no connections, unlike Fong Qingshan, whose motives seemed too obvious. Even if he accepted him as a disciple, it would probably only be as a nominal one, vastly different from a direct disciple like Ji Yuntong. Fong Qingshan's easy concession, without any sign of blame, was undoubtedly a relief for Chu Shaoye. He discreetly breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Fong Qingshan. After a brief surprise, Fong Qingshan quickly thought of many things. In reality, Chu Shaoye being Deng Yangzi's disciple was more beneficial to him than being his own. Although Deng Yangzi only managed the Weiwei Peak, seemingly not as prestigious as him, the new elder overseeing 3 miscellaneous disciple peaks, in terms of strength and status, Ding Yangzi was second only to the sect master's favored disciple, Hong Yi. There were factional struggles among the high ranks of the Qishao sect, and having Chu Shaoye as a connection would inevitably bring him closer to Ding Yangzi than others. Having understood this, Fang Qingshan kindly said, "Not many catch Elder Ding Yangzi's eye. You must seize this opportunity." Chu Shaoye lowered his gaze respectfully. "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Elder." Ji Yuntong had been listening on the side, initially anxious as Chu Shaoye hesitated, wishing she could agree on his behalf. Her master was already an elder, and others sought apprenticeship in vain. Yet Chu Shaoye hesitated. Unexpectedly, moments later, she was proven wrong as Chu Shaoye had already caught Elder Ding Yangzi's favor. She had hoped to become his close senior sister, but it seemed fate had other plans. This young man had inexplicably struck luck, with two elders willing to take him as a disciple. While Ji Yuntong was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Fang Qingshan call her, "Tong." Startled, she snapped back to attention and respectfully replied, "Master." Seeing her regain her composure, Fang Qingshan gently stroked his short beard and continued, "There's actually something very important I need to discuss with you today." Ji Yuntong and Chu Shaoye immediately perked up, listening intently to Fang Qingshan's words. If the elder mentioned it as important, it must be significant. This year, the sect leader is in seclusion, and Qing Ji and Hong Ji have been entrusted with overseeing sect affairs. They believe the process of the Qishao tournament has become overly complicated and want to reform it. Fang Qingshan's voice was calm and steady. Chu Shaoye was taken aback, realizing this was indeed a major issue. He had previously inquired in detail about the tournament's process from Ren Xingping. The competitions for inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples were held separately. For servant disciples, the largest group with over 3,500 members, at least 2,000 would register for the tournament. These 2,000 were divided into 100 groups of 20, competing in pairs to determine 3 winners from each group. These 300 winners would then be regrouped into sets of 10 to compete again, eventually narrowing down to 1 winner per group. The final 30 would qualify for the finals. This process was complex and lengthy, taking about half a month even though servant disciples weren't particularly strong. Therefore, Qing Ji and Hong Ji proposed reforms, which all the elders agreed to, believing the current method wasted too much time, especially since the sect had many other affairs to handle. During the tournament, disciples couldn't attend to their duties. However, the exact changes haven't been decided yet. Fang Qingshan continued. Qing Ji and Hong Ji's idea is to open the sect's 3 trial grounds to all participating disciples. Points would be awarded based on the quality of spiritual beasts, herbs, and minerals obtained within the trial grounds, with the top-ranking participants advancing to the finals. The precise format is still being finalized, but that's the general idea. It will be announced in a couple of days, and the tournament might be moved up, so you should prepare early. Fang Qingshan had been summoned to Weiyun Peak that morning, where, in the presence of other elders, Qing Ji and Hong Ji appointed him as an elder. This matter was discussed among them, and currently, only the high-ranking members of the Qishao sect and the personal disciples of the elders were aware of this news. Chu Shaoye could imagine the shock among other disciples once news of the tournament reforms was released. Fang Qingshan considered sharing this with Chu Shaoye as a small favor, reasoning that even if he didn't tell him, Chu Shaoye would eventually hear it from Ding Yangzi, so he might as well go along with it. As Ji Yuntong escorted Chu Shaoye off Diekui Peak, she feigned dissatisfaction, saying, "Junior brother Chu, you really know how to keep secrets. You didn't tell me that Elder Ding Yangzi had his eye on you as a disciple." Chu Shaoye chuckled helplessly. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you, senior sister Ji, but since it's not set in stone yet, I didn't want to brag prematurely." Ji Yuntong walked backward, facing Chu Shaoye, teasingly saying, "Junior brother Chu, you're too modest. Remember, excessive modesty is just another form of pride." Chu Shaoye felt a bit awkward but knew Ji Yuntong was joking, so he didn't argue. Ji Yuntong sighed slightly, a hint of regret in her voice. "I was actually quite happy, thinking you'd join our master's tutelage, making you my junior brother for real." Chu Shaoye felt a warmth in his heart and sincerely replied, "Senior sister Ji, you already treat me like a real junior brother." Ji Yuntong beamed. "As long as you know. Just don't forget your senior sister Ji Yuntong when you make it big." Chu Shaoye rode his spiritual deer back to Lumang Peak and pushed open the door, only to see a familiar figure in Xingping had returned. Typically, disciples entering the trial ground stay for several days. Ren Xingping had only gone the day before. How was he back already? Seeing Chu Shaoye return, Ren Xingping waved and smiled. "Brother Chu, you're just in time. Help me apply some medicine." "Medicine? Are you injured?" Chu Shaoye quickly walked over and saw that Ren Xingping's clothes were half off, revealing his shoulder covered in bruised whip marks, with traces of blood seeping through. Chu Shaoye was taken aback. "Brother Ren, didn't you go to the trial grounds? How did you get so badly hurt?" Ren Xingping handed him a bottle of medicine and said nonchalantly, "The trial grounds aren't without danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called trials. I was unlucky this time and encountered a fourth-tier vine demon. Almost got strangled. Vine demons are fourth tier would attribute spiritual beasts resembling tangled vines, with strong camouflage abilities, often attacking unexpectedly with vine tendrils. Chu Shaoye suddenly understood why Ren Xingping's injuries looked like whip marks. He scooped some ointment, warmed it in his palm, and carefully applied it to Ren Xingping's shoulder. As soon as his hand touched the skin, Ren Xingping couldn't help but hiss and take a sharp breath. Chu Shaoye immediately hesitated, but Ren Xingping, after recovering, sat up straight, exposing his swollen shoulder, and resolutely said, "Brother Chu, go ahead and apply it. I can take it." Looking at Ren Shengping's shoulder, swollen like a bun, Chu Shaoye hesitated. "Brother Ren, are you sure your bones aren't injured? Maybe we should have a healer take a look." "No need. I know my body," Ren Xingping confidently replied. Although the injuries looked severe, he believed they were only superficial wounds. With that assurance, Chu Shaoye didn't press further and placed his hand on Ren Xingping's most swollen upper arm. "Ah!" Ren Xingping let out a scream, writhing in pain on the ground. Chu Shaoye's hand hovered in the air, knowing it would hurt, but Ren Xingping's reaction seemed overly dramatic. It seemed wise to have a spiritual healer examine him. Spiritual healers have high status and are costly. Seeking their help requires not just money, but also connections. Among the healers Chu Shaoye knew were Ding Yangzi, Duanmu Dai, and Gu Yuan, who barely qualified. Ren Xingping's injuries, though severe, didn't warrant Ding Yangzi or Duanmu Dai's involvement. Gu Yuan would suffice. Conveniently, Gu Yuan lived nearby on the Servant Disciples Peak next to Lumang Peak. Chu Shaoye helped Ren Xingping onto the bed, instructing him to stay still, then rode his spiritual deer to find Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was studying medical books in his dormitory and immediately agreed to help when Chu Shaoye asked him to treat someone. Although he had learned some healing arts, he hadn't practiced yet. The two hurried back to the dormitory on Lumang Peak, with Chu Shaoye briefly explaining Ren Xingping's situation to Gu Yuan on the way. Ren Xingping had just endured excruciating pain, so he dared not move again and obediently lay on the bed. However, his arm was now even more swollen, almost as thick as his thigh, clearly a result of Chu Shaoye's earlier pressing. Gu Yuan noticed this and asked in surprise, "How did it get so bad?" Both Chu Shaoye and Ren Xingping felt a bit awkward, with one touching his nose and the other clearing his throat, knowing that the injury wasn't actually that severe. Ren Xingping changed the subject and asked, "Who is this young man?" Chu Shaoye replied, "This is my colleague from the Lingyao Garden, Gu Yuan, who is skilled in herbal medicine." Ren Xingping was surprised. "So this is the herbalist you invited, Brother Chu. Young Brother Gu, you're quite accomplished for your age." Gu Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment, quickly said humbly, "Brother Ren, you're overpraising me. I only know a bit about herbal medicine and am not yet a herbalist. Just call me Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan stepped forward and gently pressed Ren Shengping's shoulder and arm, confirming there were no fractures, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it's just a surface wound, no bone damage." Ren Xingping held back his pain, relieved that he hadn't misjudged despite the earlier pain from Chu Shaoye's pressing. However, Gu Yuan continued, "The external wound is quite severe, so we can't apply medicine directly. We need to let some blood first." Ren Xingping tensed up, his voice a bit shaky. How do we let blood?" Gu Yuan took a small, well-sharpened knife from his storage bag and reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Ren, just a small cut on your forearm will do." Ren Xingping swallowed hard, feeling a bit resigned to his fate. "All right, go ahead." Chu Shaoye stepped forward to help lift his arm. Gu Yuan marked a spot on Ren Xingping's arm and decisively made the cut. Ren Xingping's heart was in his throat as he watched Gu Yuan's knife intently. The blade, sharpened with care, was thin and sharp, making a small incision almost painlessly. A few seconds later, a line of blood appeared where the knife had cut, followed by a flow of dark, clotted blood. Gu Yuan silently breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his confident appearance, this was his first time making an incision, and he was understandably nervous. "Brother Ren, once the clotted blood flows out, you'll be fine." Before Gu Yuan could finish, he heard a thud and looked up to see Ren Xingping had fainted on the bed. Gu Yuan and Chu Shaoye exchanged glances, and Gu Yuan asked in confusion, "I made the cut quickly. It shouldn't have hurt. What happened to Brother Ren?" Chu Shaoye, recalling Ren Xingping's earlier reactions, replied with a mix of helplessness and amusement, "Don't worry, he's probably just fainted at the sight of blood." Gu Yuan looked at Ren Xingping in surprise, thinking how this seemingly strong and imposing Brother Ren could faint at the sight of blood. However, with Ren Xingping unconscious, it would be easier to proceed with the treatment without further interruptions. As the clotted blood drained, Ren Xingping's swollen arm reduced significantly in size, though still thicker than his other arm, but it looked less alarming. Gu Yuan mixed several herbs to improve blood circulation and reduce swelling, applied the concoction on the wound, and wrapped it securely, leaving Ren Xingping looking like a half-mummy. "There, that should do it." Gu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief. This was his first time treating a patient, and although the condition wasn't serious and the procedure was simple, he felt a small sense of accomplishment. Chu Shaoye brewed a pot of tea and invited, "Come have a drink. Brother Rin should wake up soon." Gu Yuan nodded, joined him for tea, and they quietly waited for Rin Xingping to regain consciousness. Rin Xingping fainted only for a short while, and by the time Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan had finished 2 cups of tea, he had woken up. Concerned, Gu Yuan asked, "Brother Rin, you're awake. How do you feel?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rin Xingping wanted to touch his head, but realized his arm was wrapped like a cloth stick and couldn't be lifted. He felt much better. Not only was there no pain, but there was also a refreshing sensation. He praised Gu Yuan, saying, "You really have magical healing hands." Gu Yuan blushed slightly and modestly replied, "Brother Rin, you overpraise me." After exchanging a few polite words, Rin Xingping slowly sat up from the bed and moved to sit by the table. His right arm and hand were tightly bandaged, making it difficult for him. "Gu Yuan, how long will it take for my arm to heal?" he asked. Gu Yuan shook his head and responded seriously, "A few days won't be enough. Although the bone wasn't injured, the muscle and tendon strain is severe. It will take at least half a month to recover." Half a month? Rin Xingping's voice involuntarily rose, feeling anxious. "How can that be? The competition is in a month, and I still need to train." Gu Yuan sighed. "There's no choice, Brother Rin. You need to let your injury heal properly and can't train for now. Otherwise, if it worsens, it won't heal in a month." Rin Xingping felt very frustrated, thinking that the leave he had painstakingly obtained was now wasted due to the injury. However, his sense of luck was soon shattered when Chu Shaoye suddenly said, "I went to see Elder Fong today." Rin Xingping was slightly surprised, knowing that Chu Shaoye had been introduced to the Qishao sect by Fong Qingshan, who was now an elder. For an elder to personally meet a servant disciple, it must be something important. Sure enough, Chu Shaoye continued, "Elder Fong said that this year's Qishao competition content will change." The Qishao competition had not changed since its inception, which was decades ago, and no one expected a change this year. This news was shocking, and both Rin Xingping and Gu Yuan were stunned and eagerly asked, "Do you know how it will change?" Chu Shaoye then relayed Fong Qingshan's words. Although Fong Qingshan had warned not to spread the news, Rin Xingping and Gu Yuan were trusted by Chu Shaoye, and he believed they wouldn't speak out of turn. Besides, the news would eventually be announced and known to everyone. Rin Xingping murmured, "They're going to open the trial grounds." Chu Shaoye nodded. "That's right. But Brother Ren, you don't need to worry. You've already been training in the trial grounds for over a month and are familiar with the environment, which gives you an advantage over others." Ren Xingping's expression was complex. He was both grateful for having invested in training in the trial grounds and frustrated about getting injured just before the competition. "Brother Chu, you mentioned the competition might be moved forward. It wouldn't start within this half month, would it? What about my injury?" Chu Shaoye shook his head. "I don't know about that, but Elder Fong said the specific competition details aren't finalized yet. I think it will take at least half a month to sort everything out, so there's no need to worry." Hearing this, Ren Xingping felt a bit relieved. Gu Yuan originally hadn't planned to participate in this Qishao competition, knowing his own strength might lead to an early elimination. However, with the change in competition format, he was now considering giving it a try. Although his strength wasn't formidable enough to compete with powerful spirit beasts, he had extensive knowledge of various spirit plants, which allowed him to earn some points. Even if he couldn't reach the finals, experiencing the trial grounds would be a worthwhile opportunity. The entry fee for the trial grounds was not cheap, something an ordinary servant disciple like him couldn't normally afford. Gu Yuan became curious and asked Ren Xingping, "Brother Ren, could you tell me what the trial grounds are like?" Among the three of them, only Ren Xingping had ever been to the trial grounds and had the most experience. Ren Xingping smiled slightly and replied, "I've only been to the third-level trial grounds. It's somewhat like the back mountain, but the terrain is flatter, and there are a lot more spirit beasts." Glancing at his arm, he continued, "I've been training on the outskirts of the trial grounds for a while. Although I've encountered many third-level spirit beasts, I could always escape even if I couldn't defeat them." He recalled with a bitter smile, "Once, I ventured toward the center of the trial grounds and got tangled by a fourth-level vine demon. If I hadn't run fast and been strong, I might have lost this arm." Gu Yuan listened with trepidation, swallowing nervously. He thought to himself that he couldn't handle even third-level spirit beasts, let alone fourth-level ones. It seemed he was better off sticking to the outskirts of the trial grounds to survive. Chu Shaoye interjected, "This news will be announced in a few days. I'm just giving everyone a heads up. Brother Ren, focus on recovering these next few days." Ren Xingping nodded in agreement. "Let's not worry about it now. The content of the competition is decided by the sect leader and the elders, so our guesses are pointless." He stood up and gratefully said, "I must thank you both today. If it weren't for Brother Chu bringing Brother Gu to treat my injury, my arm would be useless. Dinner's on me." Chu Shaoye didn't decline. Considering their relationship, accepting a meal was no big deal. Ren Xingping took them to the same dining hall where he had treated Chu Shaoye last time, and the dishes they ordered today were even more sumptuous. After finishing their meal and leaving the dining hall, Ren Xingping took out a spirit pill and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, this spirit pill is from my hunt in the trial grounds. Consider it your payment for treating me. The light blue pill shimmered with a misty aura, full of spiritual energy, clearly a third-level spirit pill. Gu Yuan quickly waved his hands. Brother Ren, a third-level spirit pill is too valuable. The medicine I used wasn't worth that much. Ren Xingping insisted. My injury won't heal in a day or two, and I'll need your help changing the bandages later. Consider it all part of the payment. Despite this, Gu Yuan still felt that a third-level spirit pill was too extravagant and doubted his worthiness as a spirit medicine practitioner. Chu Shaoye patted his shoulder. Just take it. It's what you deserve. Otherwise, Brother Ren might feel awkward coming to you for help in the future. With both of them insisting, Gu Yuan reluctantly accepted the pill. Just as he was about to put it in his storage bag, a cool female voice suddenly spoke. The three turned to see a tall, beautiful woman in a water blue dress approaching. Ren Xingping was momentarily stunned before recognizing her and bowing. Greetings, Sister Yuan. Although Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan didn't know her, they followed suit. Greetings, Sister Yuan. Yuan Xiaorong nodded slightly and asked Gu Yuan, Junior brother, would you be willing to sell me that third-grade water attribute elixir? Gu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that senior Sister Yuan had her eyes on the elixir in his hand, and felt a bit troubled. This elixir was just given to him by Ren Xingping, and it seemed inappropriate to sell it right away. Sensing that her question might have been a bit abrupt, Yuan Xiaorong asked, Is your contract spirit pet also of the water attribute? Gu Yuan shook his head and replied honestly, No, my contract spirit pets are all of the wood attribute. That's good then. Yuan Xiaorong flipped her hand and took out a light green elixir from her storage bracelet, saying, How about we trade? This is a third-grade wood attribute elixir, which would be more beneficial for your spirit pets. Gu Yuan looked at the wood attribute elixir in her hand, feeling tempted and unsure of what to decide. At that moment, Ren Xingping subtly tugged at him and said to Yuan Xiaorong, We are willing to trade. Yuan Xiaorong nodded, not paying much attention to their small interaction. She was only interested in the water attribute elixir. Her life-bound spirit beast was a feathered white egret, with both wind and water attributes, and her other contract spirit pets shared these attributes. Unfortunately, in the region of the Qishao sect, water attribute spirit beasts were rare, and water attribute elixirs even more so. The third-grade water attribute elixir she just traded for was perfect for the young water kite bird she had recently contracted. After the exchange, Yuan Xiaorong summoned her life-bound spirit beast. From a summoning circle glowing with purple light emerged a large egret with snow-white feathers. She nodded slightly to the three as a farewell, then mounted the egret and soared into the sky. As the egret flapped its wings, with a wingspan of nearly 6 meters, a strong gust of wind blew, making the robes of the three flutter noisily. Chu Shaoye watched the egret become smaller in the sky, his eyes filled with admiration. That spirit pet is actually 5th grade, even higher than the red-crested crane I saw when I first met Fang Qingshan. Gu Yuan, also filled with admiration, asked, Senior Brother Ren, who is this senior Sister Yuan? She seems really impressive. Ren Xingping withdrew his gaze and said leisurely, Of course she's impressive. Senior Sister Yuan is a 5th-grade spirit master and one of the top 5 inner disciples, on par with the elders. Gu Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Truly impressive. Ren Xingping then summoned his life-bound spirit beast, a 3-tailed green ox, and reminded him, Inner disciples usually don't come to this area. It was our luck to meet Senior Sister Yuan today. If it had been another inner disciple who wanted that water attribute elixir, we might not have been so fortunate. We probably wouldn't even have had the chance to trade for an elixir with a matching attribute. Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a chill and clutched his storage bag containing the elixirs, wondering, would other inner disciples just take it by force? Not quite, Ren Xingping chuckled, but a bit of disdain and mockery would be inevitable. Inner disciples are like the clouds in the sky, while we servant disciples are like the mud on the ground, easily trampled by anyone. Although Ren Xingping's words were somewhat extreme, Gu Yuan felt the truth in them. It's not just the inner and outer disciples who look down on servant disciples. Even the servant disciples often look down on themselves. Before arriving at the Spirit Herb Garden, Chu Shaoye, as a menial disciple, wasn't very popular and was often bullied by his peers. In this world, strength indeed dictates reason, and the one with the stronger fist holds the truth. As Chu Shaoye and Gyuan rode their spirit beasts back, Chu Shaoye was filled with curiosity about the 5 chief inner disciples mentioned by Ren Xingping, so he asked, Brother Ren, who exactly are the 5 chiefs you mentioned earlier? Gu Yuan was also interested in the topic and looked at Ren Xingping with anticipation. Ren Xingping stroked his chin and replied, One of them is Sister Yuan Xiaorong, whom we just met. Then there's Brother Tsin Bufan, Brother Xiao Chuyong, Brother Xiao Ying, and the last one, well, Junior Brother Chu, you already know her sister Duanmu Dai. Chu Shaoye was surprised to hear that Duanmu Dai was also one of the chiefs. Gu Yuan seemed equally taken aback and asked, "Aren't all the chief disciples supposed to be at the 5th tier of the spirit master level? Sister Duanmu is only at the 4th tier. Can she still be a chief?" Ren Shengping sighed. Inner disciples are generally at the 4th tier of the spirit master level, which is the limit of their talent. Even if they break through to the 5th or 6th tier in the future, it would take many years. These 5 chiefs, however, have either already reached the 5th tier before the age of 30 or have the potential to do so. Think about it. A 5th tier spirit master at 30 and at 50 are not the same. Chu Shaoye nodded slightly, understanding that being a chief is not only about current rank, but also future potential. However, he had another question. If these chief disciples are as strong as the elders, why are they still just disciples? Ren Xingping explained. Although the chief disciples' strength can rival that of the elders, they are still young and lack experience. Once they turn 30, they step down from the chief position and take on the role of an elder. However, even as chiefs, their status and authority are nearly equivalent to that of elders. They enjoy many privileges, such as not having to wear the inner disciple uniforms, only needing to carry a jade token that signifies their status. Chu Shaoye suddenly understood. No wonder Duanmu Dai always wore green dresses. He had thought inner disciples could choose not to wear uniforms, but it turns out this is a privilege for chiefs. The next day, Chu Shaoye intended to visit the trial grounds before the changes to the competition content were announced, but when he arrived at the entrance, he learned that the grounds would be closed for maintenance. Unlike the open back mountain, the trial grounds were enclosed, and the spirit beasts inside couldn't reproduce naturally after being hunted, making it hard to maintain their numbers. Therefore, the trial grounds were periodically closed for a few days to replenish the spirit beasts and adjust their ranks, moving advanced beasts to higher-level trial grounds. The disciples in the sect were used to this, and although the closure was sudden, no one thought much of it, assuming it was routine maintenance. Chu Shaoye, knowing the inside story, felt a bit disappointed. Good opportunities are indeed hard to come by. Since he couldn't enter the trial grounds, he went to the herb garden. Lately, he had been busy with physical training, leaving the spirit herb garden work to Zhang Buwei. Chu Shaoye didn't exploit Zhang Buwei's labor through power, but compensated him well by giving all his extra spirit herbs to Zhang Buwei. The watering of the spirit herb fields each morning had already been done by Gyun and Zhang Buwei. Chu Shaoye checked on the growth of the spirit herbs and felt they seemed to be wilting more. However, Gyun assured him that although they looked half dead, the herbs were actually very resilient and rarely died. Chu Shaoye wondered if it was just his imagination and didn't think much of it, heading to the hut to begin his cultivation. After deciding to participate in the competition, Gyun realized he needed to enhance his abilities. Even though there were only a few days left until the event, he figured that cramming was better than being completely unprepared. His primary spirit beast was the cluster starflower, and his secondary contracted spirit pet was the money grass turtle, both of which had wood attributes. The money grass turtle was a 3rd-tier spirit beast, but Gyuan's turtle had only matured to the 2nd tier, about the size of 2 palms, with a yellow-brown body and a shell that appeared green, as if covered by a thin layer of moss. Inspired by Chu Shaoye's 100 profound insects, Gyuan placed the cluster star flower on the back of the money grass turtle, allowing the stationary flower to move with the turtle. However, the turtle remained motionless on the ground, refusing to budge despite Gyuan's calls, leaving him sweating with frustration. Chu Shaoye, witnessing such a disobedient spirit beast for the first time, asked in surprise, "What's wrong with your money grass turtle? Is it sick?" Gyuan replied with a wry smile, "It's just lazy. It won't move from one spot for weeks." Chu Shaoye found it odd as well. While turtle spirit beasts generally moved slowly, one as lazy as Gyuan's was indeed rare. He suggested, "You could try tempting it with spirit pills or plants." This trick had never failed him when dealing with the 100 profound insects. Gyuan displayed the spirit pill in his hand, the very wood attribute pill he had exchanged with Yuan Shaorong, and said with a bitter smile, "I've tried that. It doesn't even budge for a 3rd-tier spirit pill. That's really troublesome, if even a 3rd-tier spirit pill doesn't work." Gyuan sighed and confided in Chu Shaoye, "I contracted this money grass turtle in the back mountain. I tripped over something, thinking it was a stone, but it turned out to be this turtle. It neither attacked nor fled when it saw me, and I thought it was fate. Since I couldn't contract a better spirit beast on my own, I made a contract with it. Who knew it would be such a lazybones?" Feeling a bit deflated, Gyuan poked the turtle's shell, but the money grass turtle remained motionless, seemingly determined to continue loafing around. Faced with such a spirit beast, there was little he could do. However, Chu Shaoye believed that any spirit beast could improve with training. It was just a matter of finding the right method and teaching accordingly. He thought for a moment and decided that since food temptation didn't work, they should try the crisis motivation method. A green summoning array unfolded, and a small fox leapt out of the pattern. As usual, the little fox jumped into Chu Shaoye's arms upon being summoned, forgetting that it was no longer small enough to perch comfortably on his shoulder. Chu Shaoye stumbled back a step, but managed to catch the fox, chuckling. Shu, you're not a little fox anymore. The fox let out a whimper, as if realizing its recklessness, and immediately jumped down from Chu Shaoye's arms. Gu Yuan watched enviously, thinking how obedient others' spirit pets were, unlike his own, which was as useful as a rock even after contracting. Chu Shaoye suggested, since it's too lazy to move on its own, why not have Shui Wu train with it? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Of course, but won't that disrupt your and Shui Wu's training? Chu Shaoye replied with a smile. No, Shui Wu usually trains this way anyway. Seeing Gu Yuan's agreement, Chu Shaoye crouched down and gave the little fox a few instructions, reminding it to be careful not to actually hurt the money turtle. After all, the little fox was now a third-tier spirit beast, and dealing with a second-tier money turtle was like cutting through butter. The little fox puffed out its chest and let out a howl, indicating it understood. The money turtle, lounging nearby, lazily lifted its eyelids, listening to the group plotting loudly around it, then closed its eyes again. The little fox approached the money turtle and gently tapped its shell with its paw. This time, the money turtle finally moved, slowly retracting its head and limbs into its shell. No matter how the little fox poked and prodded, the money turtle remained motionless, truly becoming a withdrawn turtle. Gu Yuan, witnessing this, covered his face in embarrassment, thinking to himself that he wished he could find a hole to hide in to avoid the shame. The little fox was also furious. This cowardly turtle was a disgrace to spirit beasts. It momentarily forgot Chu Shaoye's instructions and unleashed a claw strike. 3 white arcs shot towards the turtle's shell. Gu Yuan's heart tightened. Although the money turtle embarrassed him, he would still feel distressed if it got hurt. Chu Shaoye was also alarmed, fearing the little fox might injure the money turtle, but seeing the claw strike's arc was short and shallow, he realized the little fox had held back, and he was relieved. The little fox was very close to the money turtle, and the claw strike almost reached instantly. Just as it was about to hit the shell, the turtle's shell turned a grayish-brown, like tree bark. With a tearing sound, the claw strike left 3 shallow white marks on the shell, but once the grayish-brown color faded, there was no trace left. Although the little fox held back, the fact that the money turtle, being a tier lower, remained unscathed was surprising. Chu Shaoye exclaimed, "That's the wood transformation skill." The little fox was also surprised. This cowardly turtle had some skills. Intrigued, it launched another claw strike, this time with noticeably more force. The money turtle did not choose to use the wood transformation skill again, but instead quickly extended its limbs and scurried across the ground. The claw strike raised dust, but the money turtle had already crawled 5 meters away, its short legs moving so fast they were just a blur. Chu Shaoye looked at Gu Yuan. Your money turtle may be lazy, but it's quite fast when it runs. Gu Yuan was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Is this really the lazybones that can't even be bothered to eat its spirit pills? Can it really run this fast? The little fox chased the money turtle around the open space. Although the money turtle had strong bursts of speed, being a tier lower than the little fox, it was soon caught up. The money turtle retracted its limbs again, but this time it wasn't retreating, it spun rapidly, shooting out countless coin-sized leaves from its shell. The little fox, not expecting this move, had to use its skill to leap into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. The dense barrage of copper coin leaves hit the ground, creating small pits. While not very powerful, the attack would have been tough to dodge entirely if the little fox hadn't jumped. Chu Shaoye looked at Gu Yuan with suspicion. Isn't your training going well? Gu Yuan's face flushed red. Although he had a contract with the money turtle for over half a year, he had never successfully trained it even once. He thought to himself, this cowardly turtle had been hiding its true abilities all along, performing for him. If it weren't for Chu Shaoye's little fox training with it today, he wouldn't have known for how long he had been deceived. If the copper money grass turtle knew Gu Yuan's thoughts, it would surely feel wronged. It didn't intentionally hide anything. It's just naturally lazy. If it hadn't initially thought that Gu Yuan wasn't particularly ambitious as a spirit master, it would never have formed a contract with him. How nice it would be for both master and pet to lazily idle away their days together. Unexpectedly, the spirit master suddenly decided to train it. Although the copper money grass turtle performed quite well, it was no match for the little fox in a solo fight, especially after its 2 skills were exposed. Chu Shaoye then asked Gu Yuan to summon the cluster star flower to fight alongside the copper money grass turtle against the little fox. The turtle was responsible for dodging and defense, while the flower took on the main attack. This way, even summoning 2 spirit beasts to battle at once wasn't too taxing for Gu Yuan. Seeing the spirit pet's training gradually getting on track, Chu Shaoye stepped aside to practice his spiritual cultivation technique. After a month of training, he felt that the spiritual energy within him had accumulated to a breakthrough point, and he sensed that today he would advance to the 3rd tier. In fact, if Chu Shaoye hadn't been focusing on body refinement during this time, he would have broken through 7 or 8 days earlier. Body refinement not only strengthened his physique, but also expanded the capacity of his spiritual storage, requiring him to absorb several times more spiritual energy than other spirit masters to break through. The spirit herb garden was filled with many spirit grasses, and the spiritual energy was already dense. In the entire Qishao sect, apart from Iju Peak, the spiritual energy of Werroway Peak was the most abundant. Tiny sparks of spiritual light drifted from the spirit grasses, forming a river of invisible points of light that flowed into Chu Shaoye's body. The cycle of spiritual energy in this world accelerated, and the spirit grasses swayed without wind, most notably the moonlight grass in the herb field, which emitted a bright moonlight even during the day. This nearly lifeless spirit herb field suddenly revived with a hint of vitality. Unfortunately, no one witnessed this remarkable sight, as Chu Shaoye was focused on his cultivation, and Guiyuan was busy directing the training of the spirit pets, neither noticing the changes in the herb field. As the morning passed, the river of spiritual energy gathered into the sea, and the spiritual energy within Chu Shaoye finally broke through the bottleneck, flowing into a more expansive spiritual sea. He felt as if his whole body was being washed by clear spring water, refreshing and delightful. Is this what it feels like to advance to a third-tier spirit master? Stopping the operation of his spiritual cultivation technique, Chu Shaoye walked to the open space in front of the hut and saw Guiyuan sitting cross-legged in cultivation, his spirit pets already withdrawn, likely having exhausted their spiritual energy. The little fox was playing by chasing butterflies in the herb field, and, upon seeing Chu Shaoye approach, leapt lightly to land in front of him. The little fox naturally sensed Chu Shaoye's breakthrough. As the spirit master grew stronger, the spirit pet would also benefit. The little fox's snow-white fur gleamed with a faint pearly sheen, appearing even smoother and softer. As Chu Shaoye gently stroked the little fox's fluffy neck, he felt as though something was missing. After thinking carefully, he realized that the 100-flower raccoon had yet to appear today. Usually, as soon as he stepped into the herb field, the raccoon would pop out from somewhere, begging for spirit pills. Yet today, after spending half a day in the herb field, the raccoon still hadn't shown up. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The due date for Bai Huali was approaching, and he wondered if today might be the day she gave birth. With this thought in mind, he couldn't sit still and got up to head towards the small grove. When he first saw Bai Huali, her nest under the tree roots had been destroyed by a little fox, forcing her to abandon it and choose a hidden tree hollow as her new home. Chu Shaoye knew the location of this new nest. As soon as he entered the grove, he heard a faint, weak meow. The sound made him uneasy, suggesting that something was wrong. He hurried forward, pushing aside the parasitic plants growing over the tree hollow. A strong scent of blood hit him immediately. Bai Huali lay inside, with a lot of blood around her hindquarters, yet her belly was still swollen, indicating that the cubs hadn't been born yet. Chu Shaoye realized this was serious. It seemed she was having a difficult labor and had been struggling for a long time. The little fox, smelling the blood, was also anxious, peering into the hollow from the tree trunk. Seeing Chu Shaoye, a faint glimmer of hope appeared in Bai Huali's eyes, and she let out a feeble meow, as if pleading for help for herself and her unborn cubs. Chu Shaoye's heart ached, and he quickly said to the little fox, "Shuewu, go get Guiyuan." The little fox immediately dashed out of the grove and headed towards the medicinal field. Chu Shaoye didn't waste any time. He took a clean cloth from his storage bag, spread it on the ground, and carefully lifted Bai Huali out. Her lower body was soaked in blood, and such blood loss would be too much for even a healthy spirit beast, let alone one in labor. Chu Shaoye retrieved a third-tier wood attribute spirit pill, crushed it, and brought it to Bai Huali's mouth. Although this would waste some of the pill's spiritual energy, she couldn't swallow a whole pill in her current state. Holding her head, he gently reassured her. "Take a little to replenish your energy. You'll be all right." Bai Huali managed to lift her head and lick some of the crushed pill before collapsing again, her body heaving with heavy breaths. Chu Shaoye's heart was heavy as he glanced towards the grove's edge, hoping Guiyuan would arrive soon. He crushed the pill even finer, holding Bai Huali's head with one hand and feeding her the powder with the other. Lacking any medical skills, this was the only way he could sustain her life. Guilt weighed heavily on him. If he had noticed her absence sooner and come to find her earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have reached this dire point. Bai Huali's large eyes were half closed. Though she wasn't bonded to Chu Shaoye, she could sense his urgency and regret. She had no strength left to swallow, and the powder he fed her trickled out of her mouth. She could feel her life slipping away, realizing she might never meet her cubs. However, in her final moments, encountering this kind-hearted human wasn't so bad. With a soft meow, she gently licked Chu Shaoye's finger, seemingly telling him not to waste any more of the spirit pill. She couldn't take it in. Chu Shaoye's hands trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a profound sadness that left him speechless. Although Bai Huali wasn't his contracted spirit beast, they had shared a bond over the past month, and watching her suffer and die was something he couldn't bear. Guiyuan was being pulled along by a little fox, stumbling as he ran. Chu Shaoye looked up and was surprised to see Duanmu die following behind them. It happened to be Chu Shaoye's body training day, and he felt a surge of happiness. Although Gu Yuan couldn't save the Baihua Li, with Duanmu Dai there, its life could definitely be preserved. Not long after Chu Shaoye left, Duanmu Dai arrived. Gu Yuan, who was not familiar with her, stood awkwardly after greeting her, unsure of what to say. At that moment, the little fox rushed over, grabbed Gu Yuan's pant leg, and started pulling him towards the small woods. Gu Yuan was bewildered by the fox's urgency, but Duanmu Dai quickly urged him to follow. Sister Duanmu, the Baihua Li is having a difficult labor. Please help save it, Chu Shaoye pleaded urgently. Upon examining the Baihua Li, Duanmu Dai frowned and immediately summoned wood element spirits. The wood spirits fluttered above the Baihua Li, their wings scattering green light that quickly merged into the creature, noticeably improving its condition and calming its heavy breathing. However, Duanmu Dai's expression remained serious as she pressed on the Baihua Li's belly, realizing the cub was too large for it to give birth naturally. Chu Shaoye felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that even with Duanmu Dai's help, the Baihua Li couldn't be saved? Duanmu Dai looked at him, her voice grave. The life-giving skill of the wood spirits can only temporarily sustain it. If the cub can't be delivered, it will still die. You have to choose between saving the mother or the cub. What will you decide? Gu Yuan squatted down, gently touching the Baihua Li's belly, realizing the cub inside was no longer moving and was close to suffocating. The moment of decision had arrived, and Chu Shaoye was frozen, unable to choose, feeling unqualified to decide their fates. As the situation grew more urgent, with each second of hesitation bringing them closer to death, Gu Yuan suddenly said, I have an idea. Maybe we can save both. Chu Shaoye and Duanmu Dai both turned to him in unison. Gu Yuan was startled by their attention, but given the life-or-death urgency, he uncharacteristically stood firm and asked for help. Sister Duanmu, could you assist me? He swallowed nervously, amazed at himself for asking the top disciple and a Tier 4 spirit master for help. Duanmu Dai didn't seem to mind, and simply said, then hurry up. Gu Yuan responded, clumsily turning the Baihua Li over and asking Chu Shaoye to hold it still on its back. He took 2 knives from his storage bag, handing one to Duanmu Dai, thinking that since the Baihua Li couldn't deliver naturally, they would have to perform a cesarean. Sister Duanmu, does your spirit pet have a paralyzing skill? Gu Yuan asked. Duanmu Dai nodded and summoned a small dark blue butterfly. It was a fairy gray butterfly, a wood-attributed insect spirit pet with wings that transitioned from dark blue to gray, ending in long, ribbon-like tails. Duanmu Dai instructed the butterfly to use its paralyzing skill on the Baihua Li, and it fluttered through the air, releasing scales laced with a paralyzing toxin. Baihua Li's breathing gradually became steady as Gu Yuan raised his hand and made an incision on the bulging abdomen. Duanmu Dai watched with some reluctance. It was so similar to a section. Could Baihua Li survive this? Why did Gu Yuan say this would save both Baihua Li and the cub? Chu Shaoye also had doubts, but he didn't interrupt Gu Yuan, allowing him to focus on saving Baihua Li. Sweat beaded on Gu Yuan's forehead. It was his first time performing a section on a spirit beast, and he wasn't sure if he could save Baihua Li's life, but this was the best option available, so he had to try. Gu Yuan felt his hands were steadier than ever as he cut through the layers of flesh with the knife until a black cub emerged. The 3 of them held their breath, watching the tiny life intently. Gu Yuan carefully reached into Baihua Li's abdomen and gently lifted the curled-up cub out. The cub seemed to have been suffocating inside, appearing almost stillborn. Gu Yuan felt the cub's chest for a heartbeat, pausing several seconds before detecting a faint, slow rhythm. Relieved, he handed the cub to Duanmu Dai, who immediately used the wood element spirit to apply a life-giving skill to the cub. Gu Yuan didn't stop. Baihua Li's abdomen needed immediate stitching. He took a silver needle and an almost invisible thread from his storage pouch and began to sew the incision. Seeing Gu Yuan handle the situation methodically, Chu Shaoye exhaled in relief. Baihua Li's breathing remained steady, indicating it might indeed survive. He turned to look at the cub, puzzled by its black color. Duanmu Dai was cleaning the amniotic fluid and blood from the cub with a clean, soft cloth, unfazed by the mess. However, her expression was grave as the wood element spirit continued to apply life-giving skills to the cub. Chu Shaoye's heart tightened again, and he asked, Sister Duanmu, what's wrong with the cub? Duanmu Dai frowned, hesitant to speak, as this was the cub they had worked so hard to save. But the cub's condition wasn't good, and its chances of survival were slim. Chu Shaoye was stunned. They had saved it, and Baihua Li was fine, so why couldn't the cub survive? Duanmu Dai took out a bottle of spiritual dew, trying to feed the cub with her fingertip, but its mouth remained tightly shut, refusing to take it. As the cub's body temperature continued to drop, Duanmu Dai felt despair. She wrapped the cub in a clean handkerchief and handed it to Chu Shaoye, who held it gently and asked, Is there really no way? Both Duanmu Dai and Gu Yuan shook their heads. The newborn cub couldn't handle strong spiritual medicines, and even the spiritual dew Duanmu Dai had was just to replenish spiritual energy, but it couldn't even take that. The 3 of them were heavy-hearted, and the small grove fell silent. Suddenly, Duanmu Dai spoke. There is one other way. Hope flickered in Chu Shaoye's eyes. What way? Duanmu Dai said. A contract. If someone could form a contract with this cub and share spiritual energy, it might save it. She sighed. But where can we find someone willing to contract with this cub now? Chu Shaoye's expression relaxed. He was immensely grateful, having just advanced to the third tier. Upon learning that Chu Shaoye had already become a third-level spirit master, Duanmu Dai barely had time to be shocked by his terrifying cultivation speed before she hurriedly reminded him. Chu Shitty, don't forget, if the cub cannot be saved after the contract, you, as the spirit master, will suffer a heavy blow, and in severe cases, your rank might even regress. Chu Shaoye was resolute. No matter what, he couldn't stand by and watch the young 100-flower fox cub die before his eyes. Duanmu Shiji, I have already made up my mind, he said firmly. Duanmu Dai didn't stop him any further, and Chu Shaoye began reciting the contract incantation, spreading the magic circle on the ground. He took out Qinxing, cut his palm, and gently pricked the cub's paw with the tip of the blade, squeezing out a drop of blood. The two kinds of blood merged within the contract formation, which emitted a hazy blood-red glow, signifying the contract's success. Chu Shaoye could feel the increasingly faint life force at the other end of the contract, and he gently channeled his spiritual power to envelop the cub, providing warmth and comfort akin to being back in its mother's womb. After an unknown period, the cub finally let out its first whimper upon entering the world. Chu Shaoye's eyes moistened as he gently lifted the cub, nuzzling it with his cheek. Welcome to this world, he whispered. Duanmu Dai and Gu Yuan also felt their eyes well up, moved by the new life they had helped bring into the world. The 100-flower fox slowly awoke from its dazed state, finding itself in a cozy cabin within the medicinal field, resting on clean, soft bedding. Chu Shaoye had stayed by its side the entire time, and as it awoke, he reached out to gently stroke its furry head. The fox nuzzled against Chu Shaoye's palm, feeling the dull ache in its belly, realizing that the cub was no longer inside. Yet, it didn't rush to search for it. Surviving had been difficult enough, and perhaps it wasn't destined to be with that cub. A white summoning formation appeared, revealing a fluffy black ball that mewed softly. Chu Shaoye held the ball of fur and presented it to the 100-flower fox with a smile, saying, I don't know how your small frame managed to give birth to such a large cub. The 100-flower fox weighed barely 10 pounds, yet the cub was over 2 pounds, at least 3 times the size of a typical 100-flower fox cub, explaining the difficult birth. Chu Shaoye initially thought he had overfed the fox with nutrients and spiritual pills, causing the cub to be overnourished. However, after Duanmu Dai examined it, they found that while the cub was chubby, it was simply large-framed and not overnourished. Chu Shaoye's guilt was somewhat relieved. Nonetheless, the cub's unusually large size and pure black fur didn't resemble a typical 100-flower fox cub, except for the pink flower on its neck linking it to its mother. The three discussed and eventually concluded that the 100-flower fox cub must have undergone some congenital mutation, causing significant changes in size and color. They would have to wait until it grew older to see how it had truly mutated. The 100-flower fox stared wide-eyed at the black fur ball before it, realizing that its cub was alive. Overwhelmed, it attempted to stand, but Chu Shaoye gently pressed it down, saying, Don't rush. You still have a wound on your belly. He gently placed the cub next to the 100-flower fox's neck, and the fox turned its head to tenderly lick the cub's head. Watching this heartwarming scene, Chu Shaoye couldn't help but pat the fox's head, clearing his throat. The situation was urgent earlier. To save your cub, I had to form a contract with it. The white contract runes appeared on the cub, proving Chu Shaoye's words were true. The fox blinked, feeling a bit dissatisfied. After all, the cub had just been born and was already contracted. However, for survival, it had no choice. In fact, following Chu Shaoye might not be a bad thing, as he had plenty of spiritual pills, offering perhaps more security than being with itself. The fox licked Chu Shaoye's fingers as if to say it was okay. Chu Shaoye's gaze softened, and he smiled gently, determined to take good care of the fox's cub. Duanmu Dai had not left, but was conversing outside with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's method of performing a section had left her amazed, and the innovative prescription he crafted for the fox's injuries was impressive. They discussed spiritual medicine techniques for a long time, benefiting greatly from each other. Duanmu Dai was curious how could Gu Yuan, just an errand disciple, know so much about spiritual medicine? Gu Yuan rubbed the back of his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, Actually, my family has been in medicine for generations, but I studied regular medicine. After joining the Qishao sect, I taught myself about spiritual medicine and developed some prescriptions, though it's not considered orthodox spiritual medicine. Duanmu Dai nodded, understanding that his self-taught skills demonstrated a significant talent for spiritual medicine. Chu Shaoye emerged, and Duanmu Dai, seeing him, asked, Has the 100-flower fox woken up? Chu Shaoye nodded and, cupping his hands, said, Gu Yuan, senior sister Duanmu, I owe you both thanks. The 100-flower fox and its cub are alive because of you. Gu Yuan gently punched Chu Shaoye's shoulder, laughing. What's our relationship? There's no need for thanks. Besides, you're not the only one caring for the fox. I fed it quite a bit too. Chu Shaoye chuckled and asked Duanmu Dai, senior sister Duanmu, are we still training our bodies today? The fox's difficult birth had caused them to forget about the training, even Duanmu Dai, until Chu Shaoye reminded her that she originally came to help him with body training. As dusk fell, Duanmu Dai thought for a moment and decided, let's skip today's training. You've already advanced to the 3rd level, so the potion needs to be reformulated. I'll come to you tomorrow. Hearing about the reformulation of the potion, Chu Shaoye felt a slight ache in his bones. Just as he got used to the pain from the current potion, Duanmu Dai would adjust it, doubling the pain anew. Duanmu Dai suggested, shall I take the 100-flower fox to my place to care for it? Chu Shaoye hesitated briefly but agreed. That would be great, senior sister Duanmu. With her advanced skills in spiritual medicine and plentiful resources, the fox would recover better under her care. Duanmu Dai left with the 100-flower fox in her arms, and Chu Shaoye escorted them to the entrance of the medicine garden. The cub, now contracted with Chu Shaoye, couldn't leave with the fox. The fox, reluctant to part, licked the cub in Chu Shaoye's hands before being taken away by Duanmu Dai. Chu Shaoye absorbed the cub back into his body, where his spiritual power would nurture it, preventing hunger and promoting faster growth. Tonight was his and Gu Yuan's turn to stand watch. Gu Yuan had already lit a bonfire and started roasting meat, filling the air with a tempting aroma. Chu Shaoye took a deep breath, a faint fatigue washing over him. Though relieved that the fox and cub were safe, he couldn't help but wonder if he could always protect every spiritual pet around him as he had today. Over the course of a few days, Chu Shaoye nurtured the young Baiwa Li cub with his spiritual power, slowly restoring its vitality. The cub opened its eyes slightly, revealing a pair of dark blue pupils. Chu Shaoye was puzzled. Apart from being a feline spirit beast, this cub seemed to have no connection to Baiwa Li whatsoever. Could a mutation be so complete? Baiwa Li was still recovering with Duanmu Dai, so Chu Shaoye had to take on the role of caretaker. Although the spiritual power kept the cub from feeling hungry, it still needed to eat for optimal growth. A few days ago, Chu Shaoye went down to Qishao town intending to buy spirit beast milk for the cub. However, to his surprise, no store in town, not even Ziyan Tower, sold it. Left with no choice, he bought a large barrel of regular beast milk and mixed it with spiritual jade due to pass it off as spirit beast milk. Fortunately, the cub wasn't picky and drank it with gusto. On the bed in the thatched cottage, the Baiwa Li cub lay on its back, its short, chubby limbs tightly gripping the milk bottle, eagerly sucking the beast milk, leaving a milky white ring around its mouth. Its plump body soon rolled to one side. The little fox watched silently nearby. When it saw the cub topple over, it jumped onto the bed and circled its body around the cub to ensure it could drink steadily. Chu Shaoye laughed at the sight and remarked, anyone who didn't know might think you were its mother. The little fox let out a dissatisfied yelp at Chu Shaoye, thinking to itself that it was a male and couldn't possibly have given birth. Chu Shaoye then released the Baixian insect and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse to introduce them to their new companion, the Baiwa Li cub. Previously, the cub was too weak for other spirit pets to interact with, but now that it was visibly stronger, he was no longer concerned. The Baixian insect's 2 feather-like antennae quivered slightly. Receiving the new information, the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse burrowed into the little fox's embrace, observing up close this newborn cub, which was already several times larger than itself. Sitting by the bed, Chu Shaoye gently petted the Baiwa Li cub's round head and said to the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse and Baixian insect, from now on, this is your 4th brother, a mutated Baiwa Li. It's still a cub, so you need to take good care of it, alright? The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse and Baixian insect nodded, though the mouse felt a bit puzzled. The scent of this cub was somehow different, but it couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off. Chu Shaoye didn't notice the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse's reaction and continued, let's give our 4th brother a name. Just calling it Baiwa Li cub isn't very convenient, and it's not really a name. The names of the little fox, the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse, and the Baixian insect all began with the character Shui, matching their fur colors. However, this mutated Baiwa Li cub was a little black cat, and using Shui seemed awkward. Chu Shaoye thought for a moment, inspiration striking him, and suggested, how about we call it Cole? Look at how black its fur is, not a single stray hair. The 3 spirit pets gave Chu Shaoye a look of mixed emotions, as if they found the name less appealing than their own choices. Chu Shaoye felt a bit helpless as they all shook their heads in unison. He admitted that he was terrible at coming up with names. Finding one that sounded nice and was suitable was indeed challenging. At that moment, the young Baiwa Li had finished its milk and forcefully kicked the empty bottle far away, showing surprising strength. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but chuckle as he picked up the bottle and placed it into his black jade ring. He gently tapped the young Baiwa Li's forehead with his finger and said with a smile, once you've finished your milk, you abandon the bottle. What will you drink from next time? The young Baihua Li let out a soft meow, full of the unique delicacy of a cub, seemingly displeased with Chu Shaoye's teasing. It waved its tiny, tender paw at his finger, but the force was hardly enough to tickle. Chu Shaoye held its little paw and gave it a gentle squeeze, feeling the softness and elasticity of its paw pads. Despite its young age, the Baihua Li cub had quite a temper. Annoyed by having its paw held, it struggled fiercely, its eyes snapping open. Chu Shaoye happened to meet its gaze, and it was as if he saw a vast and mysterious sea of stars. Unlike typical spirit beasts, the Baihua Li's eyes lacked pupils, instead resembling a night sky filled with countless stars. A name naturally came to Chu Shaoye's mind, and he gently stroked the corner of its eye, softly saying, "From now on, you'll be called Shuiyi." In the southern continent, there was no winter, and Chu Shaoye had never seen snow, but Shuang Yu had once described it to him. On a snowy night, the world was silent, draped in silver, and the dark blue night sky was filled with stars that shone even brighter against the snow, as if they might fall into the sea at any moment. The eyes of the young Baihua Li were just like that starry night. The name seemed fitting, and the other three spirit pets had no objections, so it was settled. Chu Shaoye let the spirit pets play on the bed while he practiced his spiritual cultivation techniques nearby. A few days ago, he switched to a new medicinal concoction, extending his herbal bath from half an hour to a full hour. He was still not fully accustomed to the intense potency of the new concoction, and his body ached faintly after yesterday's bath. Cultivating spiritual energy helped alleviate the pain more quickly. Perhaps because the Baihua Li had absorbed enough spiritual energy during pregnancy, the cub, though nearly stillborn, recovered rapidly once saved, brimming with vitality. Today marked exactly 7 days since its birth, and it could already stand on its 4 short, tender legs, and even take a couple of steps. It seemed particularly interested in the golden thread treasure hunting mouse, chasing it with playful ferocity, letting out spirited meows. The golden thread treasure hunting mouse, though only at the second tier, found it easy to handle the cub, playing leisurely with it. The little fox yawned, lazily lying at the edge of the bed to prevent any accidents where the mouse and cub might tumble off in their exuberance. Whenever Chu Shaoye trained his body, the little fox joined him in the medicinal bath, experiencing no less pain than he did. The cub's energy seemed limitless. The golden thread treasure hunting mouse soon tired, but the Baihua Li cub remained lively, determined to catch the mouse and give it a taste. The mouse scurried into the bedding for some peace, only for the cub to pounce and pin it down. The mouse let out a squeak under the pressure, its smaller size due to racial disadvantage almost causing it to lose the treasures hidden in its cheek pouches. The Baihua Li cub bit through the blanket, and the mouse struggled inside, darting about. Yet, every time it found a hiding spot, the cub would accurately pounce on it, eliciting another squeak from the mouse. After Chu Shaoye finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, he discovered that the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse was now being carried in the mouth of a baby Baihua Li, completely soaked in saliva as if it had just taken a bath. The treasure-seeking mouse looked utterly resigned, as no matter where it hid, this little creature could always find it with uncanny accuracy, its nose even keener than the mouse's. It had given up resisting, knowing the baby Baihua Li only had 2 tiny milk teeth and couldn't bite hard. At first glance, seeing the limp state of the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, Chu Shaoye was startled, thinking something had happened to it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it had merely been played with too much. He chuckled, gently pushed the baby Baihua Li aside, and rescued the mouse from the cat's mouth by pinching the skin at the back of its neck with 2 fingers. The mouse was drenched in drool, and Chu Shaoye, slightly disgusted, took out a handkerchief from his storage bag, wrapped the mouse, and began to wipe its fur. Seeing its toy taken away, the baby Baihua Li leapt at Chu Shaoye, fiercely biting his leg. Chu Shaoye poked its forehead with a finger, making it fall onto its back, and laughed. "Is this how you treat the spirit master's pet?" The baby Baihua Li, frustrated, whimpered, but being too round, it couldn't right itself and could only flail its paws at the air. The little fox elegantly walked over, flipped the baby Baihua Li right side up, and licked its messy fur. The baby Baihua Li seemed to realize that Chu Shaoye was not someone to mess with and stopped provoking him, nestling into the little fox's embrace with a pitiful whimper. Chu Shaoye found it amusing that while the little fox didn't get along well with adult Baihua Lis, it was quite fond of the young one. After drying the treasure-seeking mouse's fur, Chu Shaoye jokingly said, "You're a second-tier spirit beast, yet you can't even handle a newborn cub?" The treasure-seeking mouse looked aggrieved, wondering what kind of mutation the little cub had undergone to find it no matter where it hid. As noon approached, Chu Shaoye put away his spirit pets and was about to find Gu Yuan to head to the dining hall when Gu Yuan came running, out of breath. "Shaoye, the sect has announced the details of the competition." Chu Shaoye perked up and asked, "What's the plan?" Gu Yuan caught his breath and replied, "It's similar to what you mentioned before. We, the servant disciples, will compete in the 3rd-tier trial ground for 3 days, hunting spirit beasts and collecting spirit herbs and minerals. Everything will be counted as points based on their grade, and the top 30 scorers will advance to the finals. Chu Shaoye quickly pondered, asking, did they say whether robbing between contestants is prohibited? Gu Yuan paused, thought about the announcement, and confirmed, no, they didn't mention it. If it's not prohibited, it means it's allowed. If contestants can rob each other, the competition will be even more dangerous. Gu Yuan continued, the competition timing is tight. It starts in 3 days. Shaoye, let's go sign up. Chu Shaoye was surprised at how soon the competition was starting. He initially thought there would be a week after the announcement before it began, but it was only 3 days away. Chu Shaoye asked, where do we sign up? Gu Yuan replied, we can register at the peaks where we live as servant disciples, just in time to go back during the lunch break. At this point, Gu Yuan remembered Ren Xingping and added, by the way, there's Brother Ren. I can go with you to check on his injury and see if he's ready for the competition. As they chatted, they mounted their steeds and left the medicine garden. Along the way, they saw many disciples gathered, discussing the upcoming competition. Unlike Chu Shaoye and those already in the know, the ordinary disciples were caught off guard by the sudden and significant changes to the competition's content. They had been training their spirit beasts for battle, only to find out it had changed to collecting points in a trial ground. Who knew what kind of upheaval this would bring? Upon reaching Lumang Peak, they found Ren Xingping, who, despite his arm injury, was still able to command his spirit beasts in training. He stood in the clearing in front of the dormitory, directing a battle between his 2 spirit biasa, 3-tailed green ox, and a rock python. Seeing Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan approach, Ren Xingping came forward and asked curiously, Brother Chu, Gu Yuan, why are you back at this time? Typically, servant disciples return to the dormitory after finishing work in the evening. Ren Xingping stayed in the dormitory due to his injury. Before Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan arrived, he was the only one in the dormitory area, which housed over 200 people. Ren Xingping was unaware of the competition's details being announced. Chu Shaoye said, the competition details have been announced. Let's go inside, and I'll explain. Upon hearing it was about the competition, Ren Xingping quickly put away his spirit beasts and followed them inside. Sitting at the table, Chu Shaoye continued, the competition content is similar to what I mentioned before, but it's happening sooner than expected just 3 days from now. Ren Xingping felt a pang of anxiety. But my injury hasn't healed yet. Gu Yuan reassured him, don't worry, Brother Ren. I'm here to check your injury. You've been recovering well, so you should be fine. Hearing this, Ren Xingping felt a bit relieved and raised his arm for Gu Yuan to examine. Though his arm was still wrapped in a layer of gauze, it was much thinner than before and didn't look as alarming. Gu Yuan removed the gauze, revealing Ren Xingping's arm covered in green bruises, with scabs in the more severe areas. Although it looked intimidating, the swelling had subsided, and it appeared normal. After examining it, Gu Yuan said, rest assured, Brother Ren. Your injury looks serious, but the bruising has mostly dissipated. Once the scabs heal, you'll be fine. Ren Xingping sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness I can still make it to the competition. I owe it to Gu Yuan, otherwise I would have missed it. Gu Yuan waved it off. No need to thank me, Brother Ren. You paid me for my help, so of course, I had to ensure your recovery. With Ren Xingping able to participate in the competition, the 3 of them proceeded to register. Gu Yuan registered at his servant disciple peak, while Chu Shaoye and Ren Xingping registered at Luomong Peak. The registration point was at the foot of Luomong Peak, managed by 2 outer sect disciples. Since they arrived early, there weren't many people at the registration point. They handed over their identity jade tokens, and one of the outer sect disciples glanced at them, then looked up at Chu Shaoye. Are you the one who fought with Ho San? Chu Shaoye felt a jolt but kept a calm demeanor, replying, yes, brother. I did have a match with a servant disciple named Ho San. It was surprising that an outer sect disciple knew about their match, as the sect had issued warnings without revealing names when the demonic spirit beast incident occurred. The story had spread among the servant disciples, but outer sect disciples typically wouldn't know the specifics, especially names. Could this person be connected to Wang Ji? If so, that could be troublesome. This time, Chu Shaoye's worries were unfounded. Although this outer sect disciple was indeed connected to Wang Ji, they were not on good terms. In fact, they had a grudge. Wang Ji, with his unscrupulous nature and arrogant demeanor, had offended many among the outer sect disciples, and this one was among them. When Wang Ji was punished and demoted to a menial disciple, the outer sect disciples were overjoyed. They even went out of their way to find out why Wang Ji was punished, eager to mock him. This is how the disciple learned about Chu Shaoye's connection with Ho San. Seeing the outer sect disciple delight in Wang Ji's misfortune, he registered Chu Shaoye's sign-up information with a friendly demeanor. Chu Shaoye observed his expression carefully to ensure that he wouldn't cause any trouble during the registration. After recording Wang Ji's information, the outer sect disciple returned the identity jade token to Chu Shaoye and reminded him, Junior Brother Chu, Wang Ji has been demoted to a menial disciple now. He will definitely participate in the competition, so you should be cautious. Chu Shaoye felt a chill in his heart. He had been living such a regular and fulfilling life lately that he had forgotten about Wang Ji. Although Wang Ji was now a menial disciple, his strength was still at the outer sect level. The top 10 could become outer sect disciples, and Wang Ji would not miss the opportunity to return. Given Wang Ji's vengeful nature, if they encountered each other in the trial arena, he would surely act against Chu Shaoye, possibly even disqualifying him from the competition. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Shaoye cupped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for the reminder." The outer sect disciple, seeing Chu Shaoye's sincere attitude, lowered his voice and added, "Since you've offended Wang Ji, don't expect peace. After this competition, Wang Ji will surely become an outer sect disciple again. Regardless of whether you remain a menial disciple or advance to the outer sect, things won't be easy for you, understand?" Although he didn't say it outright, the outer sect disciple's meaning was clear. He was suggesting that Chu Shaoye should take the opportunity during the competition to deal with Wang Ji. Even if he couldn't eliminate him, he should ensure that Wang Ji wouldn't dare to target him again. Whether the outer sect disciple's advice was out of goodwill or an attempt to use Chu Shaoye as a pawn, Wang Ji was indeed a significant threat to Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye didn't express any opinion, but simply thanked the outer sect disciple again. What he understood from the conversation was left to the disciple's own interpretation. After registering, the two left the registration point. Ren Xingping, who was nearby, overheard part of the conversation and worriedly said, "I also forgot about Wang Ji. We will inevitably encounter him in the competition. What should we do then?" The trial arena was vast, so there was a chance they might not run into each other. However, even if they were lucky enough not to meet in the trial arena, they would certainly face each other in the finals. Ren Xingping knew Chu Shaoye was strong, but that was among the menial disciples. Wang Ji, despite everything, was a former outer sect disciple, and he doubted Chu Shaoye could defeat Wang Ji. Chu Shaoye didn't seem too worried, believing that the sect wouldn't allow disciples to harm each other in the competition and that there must be rules in place. Despite this reassurance, he knew Wang Ji would likely resort to underhanded tactics. Ren Xingping returned to the dormitory with a heavy heart, while Chu Shaoye went back to the spirit herb garden, as he had work in the afternoon. Though Chu Shaoye appeared calm on the surface, his mind was in turmoil. When Wang Ji was an outer disciple, he almost always had the upper hand in his encounters with Ji Yuntong, demonstrating his formidable strength. If Wang Ji hadn't been demoted to a menial disciple, he would have been a strong contender for an inner disciple position in the Qishao competition. Competing against other menial disciples with such prowess was like cutting through butter. He had hardly any rivals. Chu Shaoye realized the serious consequences of offending Wang Ji. If not for his punishment, Wang Ji might have become an inner disciple through the competition, but now he was merely a menial disciple. Even if he won the menial disciple competition, he would only regain his status as an outer disciple. The warning from the outer disciple was not unfounded. Wang Ji would certainly not spare him during the competition, especially in the trial grounds, a perfect setting. Despite his many thoughts, Chu Shaoye felt neither worried nor afraid. Although he had recently advanced to a third-level spirit master, he had always fought against higher-level spirit beasts, having faced fourth-level rock-armored red bears and rocket crocodiles when he was weaker. If he encountered Wang Ji in the competition, Chu Shaoye was confident that even if he couldn't defeat him, he could retreat unscathed. His goal was not to become the champion of the menial disciple competition, but to secure a spot in the top 10. When Chu Shaoye returned to the herb garden, he ran into Tu Jiarong. Tu Jiarong had just started work today and learned that the steward had already handed over the management of the herb garden to Chu Shaoye. Upon their encounter, Tu Jiarong's face turned beet red with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Chu Shaoye, not one for sarcasm, treated Tu Jiarong as if he were invisible, calmly walking past him. Tu Jiarong opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Having been utterly defeated by Chu Shaoye twice before, he was too ashamed to propose an alliance again. In the herb field, Zhang Buwei had already begun working. Today was the time to harvest the jade dew sap. Zhang Buwei seemed relaxed, showing neither excitement nor anxiety as the competition approached. Chu Shaoye asked, "Brother Zhang, aren't you participating in the competition?" Zhang Buwei sighed. "Chu, you're giving me too much credit. My skills are average, and even if I entered the competition, I wouldn't place well. Why join the fuss?" He was a third-level spirit master, a respectable rank among the menial disciples, and could potentially make it to the top 10 and become an outer disciple. Chu Shaoye found this puzzling. Zhang Buwei explained, "Chu, although I'm a third-level spirit master and rank well among menial disciples, I'm already 45 years old. My talent has reached its limit, and I can't progress any further. Even if I made it to the top 10, I'd be just an ordinary outer disciple, unable to find a master." He chuckled, "So, I'd rather stay in the herb garden. At least there's some profit to be made." Mentioning the limits of talent, Chu Shaoye couldn't help but empathize. If he didn't bear a deep-seated grudge, being content like Zhang Buwei wouldn't be so bad. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. After experiencing the world of spirit masters and powerful spirit beasts, could he really be satisfied with being a low-level spirit master for life? Chu, you're different from me. Zhang Buwei finished collecting the jade du sap and patted Chu Shaoye on the shoulder. From the moment I saw you knock down Tu Jiarong with one punch, I knew you weren't ordinary. You'll definitely place well in this competition. Chu Shaoye gathered his thoughts and smiled. Thanks for your kind words, Brother Zhang. I'll need your help with the herb field during this period. 3 days passed quickly, and today marked the day of the Qishao Grand Competition. All participating disciples had to head to Weiyun Peak, the main peak of the Qishao sect, to attend the opening ceremony. Weiyun Peak is the highest peak in the Qishao sect, its summit piercing the clouds and shrouded in mist year-round. The residences of the acting sect masters, Qing Ji and Hong Ji, are located at the peak. Midway up the mountain sits the Qishao Hall, where the sect master and elders usually discuss sect affairs. In front of the hall is a vast platform, large enough to accommodate more than half of the sect's members. At this moment, a high stage had been set up in front of the Qishao Hall, with 12 chairs and a golden silk couch arranged on it, clearly prepared for the two acting sect masters and the elders. When Chu Shaoye and his two companions arrived, many people had already gathered on the expansive platform. Inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples were clearly separated, with the inner disciples, though fewer in number, standing closest to the stage. Chu Shaoye quickly spotted Ji Yuntong among the crowd. She was wearing the silver cloud crystal robe she had bought that day, dazzling like a diamond. Sensing his gaze, Ji Yuntong turned around, saw Chu Shaoye, and waved with a smile. Chu Shaoye nodded slightly. Although Ji Yuntong hadn't broken through to the fourth stage of Spirit Master during this time, with the aid of the silver cloud crystal robe, making it to the finals of the top 20 outer disciples shouldn't be an issue. The three of them moved to where the servant disciples were standing, quietly waiting for the ceremony to begin. Over the past month, Chu Shaoye had grown significantly taller. Although still a 12-year-old boy, he was now comparable in height to an average adult male, or even slightly taller, allowing him to clearly see the stage from the back of the crowd. The stage was still empty at this time, with the elders yet to arrive. Chu Shaoye had only met 3 elders of the Qishao sect, the newly appointed Fang Qingshan, Elder Tang Yi, who was in charge of the training grounds, and Dan Yangzi. He couldn't help but wonder what the other elders and the 2 acting sect masters would be like. As Chu Shaoye was lost in thought, a wave of exclamations arose from the crowd. Following the disciples' gazes, he saw a massive bird with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters flying up from the base of the mountain. The newcomer was Fang Qingshan, riding his life-bound spirit beast, the vermilion-crested crane, which had recently advanced to a 5th-stage spirit beast. Its size had increased, and the vermilion crest on its head was vividly red, as if flames were dancing, resembling a red sun emerging from the clouds. Fang Qingshan flew up to the stage on the crane, dismounted, and then put away his spirit pet, taking a seat on the far left, the most marginal chair. Since he was newly appointed and the least experienced and weakest among the elders, he could only sit at the edge. After Fang Qingshan's arrival, the other elders gradually appeared, each with their unique mounts, all of which were mid-level spirit beasts above the 5th stage, drawing frequent exclamations of admiration and envy from the disciples present. The most astonishing sight was Dan Yangzi's mount, an extraordinary and rare flying plant-type spirit beast. This creature resembled a giant dandelion, with its stem elegantly curved into the shape of a chair, and its leaves fluttering in the air like the wings of a bird. Ren Xingping, being the longest-serving disciple, was familiar with these elders and introduced them to Chu Shaoye. Our Qishao sect currently has 12 elders, 4 of whom are 6th-tier spirit masters, while the remaining 8 are 5th-tier spirit masters. Chu Shaoye followed his direction, noticing that the closer an elder sat to the cushioned seat, the higher their status seemed. Among the 4 chairs on either side, Ding Yangzi was notably present, seated second on the left, with the first seat on the left unoccupied, indicating the absence of the last 6th-tier elder. On the right sat an elderly man appearing in his 60s and a spirited woman in her early 30s. Ren Xingping whispered, although Elder Ding Yangzi is a 6th-tier elder, he is quite low-key and rarely involves himself in sect affairs outside of the medicine garden. Pointing to the 2 elders on the right, he continued, that is Elder Su Kuan, who manages the streaked silver mine, and the other is Elder Qiao Lan, who oversees the trial grounds. Chu Shaoye nodded slightly, contemplating. So the last elder who hasn't arrived must be Elder Hongyi? Just as Ren Xingping was about to speak, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky, which quickly transformed from clear to stormy as dark clouds rolled in. A sharp eagle's cry pierced the air, and the overwhelming spiritual pressure made the disciples below look up in unison. Amidst the crackling blue and purple lightning, a massive avian spirit beast descended from the sky, its 6 wings flapping and emitting bursts of lightning. Atop the 6-winged thunderbird stood a handsome man with flowing hair, his sleeves billowing in the wind, exuding an unparalleled aura of arrogance and dominance. So powerful. Chu Shaoye silently marveled, recognizing that while the other three sixth-tier elders were impressive, none matched the presence of this man. Rin Xingping, full of admiration, remarked, "This is Elder Hongyi, the sect master's personal disciple. It's said he is the most likely among us to become a high-tier spirit master. The strength of the Thunderbird is determined by the number of its wings. A typical Thunderbird has only one pair of wings, classifying it as a fourth-tier spirit beast, but its potential extends beyond that. Out of every 10 Thunderbirds, one will grow 2 pairs of wings, advancing to the 5th tier. Out of every 100, one will grow 3 pairs of wings, reaching the 6th tier, and out of every 1,000, one will grow 4 pairs of wings, breaking through to the 7th tier, becoming a high-tier spirit beast." Riding the six-winged Thunderbird, Hongyi descended onto the platform, gracefully leaping down and clasping his hands with a smile. "I see the elders have all arrived early. Apologies for my late arrival." Except for the other 3 sixth-tier elders, the other elders stood up to exchange pleasantries. Elder Hongyi chuckled. "Just kidding, the ceremony hasn't started yet, so I'm not late." Xiao Lan rolled her eyes, full of disdain, thinking to herself, "If you want to show off, just do it. No need to pretend." Meanwhile, Ding Yangzi sat quietly in his seat, seemingly uninterested in the ceremony, merely nodding slightly in greeting to Hongyi without engaging further with others. Su Kuan, on the other hand, exchanged a few polite words with a smile. Hongyi took his seat, retracting the six-winged Thunderbird, and the lightning in the sky gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to pour down once more, restoring the sky to its former clarity. Such powerful spirit beasts have the ability to alter the weather. Chu Shaoye clenched his fists, feeling the powerful attack of the lightning attribute spirit beast. Even the faintest spark left his entire body tingling. As the 12 elders gathered, 2 loud phoenix cries echoed through the Qishao hall. Following this, 2 birds as large as mountains flew out from the rear hall, circling in the sky, their long tail feathers leaving trails of azure and crimson light. These spirit beasts looked strikingly similar, differing only in color. One was entirely crimson, the other a vivid green, both crowned with feathers on their heads and long plumes on their tails, resembling the legendary phoenix. Chu Shaoye understood that these were the twin life-bound spirit beasts of the Qing and Hong sisters, the Lingxi Bai birds. The birds on Huayan Peak seemed to sense the summons, rising with the phoenix cries. They flew out from the forest with a flurry, gathering behind the Lingxi Bai birds and dancing gracefully. Various avian spirit beasts soared over the disciples' heads, scattering spiritual light in the air, creating a scene as if deities had descended, even more awe-inspiring than the imposing entrance of the six-winged Thunderbird. Gradually, the flock grew larger, trailing hundreds of meters behind the Lingxi Bai birds, as if every bird in the Qishao sect had been summoned. Chu Shaoye observed closely, noting that while most were ordinary birds, spirit birds constituted about 40%, numbering in the tens of thousands, a truly astonishing sight. No wonder Ren Xingping said that although the Lingxi Bai birds were only 6th stage, together they were as powerful as a 7th stage. Once the bird gathering was complete, the Qing and Hong sisters lightly descended from the Lingxi Bai birds, sitting hand in hand on a cushioned couch, as the 12 elders rose to salute. The disciples below also became solemn, chanting in unison, "Welcome, Lady Qingji, Lady Hongji." The Qing and Hong sisters were twin siblings, almost indistinguishable in appearance, were it not for their green and red robes. They smiled simultaneously at the disciples below, their smiles perfectly mirrored. The Qishao sect was flourishing with talent, fulfilling their father's expectations. Together, Qingji and Hongji raised their hands, speaking in unison, "You may rise. Today, our sect holds the Qishao tournament to select outstanding talents. We wish you all success." The disciples responded in unison, and the Qing and Hong sisters said no more. Once the elders resumed their seats, they nodded to Tang Yi, who sat third on the left. Tang Yi nodded respectfully, retrieved a scroll from his storage artifact, and stepped forward to announce the tournament rules. The tournament comprised 2 rounds. The first was the trial arena, where each participating disciple received a storage bag and a life token. Competitors were allowed to seize others' storage bags, and once a life token was shattered, the holder was eliminated. However, heavy-handedness was prohibited, and those who intentionally inflicted severe injury or death on fellow disciples would be dealt with according to sect regulations. After Tang Yi finished reading the rules, a Lingxi Bu bird circling in the sky let out a clear chirp. The flock of birds following it seemed to receive a command and swiftly flew towards the trial grounds, disappearing into the dense forest in an instant. Hong Ji gently raised her hand, and a gray-feathered sparrow obediently landed on her fingertip, appearing incredibly tame. She smiled slightly, her fingertips adorned with bright red nail polish, softly stroking the bird's beak. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet carried a warning. All the birds in the trial grounds are the eyes and ears of the Lingxi Bu bird. Every move you make in the competition can be seen. Make sure to follow the rules. as there will be no mercy for violations. Her words made the disciples tense, suppressing any mischievous thoughts they might have had. Over 1,200 people participated in this competition for the miscellaneous disciples, indicating fierce competition. Due to the large number of participants, the competition was organized in groups of 20, entering the trial grounds from 8 different entrances in batches. Chu Shaoye and his 2 companions were assigned to different groups, which Ren Xingping found somewhat disappointing. He had hoped they could enter together and look out for each other, but they were to be separated. Chu Shaoye thought this arrangement might be for the best. If he encountered Wang Ji in the trial grounds, it could potentially drag Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan down. Although Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan were in different groups, they entered through the same entrance. Chu Shaoye instructed Gu Yuan, after you enter the trial grounds, find a place to hide first. Wait for Ren to enter, then act together. Gu Yuan nodded. After several days of training, his combat skills had improved, and teaming up with Ren Xingping wouldn't hold him back. I will, Shaoye. Be careful on your own. Chu Shaoye nodded, aware that the competition allowed for the seizure of points, adding many variables to the situation. The 3 of them separated and entered their respective groups, quietly awaiting their turn to enter. During the Qi Shao competition, all activities within the sect were paused. Disciples not participating either served as staff or watched as spectators. When it was Chu Shaoye's group's turn, 2 outer disciples stepped forward, verified their identity tokens, and handed each a storage bag and a life token. Only the spirit beasts, spirit plants, and spirit minerals you collect in the trial grounds and store in this storage bag will be counted as points. Items stored in your own storage bags will not count, warned one of the outer disciples. Don't think about cheating by using items you prepared beforehand. All spiritual items within the trial grounds have been marked and will be identified during scoring. The life token must be worn at your waist and not hidden. If it breaks, you will immediately lose your qualification for the competition. Also, if you encounter danger, you can crush the life token, and an inner disciple will come to rescue you. Chu Shaoye took the storage bag and life token, attaching them to his waist. Although the competition format for the Qi Shao event had changed for the first time, it was well thought out, eliminating the possibility of cheating while ensuring the safety of the participants. As soon as he entered the trial grounds, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Chu Shaoye's ears twitched, detecting an unusual disturbance in the air. Before he could think, his body reacted instinctively, dodging to the side as several gray feathers embedded themselves in the spot where he had just been standing. Not everyone had Chu Shaoye's quick reflexes. 7 or 8 cries of pain erupted almost simultaneously as people were slashed across their waists and abdomens, leaving them bleeding profusely. Worse still, some were hit directly on their life tokens by arrows and were eliminated after only a few steps. Chu Shaoye quickly identified the attacker among the crowd, a seemingly ordinary man with a small gray-brown bird perched on his shoulder. This bird was apparently responsible for the arrows. It was a luiyue, a first-tier non-attribute avian spirit beast, similar in appearance to a common sparrow and one of the most common spirit beasts. Even in Chu Shaoye's remote hometown, Chu Village, luiyue could be seen. However, this man's bird was not an ordinary luiyue but a third-tier luiyue king, distinguished by its mutated, disheveled crest. The incident happened so quickly that many people were caught off guard by the sudden ambush before they even entered competition mode. The man himself was only a second-tier spirit master and not particularly strong. Seeing his ambush succeed, he immediately tried to escape. One quick-reacting disciple, although grazed by an arrow, summoned his own spirit beast to second-tier, whined wolf to pursue the man. The luiyue king let out a cry, and a dozen or so luiyue flew out from the forest, blocking the wind wolf's path, allowing the man to escape into the woods. When the bird king skill is activated, the luiyue king can summon nearby luiyue to fight together. Earlier, the Lingxi Biyue bird of the Qinghong sisters had also used the bird king skill with far greater power, capable of summoning a flock stretching hundreds of meters. The ambusher purposefully stayed at the back of the group, and when he attacked, a dozen people were hit. Only the 5 or 6 at the front turned around at the sound of screams, confused and unaware of what had occurred. With life tokens shattered, 3 inner disciples soon arrived, asking what happened and why the tokens broke just after entering the trial grounds. The disciples with broken tokens looked grim. Who would have thought they'd be ambushed right at the entrance? The inner disciples took a head count and found that 7 people's life tokens were shattered, in addition to 5 others who suffered various degrees of injury. Besides those who lost their eligibility, 3 of the more severely injured voluntarily withdrew from the competition, as abdominal injuries severely impacted their combat abilities, making it unlikely to achieve a good ranking. The injured disciples, dissatisfied, voiced their grievances to the inner disciples, citing Elder Tang Yi's words that anyone who intentionally caused serious injury should be disqualified. That man ambushed us. Shouldn't his qualification be cancelled too? An inner disciple scoffed. Elder Tang Yi spoke of serious injuries. Do your wounds qualify as serious? The injured disciples' faces flushed, but they dared not argue and had to swallow their anger. Though the man used underhanded tactics, he did not violate the competition rules. The arrows were aimed at their waist tokens, and his lack of precision meant it wasn't considered intentional harm. The outer disciples led those disqualified away, with the ambush reducing their group by half from 20 to just 10. After this incident, the remaining participants were on edge, guarding their waist tokens and quickly dispersing into the forest. As the next group of contestants prepared to enter, Chu Shaoye summoned a small fox and released a golden thread treasure-seeking mouse from his beast pouch. Tucking the mouse into his coat, Chu Shaoye said, "Let's go too." High-ranked spiritual beasts usually reside in the central area, so Chu Shaoye headed straight to the center of the trial grounds. The little fox scouted ahead, while the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse poked its head out from Chu Shaoye's collar, sniffing for the scent of treasures in the air. The noise from the outskirts of the trial grounds gradually faded away, and as they ventured deeper, the forest became increasingly serene, causing Chu Shaoye to slow his pace. At this moment, apart from the rustling of dry leaves underfoot, the occasional bird calls were particularly distinct. Chu Shaoye looked up and saw a few gray-feathered sparrows hopping among the branches, their pea-sized eyes warily scanning the surroundings. The king of the Lingxi Bai birds had impressive skills, and Chu Shaoye did not doubt Hong Ji's words. Every movement of the disciples in the trial grounds was under the watchful eyes of these birds. This thought sent a shiver through Chu Shaoye. If the Lingxi Bai birds could monitor the entire trial grounds, were the birds throughout the sect also acting as their eyes and ears? He dared not dwell on this further, understanding that these truths were beyond the reach of a mere servant disciple like him. The golden thread, treasure-seeking mouse gently tugged at Chu Shaoye's collar, issuing a few warning sounds. Chu Shaoye furrowed his brow, focusing his mind as he detected a faint whistling sound in the air. Whoosh! A transparent thread shot towards Chu Shaoye's temple, hidden within the wind. Chu Shaoye quickly grasped Qianxing, his blade clashing with the hair-thin thread, producing a piercing metallic sound. Qianxing, being a high-grade spiritual weapon, severed the thread, which fell to the ground, but the entire encounter was almost invisible to the naked eye. If not for the sound, it would have seemed like Chu Shaoye was swinging his short blade at thin air. He halted, placing the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse back into the beast pouch, and warily watched the direction from which the thread had come. The forest was silent, with no unusual noises. A cunning enemy was lurking, waiting for the right moment. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and several invisible threads floated down onto Chu Shaoye. The threads were so light they felt like nothing, causing Chu Shaoye to feel uneasy, yet he noticed nothing amiss. Suddenly, the threads wrapped around him tightened abruptly, pulling him toward the dense forest. Caught off guard, Chu Shaoye stumbled, nearly falling, but quickly steadied himself, resisting the force. The little fox also became entangled in several threads, and was dragged several meters due to its light weight. Chu Shaoye quickly threw Qianxing, the sound of breaking metal threads echoing as the threads binding the little fox were severed. Freed from its bonds, the little fox leapt up, using its air-stepping skill to evade more threads that shot towards it. However, after Chu Shaoye had thrown Qianxing, the threads around him tightened once more, binding his arms firmly. These threads were so fine and durable that they instantly cut through Chu Shaoye's clothes, digging into his flesh. If this continued, even if not dragged into the forest, he would be torn apart by the threads. Chu Shaoye noticed the bright red blood oozing from his wounds, revealing the previously invisible silk threads wrapped around him. He struggled even more vigorously, causing the threads to tighten and cut deeper into his flesh, making the blood flow more freely and drip along the threads. In the light of the blood, the threads in the air became visible. He quickly called out to the little fox, "Shui Wu, aim for the threads and strike with your claws." The little fox, stepping on runes in midair, swiftly targeted the threads and attacked. 6 arcs of white light flashed through the air, severing the threads that had entangled Chu Shaoye. Finally free from his bindings, he realized his opponent remained hidden in the dense forest. Judging by the strength of the silk, he suspected it was a 4th-tier spirit beast. Although he had been heading towards the center of the trial area, he had not ventured far from the outskirts, yet he had already encountered such a formidable creature. From the earlier encounter, it was clear that this insect-like spirit beast was extremely troublesome, adept at concealment, and possessing a powerful attack. Chu Shaoye had no desire for a prolonged battle, especially since the competition lasted 3 days and he needed to conserve his strength. Ignoring the wounds from the silk threads, he held Qianxing defensively and began to retreat slowly. "Shui Wu, let's go." However, things did not go as Chu Shaoye hoped. The beast in the forest had no intention of letting him leave. A rustling sound filled the air, not from shaking leaves, but from the friction of segmented legs of a multi-legged insect. A sense of foreboding gripped Chu Shaoye, and he abandoned his cautious retreat, turning to flee immediately. As he turned, countless small spiders emerged from the forest. These spiders were about the size of a fist, predominantly black, with a white skull pattern on their backs. Hearing the rustling behind him, Chu Shaoye couldn't resist looking back, and his skin crawled at the sight. Hundreds of ghost-faced spiders surged forward like a tide, enough to make anyone shudder. Ghost-faced spiders were dark attribute insect spirit beasts, typically ranging from first to second tier, not particularly strong individually, but they lived in colonies, and their queen was a fourth-tier beast. Indeed, the ghost-faced spider queen was among them. As the small ghost-faced spiders emerged, a large ghost-faced spider the size of a millstone crawled out. Not only was it massive, but its patterns were also more vibrant, with twisted black and white markings covering its body, and a realistic skull pattern on its abdomen that seemed mentally disturbing. The queen raised its front legs and hissed, signaling the smaller spiders to simultaneously shoot webs at Chu Shaoye. Hundreds of strands of web shot towards Chu Shaoye like sharp swords. While a single ghost-faced spider was easy for him to handle, the combined attack of hundreds forced him to dodge. He swiftly crouched, balancing on one leg while sweeping the other in a turn, and swung chinching upwards, avoiding half of the webs and severing the rest. When few in number, the webs were invisible to the naked eye, but as they multiplied and layered, they appeared white, falling to the ground like silk. Though Chu Shaoye evaded the webs, his paws allowed the ghost-faced spider swarm to encircle him completely. The ghost-faced spiders surrounded Chu Shaoye, their webs forming an invisible cage. Despite his agility, Chu Shaoye's movements gradually slowed in the dense webbing. If this continued, he might not escape the fate of being cocooned, or worse, exhausted to death. Qianqing waved his blade, slicing through a section of webs and killing 2 ghost-faced spiders. However, the rest of the spiders, like fearless warriors, kept advancing relentlessly. Chu Shaoye glanced at the ghost-faced spider queen standing behind the swarm and thought, capture the leader to defeat the group. It seemed that only by dealing with the spider queen first would the others retreat. The little fox darted skillfully through the swarm, using its dash and airwalking skills to easily evade the webs, killing 2 or 3 spiders with each swipe. Yet, the spiders were too numerous. For every one killed, 2 more took its place, seemingly endless. Chu Shaoye instructed the little fox, Shuewu, don't worry about the small spiders for now. Distract the spider queen. The little fox obeyed, turning to unleash its whiptail skill, scattering the nearby small spiders, then used its airwalking skill to charge at the spider queen. The ghost-faced spider queen, a 4th-tier spirit beast, didn't regard the 3rd-tier little fox as a threat and lifted its sharp forelimb to strike. The forelimb, covered in black and white twisted patterns, gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling a finely sharpened icicle. The little fox leaped nimbly, dodging the attack and counterattack from above, its front paws slashing 6 blood-red arcs at the spider queen. A flash of surprise crossed Chu Shaoye's eyes. The little fox had mastered an advanced claw technique blood red, claw during the fight. This move was far more powerful than a regular claw attack and had a wider range. The spider queen hadn't expected the little fox to be so strong and couldn't evade in time, raising its forelimb to block. The clash of metal resounded, accompanied by the slight cracking of its exoskeleton. Fine cracks appeared on the spider queen's forelimb, and pale blue blood oozed out. The pain made the spider queen hiss in agony, its 6 long legs stabbing the ground furiously. The swarm, sensing their queen's anger, became even more ferocious, webs shooting out like raindrops. With the swarm's attention fixed on the little fox, Chu Shaoye quickly cleared a path through the smaller spiders and maneuvered behind the spider queen. The spider queen was furious. Being wounded by a 3rd-tier fox was a humiliation beyond measure for a 4th-tier spirit beast. The little fox dodged the webs from the small spiders with all its might, while the spider queen joined the fray, launching several strands of transparent webbing at the fox. Unlike the smaller spiders, the queen's webs were not only invisible, but also extremely tough, their trajectory barely discernible. Only the sharp sound of them slicing through the air was audible. The little fox focused intently, its keen ears swiveling to catch the slightest sound of the webs, its supple body executing complex aerial maneuvers, narrowly avoiding the webs with each move. Seeing the little fox manage to handle the situation, Chu Shaoye felt slightly relieved. He gripped his weapon, Qianqing, and quietly approached the ghost-faced spider mother's back. The spider's 8 legs were covered with a hard exoskeleton, while its chest and abdomen were lined with thick, resilient fur, making it formidable in defense. However, its soft and smooth underbelly was a vulnerable target for Chu Shaoye. Patiently, he waited for the right moment, hoping the ghost-faced spider mother would expose its underside, allowing him to strike a fatal blow. Yet, being a 4th-tier spirit beast, the ghost-faced spider mother realized its invisible silk was ineffective against the little fox. It ceased to spit silk and instead released a black mist from its mouth. The mist spread instantly, causing Chu Shaoye to feel a sense of dread, recognizing this as the spider's dark attribute skill. Under the cover of the mist, the spider's abilities were enhanced, and its form became concealed. The spider mother seemed to merge with the mist, its presence vanishing completely. Chu Shaoye held his breath, remaining vigilant for the spider mother's sudden appearance. Within the black mist, the smaller ghost-faced spiders grew more formidable, making it increasingly difficult to dodge the webs they shot. Chu Shaoye found himself ensnared by several strands, hindering his movements. Fortunately, the ghost-faced spider's silk lacked the stickiness of the Baishian insect's threads, otherwise, he would have been immobilized. As he defended himself, Chu Shaoye pondered a way to break the stalemate. The Baishian insect could only spin silk, which was useless at the moment, and the young Baihua raccoon was just a nursing cub. Releasing it would be akin to offering it as prey to the spider mother. The attacks from the invisible silk became even more covert within the black mist. The little fox sensed danger and swiftly used its dash skill to evade a lethal strike aimed at its neck. However, it was a moment too slow, and a large patch of its snow-white fur was severed. The situation grew increasingly dire, with the black mist serving as the spider mother's domain, presenting an unprecedented threat to Chu Shaoye. Although he had previously fought the rock-armored red bear and the rocket crocodile, this situation was far more perilous. The battle with the bear occurred in the expansive forest of the back mountain, where escape was possible, while the confrontation with the crocodile took place in a confined cave, giving him a natural advantage as the crocodile couldn't come ashore. Now, enveloped in black mist and surrounded by a swarm of spiders, Chu Shaoye found no escape route. The mist was silent, save for the sound of spider legs scraping and webs slicing through the air. Chu Shaoye forced himself to remain calm, seeking a way to turn the tide. Although the spider mother's form and presence were concealed within the mist, each time it shot silk, it produced a faint sound. The little fox narrowly avoided another incoming web, its blood-red claws illuminating a small section of the mist, momentarily revealing the spider mother before it vanished again. Chu Shaoye counted silently, noting that the spider mother required at least 3 seconds between each silk attack. 3, 2, 1. A subtle clicking sound from its mouthpiece came from behind the little fox to the right. Chu Shaoye seized this fleeting moment, flicking his wrist to send Qinqing flying. The silver star-like weapon pierced through the mist like a meteor streaking across the night sky, striking the spider mother's mouthpiece with precision. Caught off guard, the spider mother was stunned that it had been detected within the mist. The silk it was about to release was blocked by the short blade, and pale green blood gushed out, accompanied by pain more intense than when its forelimbs had shattered. The intense pain forced the ghost-faced spider mother to reveal itself, ultimately plummeting from midair and crushing a swarm of smaller ghost-faced spiders beneath it. The spider swarm became restless, quickly converging towards the spider mother. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Shaoye called the little fox back to his side. With the spider mother no longer maintaining the black mist, it gradually dispersed. Only then did Chu Shaoye notice the little fox's fur was unevenly shredded by the spider silk, with several spots oozing blood. A pang of heartache hit him, but he knew now was not the time to check on the fox's condition. The ghost-faced spider mother leaped from the ground, its 8 eyes fixated on Chu Shaoye, gleaming with a vicious light. A short knife was still lodged in its mandibles, with green blood dripping steadily. Hiss! The spider mother shook its forelimbs, and the surrounding spider swarm immediately changed direction, advancing towards Chu Shaoye and the little fox. The little fox had been fighting for a long time and was panting heavily. A green summoning rune appeared in Chu Shaoye's hand, and the silhouette of the Baishian worm manifested. A massive wave of small spiders surged forward like a black tide. The Baishian worm, freshly summoned, was so startled by the scene that it recoiled. Chu Shaoye tossed it to the little fox, commanding, "Shuyu, you and Shuwu hold off the spider swarm." The 2 feather-like antennae on the Baishian worm's head wobbled, seemingly feeling that Chu Shaoye had high expectations for it, given that it was just an unevolved larva. Perched on the little fox's head, the Baishian worm charged into the spider swarm, swiping its blood-red claws to send 4 or 5 small ghost-faced spiders flying. It spat silk like bullets, the strong adhesive causing the spiders to clump together and lose their combat effectiveness. As his spiritual energy rapidly depleted, Chu Shaoye knew he had to quickly deal with the spider mother. He raised his hand to summon back the Qinqing, forcefully extracting the short knife from the spider mother's mandibles, causing a spray of fresh blood. The spider mother, wounded again, emitted a sharp screech, eager to devour the human who had injured it. Its 8 legs moved swiftly, lunging at Chu Shaoye. In an instant, the spider mother appeared before him, leaving several afterimages on the ground, clearly having used a dash skill. Its sharp forelimbs glistened with light, another skill scythe blade. As its scythe-like forelimbs slashed down diagonally, Chu Shaoye felt a gust of wind, his eyelids twitched, and his body instinctively rolled away. The scythe blade skill of the spider mother struck the ground, carving a half-meter deep trench. If it had landed on a person, it would have cleaved them in half. Chu Shaoye had no time to be afraid, quickly distancing himself from the spider mother. Although the ghost-faced spiders had explosive power, they lacked endurance, and creating distance was his only chance for survival. With its mandibles injured, the spider mother could no longer use its silk spinning or black mist skills, limiting its attack options to close quarters combat, as it swung its forelimbs and used the dash skill again to attack Chu Shaoye. Chu Shaoye dodged as much as possible, only using the Qianxing to block when he couldn't evade. Although the Spider Mother was not a strength-type spirit beast, its 4th-tier grade meant it was no weakling, and each block left Chu Shaoye's arms numb. The ghost-faced Spider Queen was using her skills continuously, worsening her injuries and rapidly depleting her spiritual energy. Her movements became increasingly sluggish. Chu Shaoye seized the opportunity. As the Spider Queen prepared to use her pounce skill again, and before she could launch her scythe attack, he suddenly ducked and stepped forward, positioning himself right beneath the spider's forelimbs. The sharp limbs hovered above his head, ready to strike at any moment and take his life. However, this step was not a reckless move into danger, but a strategy to close in on the ghost-faced Spider Queen. Taking a gamble, Chu Shaoye poured his remaining spiritual power into his weapon, Qianxing, and slashed fiercely at the Spider Queen's underbelly. The blade tore through the Spider Queen's abdomen, causing blood and internal organs to gush out. Green blood splattered through the air as the Spider Queen convulsed, her 8 legs stabbing wildly. Chu Shaoye quickly withdrew Qianxing, blocking the incoming forelimb, and rolled away from the frenzied Spider Queen. This strike nearly severed the Spider Queen's entire lower abdomen, a critical injury even for a resilient insect spirit beast. The swarm of spiders that had been attacking the little fox and the 100-pattern worm sensed their queen's grievous wound and abandoned their assault to gather around her, spraying webs to try to bind her wound. However, the Spider Queen's injuries were too severe, and after a brief struggle, she collapsed, her 8 eyes losing their luster completely. The death of the Spider Queen plunged the spider swarm into chaos. The little ghost-faced spiders scurried in all directions, hissing. But soon, the swarm seemed to reach a consensus, regaining order amidst the chaos and quickly dispersing into the surrounding forest, vanishing like a receding tide. Chu Shaoye took the opportunity to circulate his spiritual cultivation technique to restore his energy, relieved that his prediction was correct. Once the ghost-faced Spider Queen died, the swarm would disperse. At that moment, he had no spiritual power left to face a group of ghost-faced spiders. The forest was a mess, covered with webs and the bodies of ghost-faced spiders. Without pausing to rest, Chu Shaoye swiftly gathered the spider corpses into the storage bag provided by his sect. The sect's storage bag, though only of the 2nd grade, had a capacity comparable to a carriage compartment. It wasn't large, but sufficient for the competition. No one expected Chu Shaoye to encounter a swarm of over 100 spiders and kill so many spirit beasts in one go. Fortunately, the ordinary ghost-faced spiders were small, and after stuffing them into the storage bag, it was about 80% full, leaving some space. Seeing the remaining space, Chu Shaoye thought for a moment, gathered the scattered webs on the ground, and stuffed a couple of handfuls into the bag as well. The strong smell of blood might attract other powerful spirit beasts, so Chu Shaoye quickly cleaned up the battlefield and left the area. He retracted the 100-pattern worm and the little fox, released the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, and commanded, "Shuabao, find a safe place." The mouse, seeing Chu Shaoye covered in blood, squeaked and quickly sniffed the air. Although it specialized in finding treasures, it realized that places with abundant spiritual energy were teeming with spirit beasts, while those with sparse energy had fewer. The golden thread, treasure-seeking mouse soon found a direction and led Chu Shaoye forward. Not long after Chu Shaoye left, Wang Han and Wang Hao entered the dense forest. Wang Han pushed aside the leaves blocking his view and was shocked by the scene before him. What happened here? He thought, eyes wide open. The area, about 20 or 30 meters in diameter, was covered in white spider silk hanging from the treetops like tattered cloth, while the ground was stained with patches of pale green blood, emanating the distinctive stench of insect spirit beasts. Wang Hao frowned and stepped forward, only to feel a sharp pain on his cheekbone. Looking down, he saw a thin line of blood. Realizing there was an invisible insect silk, he quickly raised his arm to stop Wang Han from moving forward. "Wait, there's an invisible thread here," he warned. Wang Han halted in surprise, staring at the bloodstained silk floating in the air, marveling at its power despite being finer than a hair. Carefully, Wang Hao collected the silk and stored it in his bag. He speculated that it was from at least a 3rd-rank spirit beast and could be exchanged for points. Wang Han swallowed nervously, looking at the ground littered with the silk. "Do you think someone just fought a spirit beast here?" he asked. Wang Hao nodded, his expression serious. "It seems so. Judging by the scene, one side was likely a group of spider-like spirit beasts. If it were a battle between beasts, we would see some corpses." Wang Han was even more astonished. Could any of our fellow disciples pull off such a feat? Fighting a group of spirit beasts and not only winning but also escaping unharmed. Wang Hao found it hard to believe, thinking perhaps it was a team effort, like their own. Even with 5 or 6 people, facing a spider swarm is no easy task. However, the battlefield's traces showed only claw marks from a single beast, suggesting that just one person fought the spider swarm. Such strength was astonishing. Wang Hao had assumed that Wang Ji an outer disciple, was the strongest competitor in the servants' contest, but now it seemed there was someone else of equal caliber. This competition was truly full of hidden talents. Initially, Wang Hao believed that with his and Wang Han's strength as third-rank spirit masters, securing a top 10 spot was almost guaranteed. Now, they realized they must take the competition more seriously. Wang Hao patted Wang Han on the back and said, "All right, stop dazing around. Let's collect all the spider silk." Wang Han snapped out of it, and, together with Wang Hao, gathered the silk hanging from the treetops and scattered on the ground. Chu Shaoye had left in a hurry, taking only a handful of silk, leaving plenty behind. These threads aren't sticky but are incredibly tough. They must be from ghost-faced spiders. This much should earn us quite a few points. We've really hit the jackpot, Wang Han remarked. Wang Hao nodded, about to speak when a wolf's howl echoed from the forest behind them. His expression changed. That's Wang Zhi's flame wolf. Let's get out of here and avoid crossing paths with him. The two brothers exchanged glances and quickened their pace to leave. When they first entered the trial grounds, they had spotted Wang Zhi from a distance, but they hadn't crossed paths directly. At that time, Wang Zhi was accompanied by a few miscellaneous disciples, wandering around the outskirts of the trial field with a group of 5 or 6 people. They weren't looking for spirit beasts to fight against. Instead, they targeted other participating disciples, stealing their storage bags and even smashing their life tokens to eliminate them. The brothers Wang Hao and Wang Han, both third-tier spirit masters, were not afraid of Wang Zhi when working together, but they preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, so they headed towards the inner area of the trial field. Given Wang Zhi's presence, it was likely that there were few remaining contestants in the outer area. In front of the Qishao Treasure Hall on Huayun Peak, a Lingxi biennial circled in the sky, with diamond-shaped water mirrors floating on the platform, reflecting the images of all the participating disciples in the trial field. This was an extension of the Bird King's skill flower in the mirror, moon in the water, allowing one to see everything through the eyes of spirit beasts that had submitted to the Lingxi biennial. The water mirrors floated slowly in the air, with several magnified ones facing the Qinghong twins and elders on the high platform. Among these water mirrors, Wang Zhi was prominently featured as one of the top contenders most likely to earn a promotion in this competition. In the water mirror, Wang Zhi was commanding his life-bound spirit beast, the Flame Azure Wolf, to attack a miscellaneous disciple with only second-tier strength. The Flame Azure Wolf, having reached the 4th tier, easily overpowered the disciple, who was severely injured in an instant. The aftermath of the attack set his clothes on fire, and he had to roll on the ground twice to extinguish the flames. Watching the disciple's plight, Wang Zhi sneered, stepped forward, and crushed the life token hanging from his waist. His lackey hurriedly stepped forward, removed the disciple's storage bag, and presented it to Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi took the storage bag nonchalantly, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and found it contained only 2 pitiful first-tier spirit beast corpses. A second-tier spirit master, truly worthless. With disdain, Wang Zhi tossed the storage bag back to his lackey, saying coldly, "It's yours." The lackey was overjoyed. After all, it was free points. Wang Zhi might disdain it, but he didn't. He transferred the spirit beast corpses into his own storage bag and flattered, "Senior brother Wang, we've almost cleared everyone in the outer area. Those left outside don't have much strength. How about we move to the inner area?" Wang Zhi nodded arrogantly and began walking inward, with the lackey quickly following. Before leaving, the lackey glanced back at the fallen disciple, flaunting the empty storage bag. Seeing the disciple's grim expression made the lackey feel even more satisfied, thinking that pledging allegiance to Wang Zhi was a wise choice. Even scraps from Wang Zhi could propel him into the top 30. A gray-feathered sparrow on a branch witnessed everything, reflecting it onto the water mirror. Observing Wang Zhi's actions, many elders frowned. Although the competition allowed for the seizing of other competitors' points, Wang Zhi's behavior was excessively malicious, eliminating opponents in such a humiliating manner. Tang Yi, known for his upright nature, snorted coldly. This disciple surnamed Wang is too vicious. He was involved in the demonic spirit beast incident last time, and even after being demoted to a miscellaneous disciple, he shows no remorse. The demonic spirit beast incident occurred in the training field, and although it was not directly related to Tang Yi, it did bring some trouble. Back when they deliberated on accountability, Tang Yi advocated for severe punishment. Now, he harbored no goodwill towards Wang Zhi, wishing to expel him from the sect, fearing that with his character, Wang Zhi would eventually disgrace the Qishao sect. Hong Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Wang Zhi, thinking to himself that this person seemed familiar. Indeed, it was Wang Zhi, who was known for his considerable strength but questionable morals. Many elders had their reservations about him, as Qishao sect strictly forbade internal conflicts. Despite repeated warnings before the competition, Wang Zhi continued to act recklessly, making it hard for him to achieve greatness. Su Kuan chuckled softly. Although Wang Zhi was somewhat arrogant, young people often had their pride. If he could return to the outer sect based on his abilities, it would be quite an achievement. Hong Yi glanced at him sideways, a cold smile playing on his lips, and asked, Elder Su, are you confident in Wang Ji's abilities? Are you certain he can make it into the top 10 among the servant disciples? Su Kuan wasn't offended. Stroking his long beard, he replied amicably, I'm just making a reasonable assumption. Wang Ji was originally an outer sect disciple, so he naturally stands out among the servant disciples. Xiao Lan nodded in agreement. Although Wang Ji hadn't advanced to the 4th rank spirit master, his life spirit beast, the flame wolf, had been cultivated to the 4th rank, likely unmatched among the servant disciples. However, many promising talents had emerged this time, with over 10 3rd-rank spirit masters among the servant disciples. Qing Ji and Hong Ji had been watching the water mirror. Hearing this, Qing Ji turned to Fong Qingshan and said, Elder Fong, you're more familiar with these servant disciples. Do you have any favorites? Fong Qingshan, being addressed, respectfully replied, This year's servant disciples are indeed impressive. Among the competitors, there are 22 who have reached the 3rd rank. As for my favorite, he hesitated briefly, then firmly stated, it's actually a new disciple who joined the sect just 2 months ago. This new disciple had reached the 3rd rank spirit master within just 2 months of joining the sect. Fong Qingshan couldn't guarantee he would make it into the top 10 among the servant disciples, but even if he didn't, he was sure to have a place in next year's Qishao competition. Although Fong Qingshan didn't make extravagant claims, his words were astounding. Advancing to the 3rd rank in just 2 months was a remarkable talent. Even among the high-ranking members of Qishao sect, such as Qing Ji, Hong Ji, and Hong Yi, none had advanced so quickly. It had taken them at least a year to become 3rd-rank spirit masters. Qing Ji looked at Fong Qingshan, puzzled, and asked, if the disciple Elder Fong mentioned has such talent, why is he only a servant disciple? He should be in the inner sect. Fong Qingshan smiled slightly and explained, Lady Qing Ji, you may not know, but this disciple's life spirit pet is a low-rank spirit beast, limited by its talent cap. Therefore, when I brought him into the sect, I only made him a servant disciple. Hong Ji, confused, asked, if there's a limitation due to the life spirit beast, why is his cultivation speed so fast? Fong Qingshan was prepared for this question and answered with a chuckle. The lad was fortunate to gain the favor of Elder Ding Yangzi, who helped him enhance his body, allowing for such rapid improvement. The body refinement technique was well known in Qishao sect, something even the servant disciples had heard of, let alone the elders of the sect. As soon as Fong Qingshan spoke, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Unlike the disciples who had only a partial understanding, the elders had a deeper knowledge of the body refining technique. Many cultivators, due to limitations in talent, could never break through to a higher level, remaining low-level spiritual masters. A few determined individuals were willing to endure the risk of disfigurement and the intense pain of body refining, but only Dan Yangzi had successfully advanced to the intermediate level. This was because enduring pain was just the basic requirement. Body refining demanded extremely high physical standards, including exceptional physical fitness, spiritual vein width, and spiritual palace size. Attempting body refining without the requisite aptitude often resulted in death by self-detonation. The crowd turned to look at Ding Yangzi, thinking that perhaps he had found a worthy successor. Ding Yangzi lounged in his seat, resting his head on one hand and the other on the armrest, looking bored. Beneath his mask, faint bluish-black bruises were visible. Noticing everyone staring at him, Ding Yangzi frowned slightly, showing some impatience. Why are you all looking at me? It's just a kid who's just started body refining. He's still got a long way to go. With Dan Yangzi's confirmation, everyone had their own thoughts. With Dan Yangzi's guidance, if this servant disciple could endure the body refining process, his future achievements would certainly surpass that of a low-level spiritual master. Knowing Dan Yangzi's character, it was unlikely that further questions would yield more information. Qingji said to Fong Qingshan, to earn the favor of Elder Fong and Elder Ding Yangzi, this boy must have great potential. What's his name? Fong Qingshan replied with a smile. He's Chu Shaoye, a servant disciple from Lumen Peak. Qingji found the name somewhat familiar and was pondering it when she heard a small exclamation from Hongji. The water mirror moved in front of them under Hongji's guidance, revealing the image of Chu Shaoye. Hongji tugged on Qingji's sleeve, exclaiming in surprise, Sister, look, this servant disciple named Chu Shaoye has a purity fox as his life-bound spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Qingji looked up at the water mirror and saw a fox-like spirit beast beside the young man, pure white, with silvered eyes, the purity fox. Fong Qingshan had only mentioned that the servant disciple's spirit beast was low-level, not expecting it to be a purity fox. Hongyi clicked his tongue. The kid sure is lucky. He glanced at Qingji, feeling a sense of irony that the purity fox he had searched for so diligently had appeared in such a manner. Qingji paid no mind to Hongyi's glance. Though she liked cute, furry spirit beasts like the purity fox, she wouldn't insist on having one. After all, it was just a pet. She preferred to pursue powerful spirit companions. Chu Shaoye's purity fox was already the size of an adult dog, with a fluffy tail, far from diminutive. Its coat was sleek, its posture proud, and its claws and teeth sharp, clearly well-trained, and an excellent third-level spirit pet. Qingji praised. It's impressive to have raised a purity fox to this level. Hongji chuckled. This disciple named Chu Shaoye seems quite confident, heading straight for the center of the trial grounds. The closer to the center, the stronger the residing spirit beasts. For the upcoming Qi Shao competition, Elder Qiaolon, who managed the trial grounds, had deliberately placed many fourth-level spirit beasts there. Given Chu Shaoye's newly advanced third-level strength, handling this would not be simple. As they spoke, Chu Shaoye in the water mirror suddenly paused, and a blood mark appeared on his left cheek. A fourth-level spirit beast had arrived. The elders watched with a hint of interest in their eyes, eager to see how this miscellaneous disciple, favored by elders Fang Qingshan and Dan Yangzi, would handle a tier 4 spirit beast. Only Qiao Lan frowned slightly, aware of the high-grade spirit beasts lurking in the trial field. In the water mirror, it was the ghost-face spider mother attacking Chu Shaoye. While the ghost-face spider queen was of average strength among tier 4 beasts, the spider mother could command an entire swarm, making her a top-tier threat when aided by her brood. Typically, the spider mother should be in the central area of the trial field, yet she appeared near the outskirts. Though puzzled, Xiaolon considered the possibility that she was out hunting and didn't dwell on it further. He merely thought Chu Shaoye was extremely unlucky to encounter the spider mother. Against other tier 4 beasts, he could still escape if outmatched, but facing a swarm of ghost-face spiders, his tier 3 strength made escape unlikely. In the water mirror, Chu Shaoye deliberately let the spider silk cut his skin, staining the invisible threads with blood, thus revealing the ghost-face spider mother's stealth silk skill. A swarm of small ghost-face spiders emerged from the forest, their skull-like patterns sending chills down the spine. The spider mother, enraged by her injury, unleashed a black mist skill, enveloping the water mirror in darkness and obscuring Chu Shaoye's figure. Hongi remarked, "What a pity. This boy has decent strength, but he stands no chance against the ghost-face spider queen. It seems his journey in the competition ends here." The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chu Shaoye's talent, but conceding that his tier 3 power was no match for the spider swarm. Seeing the lack of confidence in Chu Shaoye, Ding Yangzi snorted but said nothing more. If he couldn't handle a group of ghost-face spiders, he wasn't worthy of being his disciple. As time ticked by, the black mist lingered in the water mirror, yet Chu Shaoye's life token remained unbroken. Could he have truly perished at the Spider Queen's fangs? Fang Qingshan felt uneasy, silently praying. This boy better not be stubborn. He should break the life token if he's in danger. Even if he doesn't succeed this time, there's always another chance. If he dies, it's all over. Fang Qingshan's worry was short-lived, as a sudden wail from the Spider Queen pierced through the black mist, causing the swarm to become restless. As the mist gradually dissipated, Chu Shaoye's figure reappeared, with a gleaming dagger embedded in the Spider Queen's mouthparts, green blood dripping down. Raising his hand, Chu Shaoye summoned the dagger, which flew like a meteor back into his grasp. The elders on the platform were visibly startled. Xiaolon exclaimed, a spirit weapon recognizing its master. That dagger is a high-grade spirit weapon. Who exactly is this disciple? Fang Qingshan's eyes widened in shock, wondering how Chu Shaoye, a mere boy from a remote village, came to possess a high-grade spirit weapon. After all, in the entire Qi Shao sect, only the sect master, Cloud Peak Shinren, owned a 7th-grade spirit weapon, the Yufachin. Obtaining a high-tier spirit weapon is not something that can be achieved by strength alone. Even the lowest quality 7th-tier spirit weapon fetches an auction price that is beyond most people's imagination. Qing Ji frowned slightly, casting her gaze toward Fang Qingshan, wondering about the background of this disciple named Chu Shaoye. Fang Qingshan tried to maintain his composure as he explained, Chu Shaoye was recommended by my fellow disciple Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was once an outer disciple of our sect, and now works for the Spirit Master Association. His information is absolutely reliable. Chu Shaoye comes from Chu family village in Qingwu town, Zhiyu city, and is the son of the village chief, Chu Wangshan. Besides that, he has no other background. How could a village boy possess such a precious high-tier spirit weapon? The elders' expressions varied, seemingly skeptical of Fang Qingshan's words. Fang Qingshan also harbored suspicions. If he had known earlier that Chu Shaoye possessed a high-tier spirit weapon, he would have investigated thoroughly. Could this boy be the illegitimate child of a great spirit master? Ding Yangzi sneered, reminding everyone, no matter how this spirit weapon was acquired, it belongs to him. Let's not forget, a high-tier spirit weapon can be bound by blood. Once bound, it cannot be taken away. If the owner dies, the weapon's spiritual energy will gradually dissipate, eventually becoming an ordinary weapon. The allure of wealth can stir the heart, especially with something as valuable as a high-tier spirit weapon. Indeed, a few elders had been tempted, thinking that it was a waste for a 3rd-tier spirit master to possess at least a 7th-tier spirit weapon. After Ding Yangzi's reminder, they all curbed their thoughts, sitting upright as if they had never been greedy. If a poor village boy owns a high-tier spirit weapon, he either had a fortuitous encounter or has powerful backing. If he indeed has backing, they must not offend this disciple, but should instead treat him well. Ding Yangzi's lips curled into a mocking smile, thinking to himself about the hypocrisy of these people. Although he managed to suppress their inappropriate thoughts, Ding Yangzi became more scrutinizing of Chu Shaoye's background. Despite having a low-tier spirit beast and limited spirit master talent, Chu Shaoye possessed exceptional physical qualities and rapid cultivation speed, clearly not an ordinary person. In his memory, there was no notable Chu family force in the southern continent. Despite his doubts, in the water mirror, Chu Shaoye took a risk, diving under the forelimbs of the ghost-faced spider mother and slashing its belly with a short blade. With a high-tier spirit weapon, turning the tide of battle was possible, but Chu Shaoye's combat skills still secretly impressed several elders. Fang Qingshan and Ding Yangzi's judgment was indeed accurate. Given time, this young man named Chu Shaoye would surely achieve great things. Covered in blood, Chu Shaoye's tall, lean figure stood out among the corpses of ghost-faced spiders, resembling a fierce warrior rampaging in a hellish scene. However, this aura only lasted for a moment before Chu Shaoye quickly cleared the battlefield and left. Guided by the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, he soon arrived at a slope no more than 5 or 6 meters high. Chu Shaoye jumped down the slope and found a cave hidden by tall weeds, making it quite concealed. He entered the cave and took out a spirit pill for illumination from his black jade ring. The cave floor was littered with many bones, likely remnants from spirit beasts. These bones had long since turned to white, odorless remains, indicating that the cave had been abandoned for a long time. Chu Shaoye was utterly exhausted and had no strength left to search for another hiding place. He leaned against the cave wall and slowly sat down. After resting for a while, he regained some strength and removed his blood-soaked clothes. His upper body was marked with over 10 thin, long scars from the spider's silk, with the flesh turned out, making for a ghastly sight. The golden thread treasure mouse, seeing his severe wounds, squeaked anxiously. Chu Shaoye smiled faintly and reassured it. It looks worse than it is. The wounds aren't deep. With that, he retrieved a bottle of medicine and some bandages from his black jade ring, items that Duanmu Dai had given him before the competition as a precaution. Unexpectedly, he needed them within half a day of entering the trial ground. The elixir from Duanmu Dai was extraordinary. As soon as the jade bottle was opened, a refreshing and gentle fragrance wafted out. The ointment was a light green, semi-transparent, resembling a glistening jelly. Chu Shaoye dabbed some ointment with his fingertip and applied it to his wounds, immediately feeling a cool sensation that eased the pain significantly. Seeing this, the golden thread treasure mouse quickly took the bottle from him and began applying the ointment. Chu Shaoye had several wounds on his back that he couldn't reach, so the mouse's assistance saved him much effort. Despite its small size, the mouse's paws were nimble, holding the bottle with one paw while the other was coated in ointment, carefully applying it to his wounds. As the ointment spread, the pain was gradually replaced by a soothing coolness, and the bleeding stopped. Chu Shaoye then bandaged the treated wounds and changed into clean clothes. He took out a handkerchief to clean the ointment-covered paws of the golden thread treasure mouse. The once full bottle of ointment was now nearly empty, but the mouse had used it generously on him. Chu Shaoye didn't blame it at all. Instead, he gently rubbed the mouse's head with his finger and said with a smile, "Thank you, Shuabao." The mouse shook its head, as if to say no thanks were necessary. Their relationship transcended such formalities. Once his injuries were tended to, Chu Shaoye immediately began practicing spiritual cultivation. The spiritual energy within him had been depleted during the battle with the ghost-faced spider mother, and he needed to recover quickly. The trial ground was far more dangerous than he had anticipated, encountering a 4th-rank spirit beast before even reaching the center area. Who knew how many more high-ranked spirit beasts awaited him? He had to remain in fighting condition at all times. Meanwhile, on the other side of the trial ground, a massive rock python was constricting a 3rd-rank sharp-horned antelope. The antelope had a pair of long, dagger-like horns over a meter long, capable of lethal damage with a single thrust. However, it was tightly coiled by the python, unable to wield its sharp weapons, and could only struggle in vain against its impending death. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously, causing Gu Yuan to look away. Once the antelope was completely lifeless, the python's coiled body slowly unwound, allowing Ren Shengping to step forward and collect the antelope's carcass. Just as the two were about to leave and head towards the center to find other prey, a strangely shaped Luque bird flew over. It had a tuft of fluffy feathers on its head, resembling a bowl cut. Ren Shengping frowned, realizing that this Luque king was clearly someone else's spirit pet, and quickly signaled his companion to leave. The two exchanged glances, mounted Ren Shengping's 3-tailed blue ox, and were about to set off when a figure suddenly blocked their path. The Luque king landed on the person's shoulder, evidently its owner. If Chu Shaoye were present, he would have recognized this person as the one who had ambushed him when he first entered the trial ground. Ren Xingping raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, a second-tier spirit master daring to rob here? The newcomer chuckled and replied, I wouldn't dare. I'm just doing a job for Wang Xiao. Ren Xingping's heart sank, realizing that this second-tier spirit master was clearly prepared and had others backing him. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps could be heard from the woods. Ren Xingping turned to see Wang Ji leading 7 or 8 people out. They quickly spread out, forming a circle to trap Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan, clearly well practiced. Gu Yuan swallowed nervously and tugged at Ren Xingping's sleeve, whispering, Brother Ren, this group doesn't mean well. I'll cover you to escape. Don't worry about me. Ren Xingping frowned. With the enemy right in front of him, he said nothing more. Wang Ji glanced at Ren Xingping, thinking to himself that a third-tier spirit master would suffice. Most of their previous targets were first- and second-tier spirit masters, whose storage bags held little of value. To Wang Ji, only a third-tier spirit master among the servant disciples was worth his trouble. His life spirit beast, the flame wolf, was already restless, its eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. Wang Ji stroked the thick neck fur of the flame wolf and proudly said, Go, finish them in 3 moves. The flame wolf howled to the sky, its limbs igniting with fierce flames as it charged at Ren Xingping. Ren Xingping was shocked. Typically, people would let their spirit pets attack the opponent's spirit pet first, but this flame wolf charged directly at him. Fortunately, Ren Xingping's rock python had not been retracted and quickly blocked the attack. The rock python's scales were as hard as stone, withstanding a strike from the flame wolf's claw. The flame wolf's attack carried fire attributes, causing sparks to fly upon impact with the python's scales, and a large patch of scales was torn off, leaving it bloody. Fortunately, the earth attribute rock python had resistance to fire attacks, or this strike would have been more than just losing some scales. The gap between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier spirit beasts was immense. Ren Xingping withdrew the bleeding rock python and summoned the stone-scaled lizard. Wang Ji raised an eyebrow, satisfied, and said, Not bad. Flame Wolf, use the Fire Rain skill. The Fire Rain skill was an area attack. The Flame Wolf's body ignited with fierce flames, and dozens of fist-sized fireballs formed in the air, causing the temperature in the dense forest to rise sharply. With a wolf howl, the fireballs rained down on Ren Xingping and his companion. Ren Xingping hurriedly shouted, Stone Scale Shield. The stone-scaled lizard flashed with a grayish-white light, and 3 semi-transparent stone-gray shields appeared, shielding them. The dense fire rain hit the shield's illusion, each impact making the shield more transparent. Ren Xingping gritted his teeth and said, We can't beat him, let's run while we can. The 3-tailed blue ox obeyed its master's command, galloping backward and knocking 2 people in the rear 5 or 6 meters away. Wang Ji watched as the 2 broke through the encirclement, and a green summoning rune appeared beside him again, summoning a large bird with fiery red feathers. The Firewing Ibis, a 4th-tier fire attribute avian spirit beast, had not yet fully matured into its adult form, and Wang Ji's Firewing Ibis was currently only at the 3rd tier. Gu Yuan, seated behind Ren Xingping, turned to see Wang Ji rapidly closing in on them, riding a large bird with flaming wings. The speed of the Firewing Ibis far surpassed that of the 3-tailed green ox, and it was quickly gaining on them. Without a moment to lose, Gu Yuan summoned the copper coin grass turtle. With a strong swing, he hurled the turtle towards the Firewing Ibis, shouting, Take this, Ironhead Turtle. The Firewing Ibis saw a dark object hurtling towards it at high speed, but it was too close to dodge and was struck hard on the head by the turtle's shell. As it was thrown, the copper coin grass turtle immediately activated its petrification skill, becoming as hard as a brick. The Firewing Ibis was momentarily blinded by the blow and let out a cry of pain as it plummeted to the ground. Wang Ji leapt off its back, rolling to a stop with a darkened expression, cursing, Useless. It was disgraceful for a 3rd-tier spirit beast to be hit and knocked out by a 2nd-tier one. The Firewing Ibis wasn't completely unconscious, though. It struggled to its feet, shaking its head to regain its senses. Wang Ji glanced at the henchmen standing idly by and barked, What are you standing around for? They're getting away, go after them. The henchmen snapped to attention, summoning their spirit beasts to pursue. Though inwardly grumbling at the unfairness, they were only following Wang Ji's orders not to interfere earlier, and now they were being scolded. A variety of spirit pets chased after the 3-tailed green ox. Although these spirit beasts weren't of high rank, their sheer numbers posed a significant problem. After striking the Firewing Ibis, Gu Yuan quickly retrieved the copper coin grass turtle and summoned the cluster star grass. Despite its low tier, the cluster star grass was a relatively rare light attribute spirit beast, with a small cluster of grass bearing tiny flowers that glimmered with a faint golden light. Gu Yuan raised the cluster star grass and commanded, Cluster star grass, use starry gold. The grass moved without wind, releasing golden light dots from its flowers. Anyone touched by these light dots felt a wave of dizziness, their vision filled with stars. Ren Xingping seized the opportunity, urging the three-tailed green ox to sprint with all its might, sending clouds of dust billowing from its hooves. Unfortunately, the three-tailed green ox lacked speed, and soon the recovered firewing ibis was on their tail again. The firewing ibis flapped its wings, shedding crimson feathers that transformed into fiery arrows, raining down on the two below. The stone-scale gecko climbed onto Ren Xingping's back, its body flashing with a gray-white light as it used its stone-scale armor skill again. The rain of fiery arrows was barely deflected. Wang Ji, standing on the firewing ibis's back, sneered, "Parlor tricks. Let's see if you can withstand the third strike." The firewing ibis flapped its wings again, gathering another storm of fiery arrows. The stone-scale gecko, having used its ultimate move twice, showed dimming scales, clearly unable to withstand a third attack. At this point, Ren Xingping's face was pale. The earlier battle with the horned antelope had drained much of his spirit power, and his struggle with Wang Ji had pushed him to his limits. As the second wave of rockets was about to hit, Ren Xingping spurred his massive blue ox and shouted to Gu Yuan behind him, "Hold on tight." The three-tailed blue ox abruptly halted, its forelegs raised high, letting out a thunderous roar. This enormous spirit beast, meticulously raised by Ren Xingping, weighed over 3,000 pounds. As its hooves slammed down, the ground cracked as if an explosion had occurred, sending a wave of earth soaring more than 10 meters high. This move, known as 1,000 pounds, one of the most powerful skills of strength-type spirit beasts, completely concealed the trio behind a curtain of earth, making the rockets vanish into the dust as if they had disappeared into the sea. The ground trembled slightly under the impact of the three-tailed blue ox, resembling a small earthquake. Observing this, Wang Ji's expression darkened, realizing that this servant disciple had some skill. Within the earthen wall, Ren Xingping suddenly coughed up blood. Forcing his spiritual power to make the three-tailed blue ox execute this move had caused internal injuries, leaving him unable to continue fighting. The stone-scaled gecko and the three-tailed blue ox transformed into streaks of light, returning to his spiritual domain, as Ren Xingping no longer had the energy to sustain them in battle. Seeing him spit blood, Gu Yuan's heart tightened, and he quickly took out a spiritual medicine from his storage pouch and placed it into Ren Xingping's mouth. The cluster star grass emitted faint golden specks of light, slowly merging into Ren Xingping's body. The spiritual Polina supportive skill of plant-type spirit beasts could help restore some spiritual energy. Though the spiritual pollen of a second-tier cluster star grass could only restore a trace of energy for Ren Xingping, it was a timely relief for his painfully depleted meridians. The fire-winged ibis flew above the earthen curtain, its wing beats stirring the air and hastening the descent of the sand and dust. Ren Xingping glanced at the blurred silhouette of the fire-winged ibis overhead, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to Gu Yuan, "The earthen curtain won't hold for long. We need to run." Gu Yuan nodded, draping one of Ren Xingping's arms over his shoulder, and helped him dash into the dense forest. The sharp-eyed fire-winged ibis let out a piercing cry as soon as they emerged from the earthen curtain, diving towards them. A fiery red ball formed in the ibis's beak, its color gradually shifting to a blinding white, instilling fear. Wang Ji's lips curled into a smug smile as he thought, "Let's see how you handle this time." Ren Xingping smiled wryly. "Gu Yuan, it seems we won't make it to the finals this time." He touched the life token hanging at his waist, hesitating to crush it as they had only been in the trial field for 2 days, and giving up was hard to swallow. Gu Yuan summoned a coin grass turtle and pushed Ren Xingping aside, saying, "Brother Ren, you go first. I'll buy you some time." Wang Ji, now close enough to hear Gu Yuan's seemingly overconfident words, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You think a second-tier spirit master can stop me?" The fireball, initially aimed at Ren Xingping, turned towards Gu Yuan. The fire-winged ibis tilted its head back, launching the scorching fireball. Everything it touched, flowers, grass, trees, was incinerated to charcoal, and even the air seemed to warp from the heat. Ren Xingping's eyes widened in desperation as he shouted, "Gu Yuan." Everyone thought Gu Yuan would meet his end under the fireball, but Wang Ji was not reckless. Although he acted arrogantly and dismissed others, he still remembered the rules of the competition, no intentionally causing fatal harm, which was really troublesome. The fireball crashed onto the ground in front of Gu Yuan, sending sparks flying and a heat wave that pushed him back several steps, forcing him to crouch on the ground. The copper coin tortoise quickly rushed in front of Gu Yuan, extending several vine-like tendrils from beneath its shell to form a dense network that blocked all the flying sparks. As a wood-type spirit beast, the copper coin tortoise was naturally countered by fire-type spirit beasts, and several scorch marks were left on its vines. At that moment, a golden-green light emerged from the tortoise, its body suddenly expanding, the bronze glow flickering as the vines thickened and shone with a metallic sheen. Before Gu Yuan could react, both Ren Xingping and Wang Ji stared wide-eyed in shock, exclaiming, A spirit beast mutation. From the copper coin tortoise's display, it had unexpectedly evolved with a metal attribute, becoming a dual metalwood attribute spirit beast, and simultaneously advancing to a third-tier spirit beast. With its new mutation, the copper coin tortoise's power surged, its vine's fire resistance significantly enhanced, reaching into the sky to ensnare the fire-winged ibis, launching a strangling skill. Cry. The fire-winged ibis let out a pained cry, desperately flapping its wings to soar higher, trying to break free. The golden light from the copper coin tortoise grew more radiant, its body suddenly plummeting, causing the ground already cracked by the three-tailed green ox's skill to fracture even further. Ren Xingping remarked, "It's the 1,000-pound drop, a metal attribute spirit beast skill. Gu Yuan, your copper coin tortoise is incredible, mastering so many new skills right after mutating." "I have no idea." Gu Yuan replied helplessly, barely recognizing his copper coin tortoise, once too lazy to even turn over while sunbathing. Wang Ji's face turned ashen, not expecting that the seemingly useless second-tier spirit master's beast would mutate. His fire-winged ibis was now at a disadvantage, and he didn't have enough spirit energy left to summon the flame wolf for battle. Both the copper coin tortoise and the fire-winged ibis were third-tier spirit beasts, equally matched in strength, one on the ground, the other in the air, engaging in a tug-of-war with the vines. The cracks beneath the tortoise's feet multiplied, tiny rocks and soil trembling. Ren Xingping, lying on the ground, felt the disturbance most acutely, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly realizing, he shouted, "This isn't good." Without time to explain, a surge of power within him propelled him to his feet, grabbing Gu Yuan to flee, but it was too late. The earth began to fracture, splitting into a vast, bottomless chasm hundreds of meters long in an instant. Gu Yuan, a step too slow, slipped into the crevice. Ren Xingping lunged forward, grabbing Gu Yuan's hand. "Gu Yuan, hold on." The spot where the copper coin tortoise stood also slid toward the chasm, its vines dragging the fire-winged ibis down with it. Wang Ji cursed loudly, "Stupid turtle, if you want to die, don't drag me with you." The copper coin tortoise's golden-green eyes glanced at Wang Ji, and the vines ensnaring the fire-winged ibis suddenly released, snapping back and delivering a sharp whip to Wang Ji. Wang Ji's nose started bleeding profusely, a bright red whip mark appeared across his face, and a few teeth fell out. The copper coin grass turtle, using the vines for support, leaped towards Gu Yuan and Ren Xingping on the fallen rubble. The crack widened, and the earth beneath Ren Xingping began to collapse, causing both to scream as they fell. Wang Ji, holding his nose, sneered at the scene, knowing it wasn't his doing. They couldn't blame him if they died. Fire-winged ibis go. As Wang Ji flew away on the fire-winged ibis, the copper coin grass turtle jumped to where they were falling. Two golden-green vines shot through the air, wrapping around their waists and flinging them upwards. Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan were thrown 7 or 8 meters away, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Gu Yuan, seeing stars from the fall, tasted iron in his throat, and it felt like his insides had shifted. But he didn't have time to check his injuries. He scrambled to the edge of the crack, shouting, "Lazybones!" Two vines brushed past Gu Yuan's cheek, wrapping around a large tree. A bronze turtle, the size of a millstone, leaped from the crack and landed steadily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gu Yuan's sadness hadn't even set in when the copper coin grass turtle returned unharmed, still looking as cool as ever. He threw himself onto the turtle's back, tears streaming down his face. "Lazybones, I'm so glad you're not dead." He had thought the turtle would fall into the crack. The turtle turned its head suddenly, its golden-green vines lashing out and slapping Gu Yuan's face, though much more gently than it had hit Wang Ji. "Ugh, you useless fool. You used it as a weapon and now need it to save you." Gu Yuan held his face in disbelief. He could see disdain in the turtle's small eyes. A spirit pet looking down on him, even daring to hit him? But Gu Yuan wasn't angry. The turtle was right. He truly was useless, having been no help in the fight, relying entirely on the turtle. In the end, the turtle had to save him. If it weren't for their contract, sharing each other's fate, the turtle probably wouldn't have bothered with him. Gu Yuan fell into thought. Maybe the turtle's reluctance to train with him wasn't due to laziness, but because it looked down on him. The ground continued to tremble, earth and stones churning, with many towering trees uprooted and more cracks forming. Ren Xingping leaned on a tree to stand, coughing. "It's not safe here. We need to leave quickly." It wasn't the time for idle thoughts. Gu Yuan wiped his face with his sleeve, nodded, and they climbed onto the turtle's back, speeding towards the trial ground's entrance. The epicenter of the tremor seemed to be the heart of the trial ground. Gu Yuan looked back just in time to see a hill rising from the ground, dirt and stones cascading down. On closer inspection, it wasn't a hill at all, but a part of a spirit beast's body. A massive spiritual pressure swept across the trial ground. Flocks of birds flew high, and beasts scattered. The sky darkened as if it were the end of the world. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Brother Ren, could this be our doing?" waking a high-level spirit beast from its slumber? Rin Shengping's expression was grave. Our spirit pets are only third tier. There's no way we could disturb a high-level spirit beast. We must have just happened upon it. Who would have thought such a terrifying spirit beast resided beneath the trial ground? Hopefully, the sect leader and elders could handle it. Otherwise, the entire Qishao sect could be destroyed. The entire Qishao sect destroyed. Could this spirit beast be so powerful? Gu Yuan dared not think further, silently praying that the sect leader and elders could subdue it. At the same time, he thought of Chu Shaoye, hoping he hadn't reached the trial ground's center yet and could escape safely. Chu Shaoye rested in the cave overnight, and his injuries had significantly healed. His internal energy was also gradually replenishing. He summoned the little fox, which had mostly recovered after a night's rest, although the fur that had been shaved off had not fully grown back, leaving it somewhat uneven. After a simple breakfast, Chu Shaoye decided to continue towards the central area of the trial grounds. Just a few steps out, the beast mark on his right neck suddenly heated up, and a white summoning array appeared. Chu Shaoye was astonished. He hadn't summoned the young Bai Huali cub, yet it managed to emerge from his spiritual realm on its own. A black furry ball leaped out of the array. Chu Shaoye reached out to catch it, but the Bai Huali cub ignored him, instead using his hand as a springboard to dash into the dense forest. Shui! Chu Shaoye called out. The cub glanced back at him, let out a soft mew, and continued running without much pause. Chu Shaoye rubbed his forehead in exasperation. What kind of mischief was this little ancestor up to now? Among his spiritual pets, the Bai Huali cub was the most unruly. Despite his exasperation, he had no choice but to chase after it. With the little fox in tow, Chu Shaoye hurried after the Bai Huali cub towards the center of the trial grounds. Despite its youth, the cub was swift, skillfully weaving through the underbrush like a shadow. Chu Shaoye was surprised to see it using the dark attribute skill Shadow, which greatly increased its speed. No wonder the little fox couldn't catch up even with its dash skill. For a cub just a few days old to be using skills like this was extraordinary, unless it was a mutated spirit beast with terrifying talent. Shui, stop running. Tell me where you want to go. Chu Shaoye shouted. The cub's starry eyes suddenly sparkled with points of light, forming a mysterious rune. It abruptly halted, turned, and ran back to Chu Shaoye, jumping into his arms. Thinking it had finally decided to behave, Chu Shaoye patted its head, but then a loud rumble came from ahead. Startled, Chu Shaoye looked up to see a rock-armored red bear charging towards him. Shuewu! At his command, the little fox's tail whipped like a lash at the bear's leg, producing a sharp crack. The bear cried out in pain, its leg buckling as it collapsed. Chu Shaoye seized the opportunity to roll away with the cub, dodging the bear's attack range. As Chu Shaoye prepared for another confrontation, the bear, now back on its feet, did not attack him but instead continued to charge forward, its massive form seemingly in a panicked rush. Chu Shaoye was puzzled. What could be driving the rock-armored red bear so urgently? The Bai Huali cub let out another soft mew from his arms, its eyes shining brightly. Chu Shaoye paused, sensing it was using a skill, though he couldn't discern what it was. Suddenly, a large flock of birds took flight in the distance, followed by a thunderous noise much louder than the bear's previous rumbling. More mystical beasts were charging in their direction, and it wasn't just one or two, but an entire herd. The ground beneath them began to tremble, and Chu Shaoye felt a sudden rush of urgency. Without wasting a moment, he quickly turned and climbed up a tree large enough for two people to encircle with their arms. Shui Wu! Get up here, he shouted just as countless beasts emerged from the dense forest. The little fox used its skill to step on air, gracefully jumping onto the back of a large, antlered deer. The smaller trees were unable to withstand the force of the beast tide, snapping constantly, and many slower beasts were instantly swept into the torrent, vanishing into dust. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, Chu Shaoye couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If he had hesitated even a moment longer, he might have been caught in the chaos as well. He turned to look in the direction from which the beast tide had come, where the ground seemed to be continuously shaking. What on earth was happening? Before he could think further, the ground began to tremble violently. A deep, bottomless crevice extended towards them with lightning speed, and those beasts that failed to escape in time fell into the chasm like dumplings, their cries echoing chillingly. The giant tree Chu Shaoye was on was also affected, its roots upheaving and leaning precariously towards the crevice. He sprinted along the tree trunk, trying to reach the other side of the crevice, where the ground appeared more stable. Just as he was about to reach the end, the usually docile young Baiwa Li cub suddenly wriggled out of Chu Shaoye's arms and jumped towards the crevice without hesitation. Chu Shaoye's pupils dilated in shock as he reached out. Shui! But the cub was too fast, even using its shadow skill, diving straight into the depths below. Chu Shaoye felt a mix of emotions. How could a cub so newly born be so eager to end its life? What kind of despair had it experienced in this world? Without thinking further, Chu Shaoye leaped after the Baiwali cub. The little fox followed closely, white runes appearing in the air, forming a staircase-like path downwards. As Chu Shaoye plunged into the depths, in the central area of the trial ground, a massive body as grand as a mountain burst from the earth, its terrifying spiritual pressure instantly sweeping across the entire third-tier trial ground. Lower-tier beasts nearby were crushed into bloodied pulp in an instant by the overwhelming force. At the summit of Weiyun Peak, the two sisters Qing and Hong, along with the elders, stood up simultaneously as they witnessed the sudden change in the water mirror. Su Kuan exclaimed in shock, "A seventh-tier beast? There's actually a seventh-tier beast hidden within the sect." Hong Yi squinted slightly. "No, it's not a seventh tier yet. It's advancing. It hasn't fully become a seventh-tier beast." In the water mirror, the beast's body emerged fully from the ground, revealing itself to be a centipede-like creature, 100 meters long, with countless legs that made one's skin crawl. Ding Yangzi's expression was grave. "This is a 100-legged centipede. It's undergoing molting, and if it succeeds, it will truly advance to a seventh-tier beast. We must kill it before it completes its molting." The situation was dire. The two sisters, Qing and Hong, summoned back their Lingxi Bu birds, instructing the disciples present to maintain order within the sect. Without further instructions, they headed towards the trial ground with the elders. If this 100-legged centipede truly evolved into a seventh-tier beast, the entire Qishao sect would face the threat of annihilation. Chu Shaoye plummeted into the crevice, with spirit beasts, rubble, and foliage tumbling past him like a passageway to the underworld. The little fox skillfully maneuvered through the air, stepping on formation patterns to help deflect the falling debris above him. Gritting his teeth, Chu Shaoye tried his best to accelerate his descent and finally managed to grab the small furry creature below. Exhausted, he asked, "Shuiyi, what exactly are you trying to do?" The baby Baihua Li let out a soft mewl, blinking its innocent eyes as faint starlight emanated from its body, illuminating the dark underground. The speed of their fall gradually slowed, leaving Chu Shaoye astonished. The abilities of the Baihua Li cub were far beyond what could be explained by a simple mutation. As their surroundings grew dimmer, the crevice above narrowed to a thread-like line, indicating they had fallen at least 100 meters. In the darkness, time seemed to stretch endlessly, until finally, Chu Shaoye's feet touched solid ground. He looked up to see that the crevice had been sealed by vegetation and stones, leaving no trace of light. Without the faint glow from the Baihua Li cub, he would be engulfed in complete darkness. Earlier, while still in midair, Chu Shaoye had returned the little fox to his spiritual abode, leaving only the Baihua Li cub by his side. Having narrowly escaped death, Chu Shaoye felt a complex mix of emotions. The Baihua Li cub surely had a purpose in bringing him here, but he still had no idea what this little ancestor intended. Calming himself, Chu Shaoye retrieved a spirit pill from his black jade ring to provide some light. The vast underground space was littered with the corpses of spirit beasts. Falling from such a height had left most of them shattered beyond recognition. However, Chu Shaoye carefully searched through them, managing to extract over 30 spirit pills, including 2 from 4th-rank spirit beasts. He chuckled wryly, wondering if he would survive to enjoy his bounty. The Baihua Li cub let out another soft sound and hopped a few steps forward, motioning for Chu Shaoye to follow. With a sigh, Chu Shaoye decided he had no choice but to trust this mysterious little creature. In the trial arena, the centipede queen writhed and twisted, its dark shell covered in a white, hazy membrane, its molting shell. Once the shell was fully shed, it would advance to the 7th rank, becoming a dominant force and claiming the entire Qishao sect as its nest. 2 Luan birds, one azure and one crimson, soared and circled in the sky, soon conjuring a fiery tornado to attack the centipede queen. The centipede queen raised its upper body, its mandibles clicking as it summoned a towering earthen wall over 20 meters high, blocking the fiery onslaught. The sky darkened abruptly as blue-violet lightning flickered, and the 6-winged thunderbird flapped its wings, forming a massive lightning sphere over 5 meters in diameter, which descended upon the centipede queen with tremendous force. The centipede queen lashed its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust and obscuring the view. The lightning sphere struck, reducing the surrounding vegetation to ash and leaving scorched earth in its wake. Hong Ji furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy. Could the centipede queen really have been blasted to ashes? Qing Ji's expression was grave, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. As expected, as soon as Qing Ji finished speaking, the giant centipede rose from the ground, towering over 30 meters tall, and suddenly bit down on an unsuspecting 5th-rank elder. The elder only had time to let out a scream before being bitten in half with a sickening crunch. Hong Yi's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, "Beast." Meanwhile, Chu Shaoye followed the young Baihua Li for a long time, completely losing his sense of direction in the darkness, unsure if he was still within the boundaries of the Qishao sect. The slight breeze was his only reassurance, indicating that the space wasn't entirely enclosed and there might be an exit. Chu Shaoye whispered, "Little ancestor, are you tired?" The young Baihua Li, only a few days old, had delicate, pink paws, and Chu Shaoye worried they might get hurt. The cub let out a soft meow and continued forward determinedly, as if there was something ahead it absolutely had to reach, fatigue notwithstanding. Rubbing his chin, Chu Shaoye thought. This kind of determination only showed when a Baihua Li was chasing a golden-threaded treasure mouse. Could it be looking for a wild one? If so, it would be quite worthwhile. Suddenly, a few faint blue lights appeared ahead, making Chu Shaoye tense up. He bent down and swiftly picked up the young Baihua Li. Cautiously moving forward, he used the light of a spirit pill to examine the source and realized the blue glow was emitted by a type of moss. The further he walked, the more glowing moss he saw, slightly brightening his view. Chu Shaoye put the spirit pill back into his black jade ring, noticing the air was becoming more humid, indicating a water source nearby. Sure enough, after a few steps, the sound of rushing water reached his ears, and an underground river appeared before him. The river was fast-flowing, deep, and treacherous. The young Baihua Li tried to leap into the river again, but Chu Shaoye was quick to catch it this time, already prepared. He tapped the cub's damp nose and said helplessly, "You really are fearless, aren't you? Even daring to jump into the river." Holding the cub securely to prevent it from escaping again, he observed that the river was not only fast and deep, but also 7 to 8 meters wide, impossible to jump across. Chu Shaoye mused that having a flying spirit pet would be ideal. He had intended for his third contracted spirit pet to be a flying type, but fate led him to contract with this little ancestor instead. He didn't regret it, though he did marvel at the twist of fate. Gently squeezing the cub's tiny paw, he said softly, "We can't cross here. Let's find another way." The young Baihua Li mewed, seemingly understanding Chu Shaoye's words, its eyes glowing with starlight that formed intricate runes. In the dim surroundings, Chu Shaoye saw more clearly, captivated by the cub's eyes. Mysterious, profound, unknown, this skill was different from the Baihua Li's previous pleading skill, not a mental attribute, but more akin to an illusion attribute. Shocked by his own speculation, Chu Shaoye thought, could it really be an illusion attribute skill? Only phantom beasts can possess that. Before he could make sense of it all, the Baihua Li meowed, jumped from his arms, and headed in a new direction. Chu Shaoye had no choice but to follow, temporarily setting aside his unrealistic conjectures. The once lush trial ground has now turned into ruins, with a massive centipede entrenched in the center. Half of its shell has shed, revealing a more robust body and a menacing, toughened carapace. Several 5th to 6th tier spirit beasts are attacking the centipede, but most of their assaults are ineffective. As an earth element spirit beast, its defense is exceptionally strong. In the sky, a large, elongated spirit beast flies over, sending countless green wind blades towards the centipede, only to be blocked by earthen walls, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiaolon looks on with a heavy heart. Her own spirit beast, the wind centipede, belongs to the same centipede class but is wind element, unlike the earth element centipede below. The wind centipede is a 6th tier spirit beast, over 50 meters long, with a flat body and paddle-like limbs, capable of flight and possessing both attack power and agility. Yet, the centipede below, even though only a pseudo-7th tier, is impervious to its attacks. The gap between the 6th and 7th tiers is indeed a chasm. Qing Ji and Hong Ji exchange a glance, realizing they can delay no longer. Elders, hold back the centipede. The elders, aware that the acting master intends to use the twin skill of the Lingxi being bird, command their spirit pets to unleash their strongest skills to buy time. The Lingxi being bird lets out 2 clear cries, audible throughout the entire Qishao sect, even reaching the foot of the mountain, where many people in Qishao town look up, sensing something significant is happening. Birds that had fled in fear return at the call, circling the Lingxi being bird with an even greater presence than when using the Bird King skill. This time, they are not worshipping the Lingxi being bird, but an unknown entity in the sky. The centipede below senses something amiss and raises its upper body, trying to disperse the bird flock above. Suddenly, thick vines shoot out, binding the centipede tightly to the ground, with sharp leaves leaving white marks on its carapace. Seeing that Danyangzi has restrained the centipede, the elders unleash their attack skills. The centipede lets out a sharp screech, its tough carapace finally showing cracks. However, this is far from enough. After enduring a wave of attacks, the centipede suddenly breaks free from the 5-clawed dragon vines, sending earth and stones flying, instantly forming a thick armor around itself. The 5-clawed dragon vines are severely damaged, and Danyangzi suffers backlash, coughing up blood and frowning, wondering how to continue the fight. Chu Shaoye feels a sense of foreboding. Could the young flower fox be leading him to the lair of a high-tier spirit beast? As he ponders, the view ahead suddenly opens up to reveal a stone cave about 70 to 80 meters in diameter, filled with hundreds or even thousands of round earthen balls. Chu Shaoye was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Shui, did you bring me here to feed the spirit beasts?" The young Baiwali cub let out a soft meow, clinging tightly to a dirt ball, and began gnawing on it. Chu Shaoye helplessly pinched the back of its neck and asked, "Do you even know what you're gnawing on?" Although the spirit beast in the cave was not there at the moment, the residual spiritual pressure was still strong, sending a chill down Chu Shaoye's spine. This was not a place to linger. He needed to leave immediately after checking the situation. He carefully tucked the biwali cub into his arms and crouched down to examine the dirt ball the cub had been chewing on. It was not a real dirt ball. Its color just resembled one. When he touched it, he could feel a slight warmth, indicating it was an egg of some kind of insect spirit beast. The lingering spiritual pressure of the mother beast was so strong that this spirit beast was undoubtedly of high rank. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Shaoye picked up 2 spirit beast eggs and stored them in his black jade ring. He didn't take more for fear of being discovered by the mother beast. Standing up to leave, the biwali cub in his arms struggled fiercely, clearly still hungry. Chu Shaoye helplessly patted its head and admonished, "Don't be too greedy." Just as he was about to exit the cave, a crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed. Instinctively, Chu Shaoye lifted his foot to check and realized he hadn't stepped on an egg. However, not far from him, a crack appeared on an egg, with sticky, transparent egg fluid dripping from the shell, and a small earth-brown centipede crawled out. Soon after, the sound of cracking eggshells echoed around him, and Chu Shaoye realized in alarm that a swarm of centipedes was hatching. 2 green summoning arrays appeared simultaneously, and the little fox, and Bai Xiancheng leaped out. Chu Shaoye, holding the biwali cub, dashed forward, disregarding the risk of stepping on eggs as he swiftly moved over the broken shells and sticky fluid. The little fox spun midair, its blood-red claws tearing apart 2 small centipedes lunging at Chu Shaoye, splattering green blood. Despite being third-tier spirit beasts, these newly hatched centipedes were newborns, their bodies tender and unskilled, far easier to handle than adult ghost-faced spider swarms. The scent of their kin's blood agitated the other centipede hatchlings, causing more eggs to crack open, the sight of the wriggling larvae sending chills down one's spine. Worried that the mother beast would return, Chu Shaoye quickly summoned Qian Xing to join the fray, knowing they needed to escape swiftly. Green blood spattered as the centipede's swarm hissed in agony, yet they continued to surge forward relentlessly. For every one killed, 2 more emerged from their shells, immediately joining the battle. Chu Shaoye continued forward, stepping over the bodies of centipede hatchlings, nearing the cave entrance. The newborn centipedes, driven by hunger, refused to flee, rising in unison and emitting a hissing sound that echoed painfully in the cave. Chu Shaoye felt dizzy, realizing in alarm that the centipedes were calling for their mother. Qinghong Erji's faces were pale, large beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as they exhausted their spiritual power. The Lingxi Bai bird led the bird flock in a dance of worship, a pale golden light appearing in the sky, gradually forming the image of a divine phoenix. The Lingxi Bai bird's innate skill, the descent of the divine phoenix. Despite being only at the 6th tier, this skill exhibited the power of the 7th tier. The phantom of the divine phoenix enveloped the Lingxi Bai bird, the 2 Qinghong Wan birds merging into one, their form increasingly resembling a phoenix, with a faint golden glow covering their Qinghong feathers. Clang! A clear phoenix cry resounded through the heavens and earth, echoed by the cries of all birds. Every spirit beast within the Qishao sect bowed in the direction of the phoenix, and even the elder spirit beasts ceased their struggle with the 100-legged centipede, pausing their actions. The centipede's skin had shed 2/3, and it alone remained unaffected by the phoenix's divine presence, its mandibles clacking as it challenged the Lingxi Bai bird. The Lingxi Bai bird flapped its wings, countless light feathers forming in the air and shooting toward the centipede. The centipede fiercely retaliated, its long tail sweeping up earth and stones, constructing a fortress of earth and rock comparable to a mountain. A loud explosion echoed, and after a blinding white light, a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust slowly rose. The combined skill of the Lingxi Baiwing bird had just been released, but couldn't be sustained. The golden phoenix silhouette vanished instantly. Qing Ji and Hong Ji retracted the Lingxi Baiwing bird into their spiritual abode. Using this move would require at least a month of recuperation to fully restore their spiritual power, a significant cost indeed. Qing Ji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her brows furrowed as she gazed at the dust cloud, wondering if the centipede queen was dead. Hongi cautiously helped her up. Even if the centipede queen wasn't dead from the full force attack of the Lingxi Baiwing bird, she was surely gravely injured. At that moment, from within the dust, the centipede queen's body shot into the sky, now even larger than before, with menacing spikes growing along the edges of her carapace, exuding an aura of majesty and terror. The overwhelming spiritual pressure caused everyone to cough up blood simultaneously. The 7th-tier centipede queen had successfully advanced. The scattered stones and dust in the air were manipulated by her, briefly suspended before shooting outwards at bullet-like speed. A 5th-tier elder, already severely injured, was instantly riddled with holes and fell dead. Qingji and Hongji were out of combat strength, while Hongyi stood protectively in front of them, using his spiritual power to shield them, sustaining severe injuries himself. Qingji gave a bitter smile, realizing that the sudden calamity befalling the Qishao sect was beyond her power to prevent. She said to Hongyi, "Quickly evacuate the disciples of the sect and the people of Qishao town. Don't let them fall to the centipede queen." Hongyi wiped the blood from his eyes and resolutely replied, "How could I possibly leave you behind and run away?" The centipede queen climbed onto a small hill within the trial grounds, her massive body coiling at the summit, letting out a triumphant screech to proclaim her victory. Just as she was about to unleash further devastation and claim the Qishao sect as her lair, she abruptly stopped, let out an angry roar, and burrowed into the ground. The centipede queen came swiftly and left just as quickly, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Qingji and Hongyi exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the centipede queen, who had the upper hand, suddenly retreated. 1,000 meters underground, Chu Shaoye was about to break through the encirclement, covered in the green blood of centipedes and sticky egg fluid. Suddenly, the cave began to tremble and shake. Steadying himself against the cave wall, Chu Shaoye realized the disturbance was coming from above. Not good, the mother beast is back. He hurried toward the cave entrance, with a small fox following closely, carrying the Baixian insect. The small centipedes pursued relentlessly, driven by their hunger, determined not to let their prey escape. As they reached the cave entrance, Baixian insect turned and spat out a web, sealing the exit tightly. After battling the ghost-faced spider mother, Baixian insect's silk-spinning ability had advanced, greatly enhancing the toughness and coverage of its webs. The small centipedes were tightly blocked, unable to break through the web for the time being. However, Chu Shaoye remained on edge as the source of the tremors drew closer, signaling the imminent arrival of the mother beast. With a crash, the rocks above shattered, and a massive centipede burst into the cave. Seeing her offspring slaughtered, the centipede queen let out a mournful screech, causing the soil and stones within the cavern to cascade down. Chu Shaoye retracted his spirit pets back into his body and clutched his head tightly, desperately charging forward. The mother centipede's power was overwhelmingly strong, and Chu Shaoye thought to himself that it might be a seventh-order spirit beast. In this situation, even if the little fox and the Baixian insect stayed outside, they would be of no help. The mother centipede, after a brief moment of mourning, suddenly turned its head and locked onto Chu Shaoye. His body was still tainted with the strong, bloody scent of its offspring. The centipede slithered towards the cave entrance, disregarding the web spun by the smaller centipedes, which posed no obstacle to it. The foul-smelling gale from behind approached, and Chu Shaoye dared not look back, his legs moving rapidly, as if leaving afterimages in the air. Faster, faster. It seemed fate was against him, as the turbulent underground river appeared before him once more. Without hesitation, Chu Shaoye leaped into it. The mother centipede suddenly thrust its head forward, its sharp mandibles opening wide, revealing rows of fangs. Chu Shaoye glanced back, and that mouth, like a giant meat grinder, was right behind him. With a ripping sound, the mother centipede tore off his shirt, and with a thud, he plunged into the rushing underground river, disappearing from sight in an instant. The river's current was fierce and turbulent, and as soon as Chu Shaoye jumped in, he swallowed a few gulps of icy water before being knocked unconscious by the waves, carried away by the current. After an unknown length of time, Chu Shaoye slowly opened his eyes to darkness all around. His body ached all over, as if he'd been severely beaten. Am I still alive? He wondered. After a moment of rest, he retrieved a spirit pill from his black jade ring, its soft green glow reassuring him. At least he wasn't blind. The beast tattoo on the right side of his neck grew warm again, and a familiar scene unfolded as a white summoning circle opened automatically, and a young Baiwali cub emerged. The little black fur ball leapt onto Chu Shaoye's chest, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Chu Shaoye coughed twice, grabbed the cub by the scruff of its neck, and held it at arm's length. "Little ancestor, I've been good to you and your mother, haven't I? Are you trying to kill me?" The Baiwali cub blinked innocently, meowed softly, and wriggled free from Chu Shaoye's grasp, hopping towards the darkness. Chu Shaoye hurried to follow. The little creature was adept at causing trouble, and who knew what dangers lay ahead. After only a few steps, a shimmering lake appeared before them, leaving Chu Shaoye awestruck by its beauty. He hadn't expected such a vast lake to form within the underground cavern. The lake spanned at least 100 meters, with something glowing at the bottom, emitting a silvery white light that turned the lake into a silver mirror. The Baiwali cub bounded to the shore, splashing at the water with its paws. Before long, several small silver fish leapt from the water. Squatting beside the cub, Chu Shaoye sighed. "You didn't come here just for these little fish, did you?" Although the silver fish had a faint aura of spiritual energy, it was too weak to classify them as spirit beasts. The Baiwali cub continued to stir the lake with its paws, causing a change in the water. In the center of the lake, a massive splash erupted as a gold-red carp, the size of a whale, leapt from the surface, trailing a cascade of silver water before crashing back into the lake. The scene felt like a dream, and Chu Shaoye's pupils suddenly widened, questioning whether everything he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. The young Baiwali cub meowed excitedly, eager to jump into the water. Chu Shaoye quickly scooped it up, laughing and crying at the same time, saying, "With such a small body, can you really handle a fish this big?" The giant golden-red fish slowly emerged on the surface of the lake, swimming towards Chu Shaoye. He swallowed hard, feeling nervous, yet sensing that this mystical creature bore no ill will. The giant fish swam to the shore, fixating its gaze on the Baiwali cub in Chu Shaoye's arms, and asked, "Human, how did you form a contract with a mythical beast?" Chu Shaoye was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. After a while, he found his voice again, puzzled. "A mythical beast? What mythical beast? When did he form a contract with one? Aren't mythical beasts supposed to be beyond human contracts?" Seeing Chu Shaoye's bewilderment, the giant fish explained, "With a body like the night sky and eyes like a sea of stars, adept at astrology and predicting fortune. The little creature in your arms is a mythical beast known as the heavenly star jade-faced Li." This revelation startled Chu Shaoye, as the creature's description matched the Baiwali cub, but he was skeptical about the predicting fortune part. "Snow Knight was born under my care. Its mother was a Baiwali." Chu Shaoye paused, a bold hypothesis crossing his mind. Could the cub's father be a mythical beast? Indeed, the giant fish continued. So it is a rare hybrid of a mythical beast and a spirit beast. It turned out the little creature was not a mutated Baiwali, but a hybrid of a Baiwali and the heavenly star jade-faced Li, and because it wasn't a pure mythical beast, it could form a contract with the Baiwali cub. However, as Chu Shaoye was lost in thought, the Baiwali cub suddenly broke free from his arms. It leaped several times, with starlight twinkling at its feet, and landed on the giant fish's back, biting down hard. Chu Shaoye reached out his hand, filled with terror, thinking, "Predicting fortune my foot. It's more like leading it to its doom." This was a spirit beast of above the 8th rank. How could a little cub dare? The Baiwali cub, oblivious to Chu Shaoye's fear, let out a meow, bit off a scale from the giant fish, and proudly jumped back into Chu Shaoye's arms, feeling triumphant. Chu Shaoye felt as if he was holding a hot potato, unable to throw it away, yet reluctant to let it go. Unexpectedly, the giant fish laughed. "Don't be afraid. I'll give you this golden scale. Take good care of the little one." With that, the giant fish swam towards the lake, rising higher and higher until it gradually surfaced. A vortex appeared in midair, and with a gentle leap, the giant fish disappeared into it. Only then did Chu Shaoye realize that the giant fish was not a spirit beast, but a mythical beast, the auspicious koi. Seeing an auspicious koi is said to bring good fortune, and receiving its gifted scale signifies being favored by destiny, marking one as a child of fortune. The lucky koi of fortune would always change its habitat once discovered, continuing its pursuit for a secluded place to cultivate. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but wonder if he would ever have the chance to see this lucky koi again in his lifetime. Meanwhile, the Tianqing jade-faced civet in his arms was happily playing with a fish scale, and Chu Shaoye smiled helplessly, acknowledging its ability to seek fortune and avoid danger. Despite the perilous journey, obtaining the lucky koi's golden scale made it worthwhile. He tucked the Tianqing jade-faced civet under his arm and lifted it up with determination in his voice. "Now that we have the scale, it's time to leave. Quickly, use your divination skills to find a way out." The Tianqing jade-faced civet blinked, seemingly puzzled by the concept of an exit, as it had never considered it before. Meanwhile, after the centipede queen burrowed underground, Qing Hong and the elders were momentarily stunned, but quickly gathered all the disciples of Qishao sect to block the fissure created by the creature. They were anxious, unsure if the centipede queen would return, but they began repairing the fissure to at least provide some obstacle should it reemerge. Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan were busy moving soil and stones. Gu Yuan, worried, thought to himself, "What has happened to Chu Shaoye? Hopefully, he hasn't fallen into the fissure. Now that all the fissures are blocked, even if he survived the fall, he wouldn't be able to climb out." Ren Xingping patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, comforting him. "Don't worry, Brother Chu is blessed, and will be fine. If we manage to escape, so will he." Gu Yuan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, knowing Chu Shaoye's abilities far surpassed theirs. Chu Shaoye circled Silver Lake, but found no exit except for the rushing underground river. Logically, if water only flowed in, the lake would have overflowed long ago, but he noticed the water level hadn't changed. It was reasonable to deduce there was an outlet at the lake's bottom. The fact that the enormous lucky koi could live in this lake indicated the water was very deep, housing unknown dangers, so Chu Shaoye dared not dive in recklessly. He looked at the golden scale in his hand, sighed, and silently hoped it would bring him luck soon. Just as Chu Shaoye was about to sit down and rest, the Tianqing jade-faced civet suddenly ran over, biting his pant leg and urgently tugging him toward the lake. Before he could understand what was happening, A familiar rumbling sound came from the direction of the underground river. Debris began falling from above, and Chu Shaoye was alarmed the giant centipede had followed him. He quickly stored the Tianqing jade-faced civet in his spiritual realm and leaped into the lake, praying the centipede queen wouldn't detect him. The centipede queen had tracked the scent of the small centipede's blood to this spot. Though the river's current had washed away much of Chu Shaoye's scent, he was surprised it still managed to follow. Fully submerged in the lake, Chu Shaoye hoped the water would mask his scent. Clutching the golden scale tightly, he silently prayed not to be discovered. The centipede queen's massive body squeezed into the stone cavern, circling the lake before climbing to the ceiling. Its sharp legs scraped the stone walls, producing a teeth-grinding sound. Its tail hung from the ceiling, half its body dangling down, scanning the lake's surface for what it sought. Chu Shaoye lay on the lake bed, watching the blurred shape of the centipede queen above, his heart pounding. The hissing sound was directly above him, the centipede queen less than a meter away. His face turned red from holding his breath, yet he dared not move an inch, fearing even the slightest sound would draw its attention. Perhaps the golden scale really did work its magic. The centipede paused on the lake surface for a moment without spotting Chu Shaoye, then turned and crawled towards the direction of the dark river, seemingly about to leave. Chu Shaoye's heart was still in his throat when suddenly, with a loud splash, a corner of Silver Lake erupted as a grayish giant salamander emerged from the water. Its massive mouth opened wide, shooting multiple water arrows at the centipede. Chu Shaoye's eyes widened in shock. It was another 7th-rank spirit beast, the Creek King Salamander. These creatures typically inhabit dark, clean waters and are usually earth-brown in color, but this one was grayish-white from living in the sunless caves for so long. Caught off guard, the centipede was struck by the water arrows, leaving several bloody holes in its tough armor. Green, foul-smelling blood gushed out. It turned back and let out a piercing screech at the Creek King Salamander, and in an instant, the two massive spirit beasts were locked in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Shaoye surfaced for a few quick breaths. He hadn't expected another high-rank spirit beast to be living beneath Silver Lake. When the auspicious koi resided here, the Creek King Salamander dared not act up. Now that the koi had left, the lake was once again its domain. Chu Shaoye swam towards the shore, knowing he couldn't withstand even the aftermath of a battle between two high-rank spirit beasts. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Suddenly, a powerful wave surged, throwing him onto the shore. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up and found a protruding rock to hide in. Despite the stone wall's protection, the residual force of the beast's attacks was still strong, causing debris and gravel to rain down. Chu Shaoye summoned his Bai-Xian worm, urgently saying, "Shiweiyu, quickly spin silk to block this place." The Bai-Xian worm opened its mouth and spun a web, sealing the entrance and top of the rock wall, as if creating a cocoon. Its silk was both elastic and tough, effectively cushioning the shockwaves and blocking falling debris. Finally able to catch his breath, Chu Shaoye peered through the gaps in the web, witnessing the fierce battle between the two spirit beasts. The centipede used its length to entangle the Creek King Salamander, its dagger-like limbs furiously stabbing into the salamander's body, spreading a vast expanse of crimson blood across Silver Lake. The Creek King Salamander roared in agony, opening its mouth filled with dense, sharp teeth, and bit down hard on the centipede, tearing away a large chunk of its shell and flesh. The silver fish that had been quietly swimming in the lake caught the scent of the centipede's blood and went berserk, swarming towards the centipede. Silver Lake became a frenzy, with the silver fish rolling and leaping in the water, scrambling to burrow into the centipede's wounds. The centipede howled in pain, its grip on the Creek King Salamander loosening. The salamander seized the opportunity, leaped up, and bit the centipede's neck, dragging it underwater. The lake churned violently, the red and green blood turning the water into a kaleidoscope of colors, like oil floating on the surface. The water rose high, even reaching Chu Shaoye's feet. Chu Shaoye furrowed his brow, pondering the outcome of this battle. In terms of sheer strength, the centipede woman seemed to have the upper hand, but this was the home turf of the Creek King Salamander, and it had the assistance of the silverfish, making the result unpredictable. The commotion in Silver Lake gradually subsided until it was silent once more. Just as Chu Shaoye thought the two spirit beasts might have perished together at the bottom of the lake, a massive splash erupted from the center. The head of the centipede woman emerged. Before Chu Shaoye could even feel tense, the Creek King Salamander surfaced as well, clamping the centipede woman's head in its massive jaws and biting down hard. The head exploded like a watermelon, with a sound of shattering, and green blood and brownish brain matter burst forth like fireworks. A light brown spirit core, the size of a human head, flew out as well. This was the spirit core of a 7th-level spirit beast, radiant and glowing, instantly illuminating the entire dim cave. The Creek King Salamander leapt into the air, its enormous body fully emerging from the water, and swallowed the spirit core whole, then plunged back into the lake, sending a splash several meters high. The light vanished in an instant, and Chu Shaoye, drenched by the spray, felt a thrill in his heart at the display of high-level spirit beast power. The Creek King salamander dove to the lake's bottom, and Silver Lake quickly returned to tranquility, with the previously blood-tainted water becoming clear again. The silverfish swam as if the brutal scene moments ago had never taken place. At the lake's edge, a large black shell was pushed ashore by the waves. Chu Shaoye approached, and found it to be the shell of the centipede woman. The Creek King salamander had devoured its spirit core, and the silverfish had consumed its flesh, leaving only the hard, inedible shell. Chu Shaoye tapped the shell with his finger, producing a metallic hum. The shell of a 7th-level spirit beast was certainly an excellent material for crafting. He touched the black jade ring containing the golden scales of the lucky koi, confirming that those who possess the golden scales are indeed blessed with good fortune. Chu Shaoye walked around Silver Lake, collecting all the shells washed ashore, then retrieved a leg segment from the black jade ring and placed it in the storage pouch provided by his sect. Recalling the sudden earthquake during the trial, Chu Shaoye realized it must have been caused by the centipede woman, though he was unsure if the competition was still ongoing. But pondering this now was pointless. He needed to exit the cave first. After taking a break, eating, and tending to his wounds, Chu Shaoye couldn't shake the vivid memory of the silverfish burrowing into the centipede woman's wounds, a chilling sight. He was relieved that he had no obvious wounds when entering the water. Otherwise, those seemingly harmless fish would have burrowed into his skin and devoured him completely. Having packed up, Chu Shaoye took a deep breath and cautiously waded into the lake. Now was the best time to leave through the underwater exit, as the Creek King salamander was busy digesting the centipede woman's spirit core and unlikely to bother with him, a small fry. Swimming to the center of the lake, Chu Shaoye took a deep breath and dove underwater. The silverfish swam past him like streams of light. One fish paused at the bandage on his hand, seemingly sniffing. Chu Shaoye's heart raced. His wound was heavily medicated and tightly bandaged. Could it still smell the blood? Fortunately, the fish moved on after a moment, perhaps out of curiosity or simply because it was full and uninterested in Chu Shaoye's meager flesh. Chu Shaoye swam in the direction of the water flow and indeed discovered an opening at the bottom of the lake. The water from Silver Lake was flowing out through this hole, and he could vaguely feel a pull. How deep was this water tunnel, and where would it lead? Chu Shaoye had no choice but to muster his courage and decide to explore the tunnel. He gently touched his black jade ring, silently grateful for the presence of the auspicious golden qilin that gave him this courage. Gathering his strength, Chu Shaoye swam towards the opening. At that moment, a grayish-white eye suddenly opened in the fine sand beside the opening. Chu Shaoye's pupils contracted sharply, and he involuntarily released a bubble from his mouth. It was the Creekland giant salamander. He hadn't expected it to be lying right by the entrance, its grayish-white skin blending seamlessly with the sandy lakebed, with most of its body buried in the sand, almost invisible to the naked eye. If the Creekland giant salamander hadn't opened its eyes suddenly, Chu Shaoye wouldn't have noticed it even if he swam past. At this moment, Chu Shaoye's heart pounded like a drum, and the oxygen in his body rapidly depleted. The Creekland giant salamander had already spotted him. What should he do? Meanwhile, above ground, the people of the Qishao sect spent a day in fear, worried about the return of the centipede woman. Qingji gently pressed her brow, forcing herself to handle sect affairs despite having not rested for a day and a night, her internal injuries leaving her utterly exhausted. Hongji arrived, riding the Hongwan of the Lingxi being bird from afar, and after dismounting, she walked to Qingji's side and softly said, "Sister, I went to see father. He remains unaffected and is still in seclusion." Qingji breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly grateful. Their father, Yun Dingzhenren, was at a critical moment, advancing from the 6th to the 7th stage. Once successful, the centipede woman would no longer be a threat. At this time, Yuan Xiaorong approached, holding a roster, and respectfully said, "Masters, the statistics on the disciples' casualties are ready." Qingji took the roster and frowned as she read it. The centipede woman emerged from the 3rd stage trial grounds, which suffered the most damage, while the adjacent 4th stage trial grounds were also affected, but not severely. Over 2,000 miscellaneous disciples were competing in the 3rd stage trial grounds, and nearly half had been eliminated before the earthquake. Qingji sighed, realizing that if Wang Ji hadn't intentionally caused trouble, eliminating many outer disciples, the casualties would have been even greater. However, even so, the losses among the miscellaneous disciples were severe. Most did not die by the centipede woman's hand, but fell victim to the ground fishers and beast tide. After the trial grounds, spiritual beasts escaped. They also harmed many disciples who weren't participating in the competition. There were 121 deaths, 52 severely injured, 378 lightly injured, and 806 missing. Qingji closed her eyes, filled with regret, thinking that if she hadn't suggested changing the competition content, these disciples might not have died. The two sisters shared a deep bond, and Hongji stepped forward to gently stroke Qingji's back. comforting her. Even if the competition format hadn't changed, the centipede woman would have emerged from the ground, which was unavoidable. Qingji shook her head, knowing in her heart that the losses wouldn't have been as severe. Hongji knew that a few words wouldn't persuade her sister, and she sighed. But in this misfortune, there's a silver lining. The centipede emerged from the third-tier trial ground, and most of the losses were among the servant disciples. The fourth-tier trial ground wasn't severely impacted, and most of the outer disciples are safe. Sister, the outer and inner disciples are the backbone of our Qishao sect. Even if we lose some servant disciples, we can recruit more next year, so there's no need to worry. Her words were somewhat cold, and Qingji felt uneasy but nodded, composing herself. She instructed Yu and Xiaorong, Ronger, organize the inner disciples to search the third-tier trial ground again carefully to see if there are any other surviving disciples. Also, send people to guard other areas of the sect. If there's any sign of the centipede, issue a warning immediately. Yu and Xiaorong nodded in agreement. Yes, master. After Yu and Xiaorong left, Qingji couldn't fully let go of the disciples who had died. She flipped through the roster, her fingers tracing over each name. Once the threat of the centipede was resolved, she thought about compensating the families of these disciples. Hongji nodded in agreement, secretly sighing that her sister was still too soft-hearted. Qingji's finger stopped on a name, Chu Shaoye. Wasn't he the servant disciple favored by Elder Fong and Elder Danyangzi? When the centipede appeared, Qing and Hongji, along with the elders, had no time to pay attention to the servant disciples. No one knew when Chu Shaoye fell into the ground fissure. Hongji also looked over and indeed confirmed it was the young man who had defeated the ghost-faced spider swarm. Chu Shaoye's name was on the list of missing servant disciples. Although he was only missing, with his life or death uncertain, the chances of survival in such circumstances were slim. He either fell into the fissure or was trampled into the ground by the beast tide, and only the absence of a body made it a missing case. Both Qingji and Hongji assumed Chu Shaoye was dead, lamenting the loss of a young man with such a promising future. Hongji sighed. Life and death are destined, and she hoped that Elder Danyangzi didn't hold Chu Shaoye in such high regard to blame the Qishao sect for this incident. The third-tier trial ground was almost leveled, and the once crisscrossed fissures had been filled, becoming the grave for the unfortunate people and spirit beasts that fell in. The chances of survival for those who fell were minimal, and preventing the centipede from emerging was of utmost importance. If the centipede emerged, the entire Qishao sect would be doomed. Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan rode their spirit mounts across the trial ground, searching for Chu Shaoye. Gu Yuan's voice was hoarse from shouting, Shaoye. A red cloud descended from the sky, and Ji Yuntong, with reddened eyes, asked the two, still no sign. Although she knew the answer, she couldn't help but ask, unwilling to give up that faint hope. The two silently shook their heads. They had searched the entire trial ground, with Ren Xingping searching on the ground, and Ji Yuntong searching from the sky, but there was no trace of Chu Shaoye. At this moment, even if they didn't want to admit it, only one possibility remained. Chu Shaoye had fallen into the fissure and would not be coming out again. Ji Yuntong couldn't help but burst into tears. She was still wearing the silver cloud crystal robe that Chu Shaoye had bought for her, and still owed him 28 gold coins, but Chu Shaoye was no longer there. Not far away, Duanmu Dai's face was expressionless, but her eyes showed sadness. Master, should we stop looking? Danyangzi turned away, saying coldly. If he could endure the body tempering, how could that boy die so easily? There's nothing to look for. Let him come back on his own. Duanmu Dai followed his footsteps, silently praying that her master was also reluctant to lose junior brother Chu and hoped that he was indeed alive and well. Chu Shaoye, who was on everyone's mind, felt a wave of suffocation at that moment. The gray, pupilless eyes of the sheety salamander stared directly at him, sending chills down his spine. Chu Shaoye's Adam's apple quivered slightly as he kept reminding himself, stay calm, act natural, act natural. He tried to imagine himself as a small silver fish, attempting to coexist peacefully with the sheety salamander, ensuring he didn't provoke it. As the suction from the cave entrance intensified, Chu Shaoye gradually drifted forward. The sheety salamander's eyes followed his movement. Although its eyes seemed small on its massive body, up close they were the size of a human head. The enormous eyes stared unblinkingly at him, leaving Chu Shaoye nearly paralyzed, unable to swim any further. Fortunately, the closer he got to the entrance, the stronger the suction became, so he simply let the current pull him in. The sheety salamander lay beside the entrance, and as Chu Shaoye passed by, he was less than a meter away. Sneaking a glance out of the corner of his eye, he could even see his reflection in the creature's eyes. Just as he was about to enter the cave, the gray eyes suddenly contracted, and the spiritual pressure of the sheety salamander, a 7th-rank spirit beast, exploded. Chu Shaoye's heart trembled, and before he could react, the suction from the entrance surged, pulling him in instantly. He felt as if he were caught in a whirlpool, spinning and dizzy. Struggling to look back, he saw the sheety salamander's eyes pressed against the entrance, watching him. Inside the dim cave, A clear pool of water lay still, without a single fish. Suddenly, with a splash, water sprayed everywhere as a figure emerged from the depths. Chu Shaoye gasped for air, his face pale, lips turning blue from lack of oxygen. Had he been a second later, he would have drowned. Using the last of his strength, he crawled out of the pool, his arm and leg visibly bent unnaturally, clearly broken. Numb from the cold water, Chu Shaoye couldn't even feel the pain as he collapsed by the pool, his blurred vision scanning his surroundings. Could it be that after risking his life jumping into the cave, he hadn't returned to the surface but instead entered another cavern? Feeling disheartened, he suddenly noticed the familiar scorch marks on the stone wall. Wait, wasn't this the cave where he discovered the dragon blood algae and rocket crocodile? He had fallen from the trial ground and somehow traversed most of the Qishao sect, emerging from the back mountain. Chu Shaoye couldn't help but laugh aloud, having truly made it out of the underground cave. However, his laughter quickly turned into a violent cough, spitting up bloody froth. His chest ached terribly, breathing was painful, and it seemed a few ribs were broken. He dared not laugh again, lying there to recover while contemplating his situation. Severely injured, he couldn't even stand, and his spiritual energy was depleted. Even though he had escaped the underground, he was left with no choice but to lie there and await his fate. The cave was so hidden that by the time someone found him, he might already be reduced to a skeleton. Chu Shaoye thought for a moment and took out a jade talisman from his black jade ring. He had exchanged a fourth-tier elixir with Feng Qingshan for this talisman when he joined the Qishao sect. He didn't expect that this protective talisman would be used to save his life in such a situation, but it seemed worth it. Without hesitation, Chu Shaoye used the last of his strength to crush the talisman, silently hoping that Feng Qingshan would arrive quickly, as he was nearly at his limit. Shortly after, Chu Shaoye lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying on a bamboo bed frame, surrounded by the faint, bitter scent of herbs. His first thought was that he had been saved. His injuries seemed to have been treated, with a dull pain lingering, but still within tolerable limits, considering his body-refining experiences. Supporting himself on the bed, Chu Shaoye tried to sit up, just as Duanmu Dai entered with a bowl of medicine. Seeing him awake, her eyes lit up with joy, and she hurriedly set the bowl down to help him, gently saying, "Junior brother, you're finally awake. Your injuries are still severe, don't move just yet." She carefully helped him lie back down and thoughtfully placed a pillow behind his head for more comfort. Chu Shaoye, slightly confused, asked, "Senior sister Duanmu, where am I?" Duanmu Dai stirred the medicine with a spoon and replied, "This is Master's bamboo house. Elder Fong brought you here 3 days ago, and Master personally treated your injuries. So this was Danyangzi's residence." Chu Shaoye hadn't realized he had been unconscious for 3 days. Given how badly injured he was, with hardly a bone intact, waking up at all seemed like a stroke of luck. Duanmu Dai continued, "You were missing for 2 whole days, and everyone thought you might have." She trailed off, not finishing the sentence, and then asked, "How did you get so seriously injured, and why were you coming from the back mountain?" Chu Shaoye gave a wry smile. It was a long story, and he had been through quite an ordeal. Sensing his reluctance, Duanmu Dai kindly suggested, "Let's talk about it later. You need to rest. First, drink the medicine." She carefully blew on a spoonful of the herbal concoction to cool it before offering it to him. Feeling awkward being served, Chu Shaoye sipped the bitter medicine and nearly spat it out from the taste. Seeing her about to offer another spoonful, Chu Shaoye quickly extended his uninjured hand to take the bowl himself, saying, "No need to trouble you, senior sister Duanmu. I can do it myself." Duanmu Dai tilted her head, hesitating, "But you're still hurt. Let me help you." Chu Shaoye insisted, "It's fine, it's just medicine." Seeing his determination, she handed the bowl to him. Chu Shaoye took the bowl and drank the medicine in one go, holding his breath. Satisfied with his resolve, Duanmu Dai took the empty bowl and tucked him in. "Junior brother, rest well. They'll go tell Master that you're awake." Chu Shaoye nodded, watching her leave. As soon as the door closed, he stuck out his tongue, grimacing at the lingering bitterness that numbed his tongue, leaving him speechless. After a moment, he exhaled, relieved to have survived the ordeal in the underground cave. However, he was sure to face questioning and needed to think carefully about what to say. The secret of the Baiwa fox cub, a hybrid of the legendary Tianqing jade-faced fox, must remain hidden. The Tianqing jade-faced fox was merely his contracted spirit beast, not his life-bound one, meaning the contract could be forcibly dissolved. If he died, the fox would regain its freedom. Faced with the temptation of such a mythical beast, Chu Shaoye was certain someone would kill for it, so its true identity had to be kept secret. The door creaked open, and Chu Shaoye initially thought it was Danyangzi coming in. However, when he turned around, there was no one there. Just then, a soft meow reached his ears, and looking down, he saw it was the long-missed Baihu Li. Although it was just a cat, Baihu Li's meow was particularly alluring, prompting Chu Shaoye to smile and say, "It's been a while. Have your injuries healed?" Baihu Li gracefully leaped onto the head of the bed and affectionately licked Chu Shaoye's cheek. Its injuries had long healed, but it was Chu Shaoye, the the meal ticket, who had suffered severe injuries. Baihu Li thought to itself, after going through the trouble of giving birth, it was unexpected that Chu Shaoye nearly lost his life in the past few days. As Chu Shaoye gently stroked Baihu Li's belly, he felt a faint scar. The wound from the cesarean section had healed well. He summoned the Tianqing Yumi Li and jokingly complained to Baihu Li, "I got injured so badly this time, thanks to your precious offspring. You, as a mother, should give it some proper guidance." Baihu Li softly mewed, cradling the Tianqing Yumi Li in its arms, pretending not to understand Chu Shaoye's words. Watching this scene, Chu Shaoye couldn't help but laugh, finding it incredible that Baihu Li and Tianqing Yumi Li could produce a hybrid. Could there really be no reproductive isolation? He recalled Shuangyue mentioning that there was a very small chance of hybrid offspring among the same species of spirit beasts, but a hybrid between a spirit beast and a phantom beast was unheard of. Chu Shaoye pondered that perhaps his Tianqing Yumi Li was the only hybrid of its kind on the Wanling continent. Speaking of extraordinary feats, Baihu Li was impressive for having managed to mate with a phantom beast and give birth to a hybrid cub. At this moment, Chu Shaoye truly understood the reason for Baihu Li's difficult labor. It was no wonder, given the challenge of a third-tier spirit beast carrying the child of a phantom beast. He gently petted Baihu Li's head, and it nuzzled into his palm, letting out a delicate meow. As Chu Shaoye was lost in the intimacy with the cat, another noise came from the doorway, and this time, it was Dan Yangzi entering. Chu Shaoye struggled to get up to pay his respects, but Dan Yangzi waved him off, saying, "No need for formalities in your condition." Dan Yangzi sat by the bed, took Chu Shaoye's wrist to feel his pulse, and spoke with concern. "It's a good thing you've been training your body for some time. Otherwise, such severe injuries would have left you crippled, if not dead." Chu Shaoye felt a wave of fear at the thought. The water cave he had entered was narrow, and he was almost swept along by the current. His injuries were from being slammed against the stone walls. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Dan Yangzi, for saving me." Dan Yangzi scoffed. "Still calling me elder? What else would you call me?" Chu Shaoye was momentarily confused, but recalling how Duanmu Dai had been addressing him as junior brother rather than Chu junior brother, he suddenly realized what Dan Yangzi meant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought to himself that although the disciple had not yet entered the outer sect, emerging from the depths was proof enough of his strength, and whether he joined the outer sect was now irrelevant. Dan Yangzi looked at Chu Shaoye, raising an eyebrow as if waiting for his response. Overjoyed, Chu Shaoye exclaimed, "Master." Dan Yangzi smiled, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "From now on, you are my second disciple. Remember, our sect has only one rule: never let anyone bully you. If one day you are bullied and do not retaliate, I will immediately expel you from the sect. Remember this well." This rule shook Chu Shaoye to his core. Although it felt a bit off, he was too excited to care at the moment and responded eagerly, "Yes." Dan Yangzi gently patted his head, his tone softening. "All right. Now tell me how you managed to come out from underground and why you appeared at the back mountain." Chu Shaoye recounted the events, only omitting the encounter with the celestial star jade-faced fox and the fortunate koi. He mentioned how the trial ground suddenly shook that day, causing him to accidentally fall into a crevice and, while seeking an exit underground, inadvertently stumbled into the nest of the centipede queen. After listening, Dan Yangzi nodded. "So, the centipede queen is dead?" Chu Shaoye answered, "Yes, master." He took out one of the centipede queen's legs and an egg from his storage bag to show Dan Yangzi. Dan Yangzi examined them closely, confirming they were indeed the remains of the centipede queen. Inwardly, he mused, surprised at the existence of such high-level spiritual beasts beneath the Qishao sect. Luckily, the centipede queen was dead, and the stream king salamander resided in the underground caves, unlikely to surface and cause trouble. "I will report this matter to the acting sect leaders. Focus on recovering," Dan Yangzi said, storing away the centipede queen's leg as he turned to leave. As for the centipede queen's egg, he did not take it. A 7th-level spiritual beast egg is highly valuable, worth half the Qishao sect. You risked your life to retrieve it, so it's yours to handle. Chu Shaoye was moved, initially intending to present the egg as a gift to Dan Yangzi, but unexpectedly, his master declined and instructed him to keep it. "I wanted to give this egg to you, master," Chu Shaoye said bravely. Dan Yangzi raised an eyebrow. "Why give it to me? I'm not an earth element spiritual master. Keep it for yourself. You might use it for a contract or sell it in a big city later. It will be useful." He added, "But be cautious, don't let anyone know you have this egg." Chu Shaoye nodded, deciding to find something suitable to give Dan Yangzi in the future. Dan Yangzi stood up. "I will report the centipede queen matter to the acting sect leaders, to ease the worries of the sect members. Rest well." Grateful, Chu Shaoye nodded. "Thank you, master." With Dan Yangzi handling these matters, he felt relieved and no longer worried about the celestial star, jade-faced fox, and fortunate koi. Just then, Duanmu Dai entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Seeing Dan Yangzi, she greeted him as master and then approached Chu Shaoye's bed. "Junior brother, it's time for your medicine." Chu Shaoye's eyes widened in surprise, thinking the bowl he drank earlier was a hallucination, though the bitter taste lingered. Senior sister, didn't I just have a bowl? Duanmu Dai brought the bowl to his lips. The last one was for internal injuries. This one is for external injuries. As Deng Yangzi headed for the door, he instructed, Dyer, take good care of your junior brother. I'm heading to Weiyun Peak. Duanmu Dai nodded. Don't worry, master. I'll take good care of him. The Baowalihu rubbed against Deng Yangzi's leg, and he glanced at the celestial star jade-faced fox behind it, a hint of caution in his eyes. Seeing the bitter medicine in Duanmu Dai's hand, Chu Shaoye hesitated, pursing his lips. Senior sister, just leave it for now. I'll drink it later. Duanmu Dai firmly replied. No, there's another bowl later. Noticing Chu Shaoye's resigned expression, Duanmu Dai realized his reluctance and smiled slightly. You find the medicine bitter, don't you? I forgot to give you candied fruit earlier. She took out a small porcelain jar from her storage bag, opening it to reveal a jar full of candied fruit. Duanmu Dai picked up a piece and placed it in Chu Shaoye's mouth, smiling. How is it? Not bitter anymore, right? It was the first time Chu Shaoye saw Duanmu Dai's smile, and the bright smile of the young woman made him momentarily forget the bitterness in his mouth. Duanmu Dai placed the candied fruit by the bedside, instructing, make sure to finish it. I'll come back to check later. I'm going to prepare the third bowl of medicine now. The sweetness of the candied fruit slowly melted in his mouth, and Chu Shaoye thought to himself that with the candied fruit, he could drink several more bowls of medicine if it meant his injuries would heal faster. One day, Chu Shaoye, nourished by several bowls of bitter medicine, recovered quickly. In just a few days, he was able to get out of bed and walk outside to get some fresh air. That day, as Chu Shaoye watched the playful antics of the little fox and the other spirit beasts in the courtyard, he suddenly heard Gu Yuan's voice. Shaoye. Turning his head, he saw Duanmu Dai approaching with Gu Yuan, Ji Yuntong, and Rin Xingping. The group was visibly excited to see Chu Shaoye. Ji Yuntong rushed forward, wrapping him in an embrace, her voice trembling. Chu Shitty, you have no idea how worried I was. I really thought you were dead, and it nearly broke my heart. Blushing, Chu Shaoye gently patted her shoulder in comfort. It's my fault for making you worry, Ji Shiji. With tears in her eyes, Ji Yuntong glared at him, a hint of reproach in her tone. You say that? When Shifu received your message, I was overjoyed thinking you were fine. But when we found you, you were covered in blood, and I thought you were dead again. The emotional roller coaster was almost too much for my heart. Chu Shaoye smiled, moved by her concern. I didn't realize Ji Shiji cared so much about me. Ji Yuntong blushed again and said nothing more. Gu Yuan and Rin Xingping also came over. Gu Yuan, teary-eyed and just as emotional as Ji Yuntong, hugged Chu Shaoye and cried. Shaoye, I really thought I'd never see you again. I don't know how I would have lived without you. His grip was much stronger than Ji Yuntong's, causing Chu Shaoye, whose broken ribs were still healing, to wince in pain. Seeing this, Rin Xingping quickly pulled Gu Yuan away. Chu Xiongdi's injuries aren't fully healed yet, be careful. Gu Yuan realized his mistake and quickly asked Chu Shaoye. Shaoye, did I hurt you? Chu Shaoye shook his head with a smile. It's nothing, just some external injuries. Seeing the camaraderie among them, Duanmu Dai didn't want to interrupt, so she said, Shitty, I'll go prepare your medicine. You all go ahead and chat. Chu Shaoye nodded and led the three of them to sit down in the courtyard and talk. Rin Xingping said, We've been wanting to visit you for a while, but since this is Elder Ding Yangzi's residence, it wasn't easy. We finally ran into Shiji Duanmu and asked her to bring us to see you. Chu Shaoye was deeply touched by their concern. I'm sorry for worrying you all. Gu Yuan sighed. Shaoye, we're not just fellow disciples, we're friends. It's only natural to worry. Now that we see you're okay, we can rest easy. Chu Shaoye nodded. I've been recovering these past few days, so I'm not sure what's been happening in the sect. Is the Qishao competition still going on? The Danyangzi faction was not very involved in sect affairs, and Duanmu Dai didn't discuss such matters with him, so he could rest. Thus, Chu Shaoye was unaware of the current situation. Ji Yuntong continued. Chu Shitty, you've done a great deed this time. The sect was on edge because of the centipede demoness, but once everyone knew she was dead, they finally relaxed. She sighed. The chaos caused by the centipede demoness resulted in heavy losses for the sect, especially among the participating servant disciples, with nearly 1,000 casualties. The two acting sect leaders have since reorganized the remaining servant disciples, but manpower is still short. Moreover, 2 elders died in battle, and it won't be long before 2 stewards are promoted to fill the vacancies. Regarding the upcoming Qi Shao competition, Ji Yuntong mentioned, I heard from my master that it should continue in a few days. However, since the third-tier trial field is destroyed, they might revert to the previous competition format. She looked at Chu Shaoye with concern and advised, Chu Shitty, maybe you should skip this Qi Shao competition and focus on recovering. Gu Yuan agreed. Yes, Shaoye, since Elder Dingyangzi has already accepted you as a disciple, entering the outer sect a year later won't matter. Chu Shaoye pondered for a moment, considering that there were still a few days until the competition resumed, and his injuries might improve by then. He replied, "Let's see if I can participate when the time comes." Ji Yuntong hesitated but knew Chu Shaoye's strong-willed nature. If he decided to participate, her advice would be futile. She reminded him, "Please take care of yourself and don't push too hard, Chu Shitty." After chatting for a bit more, Ji Yuntong and the others took their leave, not wanting to disturb Chu Shaoye's rest, and also wary of Elder Danyangzi's return. They weren't afraid of his appearance, but rather his unpredictable temperament, fearing they might unintentionally cause trouble for Chu Shaoye. As Chu Shaoye watched them leave, Duanmu Dai arrived with a bowl of freshly brewed herbal medicine. "Shitty, it's time for your medicine." Chu Shaoye took the bowl expressionlessly, his mouth already tasting the bitterness of the dark liquid. He asked, "Shiji, how many more bowls today?" With a smile, Duanmu Dai replied, "Don't worry, this is the last one. I've added honey, so it won't be as bitter." Relieved to hear it was the last bowl, Chu Shaoye drank it in one go. In truth, he wasn't afraid of bitterness, at least not before taking Danyangzi's medicine. After eating a piece of candied fruit to suppress the bitter taste, he curiously asked, "Shiji, where does Master go every day?" Over the past few days, while recovering in the bamboo house, Chu Shaoye rarely saw Danyangzi. It was as if he vanished into thin air, with no sign of him leaving or returning. Duanmu Dai thought for a moment and answered, "Since you're officially part of the sect now, there's no harm in telling you. Our Weirue Peak officially has 5 spiritual herb gardens, ranging from 1st to 5th tier, but there's actually a 6th tier garden." Chu Shaoye was surprised, having thought the 5th tier garden was the highest level. Although the 5th tier garden was named as such, it had very few 5th tier spiritual plants, mostly consisting of 4th tier and some rare 3rd tier ones. High tier spiritual plants are difficult to cultivate, and the dragon blood algae he found in the mountain cave was a 5th tier plant, rare even within the Qishao sect. He hadn't expected there to be a 6th tier garden, indicating Danyangzi's abilities far exceeded the sect's standards. Duanmu Dai continued, "Master spends his days tending to the plants in the 6th tier garden, and I sometimes help." Intrigued by the 6th tier plants, Chu Shaoye asked, "Shiji, can I visit the 6th tier garden?" "Of course, once you're healed, you'll need to help care for the plants too. You won't be able to slack off," Duanmu Dai said with a mysterious smile, piquing Chu Shaoye's curiosity further. It's rumored that high-tier spiritual plants have intelligence comparable to spiritual beasts, capable of emotions, and even launching attacks. The 5th-tier dragon blood algae he encountered didn't exhibit such traits, and he wondered if the 6th-tier plants cultivated by Danyangzi possessed such intelligence. The night was cool as water, and the bright moonlight shone through the bamboo window into the room like frost. Chu Shaoye was sitting on the bed, focused on cultivating his spiritual technique, with invisible spiritual energy slowly flowing around him. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed, realizing that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. He had perfected the 3rd stage but could not advance further. A green summoning circle appeared, and a small fox jumped out of it. Chu Shaoye gently stroked the fox's fluffy neck and said softly, "Shuwu, you don't want to stop here, do you?" The little fox responded with a sound, clearly in sync with Chu Shaoye's thoughts, as it also yearned to become a powerful spiritual beast. The bright moonlight cast a radiant glow on the fox, making it appear luminous. Suddenly, the fox leaped up and made a gesture of worship toward the high-hanging moon. The shadow of the full moon appeared on its body, and its silver-white fur became transparent, like exquisite crystal. A distant and mysterious fox call echoed in the night sky, as if expressing its desire. Chu Shaoye was filled with surprise, realizing that the little fox had comprehended an auxiliary skill, moon worship. This was a high-level skill that only fox-type spiritual beasts could master, and the chance of understanding it was extremely low. He hadn't expected the little fox to succeed. When the moon worship skill is used, all of the spiritual beast's attributes can be enhanced, by 20 during the day, 30 at night, and an impressive 50 on a full moon night. For the little fox, this was undoubtedly a divine skill. With the blessing of moon worship, it could even face 4th stage spiritual beasts in battle. Chu Shaoye excitedly hugged the little fox, exclaiming, "Shuowu, you're amazing. We will definitely make it into the top 10 in the competition this time." The little fox let out a pleased sound, feeling proud and considering itself the most favored and useful spiritual pet of its master, far surpassing the black furball born of the Baiwa fox. As the human and the fox were immersed in their joy, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Chu Shaoye was startled and turned his head quickly. Danyangzi entered with a heavy expression, clearly in a bad mood, and said sternly, "It's late at night, with such howling sounds. How am I supposed to rest?" The little fox tucked its tail and quickly hid behind Chu Shaoye. Even this lively spiritual beast felt intimidated by Danyangzi. Chu Shaoye gently patted the little fox's head to comfort it and apologized to Danyangzi. "I'm sorry, Master, it wasn't intentional." Shuowu just comprehended the moon worship skill. Danyangzi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, is it really the moon worship skill?" Chu Shaoye nodded and signaled the little fox to demonstrate the skill again. Observing the fox's crystal-clear fur, Ding Yangzi nodded in confirmation. It is indeed the moon worship skill, impressive. This Wugo fox may be a low-level spiritual beast, but it has remarkable talent, likely due to its physical refinement. Seeing Ding Yangzi's anger gradually dissipate, Chu Shaoye breathed a sigh of relief and then noticed Ding Yangzi's disheveled hair, sweat-soaked clothes, and blood-stained hands, which made him look rather disheveled. Chu Shaoye hesitated and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Ding Yangzi snorted and retorted, "Is it your place to meddle in your master's affairs?" Over time, Chu Shaoye had gradually come to understand Ding Yangzi's character. Although his words were often harsh, his heart was kind, and he didn't truly dislike him. Chu Shaoye took out some ointment and bandages from his storage bag and softly said, "Master, let me bandage your wound." Ding Yangzi glanced at him and thought he shouldn't always be so cold to the new disciple. He sat down and gave a slight wave of his hand, indicating for him to proceed. Chu Shaoye smiled and carefully tended to Ding Yangzi's wounds. The scars on Ding Yangzi's palm were crescent-shaped, clearly caused by fingernails. Chu Shaoye suddenly remembered that when he first met Ding Yangzi, he also looked exhausted with bandages on his hands. It was a full moon that day, and today was a full moon again. Could it be that Ding Yangzi's internal poison flares up every full moon? What are you thinking about? Chu Shaoye snapped back to reality, seeing Ding Yangzi staring at him. He quickly lowered his head and replied, "Nothing, master." Ding Yangzi snorted, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, and continued, "You've noticed it too. The poison has taken hold of me, and I suffer every month. I don't have much time left." Chu Shaoye looked up in shock, his face full of disbelief. Although many in the Qishao sect speculated about Ding Yangzi's health, hearing it from him was still shocking. How could this be? He stammered. Ding Yangzi patted Chu Shaoye's head and comforted him. "Don't worry. Before I die, I'll help you reach the mid-level." Chu Shaoye hurriedly explained, "Master, I didn't mean it like that. You've been so kind to me. I truly don't want you to die, not just for my sake." Ding Yangzi understood his intentions, though he was not good with words. He continued, "Over the years, in my attempts to break through my innate limitations, I've tried countless spiritual medicines, and my body is now soaked in poison. Being able to take you as my disciple and see you break through to the mid-level before I die is a life without regret." As he spoke, Ding Yangzi took out a jade pendant from his bosom, his eyes showing a rare tenderness. Chu Shaoye curiously looked over and saw a peacock carved on it. Ding Yangzi treasured this pendant and, after a moment, put it back. "You are different from me," Ding Yangzi said seriously to Chu Shaoye. "Your talent and physique are better than mine. Now that you've undergone body refining, the only thing holding you back from reaching the mid-level is your natal spirit pet. Once your immaculate fox finds the right spiritual plant and evolves to the 4th level, you'll naturally become a 4th-level spirit master." Chu Shaoye was touched, not expecting Ding Yangzi to have considered everything for him so early on. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, is there really no spiritual medicine that can cure the poison in you?" Ding Yangzi sighed and replied, "It's not that there's no way, but it's as good as none. The 9-colored blood can neutralize all poisons and cure all ailments, but no one in the world has ever obtained it." Chu Shaoye asked in surprise, "What kind of spiritual medicine is the 9-colored blood that no one can obtain it?" Ding Yangzi gave him a meaningful look. "Strictly speaking, the 9-colored blood isn't a spiritual medicine but the blood of a spirit beast. At your current level, you can't access it. Perhaps when you become a powerful spirit master, you'll have the chance to see it." Chu Shaoye wanted to ask more about the origin of the 9-colored blood and the rank of the spirit beast, but Ding Yangzi stood up, ending the conversation. "Enough. This isn't your concern. It's late. Go to sleep." Helpless, Chu Shaoye got up to see Ding Yangzi out. The term 9-colored blood was deeply imprinted in his mind. If given the chance, he would surely retrieve it for Ding Yangzi. After half a month of recuperation, the Qishao sect managed to barely regain its vitality. The leaders, Qing Ji and Hong Ji, decided to proceed with the Qishao competition. The attack by the centipede demon had caused severe casualties among the disciples, leaving a somber atmosphere within the sect. Reviving the competition might help restore some morale and encourage the disciples to regroup. Originally, there were over 2,000 servant disciples registered to compete, but now less than 500 remain fit. Since the trials were incomplete, they didn't count, but the storage bags distributed and the game hunted by the disciples were not reclaimed, serving as compensation. After reinstating the competition under the old rules, only about 200 servant disciples signed up. Qing Ji looked over the list of participating disciples and sighed. Following the incident, the elders in the sect were somewhat dissatisfied with the 2 acting leaders, and it was imperative that no mistakes occurred during the renewed Qishao competition. Hong Ji entered, her expression somber. "Sister, Elder Zhang and Elder Wu died fighting the centipede demon. I sent someone to take over their duties, only to discover." She pulled out several account books from her storage artifact and handed them to Qing Ji. "Sister, take a look." Qing Ji flipped through a few pages, her expression turning grim, and the table beneath her hands splintered instantly. How dare they? Hong Ji remarked. This matter involves more than just those two. I wonder if any other elders are involved. I know. Qing Ji closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. This is a widespread issue. You and Hong Yi should investigate secretly. Don't alert them. We'll deal with it after the Qishao competition concludes. Hong Ji nodded. Don't worry, sister, I'll handle it. Qing Ji leaned back in her chair, feeling drained, and rubbed her temples wearily. Sister, do you think I'm truly unfit to be the sect leader? Hong Ji nestled closer, comforting her softly. Of course not, sister. You're just too kind-hearted. Where Qing Ji couldn't see, a fierce glint flashed in Hong Ji's eyes. Those elders dared to act this way, forgetting who truly ruled the Qishao sect. As the Qishao competition resumed, Chu Shaoye, having recovered well, seized the opportunity to participate. He stepped forward to draw lots, reaching into a wooden box to retrieve a numbered jade token. The outer disciple responsible for registration took it and checked. You're at training ground 18. Once there, draw lots to determine your opponent. Chu Shaoye took back the token and thanked him. Gu Yuan and Rin Shengping approached after he finished. Shaoye, which training ground are you at? Chu Shaoye showed his token. 18. Great. Gu Yuan clapped. The three of us are at different training grounds, so we won't face each other before the finals. Rin Shengping raised an eyebrow. Gu Yuan, you're quite confident now. Gu Yuan chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head. It's all thanks to the copper coin tortoise boosting my confidence. After exchanging a few words, the three went to their respective training grounds. As Chu Shaoye headed to training ground 18, he brushed past Wang Ji, who gave him a cold look and scoffed. Lucky you. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow and teased. What? Have your teeth grown back? He knew that Wang Ji's teeth had been shattered by a copper coin turtle, and he seized the opportunity to mock him. Wang Ji's eyes turned fierce, and he clenched his fists tightly. This kid had only just become a disciple of Dan Yangzi and dared to talk back to him. His uncle was about to be promoted to elder, on par with Dan Yangzi, and then he'd see how arrogant Chu Shaoye could be. Wang Ji glared at Chu Shaoye with venomous eyes, thinking to himself, Kid, you better not even make it past the preliminaries. We'll meet in the finals. Ignoring him, Chu Shaoye walked straight to the referee to draw lots. He casually pulled out a jade token from the wooden box, marked as number 1, meaning he was the first contestant to compete. Soon, a loud bird call echoed from the mountaintop, signaling the start of the competition. The referee stepped to the center of the martial stage and announced, Contestants number 1 and number 2, please come to the stage. Intentionally causing serious injury or death will result in immediate disqualification. Chu Shaoye stepped onto the stage, facing an opponent who was a second-tier spirit master, whose summoned spirit beast was an iron-scaled lizard. Chu Shaoye slightly raised an eyebrow, thinking, what a coincidence. The first spirit beast he and his little fox had ever battled together was an iron-scaled lizard, but back then, the lizard was not yet mature. The second-tier spirit master's iron-scaled lizard was fully grown, reaching the third tier, over 3 meters long, covered in armor-like scales as tough as black iron, with significantly enhanced attack and defense, even its once soft belly now incredibly resilient. Under the spirit master's command, the iron-scaled lizard charged fiercely at Chu Shaoye. In front of Chu Shaoye, a green summoning array unfolded, and the little fox leaped out, immediately launching a blood-red claw strike. 3 red claw marks slashed through the air, and the second-tier spirit master quickly realized the power of this attack, hastily commanding the iron-scaled lizard to use its iron armor skill. A sheen of light swept over the lizard's scales, instantly boosting its defense. A grating metallic sound echoed as the claw strike left 3 bloody gashes on the iron-scaled lizard's back. The lizard writhed in pain on the ground, blood splattering across the stage, creating a chaotic scene. With this single heavy blow, Chu Shaoye's fox-like spirit beast had pierced through the formidable defense of the iron-scaled lizard. The second-tier spirit master hurriedly recalled the lizard back to its spirit domain, clearly realizing it was no match for Chu Shaoye. I concede. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chu Shaoye had won the match with just 1 move, and the disciples began to discuss among themselves the presence of such a strong contender in the trial arena, realizing their chances of reaching the finals were slim. Someone recognized Chu Shaoye and exclaimed, Isn't this the newbie who fought Ho-san? How has he become so powerful in such a short time? Another added, Oh, it's him. I remember his spirit beast is a Wugo fox. I can't believe he's trained it to be this strong. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gasped in surprise. Chu Shaoye, still just a menial disciple, had been taken on as a personal disciple by an elder. With his strength, he was bound to become an outer disciple after this competition, and it was only a matter of time before Elder Dan Yangzi took him as a disciple. Everyone sighed. Looks like we have no chance of making it to the finals. Sigh, to end up in the same training ground as such a big shot. Let's hope for better luck next year. Chu Shaoye walked off the stage, unfazed by the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, not finding any pride in defeating a second-tier spirit master. The little fox rubbed against Chu Shaoye's leg, and he looked down with a smile. "Shuwu, do you enjoy the feeling of growing stronger too?" The little fox nodded, recalling the time it was sent flying by the iron-scaled lizard's tail, feeling a deep sense of reflection. Now, with a single swipe, it could take down a fully grown iron-scaled lizard, a testament to its significant progress. Chu Shaoye's stunning debut instantly dampened the enthusiasm of the other disciples. After all, even if they won, facing Chu Shaoye meant inevitable defeat. The preliminary round of the Qishao Grand Competition adopted a point system, where contestants faced off in pairs, earning a point for each victory, while the loser received none. The contestant with the highest score would advance to the finals. This competition had 21 training grounds, each hosting 10 disciples, and only the top scorer from each ground would progress to the finals. At the 18th training ground, after watching Chu Shaoye's first match, the contestants almost unanimously believed he would reach the finals, resigning themselves to being mere stepping stones. In his second match, Chu Shaoye faced a second-ranked spirit master who, upon seeing Chu Shaoye's name, opted to forfeit, knowing he stood no chance and preferring to protect his spirit pet from harm. Chu Shaoye won 5 consecutive matches, with the referee often announcing his name before the match to check if his opponent would even show up. Just as Chu Shaoye thought he would remain undefeated until the preliminaries ended, his sixth opponent, Li Jingping, stepped onto the stage. Li Jingping looked at Chu Shaoye earnestly and said, "I know you're strong, but I'm not weak either." He was also a third-ranked spirit master with a perfect record in his previous 5 matches. If he hadn't been placed in the same training ground as Chu Shaoye, his chances of making it to the finals would have been high. Chu Shaoye respected such an opponent and, with his little fox, stepped onto the stage, courteously inviting, "Please." Li Jingping didn't hold back, summoning 2 spirit pets. A yellow and green summoning array unfolded, and with an eagle's screech, a golden-plumed eagle soared forth. The audience gasped in amazement. The golden-plumed eagle was a spirit beast capable of growing to the 4th rank, which meant Li Jingping had been concealing his strength in previous matches. Is it really necessary to use a golden-plumed eagle against us? Many began to doubt Chu Shaoye's inevitable victory. As a metal-attribute flying spirit beast, the golden-plumed eagle had a natural advantage over the ground-based Wugo fox, with generally higher potential and strength. Chu Shaoye narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, "So it's a golden-plumed eagle." He instructed his little fox, "Shuwu, be sure to dodge the golden-plumed eagle's attacks, and take out that long-spined porcupine first." Although Li Jingping summoned 2 spirit beasts, the audience's attention was solely on the golden-plumed eagle. However, Chu Shaoye did not overlook the second spirit beast Li Jingping summoned, a second-rank long-spined porcupine. The little fox licked its lips and darted towards the long-spined porcupine, thinking, "I've tasted this golden spiky ball before, it's delicious." The long-spined porcupine curled into a spiky ball, its sharp quills gleaming with a metallic sheen. Li Jingping pointed and commanded, "Long-spined porcupine, use charge." The porcupine obeyed, rolling swiftly towards the little fox. At the moment the porcupine charged, the little fox leaped into the air, launching a claw strike downward. Li Jingping reacted swiftly, activating the golden body skill of the long-spined rat. His entire body shone with a radiant golden light, resembling a hedgehog forged from gold, and his defense increased by 30%. With a sharp clang, a few of the long-spined rat's quills were cut off, but its body remained unharmed. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the little fox used a claw attack this time, which was less powerful than the blood-red claw, the little fox was a tier 3 spirit beast, higher in rank than the long-spined rat. Yet, it only managed to break a few spines, demonstrating the formidable defense of the long-spined rat. The little fox remained airborne, and after giving commands to the long-spined rat, Li Jingping immediately directed the golden feather eagle. Golden feather eagle, use the claw strike skill. The eagle dove from above, its massive talons gleaming coldly as they reached for the little fox. Chu Shaoye promptly reminded, "Shui Wu, dash forward." The little fox suddenly leaped forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, causing the golden feather eagle to miss its target. Long-spined rat, use flying spines. The long-spined rat's body shuddered violently, and dozens of golden spines shot towards the just-landed little fox like raindrops. The little fox charged forward, undeterred by the flying spines, continuously using its dash skill. The afterimages it left behind dazzled the audience, yet not a single spine hit. Chu Shaoye's Wugo fox was incredibly powerful, capable of repeatedly using the dash skill, leaving everyone breathless. People wondered, is Chu Shaoye really a tier 3 spirit master? With such frequent skill usage, the spirit energy consumption must be enormous. Can he sustain it until the end? The little fox dashed across the martial stage to face the long-spined rat, gathering spirit energy, with blood-red light seeping from its claws. Li Jingping's pupils contracted sharply, and he urgently shouted, "Golden Feather Eagle, use Wind Blade." If the Wugo fox wanted to avoid the Golden Feather Eagle's Wind Blade skill, it had to abandon its attack on the long-spined rat. If it continued the attack, it would suffer severe damage. The Golden Feather Eagle flapped its wings, instantly forming two golden wind blades that spiraled towards the little fox. Without hesitation, the little fox struck with its blood-red claw. The long-spined rat, having just used the golden body skill, couldn't use it again and had to endure the attack physically. With a tearing sound, blood splattered as the long-spined rat was severely injured, losing a large patch of its spines and rolling several times before stopping. Li Jingping immediately recalled the heavily injured long-spined rat to his spirit domain, surprised that Chu Shaoye was willing to let the little fox get hurt to deliver this strike. The Golden Feather Eagle's wind blades closed in quickly, threatening to repeat the long-spined rat's fate, with blood about to splatter. Chu Shaoye calmly instructed, "Shui Wu, step on air." Luminescent white runes appeared in the air, and the little fox leapt lightly, stepping on the runes to ascend into the air. The wind blades struck the martial stage, carving deep gashes into it. Li Jingping was stunned, speechless as he watched the little fox spinning and leaping in midair. The Golden Feather Eagle's flying advantage was greatly diminished by the little fox's air-stepping skill. White runes appeared one after another in the air, and the little fox, stepping on the runes with grace and agility, swiftly moved to the side of the Golden Feather Eagle. Chu Shaoye commanded again, "Shui Wu, tail whip." The snow-white fox tail swiftly wrapped around the neck of the golden-feathered eagle, and the little fox leaped, dragging the eagle down to the ground. With a loud thud, the fox and the eagle crashed heavily onto the martial arts platform. The little fox stood firmly on the eagle, swiftly striking with its paws, causing the eagle's feathers to scatter in all directions. The onlookers were dumbfounded, having expected Chu Shaoye's immaculate fox to be seriously injured. To their surprise, the situation reversed in an instant, with the golden-feathered eagle being overpowered and beaten by the fox. The eagle let out a cry resembling a chicken's cluck, on the verge of becoming a bald bird, prompting Li Jingping to hurriedly signal to the referee to concede. Seeing Li Jingping concede, Chu Shaoye immediately instructed the little fox to stop. Covered in the eagle's feathers, the little fox strutted back to Chu Shaoye's side. Chu Shaoye gently tapped its nose and said helplessly, "Can't you show a little mercy?" The little fox shook the feathers off its body, seemingly indifferent. In fact, the eagle wasn't seriously injured. The little fox hadn't used any special skills, but merely attacked with its regular claws. It was the impact of the fall that left the eagle semi-conscious, preventing it from counterattacking in time. Li Jingping retracted the half-plucked eagle back into his body and respectfully acknowledged Chu Shaoye. "I admit my defeat with sincerity." Chu Shaoye returned the gesture, sincerely praising, "Your spirit pet is well-trained." This comment was genuine rather than mere courtesy. Had it not been for the little fox mastering the air-stepping skill, the victory wouldn't have been so effortless. After this match, other competitors were even more reluctant to face Chu Shaoye, allowing him to quickly secure 9 victories and qualify for the finals. His training ground was the first to conclude its matches, so Chu Shaoye decided to check on Ren Xingping and Gu Yuan. As he passed by Wang Zhi's training ground, he witnessed Wang Zhi securing his final victory. Wang Zhi's opponent, a third-tier spirit master, had a spirit pet, a wind weasel, now charred and lying on the ground, evidently severely injured. The spirit master, furious, rushed forward, grabbing Wang Zhi by the collar and angrily accusing. "The competition rules clearly state not to intentionally injure spirit pets. You've broken the rules." Wang Zhi brushed his hand off, adjusting his collar, and responded disdainfully, "It's your own fault for not conceding sooner, leading to your spirit pet's injury. Why blame me? This is a competition. If my flame wolf can't attack your wind weasel, how else do we determine the winner?" The third-tier spirit master, enraged and accusatory, found himself unable to refute. The referee intervened to halt their argument, sternly stating, though the flame wolf was quite forceful, it was within the permissible range of the competition. Wang Zhi did not violate any rules. The referee looked at the third-tier spirit master with a warning in his eyes. "The match is decided. If you're still dissatisfied, take it up with the acting sect leader." Unable to argue further, the third-tier spirit master, realizing the referee sided with Wang Zhi, angrily carried his injured spirit pet away. Watching Wang Zhi's smug demeanor, Chu Shaoye felt a sense of disdain and turned to leave the training ground. In the 8th training ground, vines danced in the air, and the pennywort tortoise stood firm, using the vines to thrash the chasing dog into disarray. The opponent conceded, and Gu Yuan secured victory in 7 matches, earning a spot in the finals. Chu Shaoye and Ren Xingping applauded enthusiastically from the audience, exclaiming in unison, "Well done, Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan felt a sense of shame, realizing that the copper coin grass turtle didn't need his guidance at all. He was merely a spectator, quietly watching the turtle showcase its skills. Rin Xingping understood this as well, vividly recalling the moment the turtle slapped Gin, a memory that seemed unforgettable. He patted Gyuan on the shoulder, reassuring him. No matter what, winning is what matters. Come on, let's celebrate with a good meal. After the preliminary round, the contestants had 3 days to rest before the finals for the servant disciples were held. During these 3 days, the outer sect disciples would have their preliminary rounds. The Qishao sect arranged it this way to give those who qualified for the finals time to recover and to allow the servant disciples an opportunity to learn by watching the outer sect disciples matches. Similarly, the inner sect disciples competition would take place after the outer sect disciples competition, where both servant and outer sect disciples could attend as spectators. Chu Shaoye easily qualified for the finals without much effort, having only expended some spiritual energy, so he went to watch the outer sect disciples matches. The average strength of the outer sect disciples far exceeded that of the servant disciples, with most being third-level spirit masters and a few exceptional ones at the fourth level. Chu Shaoye watched each match in the training grounds until he spotted Ji Yuntong in the sixth training ground. Senior Sister Ji. Chu Shaoye called out. Ji Yuntong turned around, a look of pleasant surprise in her eyes when she saw Chu Shaoye. Junior brother Chu, what brings you here? Chu Shaoye replied with a smile. The outer sect disciples competition is much more exciting than the servant disciples. I'm here to observe. Ji Yuntong blinked. I've heard you won all 9 matches yesterday and smoothly qualified for the finals. With your skills, entering the outer sect should be no problem this time. Chu Shaoye offered a modest smile. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. I also wish you success in advancing. Ji Yuntong sighed. I'm afraid it's uncertain for me this time. There's a 4th level spirit master in our training ground, and I'm not confident I can beat him. Chu Shaoye comforted her. Senior sister, although you're still at the 3rd level, your life spirit pet is already a 4th level spirit beast. Plus, with the silver cloud crystal robe reducing spiritual energy consumption, you're not far behind a 4th level spirit master. Ji Yuntong nodded, understanding the logic but still feeling nervous. Chu Shaoye patted her shoulder. You must have confidence, senior sister. Looking at the younger boy in front of her, Ji Yuntong thought to herself, though he was a few years younger, he seemed more mature and composed. Her face flushed slightly with annoyance as she said, You're quite bold for a junior, daring to lecture your senior sister. Chu Shaoye, knowing she wasn't truly upset, laughed and said, I spoke out of turn. I'm sure you'll make it to the finals, senior sister. Ji Yuntong's face reddened further, and she huffed lightly. Of course. As the match on the martial stage concluded, the referee called out loudly, Wu number 1, Wu number 2. Ji Yuntong glanced at the wooden token in her hand, excitedly telling Chu Shaoye, Junior brother Chu, I'm Wu number 2. I'm going up for my match. Chu Shaoye nodded. Good luck, senior sister Ji. Ji Yuntong stepped onto the martial stage, realizing her opponent was indeed the 4th level spirit master. This match was crucial, winning Mint advancing to the finals, while losing Mint settling for 2nd place and missing the finals. She took a deep breath and summoned her Blaze Sparrow, thinking to herself, Junior brother Chu is right. If I lose confidence before the battle, how can I win? I must be confident. 2 blue summoning arrays appeared simultaneously in the air. Next to Ji Yuntong, a fiery red bird emerged. Flapping its wingset was the 4th tier Blazing Flame Sparrow. Opposing her was a 4th tier spirit master who summoned a nearly 4-meter-tall rock-armored crimson bear. As soon as the bear landed, it let out a deafening roar and slammed its massive paws onto the ground, sparking a series of sparks. Ji Yuntong frowned slightly. The Blazing Flame Sparrow was small, making it seem at a disadvantage against the towering, thick-skinned, and heavily armored rock-armored crimson bear. However, her previous battle with a similar bear in the back mountains had led her to develop a strategy. She decisively commanded, Blazing Flame Sparrow, fire shadow. The sparrow let out a cry, flapped its wings, and instantly created a dozen fiery clones. Although these clones were crude and easy to distinguish, the bear's poor vision made it impossible to tell them apart. The dozen or so Blazing Flame Sparrows swooped toward the bear, scattering countless sparks with their wing beats. Yet, being a fire attribute spirit beast, the bear was unaffected by such sparks, not to mention its formidable earth attribute defenses. The spirit master sneered contemptuously and ordered, Rock-armored crimson bear, fire net. The bear obeyed, its enormous body shaking as flames surged and formed a massive fire net, descending upon the sparrows. Even if it couldn't discern the real from the fake, it aimed to capture them all at once. Under the fire net's cover, the sparrow's illusions struggled briefly before vanishing instantly. Ji Yuntong's brow furrowed. This bear's strength far exceeded that of the one she encountered in the back mountains. The rock-armored crimson bear was already among the elite of 4th-tier spirit beasts, and under the spirit master's training, its power had grown even more formidable. She commanded the Blazing Flame Sparrow to use Fire Shadow again, creating another set of fiery clones to launch rocket attacks at the bear. The sparrow's feathers turned into sharp arrows, piercing the bear's hide. Despite the Sparrow's small size, the high-temperature rockets still inflicted damage, albeit superficial. The bear roared, shaking off the fiery arrows, then reared up on its hind legs, clapping its paws against its chest before slamming them onto the ground. Watching from the stands, Chu Shaoye's brow furrowed with concern, recognizing the bear's earth spike skill. As expected, the arena trembled violently under the bear's blow, cracking with countless fissures, and earthen spikes erupted from the ground. For the airborne blazing flame sparrow, evading the spikes was easy, but the Spirit Master's true target was Ji Yuntong. The sparrow was swift and elusive, making it hard to defeat, but attacking the Spirit Master directly was much simpler. Ji Yuntong leaped to avoid the spikes, but her speed was slightly lacking, and a few spikes caught up to her. If not for her silver cloud crystal robe, she might have been severely injured and forced to withdraw. A green summoning array opened again, and the Xia Yun beast emerged, carrying Ji Yuntong into the sky. By now, she had expended a portion of her spiritual power, and summoning two spirit beasts at once was taxing. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She couldn't sustain this for long and needed to end the battle quickly. The blazing bird, known as the fierce flame sparrow, let out a piercing cry, its form suddenly expanding into a massive phantom many times its original size. The scattered sparks previously dispersed by the flame-armored red bear extinguished on the ground, revealing flame crystals the size of fingertips. These diamond-shaped crystals stood upright, extending crimson light chains that enveloped the red bear. As the chains made contact, the bear's rocky armor shattered, leaving it bloodied. Everyone believed Ji Yuntong was bound to lose, only to be surprised by her hidden move, which had been strategically planned all along. The audience gasped in astonishment. Even Chu Shaoye was taken aback. The fire prism skill is notoriously difficult for fire-attributed spirit beasts to master, yet Ji Yuntong's fierce flame sparrow had already grasped it at the 4th tier. However, Chu Shaoye remained cautious, aware that Ji Yuntong, being a 3rd-tier spirit master, could barely sustain the sparrow's use of this skill. At this point, the battle's outcome hinged on the sparrow's attack power versus the bear's defense. The 4th-tier spirit master hadn't anticipated the sparrow's move and immediately commanded the flame-armored red bear to use its petrification skill, attempting to break free from the prism's chains. The earth and stones were drawn to the bear, forming a thick layer of rock armor. As a result, the bear's fire attribute diminished while its earth attribute surged to its peak. Originally standing at 5 meters, the bear's height swelled to 7 or 8 meters under the petrification's effect. Its massive paws slammed the ground, shattering the earthen spikes, which flew in all directions. The audience below cried out, scrambling to avoid the debris, but the crowd was too dense for everyone to escape unscathed, causing them to stumble and collide. The referee on the martial stage, a 5th-tier inner disciple, saw the situation spiraling out of control and dispatched his spirit pet, the 100-eyed tree demon. This 5th-tier spirit beast, with both wood and light attributes, had leaves that each bore an eye. White beams shot from these eyes, precisely shattering each incoming earthen spike. Amidst the swirling dust, the fire prism array was broken, and the fierce flame sparrow let out a mournful cry as its fiery feathers fell. Simultaneously, Ji Yuntong coughed up blood, wiping it from her mouth, her eyes filled with defiance. Her master had ascended to elder status, and remaining an outer disciple would be a disgrace. As the 4th-tier spirit master commanded the armored bear to attack her, Ji Yuntong refused to concede. She recalled her Xia Yun beast, leapt onto the shattered martial stage, and channeled her last bit of spiritual energy into the fierce flame sparrow. The sparrow once more used its fire shadow skill, but this time, only 5 or 6 clones appeared. The 4th-tier spirit master sneered. The fire shadow skill is useless against my flame-armored red bear. Do you really think you can use the fire prism skill again? I advise you not to push yourself too hard, lest you damage your foundation. Ignoring him, Ji Yuntong frantically circulated her spiritual cultivation technique, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy. Chu Shaoye's fingers twitched slightly as he sensed the air's movement. The dust, not yet settled, began to swirl around the martial stage. Chu Shaoye looked up at Ji Yuntong in the center, surprised this was the phenomenon of a spirit master advancing. Ji Yuntong was advancing in the midst of battle. The 4th-tier spirit master noticed Ji Yuntong was advancing and, in shock, ordered the rock armor red bear to ignore the flaming sparrow and focus on knocking Ji Yuntong off the martial stage. The flaming sparrow, sharing a deep connection with its master, understood that Ji Yuntong was at a critical moment and must not be disturbed. It let out a piercing cry, blood dripping from its beak, and split into several clones to entangle the rock armor red bear. Some of these clones even charged towards the 4th-tier spirit master. The spiritual energy in the air gathered like streams, highlighted by the dust, making it especially visible. Ji Yuntong advanced from a primary tier spirit master to an intermediate tier spirit master, creating a much larger spectacle than a primary advancement. The vortex of energy spanned over 10 meters, lifting her up. At this moment, the fourth-tier spirit weapon, Inyan Crystal Black Garment, displayed its full power, shining brightly. The onlookers gasped in awe, witnessing Ji Yuntong hovering midair like a celestial being. As the vortex dissipated, Ji Yuntong gently landed, a faint blue glow emanating from her. Now a fourth-tier spirit master, her spiritual power was not only abundant, but 10 times deeper than before. The flaming sparrow sensed the change in its master, its body shimmering with light. With the boost of abundant spiritual energy, its feathers became more vibrant, and the flame crest on its head blazed intensely. The previous flame clones retracted, and as the flaming sparrow spread its wings, over 100 more solid flame sparrows appeared in the air, swooping down on the rock armor red bear. This time, even a simple pecking skill could harm the bear. Ji Yuntong addressed the fourth-tier spirit master. What? Do you want another taste of the Fire Ridge crystal? The fourth-tier spirit master seethed with resentment, unwilling to accept that Ji Yuntong had broken through to the fourth tier during battle, changing what was once a sure victory. Although the rock armor red bear could withstand one Fire Ridge crystal skill, a second would be too much. After weighing his options, the fourth-tier spirit master withdrew the rock armor red bear and admitted defeat. The referee declared Ji Yuntong the winner, qualifying her for the finals, as the audience erupted in cheers. The match was truly spectacular, witnessing a primary tier spirit master's advancement and the rare Fire Ridge crystal skill. Despite the fourth-tier spirit master's loss, the cultivation of the rock armor red bear was impressive, providing valuable insights to many. Ji Yuntong joyfully stepped down from the martial stage and found Chu Shaoye, saying, "Junior brother Chu, I've advanced." Chu Shaoye clasped his hands with a smile. "Congratulations, senior sister Ji, not only for advancing but for reaching the fourth tier. There's surely a place for you in the inner circle." Ji Yuntong smiled shyly. "It's all thanks to your encouragement, junior brother Chu." Before she could finish, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Chu Shaoye quickly caught her, asking with concern, "Senior sister Ji, what's wrong?" But Ji Yuntong had already lost consciousness and could not be awakened. Without delay, Chu Shaoye summoned a spirit deer and hurriedly carried Ji Yuntong to Werewei Peak. Duanmu Dai stated. She broke through to a fourth-tier spirit master during battle, leaving her foundation somewhat unstable. Coupled with her previous injuries, she couldn't withstand the influx of spiritual energy and fainted. She needs to rest well during this time and avoid summoning spirit beasts for combat, or it could damage her foundation. Chu Shaoye nodded, silently promising himself that he would tell senior sister Ji once she woke up. The final competition was in 3 days, giving Ji Yuntong just enough time to recover from her injuries. Duanmu Dai stood up with a determined expression and said, "You stay here and take care of her. I'll go prepare the medicine." Chu Shaoye acknowledged her with a nod and sat by the bedside, taking out the compendium of spiritual plants of the Wanling continent that Gu Yuan had given him, and began to read. Now that he was a disciple of Deng Yangzi, he felt it was essential to understand spiritual plants, lest he disappoint his master. Ji Yuntong had been unconscious for nearly 2 hours before she finally awoke. Seeing her awake, Chu Shaoye put down his book and gently helped her sit up. "Senior sister Ji, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Ji Yuntong frowned slightly, holding her forehead as she replied, "Just a bit dizzy, nothing else." She looked around in confusion and asked, "Where am I?" Chu Shaoye explained, "This is a guest room on Werewei Peak. After you fainted, I brought you here." He then repeated Duanmu Dai's diagnosis. "Senior sister Ji, you need to rest well for the next couple of days." Hearing that she had nearly damaged her foundation, Ji Yuntong felt a wave of fear. She had indeed overexerted herself during the competition. Although she had broken through to become a 4th-level spirit master and qualified for the finals, damaging her foundation would have been a severe setback. Grateful, she looked at Chu Shaoye and said softly, "Junior brother Chu, thank you again. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to get Duanmu Dai's help." Chu Shaoye shook his head with a smile. "No need to thank me, senior sister. You've helped me a lot before." As they chatted, Duanmu Dai arrived with a bowl of medicine. Seeing Ji Yuntong awake, she immediately handed the bowl to her with a gentle tone. "It's freshly brewed medicine, junior sister Ji. Drink it while it's warm, or it will lose its effectiveness." Chu Shaoye looked at the thick, dark liquid, and the bitterness filled his mouth just thinking about it. He felt sympathy for Ji Yuntong. However, unaware of the potency of Duanmu Dai's medicine, Ji Yuntong thanked her and drank it in one go, her face contorting with the intense bitterness, almost spitting it out. Chu Shaoye stifled a laugh and reminded her, "Although it's bitter, the medicine is highly effective. Just hold your breath and drink it all at once, senior sister Ji." Gritting her teeth, Ji Yuntong forced herself to finish the medicine. As soon as she was done, Chu Shaoye handed her some candied fruit he had left over from his own previous medicinal experience. Ji Yuntong didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing a handful and popping it into her mouth, the sweetness finally bringing her tongue back to life. With her cheeks puffed out, she glared at Chu Shaoye. Did you know how bitter it was and let me make a fool of myself on purpose? Chu Shaoye chuckled. I honestly forgot. I've had plenty of bitter medicine from senior sister too. Hearing that they both found the medicine bitter, Duanmu Dai was puzzled. Is it really that bitter? I didn't think it was. Chu Shaoye and Ji Yuntong exchanged helpless glances, realizing that senior sister Duanmu might not only have facial nerve issues, but also a poor sense of taste. Duanmu Dai still found it hard to believe. After all, she thought the taste was fine. She brewed medicine daily for her master and had never heard Dan Yangzi complain about the bitterness. If Chu Shaoye knew her thoughts, he'd be even more speechless. Dan Yangzi was practically soaked in medicine. How could he complain about its bitterness? The next morning, Gu Yuan excitedly found Chu Shaoye at the peak and told him that both he and Rin Xingping had made it to the finals. Chu Shaoye had expected Rin Xingping to qualify, but he was pleasantly surprised that Gu Yuan had also advanced. Gu Yuan, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, "It's thanks to my copper coin grass turtle mutating to the third tier during the trials. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it to the finals." However, he knew deep down that reaching the finals would likely be the end of the road for him in this competition. Even though the copper coin grass turtle was strong, most of the spirit masters in the finals had fourth-tier spirit beasts, making victory challenging. Chu Shaoye patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Gu Yuan, your copper coin grass turtle has great potential. As its spirit master, you should strive to improve as well. Gu Yuan nodded vigorously, understanding that he couldn't hold his spirit beast back. Besides, he didn't want to endure another whipping from the copper coin grass turtlite, was truly painful. The finals were scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Just as the two were planning to train their spirit pets in the back mountain, the elusive Dan Yangzi suddenly appeared. He glanced at Gian and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You kid, come along too." The two exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what Dan Yangzi wanted, but they obediently followed him. Dan Yangzi led them to a stone wall behind a small courtyard. He pressed his hand against it, and ripples appeared on the surface. As the shimmering white light faded, the stone wall vanished, revealing a person-sized entrance. Chu Shaoye had a thought. "Master, is this the sixth-tier spirit herb garden of our peak?" Dan Yangzi shot him a glance and snorted. "You're not as clueless as you look." Gu Yuan, on the other hand, was bewildered, wondering if he was the clueless one. The sixth-tier spirit herb garden was unexpectedly well hidden, with a rare formation concealing the entrance. Chu Shaoye was secretly amazed. Dan Yangzi led them into the cave, advising, "The spirit plants in this underground garden are all mid-tier, at least fourth tier. Once inside, be cautious. If you anger these spirit plants, I won't save you." They acknowledged, understanding that the higher the tier of the spirit plant, the more likely it was to develop intelligence, comparable to that of spirit beasts, and should not be provoked. The path sloped downward, and though the cave lacked natural light, it wasn't dark. Numerous prismatic crystals grew on the ceiling and walls, glowing and reflecting rainbow hues. Gu Yuan marveled. How beautiful. He hadn't expected such a fantastical scene in the dark depths of the cave. Chu Shaoye recalled the underground cave beneath the trial field, where the fortune koi resided in the Silver Lake, even more enchanting and beautiful than this crystal cave. After walking for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, their view suddenly expanded to reveal a stone chamber about 50 or 60 meters wide. It was filled with spirit plants, whose emitted spiritual energy had no outlet to dissipate, forming large clouds that sometimes ascended or condensed into spiritual snowflakes. Chu Shaoye and Gyuan were astonished by this sight, as it was their first time witnessing such dense spiritual energy. Training in spiritual cultivation here would be at least 10 times faster than outside. Ding Yangzi seemed to read their thoughts and coldly remarked, "Don't even think about cultivating here. With your current physical state, you'd explode before completing a single cycle." What he said wasn't an exaggeration. Even Dan Yangzi, a sixth-tier spirit master, was cautious while cultivating in the stone cave, fearing that absorbing too much spiritual energy at once might rupture his meridians. This was even more pertinent for the lower-tier spirit masters like Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan. Just a few extra breaths here could greatly benefit their cultivation. Dan Yangzi stepped into the cave, with the two following closely, careful not to step on the spirit plants on the ground. Gu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a fourth-tier starfruit, one of the favorite spiritual fruits of light attribute spirit beasts." He continued excitedly, pointing, "This is a fifth-tier golden jade abundance, which can enhance the defense of metal attribute spirit beasts. And there's the water moonflower, a fifth-tier spirit herb that quickly replenishes spiritual power, especially for water attribute spirit beasts." His excitement grew as he named and described the effects of almost every spirit plant. Dan Yangzi glanced at him, a slight smile on his lips, seemingly impressed by Gu Yuan's knowledge. Gu Yuan immediately fell silent, thinking Dan Yangzi found him too noisy. Just as he was about to apologize, he suddenly stepped on something round and rolling. It jerked violently, causing Gu Yuan to lose his balance and fall backward with a cry. Chu Shaoye reacted quickly, grabbing Gu Yuan's wrist to pull him back. Suddenly, a slithering sound came from the underbrush, and a long, snake-like vine shot out, cracking like a whip. Before Chu Shaoye could see clearly, the vine wrapped tightly around him and Gu Yuan, from their shoulders to their ankles, and then with a swift movement, hoisted them upside down into the air. Dan Yangzi watched the two swaying in midair, a smile playing on his lips. Do you recognize it? The two were spun around, dizzy and nauseous, barely able to keep from throwing up, let alone identify what it was. Chu Shaoye swallowed his nausea and squinted upwards. The vine that ensnared them extended from the cave's roof, covered in snakescale-like silver patterns. Previously, the cave's dense spiritual mist had obscured this faint silver glow. Chu Shaoye said, "This is a sixth-tier snake vine, and it seems to have undergone a metal attribute mutation. Originally, snake vine was a low-tier, single-wood attribute spirit beast. Without mutation, it couldn't possibly reach the sixth tier." Seeing that he recognized it, Dan Yangzi nodded in satisfaction and summoned his own spirit beast, the five-clawed dragon vine. As it appeared, it climbed up the cave walls, its golden light intermingling with the silver, leaves rustling. Soon, the vine holding Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan loosened, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Gu Yuan yelped, rubbing his rear as he looked up at the cave's ceiling, noticing the two vine-like spirit beasts entwined. Were they communicating? Chu Shaoye had never seen such a scene before. Plant-type spirit beasts had intelligence, but it was generally less developed compared to animal-type spirit beasts. He had never witnessed such human-like interaction between plant-type spirit beasts. Dan Yangzi said, "This silver-scaled snake vine is currently in its fruiting period and needs a lot of nutrients. You two will be responsible for fertilizing it during this time." Chu Shaoye and Gu Yuan were dumbfounded. The silver-scaled snake vine didn't seem to have the best temperament, and they were expected to fertilize it? Could they really manage that? After Dan Yangzi handed over the fertilizer formula, he left with the five-clawed dragon vine. Chu Shaoye and Guan were left staring at the list of ingredients, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The formula required 2 serpent scale fruits, 2 tiger skin sword orchid leaves, 1 flying blade grass rhizome, a section of iron bone wood, altogether 13 spirit plants ranging from the 3rd to the 4th tier. Additionally, a barrel of blood from a 3rd-tier spirit beast was needed. The spirit plants had to be crushed and mixed with the beast blood to create the fertilizer. Dan Yangzi mentioned they could use the spirit plants in the stone cave, but while the 3rd-tier plants were relatively easy to gather, the 4th-tier ones were much more difficult. After some discussion, Guan decided to head to the back mountain to obtain the blood of a 3rd-tier spirit beast, while Chu Shaoye stayed in the stone cave to collect the spirit plants. Guan patted Chu Shaoye on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Shaoye, I'll leave the spirit plants to you." Chu Shaoye sighed and replied, "I'll do my best." The formula included 3 types of 4th-tier spirit plants: the 4th-tier tiger skin sword orchid, the 4th-tier flying blade grass, and the 4th-tier iron heart orchid. These plants were rich in metal elements, making them excellent supplements for the metal-attributed silver scale snake vine, but they were quite challenging to harvest. Chu Shaoye first collected the other 10 3rd-tier spirit plants before moving on to the 3 4th-tier ones. 4th-tier spirit plants had a faint intelligence, making it difficult for Chu Shaoye to harvest them alone without the help of spirit pets. He summoned his little fox and the 100 profound worm, and 2 green summoning circles flickered in the air. At the same time, a slightly smaller yellow summoning circle appeared between the 2 green ones, and the celestial star jade-faced civet leapt out from the formation, heading straight for the 5th-tier starfruit tree. Seeing this, Chu Shaoye's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled the celestial star jade-faced civet back. He grasped it by the scruff of its neck and lightly flicked its forehead, warning, "You're not allowed to touch the spirit plants here, understand?" The civet meowed in dissatisfaction, waving its paws. Chu Shaoye raised an eyebrow, pinching its soft pads, and teased, "You don't have the strength to challenge me yet." Despite his words, he hadn't expected the civet to have already advanced. The celestial star jade-faced civet, less than 2 months old, had advanced to the 2nd tier. Perhaps because Shuai was a hybrid of a 100-flower civet and a celestial star jade-faced civet, Chu Shaoye was able to form a contract with Shuai, though it was not a complete one. Shuai could emerge from the spirit realm without Chu Shaoye's summons, and he hadn't noticed its advancement. Now, as a 2nd-tier creature, the civet had grown to about the size of an adult house cat, though it still retained its youthful appearance. Chu Shaoye cradled the civet in his arms, gently rubbing its neck, and asked, "Have you mastered any new skills?" Previously, the civet had learned the dark attribute skill Shadow and the innate skill Astrology. Astrology was a divine skill that only phantom beasts could master, and the Shadow skill was quite useful, both for escaping and for surprise attacks. Chu Shaoye was eager to see what new abilities it had gained upon reaching the 2nd tier. The civet meowed again, still displeased that Chu Shaoye wouldn't let it eat the star fruits. Chu Shaoye felt a bit helpless. This was truly a troublesome creature. The 5th-tier starfruit tree had already developed intelligence. If the 2nd-tier little sky star jade-faced cat tried to pick its fruit, it might end up being lashed by the tree branches. He was genuinely trying to look out for the little guy, but it didn't appreciate it. Nevertheless, since it was still a cub, Chu Shaoye indulged it and took out a second-tier dark attribute spirit pill from his black jade ring and handed it over. Starfruit is a fourth-tier spiritual fruit. Eating it won't blow up your stomach. Just make do with this for now. Upon seeing the spirit pill, the Sky Star jade-faced cat immediately dropped its aloof demeanor, rubbed its head against Chu Shaoye's chin, and then started munching on the pill. Chu Shaoye chuckled at its behavior, which was just like its mother, the Baihua cat, always responding to kindness. Since he'd given a spirit pill to the Sky Star jade-faced cat, he couldn't neglect the others. He took out a few more pills, giving a third-tier non-attribute pill to the little fox and a first-tier gold attribute pill to the Baixian worm. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give the Baixian worm a higher-tier pill, but its size had grown again. After eating the nirvana fruit, it had slimmed down a bit, but after they left the trial ground, Chu Shaoye had fed it the ghost-faced spider queen's silk. After consuming the spider silk, the Baixian worm visibly plumped up again. Chu Shaoye was worried that if he gave it a third-tier pill, it might start cocooning to advance in stages. With the grand competition finals approaching, the Baixian worm needed to slow down its cocooning process. After distributing the spirit pills to the 3 spiritual pets, Chu Shaoye released the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and the spirit deer from his beast essence pouch. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse had a similar nature to the Sky Star jade-faced cat, always eager to pounce on treasures. Chu Shaoye was prepared. As soon as the mouse poked its head out of the pouch, he pinched the back of its neck. Handing it a third-tier spirit pill, he warned it once again that the spiritual plants in this stone cave belonged to Danyangzi, and not a single one was to be touched. The golden thread treasure-seeking mouse was quite afraid of Danyangzi and immediately nodded, promising not to touch any of the spiritual plants in the cave. It was obedient, which made Chu Shaoye more at ease with it than with the Sky Star jade-faced cat. He placed the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse in the Sky Star jade-faced cat's embrace, instructing it to keep an eye on the snowy night and ensure it didn't touch any spiritual plants there. The mouse's beady eyes widened, wondering how it could possibly keep an eye on this cat cub. Previously, it was second tier while the cat was first tier, making it easier to hide. Now that the cat was also second tier, it felt like it was being served on a platter. The Sky Star jade-faced cat took a bite of the spirit pill and licked the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, causing its fur to stand on end. Surely, this cat cub wanted to eat it. Chu Shaoye watched them getting along and felt quite gratified. Despite being different species, their bond was strong. He gave the spirit deer a third tier would attribute spirit pill. Although the spirit deer's growth capped at the third tier with little chance of further advancement, Chu Shaoye had plenty of spirit pills now and didn't intend to shortchange it. The spirit deer bleated softly, rubbed against Chu Shaoye, then lay down to slowly consume the spirit pill. Being a wood attribute spiritual beast, it felt very comfortable in an environment filled with spiritual plants, which was beneficial for its cultivation. Once all the spiritual pets were fed and content, Chu Shaoye clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's get moving." The tiger-striped sword orchid is a fourth-tier spiritual plant with dark green leaves as sharp as swords, adorned with golden stripes resembling tiger patterns. Chu Shaoye, holding his sword, Thousand Stars, cautiously stepped forward. When he was about 2 meters away from the plant, the golden stripes suddenly glowed, and beams of light shot out from the leaves, attacking him like darts. Chu Shaoye quickly raised Thousand Stars to block the attack while retreating. The collision of the light with the blade produced a crisp metallic sound. Once the threat passed, he noticed the golden beams were actually metallic, willow leaf-like objects. Although he reacted swiftly, a few managed to graze him, leaving slits in his clothing, but fortunately not breaking the skin. After testing its defenses, Chu Shaoye relaxed, realizing the tiger-striped sword orchid was not overly difficult to handle. He decided to let his fox and the Baixian insect draw the plant's attacks, while he took the opportunity to cut off 2 leaves. The fox, with the Baixian insect on its head, approached the plant, prompting another attack. The golden light flickered, and the dart-like projectiles came in dense waves. Even with its dash ability, the fox struggled to evade completely, but the Baixian insect spat out a web, successfully blocking the darts. A spark of inspiration hit Chu Shaoye. After the Baixian insect consumed the silk from the ghost-faced spider, its web-spinning skill had strengthened, becoming more resilient. Seizing the moment when the plant paused its attack, Chu Shaoye rushed forward, raising Thousand Stars to slice off 1 leaf. As he prepared to cut another, the plant's entire body gleamed, and its dark green leaves turned to solid gold. A tremendous clash followed as Thousand Stars met the metallic leaves, producing a harsh metallic screech. Chu Shaoye's wrist went numb, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Despite being a 7th-tier spirit weapon, Thousand Stars only left a small notch on the metallicized plant, showcasing its formidable defense. The plant shuddered again, preparing to launch more metallic darts, forcing Chu Shaoye to retreat. His fox and the Baixian insect moved forward, using the web-spinning skill to shield him. Although the plant's metallic transformation was powerful, it couldn't maintain it indefinitely. Once the effect wore off, Chu Shaoye and his companions attacked again, successfully cutting another leaf. For his fertilizer mixture, he only needed 2 leaves, ensuring the plant's growth wouldn't be hindered, as new leaves would eventually sprout. After securing the leaves, Chu Shaoye planned to rest before collecting other spiritual plants. He gently lifted the Baixian insect from the fox's head, giving its jelly-like body a soft squeeze, and praised, "Shuiyu, your web-spinning skill has become even stronger." He pondered whether the Baixian insect could learn the ghost-faced spider's most formidable skill, the invisible web. Chu Shaoye fed the Baixian insect with spider silk purely on a whim, never expecting the picky creature to eat it. To his surprise, it produced such a remarkable effect. He retrieved the remaining silk from his black jade ring and fed it to the Baixian insect again. "Shuiyu, it would be great if you could master the skill of the invisible insect silk," he thought. "This move is incredibly difficult to defend against, as the invisible silk is not only transparent but also extremely light, making it almost impossible for an average person to detect." During the trial, he nearly fell victim to it. The Baixian insect nibbled on the spider silk, with its antennae gently swaying. Once the insect finished the silk, Chu Shaoye and the little fox were rested enough to move on to their next task, collecting the 4th-tier flying blade grass. Despite being a 4th-tier spiritual herb, flying blade grass looks rather unremarkable, sprawling across the ground like ordinary weeds. However, its leaves are razor-sharp, and stepping on them accidentally could easily slice through skin. Chu Shaoye carefully approached the patch of flying blade grass, which covered just over a meter in diameter and contained at least a dozen plants. The power of these dozen or so blades was not to be underestimated, and he pondered how to extract just one. A spirit beast with earth attributes would be ideal for digging from below, but unfortunately, Chu Shaoye didn't have one. He decided to test the grass's strength first, and then devise a plan to deal with it. He picked up a small stone and tossed it towards the flying blade grass. Sensing danger, the entire patch quivered, and the slender, hair-like leaves lashed out at the stone. In an instant, the stone was reduced to powder, with the gray-white dust quickly engulfed by the grass leaves, showcasing their ferocity. A living being stepping on it would likely be shredded into a bloody pulp, becoming nourishment for the grass. Perhaps due to their clustered growth, the flying blade grass was far more formidable than the tiger-striped sword orchid. The grass's attack method was through its long, resilient leaves. Eliminating these would make it much easier to dig up the roots. Chu Shaoye instructed the little fox to stay outside the flying blade grass's attack range and use its blood-red claws to cut away the leaves. From over a meter away, the little fox struck out 6 arcs of blood-red light with its front paws, sending green leaves flying and releasing a fresh, grassy scent. Just as Chu Shaoye thought the attack was effective, the grass's leaves suddenly extended towards the little fox. Surprised by this unexpected skill, Chu Shaoye shouted, "Shuwu, step on air." White runes appeared beneath the little fox's feet as it leapt into the air. The grass leaves pursued, twisting into a green python-like form. Just as the enormous mouth was about to snap at the little fox's tail, the Baixian insect opened its mouth below and spat something out. The suspended grass strands snapped cleanly, as if sliced by a blade. Once the flying blade grass's leaves broke, the Baixian insect's projectile was revealed to be an invisible insect silk. The silk, akin to that spun by the ghost-faced spider mother, was completely transparent and would have been undetectable if not for the green grass juice staining it. Chu Shaoye was astonished. He hadn't expected the Baixian insect to master the invisible insect silk skill so quickly after his suggestion. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.